Emerging from millennium-old tomb, Lin Feng's world has been irrevocably transformed. With his left eye, he perceives the unseen, discerning treasures and identifying jade. He becomes a master at unearthing hidden gems within the antiquities market. With his right eye, he observes the tangible, discerning energies and glimpsing fortunes. He transforms raw stone into gold within the gambling arenas. Wealth, power, and beauty lie within his grasp. Chapter 1. The Loneliness of Theft. Young man, I advise you to hand over what you have, otherwise the consequences will be dire. A young man, adorned with a tattoo of a black rose, rolled up his sleeves while fiercely berating the two men opposite him. Beside him stood several others clad in linen shirts, smirking at the unfolding scene. Bah, who do you think you are to demand what I possess? Lin Feng spat defiantly, refusing to yield. Peek, stop wasting words with them. If a fight is to ensue, let it begin, chimed in the stout companion beside him. Since you choose to reject courtesy in favor of violence, allow me to demonstrate who is worthy of respect and who is not. Charge. At the command of the tattooed man, his companions lunged toward Lin Feng and his friend. With gritted teeth, Lin Feng summoned all his strength and landed a punch on the nearest assailant, sending the man's hair flying. With a resounding thud, as Lin Feng anticipated, he struck his target with considerable force. He surveyed his handiwork and couldn't help but lick his lips. Bring it on. Meanwhile, the stout friend, due to his weight, generated enough force to deter their attackers. But ultimately, they were outnumbered, and soon both men bore the marks of their adversary's aggression. You little brat, if you don't hand it over, the outcome will be more than just a few bruises. You can either hand over the item, or I'll call the police to report you for grave robbing. However, the tattooed man grew impatient, seeing Lin Feng's refusal to comply. He bellowed, if that is your stance, we shall continue until you submit. Isn't there supposed to be a choice between two paths? You're certainly not following the usual protocol, protested the stout companion. The group across from them exchanged mocking smiles before launching into action. 15 minutes later, the two men lay in a disheveled heap upon the ground. Blood trickled from Lin Feng's mouth, staining his gray t-shirt, while the stone box he had clutched now lay abandoned, revealing the pair of black and white beads within. You scoundrels, I curse you to an ill fate. Just as Lin Feng uttered these words, a heavy foot connected with his chest. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, splattering the black and white beads beside him. Instantly, two beams of imperceptible light pierced Lin Feng's eyes, followed by a searing pain that caused him to lose consciousness. That moment, the stout companion, witnessing Lin Feng's fainting spell, surrendered to exhaustion and feigned death on the ground. The tattooed man frowned at the sight. Tisich, so weak that he lifted his foot and nudged Lin Feng's calf upon confirming his unconscious state. He bent down to retrieve the black and white beads. What is this? These two thieves unearthed such a trinket. He cast a disdainful glance at the two sprawled figures and rummaged through their belongings, discovering several ancient jade pendants in the stout man's pocket. Huh, we've struck it rich. Brothers, let's go. The tattooed man, finding no more treasures, signaled for his companions to depart. An hour later, at the central hospital of Songshan town. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Feng grimaced, a sudden jolt of pain coursing through him. Where am I? He surveyed the sparsely populated room, and upon noticing the patterned hospital gown he wore, realization dawned upon him. So, I'm in a hospital? But what of my stout friend? Looking around yielded no sign of him. He patted his pockets and found his phone intact, but upon pulling it out, he was struck with disbelief. Damn it. Fuming, he struck his fist against the bedpost, sending a wave of agony throughout his body, leaving him trembling. Those bastards dared to lay such a vicious hand on me. If I ever cross paths with them again, I will surely make them pay. Make them pay. Do you think you stand a chance? Even with me, we wouldn't stand a chance. A sudden voice interrupted from outside the door, and in walked a stout man with a few scars around his eyes, the very same who had brought Lin Feng to the hospital. Where have you been? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. I went to settle the medical bills. The stout man gestured nonchalantly. By the way, how could you be so easily defeated? You simply passed out. He mocked. And you have the nerve to say that? With your hefty build, you were also left battered and bruised. Truth be told, Lin Feng himself was bewildered as to how he had succumbed so easily, only recalling the blinding pain in his eyes before losing consciousness. Do you know those men? We must avenge this wrong. After a moment of silence, the stout man spoke. I believe I recognize one of them. He's some rich second generation in this county. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly at this revelation. Then a thought struck him. What about the items we retrieved? The stone box and the black and white beads were taken, along with several jade pendants. As he relayed this, a look of hatred began to surface on the stout man's face. With a surge of anger, Lin Feng slammed his fist onto the bed. As they spoke, the stout man pulled a few ancient jade pendants from his pocket, one adorned with a hint of crimson, likely a blood jade. I hid this inside my shoe before we entered the tomb, intending to use it as a safeguard against the police, but it turned out to protect us from those thugs. Impressive, my friend. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had all their treasures been stolen, it would have been a most tragic fate. Well, let's plan our revenge once we recover from our injuries, the stout man declared before preparing to leave. Where are you headed? The craving for smoke has struck. He pulled out a battered pack of cigarettes, the box nearly flattened, and the cigarettes themselves bent. Lin Feng did not insist. He knew this man preferred smoking over anything else, even over women. Why was there no coffin in the tomb? Surely, if it were a tomb, the deceased wouldn't have been cremated, right? There should be a coffin for the ashes. He pondered this conundrum, when suddenly, a nurse clad in a white coat entered, her face obscured by a mask, rendering her features indiscernible, though her eyes sparkled with vitality to a T that moment. As Lin Feng raised his gaze, his eyes widened, and a vision that made his heart race unfolded before him. What in the world is happening? His mind swirled with the vivid imagery before him. Chapter 2. The initial encounter with a deceptive tool. The nurse possessed an exquisite figure, curvaceous and alluring. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on her upper body. As her eyes shifted downward, an even more intoxicating sight unfolded before him. Those ample orbs, glimmering enticingly, were undoubtedly of a D cup or larger. Upon placing the medication tray down, she caught him leering at her with a distinctly lascivious gaze, causing her to blush profusely. "Hey, what are you staring at? You filthy pervert," she scolded, especially embarrassed when noticing the crimson liquid trickling from his nostrils. "Ah, you scoundrel, where are your eyes wandering?" The sharpness of her voice jolted Lin Feng into realization. Feeling the warmth in his nostrils, he hastily wiped it away. How embarrassing! The nurse instinctively distanced herself, crossing her arms over her chest to shield herself from his prying eyes. Although she wore a low-cut t-shirt beneath her lab coat, she hoped it would provide some modesty. Yet, in Lin Feng's eyes, even a down jacket would not suffice to conceal her. "Ahem, nurse, I should be all right now, shouldn't I?" He quickly attempted to redirect the conversation. "You won't die." The nurse was evidently still disgusted by him and offered him no kindness, proceeding to tend to his wounds with antiseptic. Ouch! Whether intentional or not, she applied more pressure than necessary, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. "Nurse, could you be a bit gentler? Can't a big man like you endure a little pain?" Her retort earned her a disdainful look from him. However, as he glanced at the nurse once more, that fervent scene returned. Bent over to clean his wounds, Lin Feng found himself in close proximity, entranced by her ample bosom, which seemed to sway precariously. Yet his nostrils betrayed him again, leaking more crimson liquid. "Ah, you old lecher, I'm done here," she exclaimed angrily before storming off, leaving Lin Feng alone on the hospital bed with a wry smile. Wait, it suddenly dawned on him that nurses couldn't possibly be unclothed, unless she was the pervert. Or he was. But why did it seem to him that she was not wearing anything? This had not occurred while the fat man was present. Then, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could I have been knocked senseless? His gaze then fell upon a nearby table, and to his astonishment, he could clearly see medical supplies within the drawer despite its substantial thickness. How could this be? Am I truly able to see through such a thick tabletop? The shock deepened with each passing moment. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he glanced back at the drawer, and the medical items reappeared in his sight. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. Have I been granted some extraordinary ability by that scoundrel, or have I merely succumbed to delusion? Upon contemplating this, he still could not believe that he had truly acquired supernatural abilities. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he descended from the bed and opened the drawer, discovering that its contents were identical to what he had just observed. This confirmed that he indeed possessed the extraordinary ability to see through the tabletop. It was utterly astounding. To validate this phenomenon, he conducted further tests, all of which pointed towards the miraculous power of X-ray vision. Haha, a small misfortune surely heralds a small blessing. No, this was not merely a small blessing. It was an enormous stroke of fortune. Lin Feng was so elated that he leaped into the air. Moreover, he was oblivious to the fact that his injuries were healing at an astonishingly rapid pace. Lin Feng stifled his excitement, seeking to compose himself. All he desired was to venture outside and experiment with his newfound ability. If he had indeed acquired this power of X-ray vision, he would never again have to endure such a miserable existence. Are you all right? Do I appear to be in distress? The portly friend failed to notice that the external wounds on Lin Feng were nearly healed. Subsequently, under the incredulous gaze of his companion. The two swiftly completed the necessary formalities and departed from the central hospital. This weekend had been exceedingly dismal. The portly friend hailed a taxi, climbing in as they headed towards the bustling metropolis. Fengzi, I'll list these 3 jade pendants on the online black market shortly, to see if anyone is interested. Aiming for a high price, he said with glee, seemingly having forgotten the beating he had just endured. Be cautious. We must not allow anyone to discover the origin of these items. If we are reported, we could spend our lives in a dark cell, Lin Feng solemnly cautioned. In today's society, tomb raiding is illegal. Initially, Lin Feng was vehemently opposed to the idea, but the portly friend insisted that the ancient tomb had already been looted, and they would merely be scavenging for remnants, noting that there were no traps left inside. Thus, Lin Feng ultimately acquiesced. Yet, who could have foreseen that they would be intercepted in the process? Indeed, like the mantis stalking the cicada, while he played the role of the mantis, everything was merely a prelude to someone else's gain. I'm stepping out, Lin Feng declared, eager to verify whether his eyes had truly gained the power of X-ray vision. Oh, are you off to meet your gold-digging girlfriend? The portly friend teased, throwing him an understanding glance. Lin Feng could only shake his head in resignation as he exited. Shanghai University is quite expansive, yet fortunately, the campus offers shared electric scooters. Otherwise, traversing on foot would take a considerable amount of time. He decided to visit a nearby lottery shop first. If he could genuinely see through objects, he would know which lottery ticket would win. He silently plotted his course. Soon, he arrived at the nearest lottery store on his shared scooter. Inside, several men and women were frantically scratching off lottery tickets, as the nightlife was just beginning. After temporarily parking his scooter at the entrance, he stepped inside. Rather than rushing to purchase a ticket, he observed those engaged in the scratch-off games. Damn it! After scratching off 20 tickets in succession, not a single one yielded a prize. I too have scratched off a dozen, and the best I managed was a mere 100. What a loss! Lin Feng, overhearing their lamentations, couldn't help but frown. Lottery tickets are inherently a game of chance, yet more often than not, they lead to losses. The odds are never in favor of the buyer. After observing for a while, Lin Feng approached the glass cabinet in front of the proprietor, which displayed rows upon rows of diverse scratch cards, each in various denominations. I shall purchase one of these scratch cards. They are efficient, revealing any winnings with a simple scratch. With a blink of his eyes, he gazed at the assortment of cards within the cabinet. Chapter 3. Handsome. Could you help me choose one? In an instant, the protective layers vanished, leaving only the printed designs and numbers. Each type of scratch card boasted its own unique gameplay and varying prize limits. Some required 3 identical symbols to win, while others declared victory with merely the appearance of a prize amount. Otherwise, it was simply a courteous thank you for participating. Lin Feng scrutinized several cards in succession, only to find that none yielded even a penny. It felt as if he were merely donating to charity. At last, after examining over 20 cards, he spotted one inscribed with the amount of 100. It appeared that this one bore a prize. A smirk crept across his lips as he turned to the proprietor. Sir, I would like this particular scratch card. Certainly, the proprietor responded cheerfully, handing Lin Feng the card he requested. This evening, he had made quite the profit, largely thanks to the luck of the individuals nearby. Had they not been so generous, he would not have reaped such rewards himself. Lin Feng noted that the stack of cards in the proprietor's hand all bore a value of 10 yuan, and he promptly selected the one with the 100 prize. I'll take this one. The proprietor, unfazed by Lin Feng's single purchase, welcomed the opportunity to sell an additional card, thus earning a few extra bucks, an agreeable prospect indeed. Next, Lin Feng picked up a scratch tool from the table and began to gently reveal the surface of the card in his hand. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement, for the outcome would undoubtedly impact the course of his life. As he gradually uncovered the symbols, the ethereal number 100 finally emerged. Thump, thump. His heart raced, though others were oblivious to his exhilaration. Could it be true? He whispered to himself. He made an effort to steady his racing heart and regain his composure. Sir, I've won 100 yuan. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement. Oh, let me take a look. The proprietor examined the scratch card Lin Feng held, and upon closer inspection, exclaimed, Well, you truly are fortunate, winning 100 yuan on a single ticket. His words instantly captured the attention of those nearby, who were fervently scratching their own cards. They turned their gazes toward Lin Feng in disbelief. No way. This is unfair. Damn it. I've scratched for ages without winning 100, and he comes in and wins on his very first ticket. The leader of the group seethed with indignation. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed by their remarks, still immersed in his own joy and astonishment. Young man, would you like to continue scratching? or would you prefer to claim your prize? The proprietor inquired with a smile. Hey, I'm asking you. The proprietor pressed again. Apologies for my earlier oversight. Lin Feng sheepishly scratched his head. Isn't it just 100? Why such excitement? A nearby woman muttered with envy. I shall purchase a few more. With that, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the scratch cards displayed in the glass cabinet. Since he was already there, he could not leave empty-handed. What was the purpose of such a powerful tool, if left unused? As his eyes swept over the cards, all protective films were disregarded. Oh, this one has 1,000. This one has 50. This one has 800. Goodness, this one is 10,000. As Lin Feng beheld the prize-laden cards, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. He resolved to acquire them all. However, he knew he could not simply select the prize cards. He needed to mix in some non-winning ones as a precaution. Should any suspicions arise, it could spell trouble. Even if the shopkeeper did not notice, there was a possibility of being accused of cheating. Who could possibly win every time with scratch cards? That would be absurd. As a distinguished student from the prestigious University of Magic City, he possessed enough acumen to navigate this situation. Boss, I would like to see this one and that one. Lin Feng pointed to the prize cards he had just spotted. Certainly, the diligent shopkeeper retrieved them for him. Subsequently, Lin Feng excitedly selected the prize cards he had previously observed, alongside a few non-winning ones for disguise. That will suffice. His hands trembled slightly as he held the cards bearing substantial prizes. This was his first time winning such a significant amount, and his family's financial situation was far from affluent, merely sufficient to meet their basic needs. From a young age, he had been orphaned, losing his parents in a tragic accident, leaving him with only a non-biological sister who was currently working in Magic City. Lin Feng was pursuing his studies in this bustling metropolis, funding his education through part-time work, supplemented by his sister's earnings and a little assistance from a friend. Thus, the prospect of unexpectedly acquiring over 10,000 stirred immense excitement within him. The prizes on these cards were not excessively large, so scratching them here should not attract undue attention. With this thought, he picked up the scratch tool from the table and began to methodically scratch each card. Listening to the rapid beating of his heart, his hands quivered as he worked. He chose a non-winning card first, intending to alternate between winning and non-winning cards to avoid arousing suspicion. The first card yielded no prize. The second revealed 500. As he had anticipated, the outcomes unfolded as if preordained. Finally, upon scratching the last card, with 3 identical symbols, the amount revealed was 10,000. His hand trembled, causing the scratch tool to clatter onto the table. Gazing at the scratch cards, Lin Feng excitedly handed them to the shopkeeper. Boss, I won again. The middle-aged shopkeeper, astonished, examined the cards. Goodness, your luck is extraordinary. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. This display of fortune drew the attention of those nearby once more. Alas, what extraordinary misfortune is this? Why is it that despite my numerous attempts, I cannot surpass your single success? Handsome stranger, might you assist me in selecting a winning ticket? Your luck seems unparalleled. The young woman, believing herself to possess a modicum of charm, shrugged and smiled at Lin Feng. Chapter 4. The Green Hat? I regret to inform you that I cannot assist with that matter. If you end up losing, who knows how you might berate me? Lin Feng decisively declined. It was ludicrous. Even with his extraordinary ability to perceive outcomes, he would not casually aid others, especially since he felt a vague sense of distaste towards this woman, and had no desire to draw closer. Upon hearing his unfeeling rejection, the woman snorted coldly and fell silent. Boss, do you handle prize redemption here? For amounts exceeding 10,000, our humble establishment cannot process the exchange. You must go to the central office. However, I can assist with the redemption, he chuckled. As he spoke, the proprietor's finger gestured, and Lin Feng instantly comprehended his implications. Very well, please assist with the redemption. Simply provide me with the cash. Sure thing. No problem. The total is 11,850 yuan. Would 11,500 suffice for you? Consider the remainder as my tip, the boss tentatively inquired. Agreed, that is perfectly acceptable. Lin Feng was indifferent to the 350 yuan tip, as he would still earn over 10,000, all while avoiding the hassle of visiting the redemption center. Under the envious gazes of several onlookers, Lin Feng happily received the transfer from the proprietor and strode out of the lottery shop. Huh, what sheer delight. With such a talent, will I ever need to worry about finances again? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng found himself at the banks of the Huangpu River. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Why is Fatty calling me at this hour? Curiosity piqued, he pressed the answer button. Fengzi, where are you? I'm by the Huangpu River. What is the matter? While purchasing cigarettes, I spotted your little girlfriend with a wealthy air. The fellow seemed to be driving a Porsche. What? Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. His girlfriend also attended Modu University, albeit a year below him, a sophomore. She possessed some beauty, albeit modest, and their relationship had been relatively stable, with little quarrels, as he often conceded to her whims. Hearing Fatty S. claim that she had entered another man's vehicle sent a jolt through his heart. When did this happen? He inquired urgently. Just 2 minutes ago. As soon as I witnessed it, I called you. Do you know which direction they went? I have no idea. After ending the call, Lin Feng hurriedly dialed his girlfriend's number. The line rang continuously, yet no one answered, ultimately disconnecting automatically. Ting ting. I hope Fatty merely misinterpreted the situation. He promptly dialed Wang Ting's number again, but once more, only the persistent ringing echoed on the other end, with the phone remaining unanswered and uncertainty surrounding their whereabouts. Lin Feng's earlier joy evaporated in an instant. Surely, she wouldn't betray me, would she? If Ting had truly wished to betray me, she would have done so long ago, especially since she is well aware of my family circumstances. Lin Feng continuously reassured himself in his thoughts. He then hopped on his electric bike and sped off to school. Meanwhile, in a Western restaurant located in the eastern part of the bustling metropolis, a man clad in designer attire inquired of the woman seated across from him. Ting, when will you sever ties with that fellow surnamed Lin? He's just a poor loser. Why should I be afraid? She retorted dismissively. This woman, with hair cascading down to her waist and standing just under 7 meters tall, possessed a modicum of beauty, albeit only a modicum. She was none other than Lin Feng's young girlfriend, Wang Ting. Then I feel at ease. Being with me is far better than being with him, right? Just look at him. No house, no car, no savings, and he even has to earn his own tuition. Unlike me, I was born a rich second generation. Once I graduate, I will inherit my father's company, and I can arrange for you to be the secretary to the general manager. Lu Hao gradually tempted her to leave Lin Feng. In truth, her heart had already departed from Lin Feng long ago. Their intimacy was not a novel occurrence. One could tell by their demeanor. Half an hour later, Lu Hao asked, Ting, are you full? Yes, I am. My appetite is quite small and easy to satisfy, Wang Ting replied, daintily dabbing at the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Then let us head to the hotel. I've already reserved a room, he said with a wicked grin. Why are you in such a hurry? I want you to buy me a handbag, she insisted. All right, let us go buy it. Consequently, the two of them set off in a Porsche towards Tianhong Mall. To win her over, Lu Hao had no choice but to acquiesce to her request. However, what no one knew was that Lu Hao harbored a rather unsavory inclination. He relished in tearing couples apart, disrupting the harmony of love. His method involved seducing other men's partners and enticing them with money. The thrill of successfully luring them away provided him with an indescribable sense of pleasure and achievement. It was rumored that he once seduced a married pregnant woman, and upon discovery, he narrowly escaped being beaten to death by her husband. Before long, Wang Ting was proudly flaunting a trendy designer handbag, her face aglow with happiness. You wretched girl. If it weren't for your slight charm, I wouldn't bother with a discarded cabbage like you. Once ravaged by a poor pig, Lu Hao grumbled to himself. The Porsche roared away with a deafening sound. Fengzi, what is the matter? Your little girlfriend hasn't truly run off with some rich heir, has she? The portly friend teased. I've been trying to call her, but she hasn't answered. Still, I don't believe she would stoop to that, Lin Feng replied. You are too naive. Women change their faces quicker than they change clothes. You know that. If she really has run off with someone else, then it's her loss. Why would she abandon such an honest man for those who are no better than rascals? Moreover, even if she truly has betrayed me, what can I do? Perhaps they have already taken things to the next level. Yet, with the superpowers I possess, what woman is beyond my reach? If I cannot have her, then let her go. He certainly did not harbor any foolish thoughts of hanging himself from a tree. Instead, he promptly cast the matter aside. By the way, my friend, do you know which antique street in a magical city has a higher probability of genuine artifacts? Although he occasionally strolled through antique streets, he was unaware of which ones offered authentic pieces. Chapter 5. A Scene in English Class. What? Are you planning to scour the antique street again? The stout fellow gazed at him in astonishment. This guy had just emerged from an ancient tomb, and now he was considering a foray into the antique district? Just tell me if you know. Spare me the superfluous chatter. Lin Feng's primary intention was to explore the antique street and see if he could utilize his newfound ability to uncover some valuable items, which he could subsequently resell at a higher price for profit. Now that he possessed this extraordinary power, he merely wished to improve his living conditions and those of his sister, perhaps purchasing her some lovely outfits. As for future plans, he would contemplate those later. If you're looking for a higher probability of authenticity, perhaps the Yinzhou Antique City in the south of the city might be more reliable, along with the Hangzhou Antique City. Other places tend to be rife with fakes, primarily targeting the unwary and foreigners, the stout fellow remarked slowly. All right then, I'll accompany you when I have the time. By the way, how's it going with those jade pendants you listed online? Lin Feng suddenly recalled. All right, I was just about to mention that. A buyer is interested in purchasing all of them, but I want to see if I can fetch a higher price. The stout fellow stroked his chin thoughtfully. What was his offer? For those 3 pieces, he bid 300,000. Lin Feng gasped in surprise. However, upon regaining his composure, he reflected that such an amount was not particularly remarkable. Yet, before acquiring his perceptive ability, it had been an unimaginable fortune. As for now, with his newfound sight, what jade could he not acquire? Nevertheless, the thought of jade sparked another lucrative idea in his mind: gambling on stones. However, he was entirely ignorant of the intricacies of stone gambling, only aware that it could be highly profitable, with fortunes gained or lost in an instant. Buddy, know when to stop. If you end up selling for a lower price, it would be a loss, Lin Feng cautioned. The stout fellow nodded. All right, let us reassess tomorrow. Once the payment comes through, we'll split it evenly. They had risked much to obtain these underground treasures, only to be intercepted upon their emergence, and even beaten. This was the most frustrating part. I will definitely find that scoundrel and give him a good beating. Lin Feng vowed silently. The next day, it was Monday, another day of classes. Wake up, my friend. It's time to get to class. Lin Feng exclaimed while shaking the sleeping stout fellow. What time is it? If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Perhaps I should skip today. I'm so exhausted from gaming late into the night. But today is English class. Are you really going to miss it? Lin Feng asked, intrigued. What? It's her class today? Upon hearing that it was the English teacher's lesson, the stout fellow immediately sat up. Of course. It's Monday, have you forgotten? He smacked his forehead in realization. I almost forgot. Please wait a moment. I shall rise immediately. With that, he promptly got out of bed to freshen up. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the classroom of the product design class, one of the 20th cohort. Fengzi, do you think our English teacher has a boyfriend? Since we enrolled, I have yet to see her socialize with any man. Could she possibly be a lesbian? The chubby one leaned closer to Lin Feng and whispered, just because you haven't seen anything, it doesn't mean she doesn't have someone. Besides, whether she has a partner is none of your business. Lin Feng shot him a disapproving glance. Hey, I'm simply showing concern for her. Get lost. With that mindset of yours, don't think I'm oblivious. It's clear you're just infatuated with her looks. You've probably daydreamed about her countless times. As he spoke, Lin Feng's gaze drifted to their English teacher, Su Jing, who was lecturing at the podium. As he watched, he unexpectedly found himself unable to resist activating his perverse gaze, and the sight that met his eyes nearly caused him to lose control. Realizing the predicament, he hastily closed his eyes to suppress that wretched ability. However, this scene was inadvertently witnessed by Su Jing. Lin Feng, what is wrong with you? Teacher, I'm fine, Lin Feng replied, avoiding her gaze. Then tell me, what was I just discussing? Upon hearing Su Jing's question, the chubby one stifled a laugh, nearly bursting out loud. He kept signaling Lin Feng with his eyes, forcing Lin Feng to stand up awkwardly. Teacher, you were discussing advanced grammar. As the English teacher listened to his accurate recounting of her previous discussion, she nodded in satisfaction and continued her lesson. Haha, Fengzi, what a stroke of bad luck. By the way, what were you doing just now? I didn't catch it. The chubby one remarked, provoking an eye roll from Lin Feng. So round, so three-dimensional, like a piece of art. He had just mocked the chubby one for his fantasies about the English teacher, yet here he was indulging in the same thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, a boy in the back row was watching him with a smirk. Su Jing is my type. No one can take her from me. Chubby, shall we stroll through the antique street? Let us go. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us this time. If we stumble upon a great treasure, we could strike it rich. The chubby one rubbed his hands together excitedly. Get lost. Does your family lack money? Talk of getting rich. With that, the two made their way toward the school gate. Fengzi, the girls at this university are truly stunning, each one more delightful than the last, especially those sophomore girls. When they were freshmen, they still bore the modesty of high school, with their shy demeanor and conservative fashion sense. Yet, after a year of transformation, they are far more appealing now. The chubby one gazed at the female students on the street, nearly drooling. With your disposition, I doubt you'll find a girlfriend by graduation. Lin Feng retorted dismissively. As if you're any better. You are just a smidge more handsome than I am. What is the big deal? In today's society, most women succumb to the allure of wealth. They are all materialistic. As long as you have money, you can be with them. However, I have no desire for a gold-digging woman. I still hope to encounter a good girl, haha. As he walked, he dreamt of his future girlfriend, or rather, indulged in sweet fantasies. The bishop's building had a large gate nearby, so the two did not take long to reach the school entrance. Wow, Fengzi, look over there. Who is that? Suddenly, the chubby one exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Chapter 6. A chance encounter with the stunning campus belle. A treasure hunt in the antique street. Lin Feng followed his gaze and saw a beautiful girl in a white shirt and a short skirt approaching them. Indeed, she was stunning. At that moment, Lin Feng was captivated by her beauty. She wore a pair of white sneakers paired with her student attire, exuding an air of innocence. Her long hair swayed gently in the breeze, utterly enchanting. As the beautiful girl drew closer, the chubby one became increasingly restless, particularly at the sight of the small figure at the fork in the road, who began to raise a makeshift flag. Only Lin Feng remained relatively composed. In no time, the three were face to face, and the chubby one's disgusting and lecherous demeanor caught her attention, causing her to feel nauseated. As she passed by him, she could not help but mutter, "Pervert! Haha! Chubby, look at you, you truly are lewd," Lin Feng mocked. "Pray tell, how am I lewd?" The chubby one seemed oblivious to his own behavior. "Well, just take a look. Are you not lewd?" Lin Feng's eyes glanced at the little tent forming on him, and the chubby one quickly realized, flashing an awkward smile. Damn it, I feel so embarrassed. Why didn't you say something earlier? It's all your fault for making me lose face in front of the campus belle. Get lost, stop pretending. You've always been lewd. As the two exchanged banter, the chubby one summoned a ride using his phone, and soon the car arrived before them. The antique street of Yinzhou is one of the bustling streets in the Magic City. Some claim the chances of finding genuine artifacts here are quite high, while others assert that it can be a bit of a scam. Each has their perspective. Treasure hunting at the antique street is inherently a matter of luck. If fortune smiles upon you, you might stumble upon a great find. Conversely, if luck is not on your side, even the finest treasures may elude your discerning eye. Moreover, many counterfeit items are circulating with a realism that can fool even seasoned experts, let alone typical antique enthusiasts. After nearly half an hour of travel, the two finally arrived at Yinzhou Antique City. "Fengzi, do you still have any money?" The chubby one suddenly posed a crucial question, considering that if they encountered an appealing antique, the price would surely be steep. I still have around 10,000. As they spoke, they entered the grand entrance of the antique city. The antique city was never short of foot traffic. Each day, numerous individuals flocked to seek hidden treasures. After all, not everyone is affluent, yet many dream of striking it rich, hoping to find a big treasure that could sustain them for a year. There's an old saying in the antique world: 3 years without opening a shop, and when you finally do, you feast for 3 years. As I gaze across the antique street, a myriad of relics unfolds before me. Old artifacts, exquisite porcelain, paintings, and jade stones, alongside foreign creations, the authenticity of which remains uncertain. "Fengzi, what catches your eye?" The rotund man, with his ample belly protruding, poses with an air of affluence. "Let's peruse for a while," he suggests. With that, Lin Feng's eyes glimmer as he directs his gaze toward a stall before him. Before him lay antiquities that seemed to shed their age, revealing a renewed visage. The once rusted dagger sheath transformed into a pristine metal casing. The dull, grayish ancient coins gleamed like polished iron, and even the dark, reddish ink pot morphed into an ordinary plastic item. All these transformations indicated that these so-called antiquities had metamorphosed into modern replicas under Lin Feng's discerning gaze. Were a layperson to behold them, they might indeed be deceived, especially someone like the rotund man, who, lacking in expertise, was oblivious to the nuances of appraisal. Prior to acquiring this extraordinary vision, Lin Feng's abilities were not markedly superior. He merely possessed a slightly sharper eye than his companion. However, after the bestowal of this remarkable sight, Lin Feng's perception had undeniably amplified. No antiquity could elude his keen scrutiny. Even the most esteemed experts in the country would appear as novices in his presence. "Fengzi, what about this string of copper coins has piqued your interest?" The rotund man inquired curiously as he leaned closer. "Not at all. I am merely observing," Lin Feng replied. "Most copper coins in circulation hold little value. The truly valuable ones fetch tens of thousands each and seldom appear at such modest stalls," the rotund man whispered conspiratorially. "You speak the truth," Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod, before moving on to the next stall. This particular stall boasted an array of jade and jadeite, though their quality remained dubious. "Greetings, handsome gentlemen. Here, I offer only the finest jadeite at reasonable prices, an opportunity not to be missed," the stall owner proclaimed, eager to entice the two. As Lin Feng and his companion crouched to examine the wares, Lin Feng picked up a jade pendant streaked with green, discreetly activating his enhanced vision to scan it. To his dismay, these so-called jades were nothing more than synthetic imitations. What a duplicitous scheme. Holding the artificial jade, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The imitation, crafted to appear exquisite, could easily deceive the untrained eye into believing it was genuine. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the majority of the jade pieces were indeed synthetic, with only a mere handful being authentic, albeit of mediocre quality, scarcely worth a pittance. While these fakes abounded, Lin Feng chose not to expose the ruse. After all, such dealings were commonplace. Buyers could choose to purchase or abstain, and those who traffic in deceit were not limited to this one vendor. Furthermore, there were always others ready to rectify the transgressions of counterfeiters. Chapter 7. Engaging the treasure hunting mode. What is it, young man? Have you not found anything to your liking? The proprietor, unwilling to accept the unsold items, hurriedly called out to the two who were about to depart. Boss, though I am but a layman, I must say, honestly, I am not inclined to say much more. This remark from the portly fellow left Lin Feng beside him utterly astonished. Once they had left the stall, Lin Feng inquired, "Did you discern that the jade he was selling was counterfeit? It was evident, wasn't it? I tapped two pieces together, and the sound was distinctly different." Lin Feng finally grasped the situation. Indeed, the disparity between synthetic materials and genuine jadeite was substantial. Sometimes, the authenticity could indeed be discerned by the sound produced upon striking them together. In truth, aside from the auditory clues, the tactile sensation could also reveal the truth. Yet Lin Feng had initially employed his X-ray vision to inspect the items without thoroughly feeling them. This time, the portly man's words served as a valuable reminder, prompting Lin Feng to realize that he ought to acquire some foundational knowledge in this field, as he could not rely solely on his X-ray vision. After all, it was not infallible. What if one day it were to fail him? "Come on, let's go check that stall over there," Lin Feng said, gesturing towards a nearby stand. The proprietor of this stall was an elderly man, and there were few items displayed. It remained unclear whether they had been purchased or if there was simply a dearth of goods to sell. "What are you doing here with so little to offer?" The portly man remarked with disdain. "I have my eye on a small wooden box, and I believe it possesses considerable value," Lin Feng replied earnestly. "Oh, what is it?" The portly man leaned in, eager to see what Lin Feng was referring to. Lin Feng approached the stall, reached out to touch the wooden box, and slowly lifted the lid. "Young man, you can only look, not touch," the proprietor suddenly cautioned. "All right then," Lin Feng nodded in resignation, turning his gaze to the contents of the box. Inside lay a pearl, approximately the size of a longan, resting quietly. This pearl was translucent and radiated a golden hue. "Goodness gracious, what is this?" the portly man exclaimed, leaning in closer. "This is a pearl." "What? A pearl? Made of gold?" he questioned, incredulous. "What are you thinking? If it were made of gold, wouldn't they simply take it to a jeweler for cash?" The two murmured quietly. "This is likely the legendary South Sea golden pearl. Such pearls are exceedingly rare, regarded as the aristocracy among pearls, and they do not come cheaply." "What? South Sea golden pearl?" The portly man was utterly astonished. His surprise stemmed not from ignorance of the item, but rather from Lin Feng's assertion that it was quite valuable. Lin Feng then employed his X-ray vision once more, discerning no signs of it being a counterfeit. This indicated that it was indeed a genuine article. Back in the 90s, a string of South Sea golden pearls had been auctioned in New York for over $2 million. Given their worth at that time, it was even more significant today, considering the scarcity of resources and environmental pollution that had drastically reduced their yield. "How much is this one?" Lin Feng inquired of the proprietor. "4,000. So expensive?" The portly man was the first to voice his astonishment. "This is a golden pearl. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, then forget it," the stall owner stated bluntly. A string of pearls in the market typically costs only a few thousand, yet this singular one is priced at 4,000. I said, "Fengzi, are you certain you wish to spend 4,000 on this pearl?" Lin Feng remained silent, contemplating the pros and cons, weighing whether to make the purchase. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and resolved to buy it. After all, such a rarity deserved to be cherished, even if it lacked significant value. It could serve as a memento or a gift for his girlfriend. However, the thought of her brought back memories of last night when she had not answered his calls, leaving him curious about her current whereabouts. "Boss, please scan the payment code." Upon hearing this, the owner couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, promptly presenting the payment code. Once the transaction was completed, Lin Feng tucked the box into his pocket and continued onward. Fengzi, you're not actually considering gifting that to your little girlfriend, are you? And if I am? Lin Feng shot him a sidelong glance. Just then, an item at a nearby stall captured Lin Feng's attention. It was a folding fan, not particularly exquisite and showing signs of wear. However, embedded at its base was a piece of jade that seemed to have aged considerably. Lin Feng approached slowly, his eyes narrowing as he activated his perspective. To his surprise, the fan was genuine, albeit somewhat worn. He wondered how much it might be worth. He muttered to himself. His interest piqued, recognizing it as a relic from a bygone era, likely a plaything of some affluent heir. How much for this fan? He inquired. This shabby fan? If you truly want it, you can take it for 2,000. The stout owner, with his rotund physique, clearly had a history of overcharging customers. 300. Take it or leave it. If not, let it gather dust. Lin Feng retorted, turning to walk away. What's this? Is this worn fan truly a treasure? I can't say for certain if it is a treasure, but I can assure you it is authentic. After careful observation, I found no signs of forgery. The overweight man inhaled deeply before asking. Then it must hold some value, right? If it is rare enough, it should be valuable, but 2,000 is excessive. Come now. Young man, let us negotiate. How about 600? I can see you genuinely desire it. Let's meet halfway. The hefty owner extended a hand, signaling 6 with a smile. 400. If not, then forget it. Lin Feng countered, reducing the offer by half without further discussion. How dare you? The stout owner exclaimed, gritting his teeth in frustration. He hadn't made a single sale that day, and if he didn't sell soon, he would be left with nothing. He had acquired the fan for a mere 50, and selling it for a few hundred would still yield a nice profit. Initially, he had assumed Lin Feng was an inexperienced buyer, someone unfamiliar with the trade, and thought he could extract more from him. However, he was taken aback by Lin Feng's fierce bargaining, leaving him uncertain about whether the young man possessed true expertise. Fine, 400 it is. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Do come by often. The rotund vendor reluctantly wrapped up the tattered fan. Lin Feng smirked and took out his phone to scan for payment. He then picked up the neatly packaged folding fan and departed from the stall. This little rascal. Though I didn't manage to fleece him of 1,000 or 2, at least it sold. Several people inquired about this worn-out fan, yet none were willing to buy it. The portly vendor grumbled under his breath as he watched the 2 figures retreat. Chapter 8. Has the magic failed? Hey, let's go check out those jade stalls. You aren't contemplating gambling on stones, are you? We can't afford that. Actually, I do have that thought. By the way, isn't your family involved in this business? Upon mentioning this, Lin Feng recalled that the hefty man had previously mentioned his family's dealings in the gem and jade industry. We deal in finished jewelry, primarily for export. Not raw jade stones, the rotund man replied, stroking his chin. Oh, I see. Well then, let's head over there. It seems there's a stall selling jade stones. Lin Feng pointed to a nearby booth. This stall was slightly larger than the others, and the proprietor was a woman, likely in her 30s or 40s, with a rather mature appearance. Hello, handsome. Here to admire some jade? Yes, just browsing, Lin Feng responded as he squatted down to examine a palm-sized piece of jadeite rough. Scrutinizing it closely, the stone had already been cleaved in half, revealing its interior. Such a direct cut compromises the integrity of the stone, especially if its internal structure is unique. However, this particular piece appeared rather unimpressive, of low grade, with a grayish-white hue and numerous impurities. Failing to even reach the glutinous variety, essentially worthless. Rather than merely examining it, he was practically peering into its essence with his discerning gaze. Through his unique vision, the seemingly ordinary stone was instantly penetrated, revealing its true nature. This material would likely go unnoticed, even in the scrap heap. Next, he picked up another cut stone. Lin Feng, these cut pieces aren't worth much. It's the whole gamble stones that are thrilling, the rotund man remarked, sifting through uncut materials. That kind of risk is significant. One misjudgment could lead to substantial losses. Lin Feng verbally acknowledged this caution, yet internally, he was already formulating a plan. His true aim was indeed the whole gamble stones. These dissected pieces had already revealed their worth. However, the gamble stones were different. His unique vision allowed him to discern whether they contained jade and whether the gamble would yield profit. After examining several stones, suddenly, his eyes began to ache. When he opened them again, he realized, to his astonishment, that his ability to see through objects had vanished. What the hell? What's going on? This revelation nearly caused him to exclaim in shock. This sudden loss of his extraordinary ability was truly alarming. He had been relying on this superpower to amass wealth. The abrupt failure of such a crucial tool could drive anyone to madness. After several adjustments, he once again attempted to activate his X-ray vision, yet he remained unable to see through any object. This left him feeling as though he had suddenly fallen from the heavens into the depths of hell, akin to the sensation of a roller coaster. Fengzi, what is the matter? Are you unwell? No, I might have squatted for too long. I feel a bit dizzy. With that, Lin Feng rose to his feet, rubbed his eyes, and closed them for a brief moment of respite. When he reopened his eyes, he was astonished to discover that his X-ray vision was functioning once more. Truly, it was like a roller coaster ride. He then pondered a possibility. This ability might require a sort of recharge, much like electronic devices, though he had no idea how to replenish it. Never mind, he decided he would simply use it sparingly for now, reserving it for crucial moments, lest it fail him when it mattered most. With that thought, he picked up one of the few pieces of all gambling material on the stall. He activated his X-ray vision and was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite colors within. Struggling to contain his excitement, he feigned nonchalance as he set it down, only to pick up two other pieces of all gambling material for examination. At that moment, a surge of exhilaration and desire coursed through him. The stone in his hand emitted a vibrant energy that flowed through his palm, traversed his meridians, and converged in his eyes. After absorbing this green aura, his eyes felt remarkably refreshed, akin to parched earth receiving a long-awaited downpour. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, the stone in his hand underwent a transformation unbeknownst to outsiders. The once green jadeite morphed into a decidedly ordinary stone, complete with cracks. He then picked up the previously examined stone and inquired of the female proprietor, "What is the price of this piece? If you are truly interested, I can offer it for this amount," she replied, raising 2 fingers. 20,000? Lin Feng ventured hesitantly. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile. "This price is quite reasonable. Just look at the skin. The chances of it increasing in value are substantial. This is material from Muna. Miracles emerge from Muna. That is far too expensive. I see nothing to justify this price," he retorted. "Indeed, shopkeeper, do not presume us to be novices. My family is in the jewelry business, so please refrain from inflating the price," chimed in the portly companion beside him. At this, the shopkeeper offered a bemused smile. "Oh, handsome young man, I am not inflating the price. This is a fair market rate. If you wish, I can reduce it a bit. If you're sincere, I hope you will visit often." "Very well. As long as your prices remain reasonable, I shall certainly return." Lin Feng thought to himself with a smirk. "Given the miraculous occurrence with that stone earlier, I shall indeed frequent your establishment. Shopkeeper, 2,000. Any higher, and I shall walk away, especially since this is all gambling material." The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, then, after a struggle, gritted her teeth and said, "All right, I shall take a risk today. I hope you find it to your liking." Chapter 9. One cut leads to poverty. Another to wealth. One cut drapes in sackcloth. After making the payment, Lin Feng swiftly seized the raw stone, anxious that the proprietress might discover that the piece had transformed into mere waste. "I must say, Xiao Feng, when did your bargaining skills become so refined? I have always been this adept, you know. Come, let's explore other stalls. You are indeed contemplating purchasing another piece of jadeite raw stone, are you? I must remind you to be prudent. Do you not intend to save a bit for meals? Such extravagance, and I certainly cannot lend you money for indulgences." Indeed, over the years, the plump fellow had financially supported him considerably, resulting in Lin Feng still being a novice in such matters, which elicited ridicule from his friend. Meanwhile, the chubby one, benefiting from ample family wealth and circumstances, had deceived several junior female students, leading them to lose their innocence. Rest assured, the stone I purchased earlier is destined to appreciate. With that, the two made their way to the last row of stalls in the ancient antique market of Yinzhou. "Oh, fatty, hurry. There's a stone gambling stall over there. Let's go take a look." Without waiting for a response, Lin Feng hastened towards it. "Wow, that raw stone is quite sizable. I fear I may not be able to afford it." Observing the large stones on the table, he let out a bitter laugh. "Goodness, Fengzi, why are all these jadeite raw stones so large? Are you certain you wish to gamble? There are smaller ones over there we could consider. Surely the smaller ones would pose less risk." Subsequently, Lin Feng approached the stall, inspecting the 4 relatively smaller pieces of jade. One had already been opened, cut in half. Another had a window cut, revealing the jade flesh within, while the other 2 were deemed full gamble materials. The prices were marked. The full gamble stones were priced at 8,000 and 7,500, roughly the size of an adult's palm. The piece with the window was priced at 22,000, slightly smaller overall, while the one cut in half, comparable to the size of 2 mobile phones. was priced at 10,800, indicating that the quality of the jade was not exceptional. Otherwise, the price would not be so modest. Fengzi, it seems you're not particularly knowledgeable about gambling stones. How confident are you? I must admit, I lack expertise, but my judgment is keen. If you consider delving deeper into this realm, I recommend you take the time to learn more about jadeite and the fundamentals of stone gambling, Fatty advised. Indeed, I shall endeavor to educate myself when time permits. It was absurd. Even without studying, he was confident he would not make a poor gamble, merely lacking familiarity with the varieties and grades of jadeite. As they spoke, he demonstrated his extraordinary insight once more, scrutinizing the small stones. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Astonishingly, of the 4 stones, the 2 designated as full gamble materials were utterly worthless, failing to even meet the lowest grade of seed jade. Only the piece with the window held slight value, yet it bore 2 penetrating cracks that severely compromised the integrity of the stone. Had it not been for those fissures, it might have been salvageable as a bracelet, but now it was uncertain whether even a pendant could be fashioned from it. The stone, cleaved in 2, revealed no alterations within, mirroring its exterior. The depths of the gemstone gambling world are indeed profound. Without my extraordinary vision, I would hesitate to immerse myself. Subsequently, he relinquished the few small stones, recognizing the futility of the investment. There was little promise in that windowed material, unlikely to appreciate significantly. What is your perspective on these small stones, my friend? Lin Feng inquired, eager to gauge the fat man's insight. I believe this windowed piece still holds potential for appreciation, though I am uncertain of its interior, he mused, lightly caressing the exposed material. As for these 2 fully uncut stones, I lack confidence. The skin is rather thick, and without a flashlight today, discerning their quality with the naked eye proves quite challenging, the fat man professed with a feigned air of expertise. Surprising. You possess a discerning eye, Lin Feng remarked, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the larger piece, some of which had also been windowed and halved. For these larger stones, a clean cut, if the interior quality is high, does not impede the extraction, whether for bracelets or pendants, it remains more than sufficient. In contrast, smaller stones are typically polished rather than halved. Otherwise, their value diminishes significantly. At that moment, a stone the size of a pineapple captured Lin Feng's attention. This piece, relatively flat and entirely dark gray, was a fully uncut specimen. Its exterior suggested it might originate from the Mo1 base. To his astonishment, the interior was filled with a vibrant green hue, likely belonging to the coveted imperial jade family, an exquisite specimen, albeit at a steep price. Lin Feng struggled to suppress his eagerness. Excuse me, do you offer stone cutting services? I have a piece I would like to have examined, he inquired. We can certainly assist, though there will be a fee, the proprietor explained. Typically, stones purchased from him are cut free of charge, but when one brings their own, a labor fee is requisite. After all, it is unreasonable to expect complimentary service, particularly if rare materials are revealed. How much? Lin Feng asked, his interest piqued. Depends on the size of your stone, came the response. Lin Feng presented the small stone he had recently acquired. Such a diminutive piece? He questioned, to which Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. This requires polishing. Cutting it in half would render it virtually valueless. The labor fee is 100 yuan. Agreed. The proprietor was eager to undertake the task, as few customers were currently purchasing stones. Moreover, if fortune smiled upon them and a rare material was uncovered, his reputation would undoubtedly soar, a veritable win-win situation. After settling the fee, the proprietor took the small stone and cheerfully made his way to a small cutting room behind him, where the sound of grinding soon filled the air. Lin Feng, if you are genuinely interested in gemstone gambling, we should consider visiting Yunnan together sometime. It is the source of jade, and the likelihood of appreciation is far greater than here, the fat man whispered. Certainly, I would appreciate your guidance then. Lin Feng had long desired to visit the legendary Yunnan, not only for its breathtaking scenery, but, more importantly, for its proximity to northern Myanmar. With a trade of jade and other gemstones flourishes, with a stroke of luck, one could truly unearth some exquisite treasures. Moreover, armed with his extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, he was confident that he could amass a fortune of 100 million. If the chubby fellow were to learn about his extraordinary gift, he would surely deem his aspirations modest. Indeed, the prospect of earning 100 billion would barely warrant a blink. At that very moment, a commotion erupted from the gemstone processing room of the shop. Chapter 10, 2 million with one cut. My heavens, it has surged. It has skyrocketed. This exclamation not only left the chubby man bewildered, but also attracted the attention of passers-by. What? It has surged? The chubby man stared at Lin Feng in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such good fortune and exceptional judgment. His first gamble had already paid off. Lin Feng merely smiled, offering no further commentary, as he anticipated that the outcome of the stone would align precisely with what he had previously envisioned. Quick, quick, there's a gamble on stones. It has surged. This is monumental. Soon, a crowd gathered, gradually encircling the area, making it almost impossible to pass. The most exhilarating aspect of the gambling stone industry is the thrill of a surge, for it could potentially yield a piece of exquisite jade, drawing a flurry of eager buyers from the industry. As time progressed, such jade stones became increasingly rare. Each discovery diminished the supply. Hence, when a surge occurred, it caught the attention of many. Observing the throng around him, Lin Feng realized that he was likely to gain a bit of fame today. Goodness, it has surged again. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the owner, the processing room resonated with waves of excited cries. Those waiting outside were eagerly rubbing their hands together, and finally, one could no longer contain his impatience. A rather slender man with glasses turned to Lin Feng and the chubby fellow, addressing them. You two little brothers must be the owners of the jade that the boss is processing, right? As the first to arrive at the scene, he could surmise that the owners of the jade were amongst them. Little brothers, no need to continue processing. This stone is merely the size of a palm. I'll offer 200,000 to buy it. How about that? His proposition immediately drew the attention of others. He being too stingy. Look at the color and quality. I'm willing to offer 300,000. The observers were astute, able to discern details from a distance. Yes, that's too stingy. I'll offer 400,000. Lin Feng listened to the bids with resignation, yet he had no intention of selling at that moment, for the skin had not been fully polished. These individuals merely sought to purchase at the lowest price possible, given that only half had been revealed and the element of chance still lingered. Haha, Fengzi, you're striking it rich. You bought that little stone for just a pittance, and now it's transformed into hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. The chubby man couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Spare me the theatrics. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. At long last, I have acquired wealth, and henceforth, I can stand tall and live with dignity. With this newfound affluence, I shall elevate my living conditions, and dear sister, you shall no longer toil so tirelessly, he mused inwardly. Is this jadeite of the icy variety? The proprietor's hands trembled as he held the nearly polished raw jade stone. He then illuminated the small stone with a flashlight. Goodness, it radiated a lush green hue. My word, this certainly qualifies as icy jade. Moreover, the color is a vibrant emerald green. He grasped the stone, now polished per Lin Feng's specifications, and approached him with a quivering gait. The onlookers erupted in exclamations of astonishment. My goodness, this day has not been in vain. Do not compete with me. I bid 1 million. However, the proprietor paid them no heed, for it was not his possession to sell, nor did he possess the authority to decide. Young man, this is a polished jadeite. Congratulations on your significant gain. Might you be willing to sell it to me? I would offer 1 million. The proprietor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, just as Lin Feng hesitated, a louder bid pierced through the air. I offer 5 million. Young man, 5 million. I want it. Please sell it to me. I am a manager of loose jewelry. Here is my business card. As he spoke, the man who made the bid produced an elegant business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Without hesitation, Lin Feng accepted the card, glanced at it, and slipped it into his pocket. I shall consider it. I bid 6 million. Such a remarkable piece of icy jadeite green. How could you offer so little? It is utterly unjust. The crowd's expressions soured at this remark, as it indirectly chastised them all. Alas, Fengzi, it would be wise to accept. I believe over 1 million is already a generous price. A plump friend whispered in his ear. It seemed that this 6 million was the pinnacle of the bids. Just as Lin Feng prepared to concede, a shorter, stockier man finally mustered his resolve and shouted a new high. 2 million. Upon his proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. This price was exorbitant, considering the jade was not particularly large. Yet, Lin Feng was unconcerned with the size. The prospect of higher bids thrilled him. After a few moments of quietude, seeing that no one else would bid, Lin Feng declared, very well, 2 million is a deal. Haha, young man. You have made a most astute transaction. At the sound of the agreement, the onlookers sighed, some unwilling to part with such a sum for a mere jadeite, others lacking the means, and of course some simply did not appreciate its value. Subsequently, he took the jade and departed. The crowd gradually dispersed. What was the point of lingering when a sale had been made? Lin Feng cast a glance of apology towards the stone dealer, conveying his regret. Yet, this was merely the nature of business. The highest bidder wins, a straightforward affair. Following this exchange, the stout friend and Lin Feng exited the antique market in Yinzhou. Haha, Fengzi, you struck it rich. You become a millionaire in one fell swoop. Who will dare mock your poverty henceforth? Let's celebrate. I shall treat you to some grilled skewers. Lin Feng sauntered alongside a rather rotund companion, making their way to the street of culinary delights in the southern part of the city. With a newfound wealth of 2 million, he contemplated transferring a sum to his sister, allocating the remainder to enhance his own quality of life, and subsequently devising ways to amass even greater fortunes. Now, possessing such a substantial amount of capital, he felt liberated from the constraints of mere existence. What was once mere survival had transformed into a genuine life. Why do you insist on ordering these seafood dishes? Lin Feng observed the plates brimming with oysters and other shellfish, perplexed, as these were known to be cold-natured foods. Detrimental in excess. Are you not aware that these are essentials for men? This is a man's fuel station. His friend shot him a knowing glance. A fuel station? Just be careful not to overexert yourself. Lin Feng retorted, a pang of envy creeping in as he thought of his own relationship with his girlfriend, which had yet to reach its full potential, while this hefty fellow had seemingly indulged in the game of life countless times. As they savored skewers and sipped on drinks, an unexpectedly striking sight captivated their attention. Goodness, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Lin Feng exclaimed, immediately pinching his friend's thigh. Ouch, that hurts. The friend protested. You asked me to. Lin Feng replied with a smirk. I didn't mean for you to do it so hard. It appeared that this was no dream after all. The campus belle, Xia Mengxue, had chosen to dine at such an establishment, an unusual occurrence indeed. The rotund friend fixated on the stunning beauty who had just taken a seat nearby, the illustrious flower of Magic City University. Do you think we have some cosmic connection with the campus belle? We seem to encounter her time and again. You should rather ponder how she keeps crossing paths with you. If those words came from her, it would carry a different weight, Lin Feng quipped, unable to resist glancing her way as well. Undeniably, Xia Mengxue epitomized beauty, with her long legs, slender waist, and skin as smooth as a newborn's, complemented by a fair visage, each feature a hallmark of perfection. Fortunately, Lin Feng diligently restrained his gaze, preventing any embarrassing moments from occurring. Meanwhile, Xia Mengxue perused the menu for skewers. Boss, I'll have one of these and also that, she instructed the proprietor. Certainly, beautiful, he replied, and she settled back, engaging with her phone. Say, do you think the campus belle has a boyfriend? Lin Feng's friend inquired. Why concern yourself with her relationships? Just focus on your own. Lin Feng replied. If I could date someone as beautiful as her, I'd wake up smiling from my dreams. You're not dreaming. You can't even fall asleep, Lin Feng teased as they continued to enjoy their meal, quickly consuming the skewers on their table. Shall we order another round? It's a rare opportunity to share skewers with the campus belle. I could boast about it for a year. Reluctantly, Lin Feng acquiesced, willing to accompany his friend in this endeavor. As the evening progressed, the clock neared 9. At that moment, 3 men clad in short sleeves, adorned with tattoos on their arms, approached from a distance. Hey, Liang, look over there, a stunning beauty, one exclaimed. Indeed, let us go indulge in some skewers, replied another, and the trio quickened their pace. Xia Mengxue, however, remained oblivious to their presence, engrossed in her phone while eating. Suddenly, the man referred to as Liang plopped down directly opposite her. What do you want? She inquired, eyeing him warily. Hey there, gorgeous. All the other tables are full, and we have nowhere else to sit. We're here for some skewers too, he replied with a mischievous grin. Boss, bring me 5 portions of every skewer you have and a crate of beer. The proprietor, noticing the trio's antics, hesitated, deciding to overlook their behavior as long as they refrained from crossing any lines. He proceeded to prepare the skewers as instructed. Hey, beauty, which school do you attend? I've never seen someone as lovely as you around here before, Liang inquired. What business is it of yours which school I attend? Does it concern you? Xia Mengxue retorted defiantly. Oh, quite feisty. I like that. Liang chuckled, while his companions laughed in agreement. Beauty, I feel so fortunate to share this late-night snack with you tonight, he exclaimed, then shockingly picked up a skewer that Xia Mengxue had just eaten from, inhaling its scent deeply. It smells delightful. Skewers touched by you are truly special. You pervert, Xia Mengxue exclaimed, horrified. With a laugh, Liang then inserted the skewer into his mouth, licking it from end to end. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the two onlookers nearby. Fengzi, I can't take this anymore. One of the onlookers, a stout man, growled. Hold your horses. Let us see how this unfolds, Lin Feng replied, unable to bear the sight any longer. Though he had no prior acquaintance with the school beauty, witnessing her being harassed by these ruffians stirred feelings of distress within him. Hey, your skewers are ready, the proprietor announced, bringing over a tray of freshly grilled skewers, attempting to intervene on behalf of the beauty. Leave those there. He discreetly signaled Xia Mengxue, who nodded in gratitude. Just as she rose to leave, a large hand seized her arm. Hey, beautiful, don't rush off. Our skewers just arrived. Want to join us for a bite? It's on us. Sorry, I'm not interested, and I'm finished eating. Xia Mengxue forcefully pulled her arm away, but the tattooed man was not one to miss an opportunity to take advantage. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. If you're not eating, we can have a chat about life. Let me go. Just then, a Porsche came to a sudden halt beside the skewer stall, and a well-dressed man emerged, strikingly handsome and nearly 6 feet tall, akin to Lin Feng. He surveyed the scene and commanded, "Let her go." Were you? Just because you drive a Porsche, you think you're impressive? The tattooed man scoffed, releasing Xia Mengxue's arm, then poked a finger into the chest of the man who had arrived in the Porsche. Remove your salty pig's trotters. The affluent man coldly admonished the tattooed individual. It's only natural for someone driving a Porsche to have a bit of an attitude. Yet what of it? The tattooed man chuckled mockingly. However, the wealthy man paid him no heed and turned to gaze at the enchanting figure of Xia Mengxue before him. Mengxue, I haven't seen you a while. Have I? No. She shook her head. What brings you here? Oh, I happened to pass by, and from afar, I spotted your exquisite silhouette. I guess it was you. But I never anticipated encountering such a situation. It seems fate is on my side, allowing me to rescue you. The campus belle regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Is that so? Such a coincidence? I am akin to a dashing prince, always appearing in your hour of need. How shameless. Nonetheless, thank you. Observing the departing figures of the two, the chubby man couldn't help but sigh. I never imagined that the campus belle had a boyfriend, and a wealthy one at that. I doubt he is her boyfriend, more like a sycophant. Did you not notice her gaze? It lacks the affection of a girlfriend for someone she fancies, Lin Feng scoffed. Chapter 12. Journey to the City of Gambling Stones. Oh, you're quite perceptive. However, had he not appeared just now, I would have seized the moment to play the hero, perhaps winning the campus belle's favor and a chance to pursue her. Have you looked in a mirror? With your demeanor, do you think she would take notice? If she did, it would likely be for your wealth, his companion retorted. Wait, doesn't that Porsche look somewhat familiar? The chubby man pondered, scratching his head. Hee boss. Our little performance went rather well. Wouldn't you say? Indeed, we cannot afford to be lax in the tasks assigned by Sue. A mere pretense of harassment can earn us 10,000. Such a lucrative opportunity is rare, came the reply. Liang Ge. How much do you think will each pocket? You two want to be shortchanged. Liang shot them a glance. At that moment, Lin Feng and his companion witnessed the unfolding scene. Damn, it turns out these two were arranged by that Porsche-driving scoundrel to put on a show. This guy is utterly shameless, the chubby man exclaimed in indignation. After finishing their skewers, the duo headed towards the school. That night, the City of Magic was undeniably exhilarating. It was truly a city that never sleeps. Chubby, shall we venture to Yunnan this weekend? Let us indulge in some grand escapades. Lin Feng's thoughts had already flown to Yunnan. Sure, given your luck today, I'm definitely in. Who knows, we might strike it rich again. I'll let you in on a secret. I have an acquaintance in Yunnan who can show us around. At this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. That sounds splendid. But before we go, I must brush up on my knowledge of jade and gemstones. Otherwise, even if luck is on my side, I want to have a clue about their value. Indeed, then you should study hard. I'll go play some Honor of Kings. You always immersed in games. No wonder you lack endurance in that regard. Lin Feng jested, chuckling. Go away, was I playing a game? I was just about to say something when the hefty fellow fell silent. After all, it is a rather delicate matter. He thoroughly researched the varieties, colors, and qualities of jade, along with the major production areas. Sigh, I should just take this wretched computer and exchange it for a new one. It's exceedingly sluggish. Lin Feng wore a face of exasperation at the waste of potential. In the following days, he attended classes while seizing any opportunity to venture to the antique street in hopes of fortune, simultaneously immersing himself in the knowledge of jade and other gemstones. To his astonishment, he found that whatever information he sought, he could retain it after just one glance, as if he possessed an extraordinary photographic memory. This realization filled him with exhilaration. Could it be due to that newfound ability of perception? Regardless, it is a stroke of fortune, perhaps in a past life. He had saved Nuwa, or perhaps his parents had performed a lifetime of good deeds. However, this ability of mine is indeed too powerful. I must exercise caution in public and use it sparingly, lest it be discovered by those with ulterior motives, leading to my downfall. Before long, Friday arrived. I should call my sister. I ought to inform her of my travels to avoid worrying her. He then pressed her number. Beep, beep. After a couple of rings, the call connected. Traveling out of town? Where to? To Yunnan province. Are you going for leisure? Please take care and stay safe, and keep me updated. Lin Xian gently urged. All right, sister, I'll wait for you. They exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Fatty, have you prepared everything? Rest assured, all essentials are ready, replied the hefty friend with a reassuring glance. The next morning, Lin Feng rose early, and after freshening up, donned a clean outfit. Fatty, you need to wake up. Look at the time. You'll miss the flight. Upon hearing this, the hefty one jolted upright from his slumber. Why didn't you wake me sooner? I did call you, but you sat up for a moment and then went back to sleep while I went to wash up. After enduring a round of Lin Feng's scolding, he finally dragged his weary body into the bathroom to freshen up. Once done, he admired himself in the mirror, even spritzing on that ostentatious cologne. Feeling satisfied, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out. Domestic flights require passengers to arrive at the boarding area 2 to 3 hours in advance, as check-in closes 45 minutes before departure. Therefore, they arrived at the airport before 8 a.m. Attention, passengers! Boarding for the flight to Relics, Yunnan has commenced, announced the loudspeaker in the waiting area. Following this, Lin Feng and his friend stood up and walked toward the boarding gate. After a brief wait of about half an hour, the airplane began its taxi and takeoff. Hey, Fengzi, isn't this business class comfortable? Yes, quite pleasant, and the service is excellent, Lin Feng replied, reclining his seat and gazing out the window at the scenery. The hefty one, being a wealthy second generation, always opted for business class, dismissing economy class altogether. However, Lin Feng was different. He typically preferred to travel by train, specifically opting for the ordinary K-Series express trains to save money. The journey from the bustling metropolis to Relics would take around 4 to 5 hours by plane, traversing a significant portion of China. Fatty, I'm going to take a nap. Wake me when we arrive. I also wish to rest for a while. Don't worry. The lovely flight attendant will awaken us, he chuckled. His mischievous grin elicited a roll of the eyes from Lin Feng. Time slipped away amid the airplane's hum and the gentle caress of the clouds, swiftly leading them to the noon meal. They were roused from their slumber by the flight attendant's call. Gentlemen, it is time for lunch. Please enjoy your meal. The alluring tone of the flight attendant struck Fatty's heart as he gazed at her intently. Could I trouble you for another cup of coffee? Certainly, sir. Fatty, could you refrain from acting like this towards every beautiful woman? Your lecherous tendencies seem utterly unchanged, Lin Feng scoffed, choosing to ignore him thereafter. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the business class lunch was rather sumptuous, with food and drink aplenty. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, the plane landed punctually at Relics Airport. Chapter 13, A Mysterious Energy Encountered again. As Lin Feng inhaled the local atmosphere of Yunnan, he couldn't help but marvel at the freshness of the air, so much more invigorating than that of the metropolis. Indeed, just look around. This place is different. The metropolis is coastal and flat, while here, the mountains are pristine and the water's clear. The air is bound to be different. The two hailed a taxi directly from the airport, opting not to head straight to the pre-booked hotel since they merely carried a light backpack. On their journey, they noticed numerous roadside vendors selling antiques and jade stones, ranging from finished products to semi-finished pieces and raw material. It was evident that genuine treasures were not displayed for sale. Rather, buyers sought them out directly. At that moment, the driver joined their conversation. You two handsome gentlemen must be from out of town. The local specialty is indeed jade. That's what fills the streets here. However, most of it is rather ordinary. If you're looking for something thrilling, you must visit the Naden market. That is where the real action is. Just be cautious. If you gamble and lose, you could end up in ruin, so think carefully. Thank you for the reminder. We shall exercise caution. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Naden market. The two could hardly contain their excitement as they alighted and made their way toward the bustling trading hub. From a distance, they observed large stones displayed on long tables, both large and small, while many individuals scrutinized the stone surfaces with flashlights. Engaging in stone gambling requires both courage and a certain level of wealth. There's a saying in the gambling stone community, a cut can lead to poverty or prosperity, reflecting the significant risks involved. One cut could either result in ruin or instant wealth. My goodness, this truly is a haven for stone gambling. There are stones galore. Fatty exclaimed. Fatty, didn't you mention you had acquaintances here? Where are they? Today, he mentioned he was unavailable, suggesting we explore on our own, promising to join us tomorrow. He scratched his head sheepishly. How unreliable of you, Lin Feng remarked, though inwardly he pondered that whether he knew someone or not was inconsequential. Possessing his extraordinary ability of clairvoyance rendered any expert from the jade industry irrelevant. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. With his unique vision, who could rival his jade discernment? Subsequently, Lin Feng retrieved a flashlight he had prepared from his backpack, feigning nonchalance. For he sought neither attention nor to be underestimated as a naive novice attempting to gamble on stones. Hey, Fatty, this piece of marshy sand looks quite promising. Just look at this opening and the texture. Wow, Fengzi, how did you recognize this as marshy sand? Your recent crash course seems to be paying off. Fatty teased. Initially, Lin Feng refrained from utilizing his clairvoyance, recalling a previous instance when it had inexplicably faltered. He surmised that this ability required energy, after all, during his last experience. Upon absorbing a stream of green energy from high-quality jade, the stone had transformed into mere waste. Thus, he was cautious in its application, uncertain of the energy reserves available for his clairvoyant vision. This also provided an opportunity to test the knowledge he had feverishly amassed over the past few days regarding jade. Fengzi, I believe this piece is exceptional. Just observe the skin and the lighting effect. Truly remarkable. You only see the exterior, yet neglect the essence. How can you be so certain of its inferiority without clairvoyance? At this, Lin Feng felt a tremor of uncertainty. Well, I may lack clairvoyance, but I simply find this piece mediocre. Just then, a black stone, roughly the size of a pineapple, caught Lin Feng's attention. Its peculiar form was entirely dark. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he activated his clairvoyance. Wow, the interior of this stone is astonishing. He nearly gasped in astonishment. He struggled to contain his excitement, reaching out to touch the stone, which sent a shiver through him. Through his clairvoyant vision, the familiar scene unfolded before him. A wisp of green mist enveloped his eyes, invisible to others. Ah, this feels incredible. It seemed this time, the peculiar energy he absorbed was even more abundant than before. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at this unexpected delight. As the last wisp of mist was absorbed, the interior of the black jade rough began to crack, resembling a spider web, radiating outward from the center. Fortunately, the fissures did not extend to the exterior. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have been distraught. The owner would certainly notice the anomaly and demand compensation. Having tasted success, Lin Feng eagerly sought more jade imbued with this extraordinary energy. However, after surveying his surroundings, he found no similar materials. Alas, such treasures are rare and fortuitous. Encountering one is indeed a stroke of luck. He then walked toward another set of jade rough stones. The quality here is significantly superior to the trinkets found at street stalls, yet the prices are exorbitantly high, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Lin Feng continuously scrutinized these stones that had been partially revealed, and after a thorough examination, he employed his X-ray vision. If he found nothing particularly stunning, he lost interest immediately. Fengzi, I decided to purchase this stone, the plump man exclaimed, cradling a stone the size of a half-head, uncut and entirely a gamble. Are you certain? Lin Feng looked at him in astonishment. How much is this stone? This much. The plump man raised a hand, palm open. Is it really that expensive? I suggest you consider another piece. I don't have faith in this one. Lin Feng could only advise, for through his X-ray vision, he discerned unsatisfactory internal structures, including a fracture. Furthermore, the color band was continuous, indicating that this stone was not predominantly jade, with only a scant portion being green. Thus, purchasing it at such a price would likely result in a loss, and even if profit were to be made, it would be minimal. How do you know? The plump man questioned, puzzled. Chapter 14. Absorb frenziedly. Based solely on the knowledge I've amassed over the past few days. You speak as if you're an expert. Nonetheless, I'll trust you this once, considering your previous strokes of luck. The plump man curled his lip, secretly still inclined to gamble on it. Let us go. We'll explore further inside. With that, Lin Feng moved to another row. The stones here were predominantly grayish-white, and judging by the characteristics of their skins, they seemed to be from the Muna region. There's a saying, miracles emerge from Muna, which refers to the propensity of these stones to yield surprises. Lin Feng casually picked up a palm-sized window stone and illuminated it with a flashlight. Its translucence was remarkably strong. This stone is quite good. It's actually a piece of violet jade. Plum man, let us acquire this stone. Lin Feng promptly tossed it to him. Are you sure? The plum man, seeing Lin Feng's impulsive decision, felt a flicker of doubt. However, Lin Feng ignored him and continued examining other stones. The Muna stones indeed proved to be of far superior quality than those previously inspected. Although many contained inclusions, their quality was high, with one being a yellow-green ice type and devoid of fractures. This is the advantage of Muna stones. They rarely have cracks. While feigning examination with his flashlight, Lin Feng secretly surveyed other stones with his X-ray vision. Meanwhile, the plump man lingered over a single stone, turning it over and over, uncertain whether he was genuinely interested or simply hopeful. Nevertheless, Lin Feng refrained from interrupting him, and they perused independently. Ah, it seems I've stumbled upon another treasure. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, following that elusive feeling to the far right of the long table. There were only 3 rough stones, yet they were all colossal, each roughly the size of a jackfruit. One boasted a khaki exterior, while the other 2 were cloaked in grayish-black, all uncut and entirely speculative. The extraordinary sensation was palpable here. Continuing on, Lin Feng employed his X-ray vision to examine the 3 raw stones before him. Once he activated this extraordinary ability, the nature and size of the stones became irrelevant. He could see through them effortlessly. To his astonishment, the inner core of the khaki-colored stone revealed itself to be of ice grade, even reaching the high ice grade, exhibiting a mesmerizing gradient of blue and white hues rather than a uniform color. This captivating coloration is highly sought after by many. Regardless of the stone's external appearance or internal quality, it was undoubtedly a fine specimen. However, the price was rather hard to accept. He glanced at the series of numbers written on the note and sighed in resignation. 1 million was indeed a considerable sum. Next, he turned his attention to the other 2 stones, which appeared to have been unearthed from the same batch and sourced from the same location. Surprisingly, their shapes suggested they once formed a pair, only to be forcibly separated by the whims of nature. At last, Lin Feng directed his gaze through the exterior of one of these stones and was greeted by a vibrant emerald world unfolding before him. Astonishing. The color. The clarity. This was undoubtedly glass-grade jade, and not just any glass-grade, devoid of any inclusions. At that moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before him. Wisps of ethereal green mist swirled around, dense enough to seem as though they might coalesce into droplets of liquid essence, flowing through the jade. His hand instinctively reached out to touch the raw stone, and soon, tendrils of green mist began to flow toward his palm, ultimately converging in his eyes through his veins. The continuous stream of mist compelled a muffled groan from him, but fortunately, as he stood at the edge of the crowd, no one heard his unusual sound. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. His eyes brimmed with newfound vigor, his vision clearer than ever, and he felt an overall sense of relaxation. As the last wisp of green mist dissipated, the stone, like those before it, began to crack, transforming the once vibrant green jade into dull gray waste. There was still another stone, which also seemed to harbor that peculiar energy. Without hesitation, he decided to absorb it. He would deal with the consequences later. Lin Feng discreetly began to absorb the intangible energy while maintaining his actions, one hand holding the flashlight and the other exploring the stone, all the while drawing in this enigmatic force. After a while, to his dismay, both pieces of imperial green glass jade, under Lin Feng's efforts, had turned into mere waste. What a pity. These were 2 pieces of imperial green, and of glass quality at that. Yet, compared to that mysterious energy, they were trivial. Although he could not ascertain the nature of this extraordinary energy, he was certain it was something of great value, perhaps even more precious than the glass-grade imperial green jade. This was the reason he chose to absorb the energy, allowing the stones to become waste. With X-ray vision at his disposal, what need had he for imperial green? However, such miraculous energy was not something one encountered every day. Even 100 jade pieces might not yield this phenomenon. I must swiftly distance myself from these stones. If I draw any suspicion, the consequences could be dire, and I cannot afford to bear such losses. After finishing his words, Lin Feng immediately walked away. Hey, Fengzi, I picked out 2 pieces of rough stones this time. Come what may, I am determined to acquire them. The chubby fellow exclaimed with enthusiasm as he approached Lin Feng, cradling 2 palm-sized stones. As for these 2 pieces you hold, well, this one is acceptable, Lin Feng remarked, pointing to a stone from the weakest site. The other one is from Moxisha. Just look at the cracks on its surface. They nearly traverse the entire stone. What do you intend to do with it? Through Lin Feng's discerning gaze, he noted that half of the Moxisha stone was filled with gray cotton. although the other half exhibited a relatively transparent effect under the light. What value does that hold? The risk inherent in moxisha stones lies in the gamble associated with the cracks. Primarily, the variant of moxisha begins with cotton. Since its cotton is predominantly gray, unlike the characteristics of other sites, any presence of gray cotton renders that portion worthless. Without any transition, the disparity is significant. Thus, one must exercise caution when gambling on moxisha stones and carefully consider the presence of cotton. However, the chubby man only focused on the lighting effect of the other half, neglecting these crucial aspects. No worries, gambling is all about taking risks. It's not overly expensive anyway. Let's take a chance. He insisted firmly, determined to purchase both stones. Very well, if you choose to ignore your brother's advice. The consequences shall be evident. Lin Feng sighed in resignation, since the chubby man was unwilling to heed warnings. The only recourse was for him to witness the outcome of his gamble firsthand to truly believe. After all, without the ability to see through the stones, he could only rely on his naked eye for judgment. Nevertheless, he managed to select a relatively good piece, which was commendable. At the very least, Lin Feng believed that the stone he pointed out was certainly worth a gamble. Chapter 15. Turned red? Then let us proceed. There's a place here for on-site stone resolution. Let's see if we can strike it rich in a day. With that, Lin Feng took the lead towards the stone resolution area situated against the wall. Alas, this fellow truly is unfortunate. He has consecutively cut 4 stones that all turn out to be worthless. I feel for him. Lin Feng mused. Come on now, that is the nature of gambling. One cut leads to heaven, the next to hell. It requires not only years of discernment, but also a fair amount of luck. However, Lin Feng felt no sympathy for this man. If his family situation were dire, yet he continued to gamble daily, risking everything to the point of ruin. It was entirely his own doing. As Lin Feng and his companion arrived, they bore witness to a tragic scene of a gamble gone awry. Fengzi, I'm feeling a bit anxious, the chubby man said with a wry smile. Now you feel anxious? Lin Feng shot him a disapproving glance. They then formed a line, awaiting their turn for the stone resolution. Due to the considerable size of the trading market, the foot traffic was substantial, with many individuals hoping to strike it rich, crowding the resolution area. Although there were multiple resolution stations, the influx of gamblers was relentless. However, since many of the stones in hand were relatively small, the resolution process proceeded quickly. Additionally, some stones were merely opened to reveal a window, rather than being fully resolved. Sometimes, windowed stones were more valuable than fully open ones. For a complete resolution essentially meant a fixed price, while windowed stones retained an element of chance. During the period when 2 individuals were queuing to unveil the stone, many others succumbed to their bets. Yet with losses come gains. Otherwise, who would dare to gamble? Just moments ago, 2 individuals had successfully wagered on an increase. One had revealed a piece of icy jade with floral patterns, while the other had unveiled a sky blue, icy variety. With the excitement generated by these 2 remarkable gains, the enthusiasm of the onlookers surged. Even the portly fellow was eager to take his turn. Fengzi, if you say this piece will rise, I shall once again test the fruits of your recent studies. He declared, believe it or not, you won't incur a loss. But the other piece is sure to disappoint. Lin Feng watched quietly as the stone was revealed. The hissing sound emanating from the unveiling room was incessant. Yet no one found it bothersome. Rather, it heightened the tension, for once the sound ceased, it signified the line between paradise and perdition. Gambling on stones involves not only the jade but also one's mental state. Some gamblers, having lost everything, spiral into despair, leading to various issues, including depression and even the dissolution of families. There are those who have taken the ultimate step. So a sound mindset is essential before one dares to delve into this perilous abyss. Before long, the cacophony came to an abrupt halt, and the surrounding crowd fell into a tacit silence, eager to witness the outcome of the stone. Haha, this handsome gentleman is indeed fortunate. He has wagered correctly, transforming a piece of glutinous, icy jade into true ice. As the master of stone unveiling concluded his proclamation, the portly fellow cradled the revealed stone in his hands. Indeed, Fengzi, it has truly risen. You were absolutely right. No, it's you who guessed perfectly, he exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, almost planting a kiss on Lin Feng's cheek in his elation. Another successful wager. Indeed, such luck, though it may not have been a monumental rise. It was certainly impressive enough. The spectators buzzed with excitement, and several approached the portly fellow, eager to purchase the piece he held. Good sir, would you consider selling that piece? I am willing to offer 500,000. I'm afraid before the portly man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. I offer 600. 000. After all, you have only revealed two sides, and the rest remains uncertain, so there is still considerable potential. 600,000 is a safe bet. Sir, his offer is far too low. Sell it to me. I'll go up to 700,000. Another man chimed in, and soon several others joined in the bidding frenzy, inflating the portly fellow's vanity. Listen here, my friend, revel in your moment, but I suspect this piece will fetch at most a little over $1 million. Just watch and see, Lin Feng chuckled. He had developed a discerning eye for jade. Moments later, as anticipated, when a man bid 1,050,000, silence enveloped the crowd. Beyond that price, there would be no profit to be had. After giving the man a thumbs up, the portly fellow accepted the offer, with 1,050,000 in hand. He had indeed made a handsome profit and decided it was prudent to walk away while ahead. The subsequent segment yielded results swiftly, yet upon witnessing the outcome, few were inclined to purchase, with only a handful seeking to acquire it at a bargain. Considering that a small portion of the material still possessed commendable quality in terms of texture and hue. Fengzi, are you certain this material will appreciate? The plump man gazed incredulously at Lin Feng. My judgment is infallible, Lin Feng retorted confidently. In his eyes, every stone was akin. Its inner qualities were as clear as day. To gamble on raw material was tantamount to having it entirely unveiled before him. If he could misjudge even that, what was the point of gambling? Observing Lin Feng's unwavering confidence, the plump man, hands in pockets, awaited the outcome of the stone's refinement in silence. I hope it doesn't gain too much notoriety, Lin Feng muttered quietly to himself. After all, fame can be a double-edged sword. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Heavens! It's red. The crowd, drawn by the commotion, surged forward. What is happening? Master, has it appreciated? Some could no longer contain their excitement. Not merely appreciated. It has surged dramatically. The stone master, brimming with exhilaration, extracted the stone from the machine. Young man, are you certain you wish to proceed with the cut? If you decide to sell now, I believe the price will be quite appealing. The stone master inquired cautiously. Given the circumstances, he ceased to dissuade the young man, as he merely followed his client's wishes. The outcome mattered little to him. However, those who chose to gamble on potential gains might reward him with a generous tip. The eager onlookers sighed in resignation upon hearing Lin Feng's insistence to continue the refinement, deeming him too young and inexperienced to know when to seize the moment. I suspect this may be precarious. We haven't observed any remarkable qualities on the other facets of the stone, one remarked. Indeed, the outer layer appears rather thick. One wonders how much red jade lies within. If it is merely a small fragment, its value will plummet significantly. This lad is foolish, despite potential buyers. He remains fixated on completely unveiling it. Just wait. He will surely regret it. Regardless of regret, it is of no concern to you. This is his stone, remarked another. Lin Feng paid no heed to their derision, resolutely following his own path and allowing others to voice their opinions. Not long after, the stone master's astonished exclamations echoed once more. Chapter 16. The campus belle desires this stone? It has appreciated again. His excitement escalated. But before the crowd could press in for a closer look, he flipped the stone over and covered it once more for further refinement. To their astonishment, it had indeed surged again. This time, it must have more than doubled, exclaimed the plump man, utterly forgetting his earlier skepticism as he exclaimed, Fengzi, your luck and insight are remarkable. You've unveiled red jade. Extraordinary. Pray tell, how did you select this piece of red jade? Teach me. He nudged Lin Feng eagerly. I have already informed you that I have been diligently acquiring knowledge about jadeite these past few days. Have you forgotten that I am an academic achiever? Upon hearing this, the hefty fellow finally realized he had mentioned his fervent study of jadeite more than once. Could it truly be due to this? Nearly half an hour later, the entire raw stone had been meticulously extracted. The gemologist, brimming with excitement, lifted the machine's lid, his resonant voice once again resonating with the characteristics of a tenor. My goodness, this is simply beyond belief. He carefully unclamped the stone and, cradling the watermelon-sized red gem in his hands, slowly approached Lin Feng. Goodness, this is red agate. Do not compete with me. I am claiming it. Oh, please, as if you're the only one with wealth. Lin Feng, hearing these remarks, could only shake his head in resignation. Goodness, Fengzi, you are truly formidable. Such a magnificent piece of red agate. This cannot be sold to them. The hefty fellow exclaimed in a flurry of excitement. Why not? Lin Feng looked at him in confusion. Such a splendid piece of red agate. and my family is also in the jewelry business. I will take the initiative to purchase it on behalf of my father." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng fell into contemplation, considering the weight of his words. "Young man, I offer 3 million. You insolent fool. Can you even afford 3 million? I bid 4 million. I am willing to offer 5 million. Bidders eagerly clamored, each unwilling to miss out on such a rare piece of red agate. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. "I bid 88 million. Hearing this, everyone turned to find the source of the bid. "Huh, why is it her?" Lin Feng's face was painted with astonishment. He beheld a graceful figure gliding towards him, her S-shaped silhouette accentuated by a light yellow skirt and a white blouse. Goodness, it is indeed her. The hefty fellow, immersed in thoughts of red agate, looked up in astonishment upon seeing the approaching woman. "Oh, aren't you two the ones who met at the school gate that day?" The hefty fellow grinned, somewhat bashfully gazing at the stunning beauty before him. Classmate, what a coincidence." "Quite a coincidence indeed. By the way, is this piece of red agate yours?" The enchanting beauty looked at Lin Feng with surprise. "Yes," he nodded. The beauty who had just arrived was none other than the exquisite campus flower Lin Su had encountered twice, Xiao. "I have taken a liking to the piece of red agate you possess. May I inquire if you would be willing to sell it to me?" Xiao smiled as she gazed at him. Are you certain?" Lin Feng looked at the stunning campus flower before him in disbelief, as it was his first time observing her this closely. Moreover, he was taken aback that this usually quiet beauty would openly offer 8 to 9 million for his red agate. How could this not astonish him? "My family is engaged in the jewelry business, so you understand." Xiaomingshue's words immediately displeased the hefty fellow, who had just expressed his desire for the red agate only to find that this exceptional campus flower also wished to claim it. However, there were others present, and soon enough, someone else voiced their discontent. "Young man, I bid 10 million. The enchanting lady, I must apologize, but I too have set my sights on that exquisite red jade. I bid 11 million. The offers from others have soared past 10 million, inciting her to a charming indignation. She had initially hoped to acquire it at a lower price, but alas, the stakes have now risen. "Fengzi, have you made up your mind? Who will you sell it to?" The hefty fellow whispered conspiratorially in his ear. "Will you stab a friend in the back for love? Or forsake love for the sake of friendship? Choose wisely." A wicked grin spread across his face. Soon, the bidding escalated to 13 million. Yet no one dared to raise their offer further, for no matter the amount, this captivating lady always seemed to be just a step ahead. Xiaomingshui, intrigued, observed Lin Feng. "Classmate, no one can outbid me now. What do you think? Consider it." At this moment, he found himself in a quandary, torn between selling to the school beauty or the rotund friend. "How much will you offer, fatty?" "I need to consult my father," he replied, equally uncertain, for such a deal exceeding 10 million was daunting. He promptly made a phone call, while Xia Mengxue patiently awaited his decision. With her keen ears, Xia Mengxue soon broke into a radiant smile. "Classmate, then this red jade is yours." Lin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. This was over 10 million, a sum he had never encountered in his life, and it seemed to offer him a slender chance of connecting with this extraordinary school beauty. Yet, thoughts of his girlfriend, still unreachable, ignited his frustration. Could it be true, as Fatty suggested, that she had run off with someone else? If so, he saw no reason to continue their relationship. "All right, please share your account number. I shall transfer the funds," Xiao Mengshu said generously, oblivious to the furtive glances from Fatty, who was secretly admiring her. Not just Fatty, but all the onlookers felt the same. What man could resist such a remarkable woman? Yet, she remained an unattainable vision. Alas, what a shame. Such a magnificent piece of jade. Ah, but isn't this perfect? A beautiful gem paired with a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Indeed, you make a valid point. Before long, Lin Feng received a notification of a bank transfer on his phone. "Classmate, should you ever come across such top-tier jade in the future, feel free to contact me. Here are my details." As she spoke, Xiao Mengxue took Lin Feng's phone, disregarding his consent, and established her contact information. Chapter 17. The Green Hat Firmly Placed. After completing her business, Xiao Mengxue departed with the red jade, as if she had never been there, leaving Lin Feng in a state of bewilderment, while the other spectators continued their stone evaluations and began to disperse. "Fengzi, am I dreaming? You've truly struck it rich overnight," Fatty exclaimed, pinching Lin Feng's cheek. "Remove your hand. I can hardly believe it myself, but the school beauty's number on my phone confirms its authenticity. Ah, I am envious. The school beauty proactively gave your contact details. Quick, share it with me." Fatty chuckled mischievously. "You should refrain from causing harm to others." Along the way, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and dialed his girlfriend, Wang Tingting. Yet the incessant busy signal only fueled his fury. At this juncture, it was highly probable that, as the chubby fellow had suggested, she had run off with a wealthy heir. Such an unstable woman might, on any given day, bestow upon him the humiliation of infidelity. Meanwhile, in a lavish suite of a star-rated hotel, a conversation unfolded. "All right, Mississippi, is everything arranged for tomorrow's auction? It has all been meticulously planned. If you perform well this time, those in the family will have less to say." A bunch of insignificant characters. How dare they act so brazenly, given their lesser lineage? But it's pointless to dwell on it. Actions speak louder than words. "Very well, Uncle Ming, you may leave for now. I will call for you if anything arises." With that, the middle-aged man exited, leaving the exquisite campus belle from Magic City University seated alone on the sofa. Lost in contemplation, she pondered the identity of the handsome gentleman from earlier, curious about his year and major at the university. Grateful for the assistance he had unwittingly provided her. This delicacy is truly delightful," Lin Feng remarked, observing the rotund fellow across from him, relishing his meal, finding humor in how this man had cultivated his physique through such indulgence. As the evening drew to a close, it was now 9 o'clock. His sister worked nearby to support them both. Typically, Lin Feng resided in the school dormitory, while his sister rented a modest room alone, as sharing accommodation would significantly increase their expenses. Opting for the dormitory was a wise choice to save money. Now that he was in university, he had ample time and often took up temporary jobs to earn some pocket money, saving the excess for his tuition in the upcoming semester. He had also applied for scholarships and financial aid to alleviate his family's burdens. However, everything was about to change. He no longer needed to live such a strenuous life. The days of hardship were behind him, and he aimed to provide his sister with a warm home. With his newfound ability to see through obstacles, financial stability would no longer be a concern. There were myriad ways to earn money, from gambling on stones to lottery tickets, albeit the latter offered little reward. If he truly sought wealth, perhaps a trip to the Australian islands could yield significant profits, an opportunity he might explore in the future. As Lin Feng envisioned a life of ease, he mused that with his abilities, he could eschew work entirely and relax. Yet, would he be content with such a life? Certainly not, for his inherent diligence would never allow him to merely lounge about. Even with wealth, he would seek endeavors to occupy his time. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Now you choose to call." Upon seeing the caller ID, he scoffed before leisurely answering. "Lin Feng, where are you?" The voice he had longed to hear resonated from the other end, yet his heart held little joy. "What's going on? Now you choose to call me? What are you talking about? Are you unwilling to answer my call?" Wang Tingting appeared utterly bewildered. I've been calling you incessantly for the past few days. Did you even pick up?" "That's because my phone is broken." Wang Tingting's voice diminished significantly, clearly indicating her deceit. "Oh, so what is it that you wish to discuss? Is it not permissible to call you without a reason?" Lin Feng questioned, a hint of irritation evident. "What are you thinking, Lin Feng? Do you want to break up with me?" she pressed, a flurry of inquiries escaping her lips. "Isn't it you who wishes to end things? Tell me, did you run off with someone driving a Porsche a couple days ago?" A jolt coursed through Wang Tingting's heart. How'd he know? Could he have seen her? That was impossible. She was certain he hadn't been there. Thoughts raced through her mind. Noticing her silence, Lin Feng pressed on. "What's the matter? Are you afraid to admit it? What nonsense are you spouting? When did I run off with a Porsche?" "Lin Feng, if you don't want to be with me, just say it outright. Don't beat around the bush. How can you prove that I'm not speaking the truth?" Wang Tingting was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Initially, she had intended to call Lin Feng out for a date, but now it seemed he was aware of her indiscretions. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to propose a breakup. "Lin Feng, come out, we need to talk." Just as she was about to voice her intentions, a voice interrupted her. "Tingting, what are you doing here?" Wang Tingting quickly gestured for silence. "Shoo." However, this voice reached Lin Feng's ears, igniting his fury. "Wang Tingting, do you have anything to say now?" I have nothing to say. That's just a friend," she hastily explained. "Oh, splendid. You can't even own up to your actions. If that's the case, let's break up. I assume you two have been together for quite some time now." The man beside Wang Tingting seized her phone. "Hello, are you Tingting's boyfriend? Let me inform you. Tingting is now mine. Thank you for taking care of her before and for leaving me her virginity. Honestly, it was quite delectable." Chapter 18, The Jade Auction. Damn it. With a furious slam, Lin Feng ended the call, his fist crashing against the wall. Bang! One infuriating scoundrel. How dare he betray me? This revelation confirmed her infidelity, leaving no room for doubt. From this moment forth, he would no longer be her boyfriend. Lu Hao, what are you doing? How will this affect how he perceives me? Since you Haven T brought up the breakup, what are you trying to achieve? If you won't, then I'll stoke the flames. Lu Hao embraced her from behind, a surge of passion igniting. Lu Hao, what are you doing? Come on, the water is ready. Let's go have some fun. With that, he swept her up in a princess carry, striding towards the bathtub in the suite. Lin Feng stood quietly by the window, striving to quell the tempest of rage within him. The slap left his face stinging with pain, and the girlfriend he had held onto for so long had been claimed by another before he could even taste the sweetness of their relationship. This left him feeling more miserable than if he had ingested excrement. I shall make you regret this. The night sky in Yunnan was breathtaking, revealing delicate patches of nebulae, with the stars shining brilliantly. As time passed, they gradually faded, ultimately disappearing beyond the horizon. On the following morning, Lin Feng rose early. Enough of the past. Why linger on what has come to pass? He sighed, acknowledging that his future was destined for greatness, and he could not afford to hang himself on such a withered branch. With a heavy heart, he pressed the delete button, erasing all those photographs. His phone had been damaged during the incident when he was outmaneuvered, and he had spent money to have the data restored at a repair shop. Had he known, he would not have wasted his funds on restoration. He then rose to rouse Fatty, who was still fast asleep, snoring loudly. Fatty, get up quickly. Didn't TU say your acquaintance would take us out today? Right away. By the time they stepped outside, it was already 8 o'clock. Fengzi, let's wait for him here. He will arrive shortly, Fatty chuckled. Lin Feng merely nodded in response, remaining silent, perhaps still pondering the events of the previous night. In about 15 minutes, Fatty's acquaintance appeared before them. He was a man in his 30s, clad in a white shirt and sporting a short stubble, possessing a certain handsomeness that appealed to younger girls. Hey, Biaoge, long time no see. How have you been? Made quite a bit of money, I presume? Fatty initiated the conversation. Not too bad. Business has been steady. So, this is your brother Lin Feng, right? Biaoge responded with a grin. Since you are here, enjoy yourselves. By the way, there is an auction tonight, an exclusive one, and I can get you in. At the mention of the auction, Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement. What kind of auction? Is it for jade? Indeed, an internal auction featuring some exceptional jade pieces, Biaoge revealed, and Lin Feng's face lit up with delight. Biaye, we would greatly appreciate your guidance to this event. Not a problem at all. Thus, the trio began to explore the city. It was a small town, yet bustling due to its proximity to northern Myanmar, attracting many seeking opportunities for overnight wealth. The most vibrant place here was undoubtedly the jade trading market, especially during the stone gambling events when rare jade pieces, hidden away for over a decade, would be unveiled. They arrived at a jade trading market, slightly smaller than the one they had visited the day before, yet offered superior quality goods and attracted even more people. Let us go inside and see if we can find anything worthwhile. I need to procure a few pieces for some clients who have ordered bracelets, and I have yet to find suitable jade to fulfill their requests. Biaoge patted the shoulders of the two and stepped inside first. Lin Feng and the chubby fellow exchanged glances before following suit. The materials here were strewn directly on the ground, devoid of tables. Yet this did nothing to quell the fervent obsession of jade enthusiasts for these stones. Brothers, take a look and see if anything catches your fancy. If you find something, just call for me. While my experience may not rival that of the masters, it is certainly not lacking. If you are uncertain, feel free to ask for my assistance. Strength lies in numbers, Biaoge remarked, squatting down to examine the stones. All right, Biaoge, Lin Feng replied. Chubby, pass me a flashlight. He accepted the flashlight handed over by his friend, joining the ranks of eager onlookers. His request for the flashlight was merely a pretense, a means to give himself a reason to appear less inexperienced. He did not want others to think he lacked even the basic equipment while pretending to be an expert. Furthermore, there was a live stone appraisal area. Should he wish to hastily ascertain whether he would gain or lose, he could opt for that. At that moment, Lin Feng looked up and spotted a stunning beauty entering the market, Xiao Mengxue, the campus belle. What a coincidence to encounter such an exquisite school beauty everywhere. Could this be fate? He quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. Whatever, I'm not particularly acquainted with her, having only seen her a few times. Besides, her admirers could circle around the city. He resumed his examination of the jade rough stones. However, the campus belle had no intention of letting him off easily and walked directly towards him. Oh, classmate, you're here too? What a coincidence. Her sweet voice rang in Lin Feng's ears, enchanting enough to make one feel as if it could induce a transformation. It was no wonder that self-important campus heartthrobs flocked to her. Yes, it really is a coincidence. Are you here to gamble on stones as well? Lin Feng inquired. Xia Mengxua paused for a moment. I suppose you could say that. You're not here specifically to gamble on stones, are you? She looked at Lin Feng with surprise. No, I'm just here to have some fun and take a look, Lin Feng replied with an awkward smile. Reluctant to admit that he had indeed come to gamble on stones. How would this beautiful school belle perceive him then? A gambling addict? All right, you carry on. I won't disturb you further. I'll go take a look too, Xia Mengxua said before walking away. Hey, Fengzi, do you think that school belle has taken a liking to you? The chubby fellow approached Lin Feng as soon as Xia Mengxua was out of earshot. Get lost. If she truly liked me, I could boast about it for 100 years, Lin Feng retorted. Let us focus on the stones instead of indulging in nonsense. The chubby fellow took the hint and refrained from prolonging the banter. The two had indeed come to Relics specifically for stone gambling, seeking a path to wealth. Lin Feng was determined to carefully inspect whether there were any rough stones containing extraordinary energy before considering the jade. He wanted to understand what changes might occur with continuous absorption of this energy and if there was a limit to it. One thing was certain, the more one absorbed, the greater the benefits reaped. Having tasted the sweetness of that exquisite fruit, he had experienced a significant enhancement of his vision during his first absorption. With the second, not only did his sight improve further, but his hearing also became remarkably acute. Thus, it was certain that with each subsequent absorption, further transformations would occur. While he scrutinized the raw stone in his hand, his gaze occasionally wandered towards the surrounding stones. However, after several inspections, he found nothing exceptional among them. The enchanting duality of his vision did not resurge with longing, indicating that none of these stones possessed what he sought. To his astonishment, he discovered that within this immediate vicinity, there was not a single stone of imperial caliber. He surmised that the mystical energy he craved was likely exclusive to the imperial green jade. After examining numerous stones, he identified only 2 of commendable quality. The rest, he mused, were rather unimpressive. Perhaps it was a matter of his elevated standards. Lin Feng muttered in resignation. If anyone were to learn that he deemed those glutinous varieties subpar, they would undoubtedly chastise him for his lofty expectations. Ultimately, he decided to procure the 2 worthwhile pieces, believing that any profit, however modest, was still a gain. Before he hurried off to another area. Hey, Biaoge, what do you think of this stone? The hefty man queried, holding a pitch-black rock before Biaoge. This stone is of the Moon Na variety. The skin has a decent polish, but there's a noticeable crack here. I'm uncertain about the interior, Biaoge responded, taking the palm-sized raw stone and illuminating it with a flashlight for closer inspection. Indeed, there's a conspicuous fissure here, though I can't discern any major issues otherwise. If the price is reasonable, you might want to give it a try. It could appreciate. This one is priced at 80,000. 80,000? That's quite steep. You should consider it carefully. That's no trifling sum, Biaoge cautioned. My brother has an eye for these things. He bought a piece yesterday. Can you guess what it was? The hefty man's cryptic demeanor piqued Biaoge's interest. Oh, did he perhaps acquire an imperial green? No, not imperial green, but a red agate, and it's of the ice type, very close to glass quality. What? A red agate nearing glass quality? Upon hearing this, Biaoge immediately stood up, drawing the attention of some discerning onlookers. Realizing the potential gravity of the situation, he quickly lowered his voice and squatted down again. Are you certain you're not mistaken? While I may not be a professional, I do possess knowledge of such qualities. Do not underestimate me. Biaoge composed himself, then inquired, is that piece of red agate still with your friend? No, he sold it yesterday. The hefty man replied apologetically, raising his hands in resignation. Had I known, I should have foregone that business transaction yesterday and sought you out instead. Now, I've missed the chance to acquire a magnificent jade. He lamented, pounding his chest in despair. He, too, was an ardent lover of jade. How could one not pursue such treasures? Yet the opportunity that had almost been his slipped away. Is your friend a professional stone gambler, or? Biaoge inquired cautiously. Come on, he merely brushed up on his knowledge of gambling stones in the days leading up to his visit here. He used to frequent the antique street with me for treasure hunting. However, to be fair, his luck has always been remarkable, often allowing him to unearth valuable items. It seems your friend is quite extraordinary. We shall take a look at the materials he selected shortly. In a corner of this trading market, a slender man respectfully inquires of a plump, bald man. What shall we do next? Their target is the enchanting Xia Mengxua amidst the pile of jadeite rough stones. Accompanying the slender man is a scar-faced individual, exuding a sinister aura akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the jungle, ready to strike at any moment. Such a person unmistakably bears the weight of many concealed secrets. In Rueli, situated so close to northern Myanmar, it is not uncommon for criminals to engage in various illicit activities, although the borders are heavily guarded. The vast expanse of the Great Land of China makes it impossible to monitor every inch, thus providing opportunities for these lawbreakers. After half an hour of selection, Lin Feng finally chose 5 pieces of rough stone that he deemed acceptable. Among them, 3 were entirely speculative, 1 had been partially opened, and 1 was cut in half. However, the cut piece appeared quite ordinary, merely the most basic type with only a slight hint of conspicuous green near the center. The rest was unremarkable and dull in color. Indeed, brother, the bracelet made from this material wouldn't fetch much. Why not consider others? Yet Lin Feng dismissed their counsel. Resolutely fixated on this piece, a sly smile gracing his lips as he thought to himself, you will be astounded shortly. In addition, the plump man selected 3 pieces of rough stone, 2 of which were opened, and 1 was fully speculative. Biao Gu, on the other hand, opted for a more cautious approach, selecting no entirely speculative stones. His preference leaned towards finished products. Thus, out of the 6 pieces he chose, 4 were opened, and 2 were semi-speculative. At this moment, the stone-cutting room was bustling with activity, filled with people, leaving the trio unable to squeeze in. Chapter 20, A Slice to Wealth. That's splendid. Let's go, the plump man urged eagerly. Nothing could be better. After settling the payment for the rough stones, the 3 climbed into Biao Ji's willing van. Wow, Biao Gu, with your wealth. Why do you drive such a humble vehicle? Doesn't it lower your status? The plump man quipped. You see, this is my workhorse when I go out to gather stones. It has ample space, and I wouldn't mind if it gets damaged. Previously, I drove a Mercedes to the trading market, and it ended up wrecking my trunk, costing me a fortune in repairs. As the 3 conversed, they soon arrived at Biao Ji's modest abode, a quaint courtyard adorned with an array of blooming flowers. The flowers and plants are all tended by your sister-in-law. She has a penchant for such things. Upon noticing the curious expressions of the 2, Biao Gu promptly elucidated. Let us proceed directly to the stone-cutting room, and see if these few pieces can surprise us. With that, the trio made their way to a chamber brimming with various stones. Brother, that woman is truly stunning. Once we capture her, can we indulge ourselves? The lean man displayed a wicked grin. You better behave, and don't alert the prey. However, if circumstances permit, we might sample the delights before handing her over to those fellows. Such a rare beauty would be a shame to deliver to them untouched. Enough chatter. Let us keep up with her and ensure she doesn't escape. With a sudden press on the accelerator, the bald man surged forward. Today, Xiao Mingxue had ventured out alone, as Uncle Ming had remained behind to prepare for the evening's auction. The quality of the stones was rather mediocre. Having selected only 2 decent pieces, she wished for another encounter with the exquisite, glass-like red jade she had found the previous day. As she drove, she murmured to herself, completely unaware of the aged van tailing her. Damn, this woman is indeed wealthy. What a stroke of luck. The bald man laughed heartily. With a thud, he slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. This troublesome woman is not following the script. What should we do, brother? Asked one of the men. We adapt as the situation unfolds. Keep a close watch. I suspect this woman is not a local. Otherwise, why would she be lodging in such a luxurious hotel? It's quite probable she is from out of town, here to seek jade. The bald man astutely unveiled Xiao Mingxue's true circumstances. Fortunately for her, the star-rated hotel she was staying at boasted robust security measures, with guards patrolling the vicinity. Otherwise, these 3 might have seized the opportunity to strike. Completely oblivious to the peril she had just narrowly escaped, the campus belle was unaware that a single misstep could have led to her irrevocable downfall. Biao Gu, you go first, cut your stones. Yours should yield some profit, given your experience, the rotund man stated with a hint of grace. Recognizing that it was indeed the rightful domain of another, Lin Feng had no objections. Whether he cut early or late made no difference to him, as the outcome was already determined. Very well, let us commence with my stones then. With that, Biao Gu placed one of the rough stones onto the cutting machine, adjusted the angle, secured the clamps, and finally closed the lid before pressing the switch. The machine whirred to life, industriously at work. Lin Feng observed without interjecting. Although he possessed the ability to see through the stone and discern its structure, color, type, and any cracks, he refrained from hastily guiding Biao Gu. A man who frequently navigated the jade world held his own dignity and wisdom. Furthermore, in Lin Feng's view, Biao Ji's method was not flawed. Thus there was no need to critique the cutting path. due to the direct cutting away of a layer of skin with a standard cutting disc. It swiftly sliced off a thin layer of the stone. Upon witnessing the scene, Brother Biao promptly approached, lifted the hood, and excitedly cradled the piece of uncut stone that had been split open. Haha, it looks quite promising, though the water quality isn't particularly exceptional. I had anticipated it might reach the high ice variety. He smiled nonchalantly, showing no signs of disappointment for not discovering high-grade jade. Such composure is indeed admirable. Well done. Brother Biao, your discerning eye is commendable. This is certainly not a loss. Let us cut another side. With that, he placed the stone back into the cutting machine, securing it in the clamps and covering the hood to continue the process. Fengzi, the stones you selected carry a considerable risk, yet I trust your judgment. You have never let me down, he chuckled. Get lost. What have I ever misjudged? Feng Lin retorted. Oh, you can't be serious. Do you not recall? Back when we were at the antique street, you purchased a cup that was later identified as a modern art piece. The rotund man scoffed at this memory. Leave it be. Don't dredge up the past to belittle me. Such a thing will never occur again. I assure you, I will hit the mark every time. Lin Feng shot him a disdainful glance. If I were to misjudge again, it would be an absolute travesty. With my perceptive vision, such a blunder would be laughable. What the hell? Who would have thought that the exterior appeared intact, while the interior harbored cracks? It truly is an imperial fracture. Brother Biao lamented as he examined the cut material. It's not a loss, though there is a crack. Crafting a piece is still feasible. Well, it has an icy blue base with a hint of cloudiness, but it is acceptable. After unveiling two sides of the stone, Brother Biao decided not to cut further, as he could already ascertain the overall quality and intended to proceed with the other raw stones. Two pieces were to be treated with a peeling method. As their skins were exceedingly thin, cutting them directly would be wasteful. From the surface, the water quality of these pieces appeared ample, still within the realm of icy jade. After approximately an hour, he had entirely uncovered his collection of raw stones. Wow, Brother Biao, this sky blue piece has significantly increased in value. The rotund man was nearly drooling at the sight of the jelly-like jade. Lin Feng also found it quite remarkable. At the very least, 2 bangles could be fashioned from it, with the remainder used for rings and beads. Chapter 21. Astonishment of the Rotund Brother and Brother Biao. Brother, these 2 pieces you selected seem promising. I just wonder if they will change in variety. Brother Biao pondered, stroking his chin. Haha, never mind that. Let us start cutting. Lin Feng mused that this rotund man's eye for quality was decent, a testament to his family's background in the jewelry business. Surely, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge from his father in his youth. In no time, what the hell? Brother, this is excellent news. Green has emerged. Haha, my luck has never faltered. Cut it out. Don't get too cocky. It might falter at any moment. In response, Brother Biao shot him a sidelong glance. This fellow simply could not handle praise, as if a pair of wings would send him soaring to the heavens. Soon, these rough stones were unveiled, yet the expression on the chubby man's face revealed little excitement. His clumsiness had marred what could have been a pristine piece of icy blue jadeite. In his eagerness, he had dropped it, causing it to chip off a corner. Damn it. Well, who can you blame for your own foolishness? You should have been more careful. Lin Feng chided with a chuckle. Come on, brother, let us see your stone. Lin Feng then placed his own rough stone onto the cutting board, securing it before commencing the cutting process, meticulously following the lines he had previously marked with a pen. As the first thin slice was cut, Biao Gu was left utterly astonished. My goodness, your cutting lines are remarkably precise. Indeed, Fengzi, I wasn't insulting you when I called you that. Lin Feng's deft operation left both men awestruck, with the seasoned Biao Gu feeling somewhat inadequate. The subsequent unveiling of the stone further dropped their jaws. Every cutting line drawn by Lin Feng was impeccably accurate, revealing the junction between the skin and the jadeite perfectly. You're truly remarkable, Biao Gu exclaimed in admiration. Oh no, I was just guessing, relying on intuition. Lin Feng scratched his head, smiling shyly. Stop being modest. Not just anyone could make such accurate guesses, let alone with such precision. Who could predict it all? Yes, Fengzi, I'm beginning to wonder if you possess some sort of X-ray vision. The chubby man's words startled Lin Feng. Could it be that he had discerned something? Lin Feng silently thought to himself that he ought to exercise more caution and remain low-key. Otherwise, if anyone were to uncover his secrets, he might have to live the rest of his life in hiding. Brother, how about selling me this piece of jadeite? Such exquisite high-ice jadeite is increasingly rare in the market, Biao Gu inquired politely. Biao Gu, I would gladly sell you this piece, and even the remaining stones. His intention to sell the rough stones was purely for profit, and selling to Biao Ge would also earn him a favor, so why not? Really? That's wonderful. Better than pearls. Thank you, my friend. With the emergence of this exceptional high-ice jadeite, Biao Ge's anticipation for the other uncut rough stones grew, and he became increasingly intrigued by Lin Feng, sensing an inexplicable mystery about him. Fengzi, at tonight's auction, could you help me choose a few pieces? I'll cover the expenses. Of course. As long as you have the funds, I assure you I'll assist you. Uncle Ming, have you gathered any information about tonight's auction? Xiao Mengxue inquired nonchalantly. Yes, after spending a bit, I managed to obtain some news. I must say, the organizers are quite tight-lipped, but everyone has their desires. If you can satisfy them, you can acquire what you seek. Uncle Ming nodded. All right then. We've prepared 200 million this time, hoping to secure 70 to 80% of the rough stones. Miss, I find the prospect of an 80% certainty somewhat dubious. A confidence of 60 or 70% would be far more reassuring. Let's endeavor to do our utmost. It is imperative that we possess a substantial share. A frown of worry adorned Xiao Mengshue's face, as familial matters had recently caused her considerable stress. How I wish we could enlist a gemologist of exceptional experience. This thought led her to recall Lin Feng, who had sold her the iced jadeite a couple of days prior. Meanwhile, the trio engaged in stone appraisal were astounded. By heavens, this is actually glass type, exclaimed one. Lin Feng, how on earth do you perceive these stones? It's either ice type or glass type. It's as if you're merely picking up stones at random. And each time you strike gold, Lin Feng had grown accustomed to their astonishment. Every stone he unveiled provoked such reactions, particularly from the portly fellow, whose saliva nearly dripped on a jadeite. After more than an hour of stone appraisal, Lin Feng had completely uncovered several pieces, 2 glass types and 12 high ice types, one of which was the legendary high ice type Yang Green, just a hair's breadth away from Imperial Green. This drove Biao Ge into a frenzy. Brother, how about I offer you 8 million for these 2 ice types? And for the glass types, 20 million. What say you? Biao Ge, whatever you propose is acceptable. We're friends. Are we not? Lin Feng replied with a chuckle. No, we are brothers. Bii exclaimed. With these 2 glass types, I could boast in the jade industry for an entire year. This remark elicited eye rolls from both Lin Feng and the portly man. As night fell, the moon shone brightly. The trio arrived at the venue for the internal auction, the Huang Hotel, a star-rated establishment under the auspices of the Huang Group. It was said that the Huang Group held a significant portion of the market in Rueli, having amassed wealth primarily through jade and jewelry, thus establishing itself as a leading enterprise in the region. Not only here, but it was also a premier entity throughout Yunnan. Biao Ge led the two into the Huang Hotel, heading straight to the conference hall on the top floor. Good evening. Please present your invitation, said a young man in a suit at the entrance, checking the invitations. Fancy, isn't it? An invitation is required, the portly man muttered. This certainly speaks to the stature of the Huang Group. Biao Ge then produced a golden card from his pocket and handed it over. Chapter 22, Sealed Bid Auction. The young man carefully verified the card before accepting it and bowed slightly to Biao Ge. Thank you. Please proceed. This hotel is quite impressive, truly deserving of its star rating, Lin Feng remarked. Just look at who owns it. Let us first examine the original stones for the open bid, Biao Ge suggested. The internal auction comprised 2 processes. First, observing the raw stones displayed on the table, followed by submitting a small paper in the adjacent sealed box, indicating the bid price and the bidder's name. The highest bid would claim the item. In contrast to the open bid, this sealed bid functioned as a fixed price. The open bid involved direct auctioning, where the highest bidder, with no further offers, would secure the item. After the bright auction, the host tallied the highest price for each raw stone hidden in the box and announced the winner. This hidden bidding is practically designed for me to cheat. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. While others could not see the maximum price within, he certainly could. His ability to see through was no exaggeration. Moreover, for the openly bid stones, he could also inspect them to check for jadeite, weighing the pros and cons before deciding whether to participate in the bidding. It was now 7 p.m., and the open bidding would commence at 8, granting the attendees a full hour to examine the raw stones involved in the hidden bids. All right, let's each choose. If you're uncertain, feel free to consult our gambling king here. Haha, Brother Biao teased. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, choosing not to respond, and instead turned toward the stone tables. There were 3 rows of display tables, showcasing fully speculative stones, window stones, and semi-speculative stones. Since this was an internal auction, the observation period would not extend for the usual 2 to 3 days. Lin Feng was the first to approach the row against the wall, where the fully speculative stones were displayed, eager to discover any extraordinary gems. The quality of these fully speculative stones surpassed that of those in external trading markets. Astonishingly, the first stone he encountered was of ice variety, albeit with a bit too much cotton inside. The second stone was also of ice variety, a beautiful sky blue. The fatty and Brother Biao each wielded a flashlight. Examining the other two rows, Brother Biao headed straight for the semi-speculative stones, seeking stability, while the fatty aimed for a gamble, opting for the window stones. Only Lin Feng, audacious as he was, ventured into the fully speculative section. The venue was quite populated, yet did not feel excessively crowded, likely a consideration by the organizers. After all, it was referred to as an internal auction. Those invited were generally well known or held a certain status. Naturally, apart from the fatty and his companions. The fatty's family business was not local, so no one recognized him. Even his father might not be known here. This one is quite good, judging by the window. It must undoubtedly be of ice variety. Indeed, this one does look promising. It's just uncertain how the water content is inside. The surrounding attendees whispered among themselves as they observed. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the venue. The woman was elegantly attired in a black dress, exuding grace, while the man was a middle-aged individual clad in a tang suit. It's her again? The two exchanged slight smiles before dispersing to their respective pursuits. Could this fellow be a scion of some prestigious family? Yet his attire did not suggest that. Perhaps he had merely entered alongside someone else? Xiao Mingxue silently speculated about Lin Feng's identity and status in her mind. Unexpectedly, another piece of red jadeite appeared. Wealth is on the horizon. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced. Ice-quality red jadeite is indeed a rare treasure, highly sought after. As he examined it with his flashlight, he diligently noted the serial numbers of the stones he was interested in his small notebook. On the other side, Xiao Mingxue was likewise documenting the raw stones intended for the upcoming auction. Her presence captivated numerous onlookers, compelling them to abandon their flashlights and instead focus their attention upon her. This is a testament to the extraordinary beauty of this enchanting campus belle. Particularly enchanting tonight. She donned a sleek black dress that accentuated her poise impeccably. Her fair, long legs starkly contrasted with the dark fabric of her attire. Goodness, whose daughter is this? She is truly stunning. Indeed, she is a rare gem. Just look at her figure and her visage. Many around her were practically salivating, indulging in their daydreams. For Xiao Mingxue, such attention was nothing new. Being beautiful was not her fault. After all, she simply had exceptional genes. Time flew swiftly, and it was already 7:40. Fatty, have you made your selection? Biao Gu approached Fatty with a flashlight in hand. Almost, I've picked out 5 stones. Let's see if I can win a bid. Biao Gu nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent as he turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng had completed his notes and was seated nearby, awaiting the final 5 minutes. Despite it not being his turn to bid yet, with his insight, he could effortlessly observe the highest bid within the hidden box in those last moments, thereby writing down a price to ensure his was the highest and potentially saving some money. Fatty, Biao, which numbers are you preparing to bid on? To avoid conflicting with the two, Lin Feng decided to first ascertain their bidding numbers. I plan to bid on 381, 016, 2934, Fatty murmured as he glanced at his notes. In this blind auction, participants refrained from disclosing their prices and bid numbers to prevent creating additional competition. However, for Fatty, Lin Feng was not considered an outsider, so he felt no qualms about sharing. I'll bid on 711, 2232, Biao announced, ensuring that neither of their numbers overlapped with Fatty's. What about you? The two cast curious glances at Lin Feng, who wore a resigned smile. I have one overlapping number with each of you. What number overlaps? 716. Goodness. Those are the numbers they both are interested in. Never mind. I'll concede those to them. All right, I want to participate in bidding for those 2 stones. You both go ahead. However, I must advise you, do not bid less than 300,000 for number 3, and do not go below 700,000 for number 22. Trust me on this. Lin Feng whispered in their ears. Upon hearing this, both men looked at him in astonishment. How do you know? A guess. He could hardly confess that he had glimpsed the highest bid inside. Fine, I'll heed your advice. Winning entails 10 raw stones. They chuckled. As time ticked away, finally, only 5 minutes remained until the open auction commenced. Lin Feng hastily wrote down the selected stones on a slip of paper and submitted it. To his surprise, this stunning campus belle had also chosen a conflicting number. However, here, he had no intention of yielding. Moreover, the price she quoted remains the highest even now. One cannot help but acknowledge that this woman is indeed affluent, a true heiress. However, at this moment, I have surpassed all. Lin Feng smirked. Chapter 23. A royal reminder from Lin Feng. He promptly scribbled several notes and discreetly deposited them into the dark boxes corresponding to the raw stones he had his eye on. Under his guidance, the two chubby companions also completed their bids. Fengzi, I suspect you might be cheating. Are you certain that this method will lead to a successful bid? The chubby one gazed at him with skepticism. Rest assured, I promise you shall not be disappointed. 8 o'clock has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you for gracing us with your presence at the auction hosted by the Huang Group. Although this is an internal auction, most attendees are distinguished individuals of considerable stature. As the general manager of the Huang Group, I am profoundly honored to welcome you all. I shall refrain from further elaboration, as I trust many of you are not strangers to such auctions. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand. Now, let the auction commence. With that, a young man clad in a black suit wheeled a small cart onto the stage. The first item is a half-gambling stone weighing 20 kilograms, originating from the Moangji region. As he spoke, a projection appeared on the wall behind the general manager, showcasing the entirety of this raw stone. It was a stone bisected, revealing a surface that exhibited the enchanting hues of spring with ice-like clarity. Due to the nature of the auction being direct bidding, none of the exhibited items were pure gambling stones, as close inspection was not feasible. To avoid potential dissatisfaction from bidders, the organizers chose to transfer these pure gambling stones to a sealed bid format. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Feng, who possessed extraordinary sight. Even from his seat, he could discern the internal structure of the raw stone on stage. The opening bid for this piece is 5 million renminbi, with increments of no less than 5,000. No sooner had the words left his lips than bids began to roll in. 151 million, 152 million, 155 million. Fengzi, this stone is remarkable, showcasing the enchanting hues of spring. If I could procure 2 bangles for that campus beauty, I would surely win her affections. You a mere toad. Believe such a trinket could win her heart. Do you not remember her esteemed status? Lin Feng shot him glare. The chubby one fell silent. Such ice-like stones adorned with the colors of spring are seldom seen, let alone in such a sizable piece. Thus the competition for bids intensified. Yet, Lin Feng remained disinterested. Biao Ge, are you not participating in the bidding? I think not. While this stone is indeed impressive, it is not my primary desire. I must conserve funds for a more substantial catch. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately gave him a thumbs up, a connoisseur indeed. Before long, the price for this spring-hued ice jade reached 3 million, and it continued to escalate, though the number of bidders had begun to dwindle. 2 million. A hushed gasp spread among the attendees, as the bid had originated from the lips of a striking woman. This campus beauty truly possesses audacity. The chubby one smacked his lips. What? Is she from your school? Biao sat beside the rotund gentleman. And how could his voice possibly escape Biao's keen ears? Indeed, this stunning beauty was none other than the campus flower of our esteemed Magic City University, the one and only #1 campus beauty. Astonishing. She truly was a rare gem, and Magic City University certainly lived up to its reputation. 5 million. Clearly, apart from the campus flower, several others were unwilling to relinquish their aspirations so easily. Another fervent bidding war ensued, culminating in an astounding 6 million. Phew! At last, Xiao Mengxue exhaled in relief. This first raw stone had successfully fallen into her grasp. Indeed, this 6 million was the very amount she had called out. My lady, we have already spent 6 million on this first piece. The subsequent bids may prove challenging. Not to worry, continue bidding. If funds fall short, I shall devise another means. Next, let us welcome the second auction item. The auctioneer presented another raw stone. This was a piece of Moangji material, weighing an impressive 15 kilograms. The high-definition photograph displayed on the large screen showcased its irregular shape, with 3 surfaces having been drilled to reveal the jade flesh within, which exhibited a vibrant emerald green, reminiscent of imperial jade. Wow, this piece is truly remarkable. I must claim it. Haha, is highly likely to be imperial jade. The crowd below began to drool. It must be said, this raw stone indeed inspired hopes of imperial jade. Alas, Lin Feng sighed inwardly, fearing these individuals would soon be disappointed. Externally, this piece of Moangji material appeared to have great potential for appreciation, yet upon Lin Feng's inspection, its interior revealed imperial fissures. Starting bid, 5 million. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. Goodness, indeed a fine material, and the starting bid is set so high, even with such a steep starting price. Many participants still engaged, for there was a significant chance of unearthing imperial jade. Glass-grade imperial jade was currently a rarity. Fengzi, are you certain you don't want this piece? The rotund gentleman gazed incredulously at Lin Feng. I lack the financial capacity to contend for such an imperial fissure. What did you say? Imperial fissure? I'm an imperial jade. 6 million. 7. 5 million. The auction was in full swing, and the more coveted the material, the fiercer the bidding became. Before long, the price surged to 8 million and continued to rise. The exquisite campus flower was also among the bidders. Uncle Ming, what are your thoughts on this material? My lady, based solely on its exterior, the color and texture are indeed exceptional. If it truly is glass-grade imperial jade, it would be of immense significance to us. Indeed, however, the issue lies in our uncertainty. We cannot approach to examine it closely, and merely viewing the images on the screen from a distance makes it difficult to ascertain. Let's observe how high the bids will go. If the price becomes unacceptable, I intend to withdraw, as the likelihood of this windowed material revealing imperial jade is highly unstable. After a fierce bidding war, this raw stone astonishingly reached 16 million. How terrifying! The final bidder was a middle-aged man clad in a beige shirt. Just as Xiao Mengxue was about to raise her paddle for another bid, her phone vibrated suddenly. Upon reading the message, she cast a puzzled glance at Lin Feng behind her. The message advised her against continuing to bid on the auction for the raw stone from Moenji. Lin Feng was aware of the stone's condition, but fearing that the school beauty might suffer a loss, he struggled with his decision and ultimately resolved to intervene. He then composed another message. This stone has issues. Is not as it appears. If you spend a hefty sum to acquire it, the outcome of the stone's reveal will be unbearable. I kindly caution you, yet you remain skeptical. Bid as you wish. It is not entirely the school beauty's fault. Anyone would harbor doubts in her position. This was a windowed stone, revealing the jade flesh within, and its color was undoubtedly imperial green. Indeed, while the surface appeared to be imperial green, beneath lay streaks of black variants. The greatest peril in gambling on stones is encountering such mutated jade. It truly is a case of not judging a stone by its exterior, nor a jade by its surface. Thanks to Lin Feng's warning, Xiao Mengxue ultimately chose to trust him. Strangely, she found herself inclined to believe his words without question. In the end, the raw stone was sold for a staggering 21 million. The subsequent stones were rather ordinary, featuring some that were halved and others that were windowed. Yet Lin Feng found none appealing, preferring the dark horse offerings instead. However, Biaoge did take a liking to one particular piece, a glassy variety with a hint of snowflake cotton, albeit minimal. It was a halved stone, modest in size, slightly larger than a rice bowl. When the price reached 2 million, no one else continued bidding, and it ultimately fell into his hands. Next, the 21st raw stone was a hefty material from Damacan, weighing 6 kilograms, with a starting price of 200,000. Each bid had to be no less than 5,000. This stone is also quite commendable, though it only featured a single window, which many might struggle to assess accurately. But this was no challenge for me. Biaoge, you should acquire this stone, if you can secure it for under 5 million. It would surely be a profitable venture. This Damacan? Biaoge asked with skepticism. Yes, that very one. If you trust me, place your bid. After a 3-second pause, Biaoge immediately decided to bid. Hearing Lin Feng's assurance, even 2 million would be acceptable. After a day of stone reveals, he had developed a sense of trust towards Lin Feng, prompting him to take this gamble. Moreover, he could afford to risk a couple 100,000. Strangely, however, there were not many participants in the bidding for this Damacan raw stone. Only a handful showed interest. Ultimately, Biaoge succeeded in acquiring it for just 880,000. Brother, I initially thought I would need to spend around 1 million. But to my surprise, it was secured for merely over 80,000. If this material skyrockets in value, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast. Biao, what about my share? The chubby one lamented like a scorned lover from the sidelines. You great eater, you might just bankrupt me. However, at that moment, a piece of black-skinned rough stone on stage captured Lin Feng's undivided attention. The 38th raw stone, weighing 11 kilograms, was undoubtedly a prime specimen from Moenji. Through the window, one could perceive the exquisite color of the jade, which had a high probability of unveiling an imperial green. Without further ado, the starting bid was set at 2 million, with increments no less than 10,000. Ming Shu, we must secure this stone. Yes, miss. Goodness, is that truly the kind of jade? I want it too. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor. Indeed, he had spotted within the raw stone a piece of glass-like imperial green, causing an inexplicable thrill to surge within him. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he was acutely aware of the significance of this raw stone. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, it must be acquired, even if it meant resorting to nefarious deeds. This raw stone incited a frenzy of bidding among most present, quickly escalating to 10 million. Fengzi, you truly are something else. Why are you driving the price so high? The chubby one assumed he was merely jesting, yet it was evident that Lin Feng was entirely serious. Brother, I have my eye on this stone. If funds are insufficient, lend me some. Get lost. I don't have that kind of money. Brother, just one of us needs to bid. We can figure out once we secure it. Biao whispered. Indeed, Biao must have the funds. Let him bid, and I shall devise a way to obtain it from him later. Much simpler, haha. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced. All right, Biao, we must win this raw stone. Lin Feng earnestly urged. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Mingxue was equally determined to acquire this raw stone. The bidding now stood at 13 million. The remaining contenders included her, Biao, and a few unfamiliar faces, yet judging by their demeanor, they appear to be on the verge of giving up. After all, not everyone possesses such audacity. 20 to 30 million is no trifling sum, and should this gamble fail, it could lead to ruin and familial estrangement. Ultimately, only Biao and Xiao Mengxue remained in the bidding war. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt utterly helpless, torn between an acquaintance and a classmate, both of whom he had only just met today, causing him considerable distress. However, he suddenly conceived an idea. He promptly called to Biao, urging, stop bidding. Let her win this raw stone. It is unnecessary to continue. Biao hesitated for 2 seconds upon seeing Lin Feng's expression before acquiescing. Though he, too, held great regard for this material, since Lin Feng suggested halting the bidding, he decided to relent. He instantly bestowed a grateful glance upon him. Thus, this piece of jade rough now belonged to the campus belle. In the ensuing auctions, Lin Feng refrained from participating in the bidding, allowing Biao to take the lead on any promising materials he encountered, while the chubby one simply observed the spectacle, never engaging in the bidding process. As for Xiao Mengxue, she has successfully acquired a considerable number of raw stones. Now that the public auction has concluded, the moment for the private bid reveal has arrived. Chapter 25. The school beauty is the top bidder. With that, the young man opened the first private box, retrieving a small slip of paper, and began to compare the highest bids. After a minute of scrutiny, the highest price finally emerged. The first private bid reached 310,000. Congratulations to Mr. Lee XX for acquiring a precious jade. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lee immediately rose, casting a grateful glance at the host before taking his seat once more. Number 2, the successful bidder is Lu XX, with a price of 380,000. Astonishing. I can hardly believe I actually won. This is an exhilarating moment, even more fervent than the previous public auction, like a lottery, indeed. The host exuberantly announced each successful bidder for the raw stones. At last, number 18, the successful bidder is Mr. Lin Feng. The bid was for 72 million. Fengzi, you actually won, the chubby man exclaimed, nudging Lin Feng in disbelief. If such luck is possible, then my clairvoyant abilities are worthless. Soon after, the 2 raw stones that the chubby man and Biao Go bid on were also won, undoubtedly due to Lin Feng's guidance. Otherwise, they would not have emerged victorious. My goodness, Fengzi, you truly are my father. Get lost, just because you received a little attention? How shameless. The remaining stones were all successfully bid on, a result that left the chubby man and Biao Go breathless. This was a perfect success. However, on the other side, what could cause this? I bid on nearly 20 raw stones and ended up winning fewer than 10. Xiao Mengxue's beautiful eyes narrowed, a surge of frustration rising within her. Miss, is it possible that there is foul play in these private bids? If someone is manipulating things behind the scenes, it would explain the situation. Otherwise, our bids should not have resulted in such a low success rate. Have you noticed that one individual has several winning bids, all just slightly above mine, with the lowest only marginally more and the highest merely 1,000 more? There must be something suspicious about this. It cannot be coincidental that several of the raw stones I favored, which had the highest potential for appreciation, are the ones he won. A hint of coldness flickered in Xiao Mengxue's gaze, accentuated by her black dress, exuding an air of aloofness that seemed far removed from university student in Magic City. The host soon completed the public announcement of the private bids, and the top bidder was declared to be none other than the beautiful school beauty, Xiaoming Xue. Fengzi, this school beauty is certainly wealthy. The title of top bidder belongs to her. I have examined that raw stone. It is unremarkable, although the exterior appears quite aged. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a barely perceptible crack, leading me to conclude that the interior must possess an imperial fissure. Lin Feng stated earnestly, "This top bid is substantial. If it were to yield a full green, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire region of Relics. But is that truly possible? If there's even a chance, I certainly would not let it slip away. Even if I lacked the financial means, I would seek to borrow the funds. Madam, it is fortunate that we have secured this coveted lot. Nevertheless, the risk seems rather substantial. I sincerely hope not to be disappointed." She gently parted her crimson lips, revealing a hint of sorrow upon her countenance. All of this was keenly observed by Lin Feng from a distance. This woman, it seems, is destined for heartbreak. However, I could indeed sell those raw stones to her, thereby cultivating goodwill, drawing closer to her, and even making a profit. A trifecta of benefits, splendid indeed. He mused privately on this advantageous scheme. The hour had already surpassed 9 in the evening, marking the conclusion of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction has now come to an end. I have arranged a banquet in the restaurant on the first floor. I kindly invite you all to join. Those uninterested or with pressing matters may feel free to depart. I do not wish to impose. Manager Huang's words elicited a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Who would decline a complimentary dinner, especially one hosted in a 5-star establishment? However, upon arrival at the restaurant, the attendees were rendered speechless by the lavish setup. This was no mere banquet. It was a feast for the affluent. The lavish buffet featured colossal king crabs, lobsters as thick as an arm, and prawns of similar girth, alongside delicacies like wagyu beef, caviar, and matsutake mushrooms. Luxuries Lin Feng typically refrained from indulging in. "Tonight, I shall feast until I can eat no more. Do not restrain me," exclaimed the portly fellow, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Biaogu and Lin Feng exchanged bemused glances before finding a suitable spot to sit. "Brother, it appears I shall not have the opportunity to treat you to a grand meal tonight. I shall make it up to you next time. It is of no consequence. I appreciate your sentiment." The trio made their way to the condiment station to prepare their preferred flavors, embarking on a culinary adventure, relishing the idea of a complimentary feast. Particularly, the rotund one insisted on sampling a bit of everything. "You glutton, are you a reincarnated starving ghost? Huh, it's free. I'll take whatever I can carry." Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. The three happily indulged in succulent king crab while sipping fine red wine. This must be discarded. What use does one have for such a superficial woman? She only serves to tarnish my reputation. "Huh, brother, have you been betrayed?" Biaogun nearly choked on his food. "Do not speak of it. I fear I shall never trust in love again. They are all materialistic women. Do not be so cynical. There are still good women in this world, like my wife, who is just a tad strict with me." "Oh, Biaye. So you are under the thumb of your wife. How amusing. Begone. This is called respecting women, respecting my wife, and giving her the dignity she deserves." At that moment, a shadowy figure approached, revealing itself to be the exquisite campus belle. "May I join you three?" she inquired with a smile, casting her gaze upon Lin Feng and his companions. The trio was momentarily taken aback, but Biaogu vigorously nodded. "Of course, you are most welcome. It would be our pleasure to have such a beauty among us." The portly fellow, upon hearing that the campus beauty wished to join their culinary gathering, could hardly contain his excitement, drooling profusely onto his trousers. "Look at you, behaving so lecherously. Don't scare away the beautiful lady." Lin Feng playfully smacked the back of his head. Meanwhile, Xiaoming Xue plopped down beside Lin Feng, deliberately ignoring the two men. Her intention was solely to engage with Lin Feng. "I never expected to encounter you at this auction tonight," she remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "What a coincidence," he replied. "How could not be? We are both here for the auction. However, it seems you have had quite a fruitful evening. Acquiring so many raw stones," Xiaoming Xue noted with a peculiar tone. "Oh, it's nothing much, certainly not comparable to your achievements," Lin Feng replied modestly. Xiaoming Xue chose not to continue the conversation, instead taking a sip of red wine before unexpectedly picking up a crab leg from Lin Feng's plate and starting to eat. Lin Feng was taken aback. Is it not permissible to eat? Have you already had some?" "No, no. Please enjoy," he said, scratching his head helplessly. This girl was rather audacious. If he had already eaten from it, wouldn't that imply an indirect kiss? The thought sent a shiver through him. Across from them, the stout man gaped in astonishment at the beautiful woman feasting voraciously. After finishing the crab leg, She clapped her hands and wiped her fingers with a napkin from the table. I came here with the intention of conducting a business transaction. I am aware that you both have acquired numerous raw stones. I wish to purchase them from you, and am willing to offer a bit more. Provided you are willing to sell, she stated confidently. Xiao Mingxue first glanced at the stout man, then turned her gaze to Lin Feng. Haven't you also acquired quite a few? Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. My grandfather has tasked us with a competition over the next month to see who can gather the most and the highest quality of raw stones. Whether they are entirely uncut or fully processed, everything counts. Thus, you can probably guess the implications of this, she explained. Miss, I am also in the jewelry business and require raw stones as well, so... The stout man began to refuse. But Xiao Mengxue raised her delicate hand to stop him. Hold on, don't be so hasty in rejecting. I haven't even disclosed my offer yet. Are you afraid I might consume your share? Well, that is not the case, the stout man replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I can offer you 1.5 times the price for the stones you purchased at the auction, but that is my maximum. Anything more is beyond my means. If necessary, I will seek alternative solutions. This shocking proposition left everyone stunned, as it was indeed a proposition that bore no risk. You might want to consider it. It would be best to give me an answer tonight, as I may change my mind by tomorrow. The three of them exchanged bewildered glances. Wow, Lin Feng, the beautiful school belle, actually wants to buy raw stones from us? The stout man exclaimed incredulously. Given her statement, it does make sense, Lin Feng pondered. What do you plan to do, brother? I'm not entirely certain, but her offer is quite tempting. Though we are all here for business and profit, for your sake. I suppose I could part with some of my stones, he sighed, ultimately yielding, perhaps swayed by Xiao Mengxue's enchanting visage. Suddenly, Lin Feng's phone vibrated. He lifted his head, gazing in the direction where Xiao Mengxue had just been. Upon seeing her sweet smile directed at him, Lin Feng felt as if his heart were melting. I say, Fengzi, could it be that you've truly taken a liking to this exquisite campus beauty? Teased the plump friend. Get lost. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating, Lin Feng retorted. The trio continued to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. A rare opportunity not to be squandered. Particularly the plump fellow, whose eating habits were as unrefined as they come, paying no heed to his image. After their meal, the clock struck 10. What did you possibly have to do at this hour? Suddenly, the plump friend pondered a possibility. You aren't going to meet the campus beauty, are you? So what if I am? What can you do about it? Lin Feng replied, though inwardly he thought this guy, blinded by desire. He feigned indifference. But deep down, he yearned for the chance to date her. After all, she was renowned as the most beautiful girl at Modi University. And to claim he had no desire to go on a date with her? With that, Lin Feng departed alone. The rendezvous was set at a relatively quiet cafe. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, the pure and radiant Xiao Mengxue was already seated in a corner, savoring a cup of cappuccino. Lin Feng made his way directly to her, seating himself without hesitation. What would you like to drink? It's on me, Xiao Mengxue offered generously. Staring at the stunning campus beauty before him, Lin Feng felt as if he were in a dream. This was his first time experiencing such close proximity to the legendary beauty, the top-ranked girl at Modi University. Countless suitors would circle half of Modu just for a chance to pursue her. Yet here she was, sharing a table with a man who did not fit the mold of the typical affluent and attractive type, sipping coffee together. I'll have a latte, he declared. Lattes tend to be quite bitter. Are you certain? Xiao Mengxue inquired with genuine curiosity. Yes, quite certain. Bitter at first, but sweet afterwards. I hope you can offer me a taste of something sweet later on, he replied. She couldn't help but laugh at his boldness. You, so openly flirting with me. Do you usually behave this way with others? No. Lin Feng stammered, at a loss for words. When have I ever flirted with you? I was merely hinting that I expect satisfactory terms from our discussion. Of course, he dared not voice this directly. However, his thoughts were indeed occupied with the business matter mentioned earlier at the hotel, never anticipating that it would be misconstrued as flirting. Waiter, please prepare a latte with regular sugar. She called out to the front desk. Lin Feng felt somewhat flustered in the presence of such a high-caliber beauty, especially with her proximity. Her subtle fragrance wafted towards him, enchanting and elegant, utterly devoid of any vulgarity. This was the taste of a true beauty, as opposed to those who don heavy makeup and cloying perfumes. What are you staring at? Xiao Mengxue noticed his gaze lingering on her and playfully chided him. Chapter 27. The campus beauty is kidnapped. I wasn't. I was just lost in thought. Lin Feng's gaze appeared somewhat flustered as he hurriedly attempted to evade her penetrating stare. Yet, how could he possibly escape the scrutiny of such a captivating woman? Do all men behave this way, rendered immobile in the presence of beauty? I'm different. She scoffed, rolling her eyes, though secretly she found amusement in his discomfort. Humph, you think with my striking looks, you wouldn't harbor any improper thoughts? That glance just now was undoubtedly filled with wild imaginings. Before long, the latte Lin Feng ordered was served. In an effort to ease the tension, he immediately lifted the coffee cup to his lips, only to find it scalding hot, an unfortunate consequence of his impatience. Huh, you do realize that freshly served coffee tends to be rather hot, don't you? She teased. Now, tell me, what is it that you truly seek? Surely, you didn't invite me out merely for coffee. I lack the confidence to share a cup with such an exquisite campus belle. So, you are deemed exquisite in your circles? She mused, realization dawning upon her. How could you not know that you rank first among the campus beauties? Since we're being candid, I'll get straight to the point. I asked you out to discuss something. My first inquiry is, why did you prevent me from bidding on that piece of raw jade at the Mingbiao auction? Do you possess some insider knowledge? Summer Mengxue regarded him with keen interest. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat at her question. Could she have discerned something? So, you're also a connoisseur of jadeite, then? My family has been in this business for many years, and I have been steeped in it since childhood. I am quite knowledgeable about jadeite, yet I failed to detect any significant issues with that raw stone. How did you perceive it? Simply through the naked eye. Do you suppose I have some extraordinary ability? Very well, since you choose not to divulge, I shall not press further. The second matter is regarding the raw stone you possess. I wish to purchase it entirely. During the banquet earlier, I sensed reluctance in your friend's gaze, indicating potential difficulties. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in facilitating this. I am in urgent need of high-quality raw stones. At this moment, her tone was gentle and soothing, evoking a sense of empathy. I can part with what I have, but there is one piece I must retain for myself. The rest I can transfer to you. Upon hearing this, Summer Mengxue paused for a moment. All right, I shall leave one piece for you. As for your friend, I would appreciate it if you could convey my willingness to pay a premium. Understood. With that, Summer Mengxue stood to depart. Are you leaving already? Lin Feng stammered awkwardly, scratching his head. As he gazed at her stunning silhouette and graceful form, he swallowed hard. This Summer Mengxue truly embodies the essence of a campus beauty, with a figure and visage like hers. If only I could claim such a remarkable girlfriend. My life would be complete. It was already 11 p.m. Time had flown by. All right, we are ready to proceed, he murmured, steeling himself for what lay ahead. The men who had trailed Summer Mengxue the previous day were now prepared to act. It was a rare encounter with such a remarkable individual. How could they let her slip away? As Xiao Mengxue emerged, the trio immediately revved their vehicle and sped towards her. Standing by the roadside, waiting for a taxi, Xiao Mengxue suddenly let out a piercing scream. In an instant, she was forcefully shoved into a van by the bald man, who then slammed on the accelerator and sped off. Old Sue, did you hear that sound just now? A security guard at the hotel entrance asked, puzzled. Sound? What sound? There was a scream, or at least it sounded like one, if I'm not mistaken. Let us investigate. There have been frequent disappearances around here lately. It's better to be cautious. With that, the two began to patrol the hotel's vicinity. Didn't a beautiful woman just exit the hotel? Indeed, a stunning lady did come out. Why do you ask? Could it be her? Wasn't she just waiting for a cab nearby? Perhaps she managed to catch a ride. That scream could have just been a cat, after all. Unbeknownst to them, right under their noses, a breathtaking campus belle and wealthy heiress was being abducted. Boss, I didn't expect this to go so smoothly. You'd better behave yourself. The scarred man, resembling a viper, sat silently to the side. It was just after Xiao Mengxue was taken that Lin Feng appeared outside, witnessing this shocking scene. What the hell? I can't believe I'm witnessing something like this here, he cursed under his breath. He quickly flagged down a taxi. Driver, hurry, follow that van. Lin Feng urged the cab driver anxiously. Hey handsome, what's wrong? Did your girlfriend run off with someone? His expression darkened at the suggestion. What are you talking about? My friend has been kidnapped. What? Aren't you two together? How could she be taken? She left first, and I saw her being taken. With his clairvoyance activated, Lin Feng pursued the van, clearly seeing Xiao Mengxue lying unconscious inside, while the diminutive man pawed at her, igniting Lin Feng's fury. Dare you touch a single hair on her head, and I will ensure you become a eunuch, unable to ever pursue women again. Chapter 28. The Campus Belle Lost Handsome. You should call the police quickly. Even if we catch up, you might not be able to take them on, the driver kindly advised. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately pulled out his phone to report the incident. He realized that now was not the time to play the hero. One wrong move could lead to disaster. Losing the beautiful girl and becoming a victim himself was a losing proposition indeed. He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy his recent windfall. Driver, step on it. This is as fast as I can go. If I go any quicker, we might take flight. This vehicle will literally take off at this rate. And the road conditions are terrible. The driver chuckled wryly. Indeed, they had entered a one-way street, and the conditions were far from ideal. Brother, I think we have a tail. Damn it, where did that come from? Could it be the police? The scarred man's vigilance surged. The bald man pressed the accelerator with fervor, causing the mountain road to jolt its passengers, nearly throwing even the reclining campus belle from her seat. Curse be this van. It must have been modified. Otherwise, how could it possibly outpace my compact car? The driver felt utterly helpless. After years of driving taxis, he prided himself on his driving skills, yet he found himself unable to catch up with a mere van. Fortunately, this road had no forks. He could simply follow along. At the Public Security Bureau in Relics, the captain received an urgent report. A woman had been abducted by criminals. Yes, Captain, he responded promptly. With that, the captain prepared his gear, summoned his team, and dispatched 5 police cars and 3 motorcycles. When Lin Feng reported the incident, the call operator had already pinpointed his location via satellite, and they were now racing towards him. Must call now, Lin Feng thought, feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket. He hastily retrieved it, noticing it was a call from Fatty, and answered. Hey, Fatty, if you have something to say, spit it out. Lin Feng replied curtly. Did you go to a hotel with that campus belle? Fatty teased as soon as the call connected. Get lost. I'm chasing her down right now. What? Oh, so you've started pursuing her already? You heartless player. I don't have time for this. She has been taken, and I'm in hot pursuit. With that, Lin Feng hung up, leaving Fatty in a state of bewilderment. What? The campus belle has been abducted? Fatty's mind was engulfed in confusion. Yet, he quickly reasoned that this was a border city adjacent to northern Myanmar. Abductions were not entirely uncommon here. However, to abduct the campus belle was an outrageous act. Damn it, even though I have no ties to her, I still hope she is safe. Otherwise, the ranking of campus belles in the metropolis will need to be revised. Lin Feng, don't act recklessly. Don't fall into their hands and end up having your organs harvested. Meanwhile, the bald man and his accomplices had arrived at the nearest village to the border. Hurry, lose them. We must shake them off. If the police show up, we're in deep trouble. Boss, what if we just dump the woman? What good would that do now? I suspect the ones behind us have already alerted the authorities. Our only option is to lose them and then enter northern Myanmar, where they won't be able to trace us. Yet, due to the village's complex routes, they managed to elude Lin Feng for the time being. Master, did we lose them? Yes, I can't believe we actually lost them. This one do. My friend is still in their grasp. Boss, we've shaken off that tail. Don't celebrate too soon. On the other side, Lin Feng, though puzzled, ultimately decided to give it a try. After all, what if he found something? Driver, head in this direction. All right, rest assured, you won't lose out on this. I'll hire your vehicle for the night. Lin Feng declared confidently. With a roar, the vehicle sped away into the night. The bald men have now arrived at the predetermined location, a stronghold of theirs. They promptly drove their vehicle into a garage and secured the door. Boss, let us have our fun first before we bring her over. If we take her straight away, we might never get the chance to encounter such an exquisite woman again. Absolutely, a woman of such caliber is a rare find. Not indulging ourselves would be a disservice. Handing her over to that group would be a waste. The bald man licked his lips. You stay outside and keep watch. If anything happens, notify us immediately. He instructed the 2 men. Without delay, the 3 exited the vehicle, with the scar-faced man tasked with observing the surroundings for any onlookers, while the slender man was responsible for carrying Xia Mengxue into the house. With a thud, the slender man carelessly tossed Xia Mengxue onto a wooden bed. Be more careful. This woman has delicate skin. If she gets hurt, her value diminishes. The bald man reprimanded the slender one, who seemed accustomed to such scolding, indicating it was a common occurrence. You 2 stay here and keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape, and cater to her needs as much as possible, as long as we remain undiscovered. Boss, you're not seriously taking a liking to her, are you? Feeling sympathy? For heaven's sake, if we want to have our fun, we need to take some initiative. With that, the bald man exited, leaving the slender man alone in the room, while the scar-faced man went outside to maintain watch. Haha, little darling. Meeting someone like you is indeed a stroke of luck. The slender man approached Xia Mengxue, licking his lips. Yet, he refrained from crossing the line. Mindful of the bald man's warning, he dared not overstep, contenting himself with merely touching her face. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Xia Mengxue had been staying in Relics, Chapter 29, was the campus belle stuffed into a suitcase? What if something had happened? Little did he know, Xia Mengxue was no longer in Relics. What fate awaited her remained a mystery to all. At that moment, the police dispatched to investigate had also arrived at the scene. Captain, the tracking indicates they stopped here for a while before heading in this direction. What? Could they have engaged in a conflict? No, they're attempting to cross the border. Quickly, head this way. The captain deduced their intent upon seeing the direction indicated by his team, realizing they aimed to escape, as this was the route to the border. He had already notified the border personnel to block the suspicious vehicle. Strangely, why did that van seem to flicker in and out of sight? Lin Feng pondered this anomaly, but dismissed it quickly. Before long, they pursued the vehicle to another village. The scar-faced man, stationed near the house, perked up at the sound of revving engines and immediately called the slender man. Something's up. Hurry and hide her. Upon hearing this, the drooling slender man swiftly covered Xia Mengshue's eyes and gagged her mouth. He concealed her within a large 28-inch suitcase and tucked it beneath the bed. Soon, Lin Feng's vehicle arrived in the vicinity of the house. Handsome, are you certain they are nearby? I am uncertain. Yet my sixth sense suggests that those scoundrels have ultimately fled to this very location. As he spoke, he strained his vision to locate Xia Mengxue while urging the driver to proceed. However, as his gaze fell upon the building where the emaciated man was located, he was struck with a jolt. Damn it! I have finally found you wretches. The van was parked securely in the garage, although the garage door was locked. Lin Feng's penetrating vision pierced through without mercy. His sight then ascended, and upon glimpsing the scene on the second floor, fury welled within him. This bastard! How dare he treat a woman this way? A brute! He then turned to the driver beside him. Master, wait here, I have located her. My friend is in grave danger, confined within a suitcase in that very house. I must go to her rescue. Lin Feng declared to the driver. Are you out of your mind? You're going alone? Fear not, master. I know my limits, and I cannot endanger you. You have already done so much for me by bringing me here, for which I am immensely grateful. However, rescuing her entails certain risks. Observing Lin Feng's resolute demeanor, the driver found it difficult to voice further objections. Yet, as a man, how could he shy away from danger? Shall we wait a moment longer? The police should be arriving soon. Did you not mention they would track your location? They must be en route and will likely arrive shortly. No, I cannot afford to wait any longer. With each passing second, my friend is in greater peril. With that, he swiftly opened the car door and exited. You truly intend to go alone? The driver called out anxiously. Yet, he ultimately refrained from pursuing, as thoughts of his own family surfaced, his wife and children. What would become of them if he were to perish here? From his earlier observations, there were a total of 3 individuals in the house, excluding Xia Mengxue. That left only the scarred man and the lanky figure. Where had the bald man gone? As he stealthily approached the front door, he pondered. On the second floor of the house, the scarred man cautiously remarked, "Be vigilant. Someone is approaching." He was attentively watching the staircase, wielding a gleaming silver dagger, while the emaciated man brandished a black stick, the material of which was uncertain, yet undoubtedly capable of inflicting severe pain. Have you informed the boss? He was hastening towards the house via a narrow path, his clothes caked in mud. The 2 men upstairs stood ready at the staircase, poised to ambush. However, with my piercing vision, how could I allow you to succeed? Lin Feng was not a reckless individual. He resolved to do his utmost. He then glanced toward the nearby window. The window was rather high. Climbing directly was impossible, and with only one entrance. It appeared he would have to walk into the lion's den. He sighed deeply. With such thoughts in mind, his body acted without hesitation, taking a stride towards the door. Gathering all his strength into one leg, he delivered a powerful kick. The resounding thud echoed, yet the firmly shut door did not yield immediately. How tightly secured it is. He kicked again, 3 consecutive blows, until finally, the door burst open. The first floor lay shrouded in darkness. Presumably the 2 individuals had extinguished the lights to ambush him. Little did they know the formidable opponent they faced, one unafraid of the shadows. Skinny, when he comes up, let us give him a good thrashing. If we can knock him out, so much the better. No problem. Skinny licked his lips, as if envisioning a beautiful maiden. The boy's eyes at this moment resembled those of a ferocious beast, sharp and piercing. Lin Feng advanced slowly, not charging recklessly. What coincidence. There lies a long stick at the base of the stairs. I truly thank you for preparing this so thoroughly. This stick, I bet, is unknown to Skinny and his companion, and they certainly did not anticipate this turn of events. Subsequently, Lin Feng seized the long stick and stealthily approached the staircase. Chapter 30, A Heroic Rescue. Skinny, he's coming up, get ready. The boy made a gesture and tightened his grip on the dagger. The 2 upstairs waited silently for Lin Feng's appearance. aiming for a decisive strike. "Humph. Do you think you can ambush me at the staircase? Dream on." Lin Feng activated his perception, constantly monitoring the situation above. However, with his extraordinary insight, he would not fall for such a trick. In an instant, he dashed upward, catching the two upstairs off guard. "Damn, you startle me. Boy, let us go," Skinny shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, a rush of air announced the approach of two figures. Yet Lin Feng was no easy target. With agile movements, he evaded their attack. Wielding the long stick, he kept his perceptive vision active, observing his adversaries. Meanwhile, Skinny swung a metal rod menacingly towards Lin Feng. If that blow connected, it would surely break bones. "Huh? You think your feeble skills can harm me?" Lin Feng chuckled, blocking the attack with his stick, then sweeping it with a force that sent the opponent flying. Thud! Skinny crashed against the wall, spitting blood. "How dare you strike me? I'll make you pay," he roared, rising to confront Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng was taken aback. The opponent's fighting style mirrored that of a street brawler on television. Immensely powerful and exceedingly aggressive, ready to brawl at a moment's notice. As Skinny launched another attack, Lin Feng quickly retreated, evading the blow. A sinister smile crept upon Skinny's face as he swung the stick toward Lin Feng. Not daring to be complacent, Lin Feng dodged swiftly. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man, armed with a dagger, sought the perfect moment to stab Lin Feng while relentlessly attacking with his legs. "Kid, you've got some skill. However, did you think this was the end?" The scar man bellowed. With a swift motion, he braced himself against the ground and launched a kick towards Lin Feng, aiming for his groin. Lin Feng's expression hardened. He had not anticipated such lewdness. How despicable to resort to such tactics. Enraged, Lin Feng resolved to waste no more time. He pivoted and charged towards the scrawny man, swinging his staff with force, striking the scrawny man's knee. "Ah, my leg!" The scrawny man shrieked, clutching his knee as he collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of standing, at least for the moment. Seeing this, the scarred man's expression shifted, his teeth clenched in determination as he lunged at Lin Feng once more. "Oomph! Once I deal with you, everything will fall into place," Lin Feng retorted, raising his staff again. Clang! The sharp sound of wood meeting metal reverberated through the air. In an instant, Lin Feng moved with ghostly agility, evading the onslaught of attacks, then reached out, seizing the scarred man's arm that clutched the dagger. Crack! A bone-crunching sound echoed as Lin Feng twisted, causing the dagger to slip from the man's grasp. "Ah!" he cried out, kneeling on the ground, cradling his injured arm. "Such arrogance!" Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully. Both adversaries had now lost their fighting capabilities, prompting Lin Feng to stride towards the adjacent room. There, beneath the bed, lay a 28-inch suitcase. Suddenly, a sharp gust sliced through the air as a gleaming short knife lunged toward Lin Feng's throat. His eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly sidestepped. Yet he was a beat too late. The blade grazed his clothing, leaving a crimson streak as blood flowed forth, staining his sleeve. "Scoundrel!" Lin Feng roared, his eyes ignited with fierce intent. "You, boy! I did not expect you to track me here. However, it matters not. Here, even the police are powerless against us. Once I eliminate you, we shall flee the country." At that moment, the scarred man rushed in, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed at Lin Feng. Upon seeing the dagger, Lin Feng's countenance darkened. Reacting swiftly, he evaded just as the dagger was a mere 3 centimeters from his nose, darting behind the scarred man. He then delivered a powerful kick to the man's side, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Oomph!" Lin Feng grunted, advancing towards the suitcase. Just then, the bald man attacked again. Observing this, Lin Feng activated his full perception, raising the staff in his hand and thrusting it forward. The bald man's eyes widened in shock as he felt a searing pain radiate through his body. For the end of the staff was aimed directly at his most sensitive area. A pungent odor began to permeate the air. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Feng swiftly seized the suitcase from the ground and made his way outside. "Halt!" The thin man attempted to rise, limping as he pursued Lin Feng. "Oomph! Do you really think you can stop me?" Lin Feng glanced back at him disdainfully before continuing on his path. Just then, the shrill wail of police sirens echoed from below. "Brother, the police are coming." The thin man looked at the bald man in terror. "Run!" With great effort, the boy scrambled to his feet, intending to escape through a window on the second floor. Simultaneously, the bald man, clutching a vital part of his body, limped towards a window on the second floor. "Jump!" he urged urgently. Immediately, the boy, gritting his teeth against the pain, leaped out, closely followed by the bald man, leaving the thin man behind. However, upon landing, they were left utterly stunned. A group of police officers, rifles in hand, had them in their sights. Any sign of escape would be met with a hail of bullets. We're doomed. Lin Feng quickly opened the suitcase, revealing a weary Xia Mengxue inside. He removed the claw from her mouth and tore off the tape covering her eyes. Are you all right, school beauty? Lin Feng asked anxiously, unable to contain herself any longer. Xia Mengxue threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. After a long while, she finally released him. Thank you, Lin Feng. Her voice trembled with tears at that moment. She had shed her proud demeanor, transforming into a wounded kitten nestled quietly in his arms. Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness, his hands uncertainly hovering in the air, unsure whether to comfort her with an embrace. Just as he made the decision to hold her, Xia Mengxue suddenly lifted her head. Chapter 31. Returning to the hotel. A brutal thought. She gazed at him silently, this classmate she had known for only a few days, who had appeared as if descended from the heavens during her moment of dire need, rescuing her from humiliation and potential harm. It's all right now. Those 3 scoundrels have faced justice. Those bastards, where are they? I want to crush them. The thought of nearly being trafficked to northern Myanmar ignited a fire of rage within her. Just as she was about to warn Lin Feng, he spoke first. Don't worry, I won't let anyone know about this. At his words, Xia Mengxue stared at him, a swirl of emotions churning within her. How did he know what she was going to say? And you want me to take revenge on them? I've already taken care of that. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. What? You already? Indeed. But I didn't expect you to have such a brutal side. Who wouldn't want to avenge such an affront? The thought of what could have happened left her shaken. Had those 3 scoundrels succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. By the way, how did you know I was kidnapped? And how did you find this place? Suddenly realizing, Xia Mengxue was taken aback. As you emerged from the hotel, it was precisely at that moment when they abducted you into the vehicle that I witnessed the event. Without hesitation, I hailed a taxi and pursued them relentlessly. Although I momentarily lost their trail, fortune smiled upon me as I eventually located them, and thankfully, you were unharmed. At this point, her impression of Lin Feng elevated significantly, and an inexplicable sentiment began to blossom within her heart. After speaking, she made her way toward the police car, no longer daring to remain alone. This incident would undoubtedly leave an indelible shadow upon her, the duration of which remained uncertain. Shortly thereafter, the 2 of them climbed into the taxi. Brother, I admire you. Witnessing the capture of those individuals firsthand is immensely gratifying. The driver remarked with respect toward Lin Feng. The vehicle roared to life and sped away. It was now past 3 in the morning, with vehicles scarce on the road, particularly in this border region where some areas lacked even a single streetlight. Following the ordeal, Xia Mengxue felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity and, without realizing it, closed her eyes, resting her head on Lin Feng's shoulder as she drifted into slumber. Lin Feng gazed at her exquisite visage, which, despite the harrowing experience, retained its breathtaking beauty, stirring an unexpected flutter within him. At that moment, his gaze caught the gentle contours of Xia Mengxue, her fair skin marked with faint impressions. However, he refrained from indulging in such a sight, recognizing it as an exploitative act. Sir, we've arrived, the driver announced. Yes, please provide me with the payment code. I shall settle the fare. Lin Feng replied. No need for that. This journey has been arduous for you as well. Allow me to cover it, the driver insisted. No, you must provide for your family. Hand it over, I can pay. Lin Feng asserted with unwavering determination, prompting the driver to reluctantly produce the QR code affixed to the windshield. Upon completing the transaction, Lin Feng transferred 2,000 yuan. Ah, young man, you've given too much. This is more than necessary, the driver exclaimed. It's not excessive. I owe you this for your assistance. Should you find it insufficient, I can offer more, Lin Feng replied graciously. Thank you for your hard work, driver. At that moment, Lin Feng gently roused Xia Mengxue from her slumber. As she beheld the familiar cityscape, it felt akin to awakening from a haunting dream. Yes, I reside in room 608. Lin Feng then escorted her to the door of her hotel room before turning to depart. As she watched his retreating figure, a newfound emotion flickered in her eyes. She retrieved her room key, and with a soft beep, the door swung open. Just as she stepped inside, a voice startled her. Initially taken aback, she soon recognized it was Uncle Ming. Miss, I was worried about you. I tried to call, but your phone was dead. I'm relieved to see you are safe. Upon hearing her explanation, Uncle Ming finally released the tension that had gripped him. Miss, as long as you're unharmed, that is what matters. After much contemplation, Xia Mengxue ultimately decided against disclosing her abduction to Uncle Ming, fearing it would only incite worry and potentially alert her father, leading to inevitable complications. Furthermore, She preferred to keep the incident private, recognizing it was not a particularly honorable affair. Indeed, that was her choice. In order to mitigate the impact of the situation, Lin Feng refrained from disclosing excessive details to the chubby one, merely providing a brief account, coupled with some modifications. So, you played the role of a hero, saving a damsel in distress? One might say so. Goodness, my friend. You are undoubtedly destined to receive special attention from the campus belle. Having rescued her, perhaps, in her moment of gratitude, she might even offer herself to you. At that moment, the chubby one's drowsiness was considerably alleviated. Get lost. She's not that easy. After a brief exchange of banter, Lin Feng, disinterested in his companion, swiftly washed up and then lay down to sleep. Upon awakening, he found the sun had already risen high in the sky. The chubby one hastily got up, realizing that if he delayed any longer, he would miss the flight. The mere mention of the word flight jolted the chubby one awake. Uncle Ming, let us prepare. It is almost time to depart. Miss, all the items are packed. Good, then let us proceed. Xiao Mengxue had already changed into a clean outfit, regaining her usual stunning beauty. At this moment, Lin Feng and his companion had already boarded the airplane. Chapter 32. Let us go, retrieve the car. Chubby, our gains this time are quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree? Fengzi, if anyone reaped the greatest rewards, it would undoubtedly be you. Not only have you earned money, but you have also gained a person. The chubby one, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, made Lin Feng unable to suppress a chuckle. Originally, a transaction involving raw stones with Xiao Mengxue was planned for the previous night, but after that incident, it had fallen through. However, that task was assigned to Brother Biao, leaving Lin Feng and his friend with some leisure time. Ah, what a pity. I missed the English teacher's class. Otherwise, I could have indulged my eyes a bit more. The chubby one remarked lewdly. You, daydreaming about her incessantly. If you like her, go pursue her. There is no shame in it. As long as you can win her over. I would like to pursue her, but she likely already has a boyfriend, or perhaps she is even married with children. Lin Feng, weary of the idle chatter, headed straight for the dormitory. Now that I have money, I can purchase my own apartment in this magical city, ideally a villa, as I am not particularly fond of flat. Furthermore, it is time to arrange for a vehicle as well. He contemplated his plans as he walked. However, tonight, I should first transfer some money to my sister, perhaps an initial sum of 50,000, as a larger amount might raise her suspicions. She might even think I sold a kidney for cash. Moreover, given her personality, she would undoubtedly interrogate me thoroughly, leading to unnecessary trouble. In any case, I have money now, so concerns for the future can wait. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Lin Feng received a message from Xiao Mengxue. Lin Feng, thank you this time. Have you arrived at school? I will be there shortly. When are you free? I would like to invite you out for a discussion. Seeing this message filled him with joy. She is actively inviting me out. How delightful it is to be courted by the top campus belle. However, before that, I must first resolve the matter concerning that scheming woman. No, we should consider ourselves already separated. Given what transpired, there is no need for us to remain together. Yet, I still cannot swallow this grievance. If that is the case, I shall ensure that you come to understand the meaning of regret. Lin Feng resolutely decided to make that wretched woman realize the absurdity of her choice. Upon acquiring the gift of clairvoyance, wealth was within his grasp. Yet, what was the outcome? She had the audacity to run off with a wealthy heir behind his back, sealing her fate of never attaining what was rightfully his. Reflecting on his current assets, amounting to millions, he found it almost surreal. Just days ago, he was a penniless wretch, and now, after a fortuitous encounter while tomb raiding with an overweight companion, he had unexpectedly gained this extraordinary ability, truly a blessing in disguise. However, such a power was too formidable to reveal. Even his parents must remain oblivious. The more people who knew, the greater the peril, especially that glutton who could never keep his mouth shut. When it came to women, he was particularly indiscreet, spewing forth truths rather than sweet nothings. Upon further contemplation, Lin Feng began to suspect that his newfound sight was connected to the pair of black and white beads. During the altercation that had knocked him to the ground, the beads had fallen from their box, and his blood had splattered upon them, after which his memory faded into oblivion. Thus, his clairvoyance must be linked to those enigmatic beads, yet he could not fathom what they were or how they bestowed such an extraordinary gift upon him. Hey, fatty, I'm thinking of buying a car. Do you have time to accompany me to the dealership? Wow, Fengzi, now that you're wealthy, you're quite the big shot. Aren't you? Get lost. Lin Feng shot him a glare. Well, it's true. You become a millionaire. It's about time you got yourself a car. Have you decided what you want? Fatty grinned lewdly. I've noticed that my tastes have elevated since I acquired wealth. I've always admired the G-Class Mercedes, so I think I'll go for that. Its off-road capabilities are remarkable. Wow, are you really going for that? That is quite an extravagant choice. It's going to cost a fortune, and with the current market, you'll need to pay a premium to even get one, Fatty exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, I'm certain. If I'm going to buy, I want the best, Lin Feng affirmed with determination. Shall we go now? Yes, let us head out right away. Thus, the two made their way to the school gate, hailed a taxi, and set off for the nearest Mercedes dealership. Lu Hao, didn't you say you'd take me to buy Mercedes? Are you going to keep your word? Wang Tingting pouted, gazing at Lu Hao. Don't worry, I will take you, but first, you need to do something for me. He chuckled. What is it? Wang Tingting seemed to understand. You know what I mean, hif. After hastily preparing, they descended the stairs, driving his Porsche Cayenne to the Mercedes dealership. Though he had not yet fulfilled his desires. He had not grown tired of that green tea vixen. He could only keep his promise to take her to select the most affordable Mercedes, as he was reluctant to spend more. In his view, that wretched woman was only worth that much. If he sought something of greater value, it would have to be a beauty from the school S ranking of allure. Fengzi, I wonder if there are any cars in stock at this dealership. Who cares? If not, we can wait. At this moment, Lin Feng and his companion had arrived at the entrance of the 4S dealership. They were scanning the area for any sales representatives who might resemble potential clients. Upon noticing the two gentlemen, a saleswoman immediately adorned her face with a professional smile. Gentlemen, are you here to purchase a vehicle? Have you set your sights on a particular model? If so, I can take you to see it right away. If not, I can introduce you to our offerings one by one. The saleswoman was an attractive young lady, and she did not look down upon Lin Feng due to his rather ordinary attire. She understood that many affluent individuals prefer to conceal their wealth, and her previous experiences had taught her valuable lessons about humility. Therefore, she was cautious not to repeat her past mistakes, as dismissing clients equated to disregarding potential wealth, especially in a luxury car dealership like this, where commissions on high-end vehicles were substantial. Hey, beautiful, why don't you ask him? He is here to buy a car. The chubby friend interjected. Do you have a G-Class here? Lin Feng cut straight to the chase. What? The G-Class? His inquiry genuinely startled her. The G-Class was a coveted toy for many men, and the most expensive car she had sold thus far was priced around $600,000 to $700,000. Now, this seemingly ordinary yet handsome man was mentioning the G-Class right off the bat. How could she not be excited? However, despite her exhilaration, she maintained her professional demeanor. Sir, may I inquire which model of the G-Class you're interested in? Currently, we only have one vehicle available. The G500, the G500? Yes, please. Let me show it to you. Lin Feng's expression remained composed, yet he felt a surge of excitement within. In the past, he had never dared to dream of owning a Mercedes-Benz, with even the most affordable models starting at around $200,000, let alone $1 million luxury vehicle, which was often hard to come by even at a premium. The saleswoman led them to another showroom, which housed only two cars, the renowned G500 and a new Maybach SUV, priced over $2 million, aimed to compete with Bentley. However, Lin Feng's gaze was entirely fixated on the G500, completely disregarding the Maybach. Sir, this is the G500. You may sit inside and experience it, she began, but before she could finish, Lin Feng had already opened the door. The sound of the door closing echoed like a gunshot, heightening his excitement as he promptly settled into the driver's seat. Touching the steering wheel, he marveled, this vehicle suits me perfectly. Lin Feng, aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue? What do you mean it suits you? It should be worthy of you. His friend's comment nearly provoked Lin Feng to slap him, but the latter part of the statement made him reconsider. What was his chubby friend implying? Was he belittling himself or something else? Excuse me, miss, what is the total cost to acquire this vehicle? Lin Feng bypassed his friend's comment and directly addressed the saleswoman. The handsome gentleman remarked that the base price of the G500 is approximately $2 million, a bare vehicle price. The final cost, including insurance and license plates, would hover around $3 million. Despite possessing a fortune in the millions, he found the price rather astonishing. Nonetheless, astonishment aside, a purchase was inevitable. Very well, let us proceed with the customization, he declared. The charming saleswoman gestured respectfully to guide him. Fengzi, are you truly going to buy this one? His friend inquired. Why not? Do you think he is? He replied with a chuckle, envisioning the prestige of owning a G-Class, which would surely elevate his standing at school. Go ahead, if you wish to flaunt, buy one for yourself. Lin Feng playfully punched him. Oh, come on. Are we not friends anymore? Don't be so stingy. Your family can afford 10 G-Classes without issue. The plump friend wore a comical expression that almost made Lin Feng laugh. At that moment, a familiar figure in the main showroom caught Lin Feng's attention. Well, Fengzi, isn't that your little girlfriend? It's been ages since we last saw her. And here she is, his friend teased, clearly relishing the opportunity to provoke him. She is no longer my girlfriend. We parted ways back in Rueli, Lin Feng retorted, choosing not to approach as he watched the couple. Though a tempest of anger brewed within him, he recognized that the past was immutable. Should he confront the scoundrel or reprimand the deceptive woman? Yet, in his heart, he was grateful for this untrustworthy woman, for revealing her true nature. Otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to her deceit for far too long. Judging by their demeanor, they had likely been entangled for quite some time. Let us ignore them. We are here to collect the vehicle, he urged, attempting to turn away with the saleswoman to finalize the specifications. However, fate had other plans, as a mocking voice interjected. What a coincidence, Ting Ting, is this not your ex-boyfriend? Lu Hao sneered. Lu Hao, he's merely a relic of the past. Wang Ting Ting tugged at his arm. Yet, Lu Hao disregarded her and approached Lin Feng instead, which extinguished any enthusiasm Lin Feng had for the customization. What is this? A lowly fellow like you dares to venture into such a place? Here to buy a car, or perhaps just renting? Wang Ting Ting did not deter him from his mockery, her lips curling in delight, proud of having found a wealthy partner. What I do here has no bearing on you. My financial status is of no concern to you. Lin Feng replied. Indeed, it concerns me not. I merely wish to remind you that a toad should not aspire to feast upon swan meat. Lu Hao retorted, sneering. Oh, are you referring to yourself as the toad? Or is it the green TBTCH beside you? Lin Feng shot back, causing Lu Hao's expression to darken, caught off guard by the unexpected rebuttal. Your words are quite clever, but I wonder if your actions can match your wit. So, have you set your sights on a vehicle here? Do you possess the means? Lu Hao challenged, betting that Lin Feng could afford nothing beyond the most economical compact car. I apologize for any disappointment, but I have indeed set my sights on a particular vehicle. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at that insufferable individual. You, Lu Hao dares to insult me. Why don't you take your revenge for me? What have I done to deserve this? Wang Tingting wore a look of grievance. At this moment, Lu Hao was her lifeline, thus she dared not exhibit any defiance. Subsequently, Lu Hao approached Lin Feng, eager to witness what kind of car this impoverished fellow could possibly afford. He spat dismissively, expressing his contempt. Observing this, Wang Tingting hurriedly followed suit. Truly, she embodied the essence of a manipulative vixen, provoking a sense of nausea. Sir, here is the information on optional features. Please review and let me know what you desire. Very well. Lin Feng accepted the options list. After a brief glance, he arrived at a decision. Chapter 34. A face-slapping encounter, severing ties. He then picked up a pen and began to make his selections. This will suffice. Please calculate the total. Certainly, sir. The attractive saleswoman commenced her calculations. Look at that. This little nobody actually has the means to purchase a vehicle here. I wonder which model he is choosing. Lu Hao inquired with interest. However, Lin Feng chose to ignore him. Seeing this, the hefty individual sought to stoke the flames, aiming to make this wealthy heir feel inferior. Our esteemed young Master Lin is acquiring the G-Class, unlike certain individuals who can only manage the pedestrian version of the Porsche Cayenne. Oh, the G-Class? Are you sure it isn't an A-Class sedan? Lu Hao was incredulous, as his own family background was not particularly lacking, yet securing a G-Class would still present a challenge, let alone for this ordinary pauper. Even Wang Tingting, standing nearby, wore a mocking expression. She was well aware of Lin Feng's true background and the depth of his family's wealth during their time together. At that moment, the saleswoman finalized the total. Sir, the total comes to 2 million. Will you be making a down payment or paying in full? In full, please. By the way, do you have any promotional offers available? Every penny saved is beneficial. I'm sorry, sir, but there are currently no discounts on this model. Very well. Then let us proceed with the payment. Certainly. Will you be paying by card or another method? By card. As he spoke, Lin Feng retrieved a worn bank card from his pocket and handed it over. What? No way. You're actually purchasing the G-Class? Lu Hao's face was one of disbelief. The seemingly ordinary Lin Feng was paying in full for such an expensive vehicle. It is worth noting that the insurance alone for this car would be a burden for an average person, not to mention the ongoing maintenance costs, which could easily exceed an ordinary person's annual salary. How could Lin Feng possess such wealth? Had he won the lottery? Or perhaps his family had experienced a lucrative property redevelopment. Yet, that seemed implausible. His hometown was in the countryside, where redevelopment was unlikely, and even if it were, it would not lead to such extravagance. Wang Tingting pondered these questions internally. After all, Lin Feng had treated her well during their time together. Unlike the spoiled individual before her who only sought to take advantage of her, toying with her emotions. Moreover, there is a malfunction in that regard. I have recently found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm, truly a quintessential 3-second king. What? Did I strike a nerve? Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at him. He then turned to the saleswoman. Beautiful lady, will I be able to pick up the car today? Handsome, due to the configurations you have chosen. Assembling them will require some time, so your request cannot be fulfilled today. You will need to return the day after tomorrow morning to collect your vehicle. Very well. I shall return then. With that, he intended to leave the 4S store. Lin Feng, the voice behind him compelled him to pause. What were you thinking while we were together? I certainly do not wish to be a rebound. You may return to your wealthy heir. He is affluent as well. Lin Feng chuckled mockingly. Have you truly forgotten the days we spent together? I have not forgotten, and that is precisely why I now see your true colors. I regret not leaving you sooner. However, it seems it is not too late. Lin Feng let out a self-deprecating laugh. You wretched woman, what do you mean? Lu Hao's face was contorted with anger. This vile woman dared to confront him in such a manner, and she claimed to have done nothing wrong? You were rather eager when you needed me, were you not? You urged me to hurry. What, have you forgotten now? Upon hearing Wang Tingting's words, Lu Hao could no longer contain himself. I truly did not. Lin Feng, please let us reconcile. TSK, the chubby one observed the scene with disdain. Fengzi, if you ask me, we ought to leave directly. What are we lingering here for? With that, he pulled Lin Feng towards the exit. Lin Feng, do not leave. As he was about to exit, Wang Tingting, unwilling to relent, embraced Lin Feng's broad waist from behind. The saleswoman and the other staff, witnessing this dramatic scene, wore expressions of bewilderment, astonished to witness such a melodramatic display within the store. Lu Hao, I am sorry, what was I thinking? How dare you still show your face? What is it? Spare me your theatrics. Just leave, I do not wish to see you again. With the situation as it was, Lu Hao no longer felt any inclination to keep her. With so many onlookers, it had become a spectacle. He turned and headed towards the door. Do not leave. Did you not promise to buy me a car? You vile green tea. How dare you still expect me to bring you the car? What audacity possesses you? Have you even taken a moment to reflect on yourself? Are you worthy of such a demand? You cannot even satisfy me in that regard. Yet you dare to ask for a car? Dream on, you scoundrel. It is your own inadequacy that has led to this, bowing your head before even entering. You 3-second king. The onlooking sales staff could no longer hold back their laughter. Flushed with embarrassment, Lu Hao, in a fit of rage, delivered a stinging slap to her before storming out. Left alone, she sank to the ground in tears. Her disheveled appearance evoked both pity and disdain. Ultimately, all of this was her own doing. Who could she blame? Had she initially been together with Lin Feng sincerely, devoid of avarice or materialistic desires, she might have avoided her current predicament. Perhaps she could have reveled in prosperity alongside Lin Feng. Yet now, both men have forsaken her, leaving her utterly humiliated. Instead of alleviating her distress, this has fostered a malevolent desire for revenge against the two. Lu Hao, brace yourself. I shall ensure your reputation is tarnished. How dare you bring me such humiliation? I will make you regret it. Chapter 35, Planning for the Future. As for Lin Feng, whether you want me or not, you shall not seek companionship with other women either. Should you find one, I shall ruin her. Wang Tingting silently vowed to make both men pay dearly for their actions. Fengzi, haha, well done. Such a woman is only fit for that foolish rich heir. Don't you have a campus beauty? At that moment, display her and blind them with envy. I implore you to be quiet. Hasn't T, the campus beauty, expressed her desire to be with me? Must you create more chaos? Let's head to the riverside for barbecues and drinks. Certainly. Tonight, I shall risk everything for you. The two made their way to the bond. Fengzi, you claim you plan to stop seeking employment? With wealth, why pursue a job? Seeking torment? Are you unaware of the current job market? Indeed, you have already become a tycoon, so what need have you for employment? Rather, you could provide jobs for others. However, you might indulge in jade, as that realm is truly lucrative. In truth, Lin Feng had also resolved to remain in this line of work, particularly now that he possessed an invincible ability of X-ray vision, ensuring success in gambling with stones and making wealth easily attainable. Furthermore, he harbored a plan to seek out jadeite imbued with mysterious energy to absorb that energy and enhance his X-ray vision. The mere thought of upgrading his ability filled him with excitement. He pondered what changes might occur with further upgrades and whether there existed any limits to this enhancement. Additionally, He contemplated whether he was the sole individual in the world endowed with such extraordinary powers or if others possessed similar or different abilities. His thoughts were not unfounded. It is wise to remain vigilant. For instance, some individuals might possess telepathy, not the superficial ability to read faces or expressions, but a true understanding of one's thoughts at a glance, even perceiving their past and future. Such individuals would be far more formidable. Yet whether such beings exist remained unknown to him. Perhaps his imagination had been influenced by the novels he had read. As they savored grilled chicken wings and sipped cola, life felt exceedingly delightful. 2 days later, Lin Feng's shipment of jade rough stones arrived at the airport in the Magic City, not solely his, but also those belonging to the Fatty and Biaoge. Fatty, there's south no place to store these stones. Fatty scratched his head, and just then his phone rang. A call from Xiaoming Xue? At this moment, why is she calling? Although puzzled, one cannot refuse a call from Campus Bell, so I promptly pressed the answer button. Hello. How astute of her to reach out so swiftly. I had just received a text indicating the delivery was on its way, and here she was inquiring. No space to store it? Indeed. Would it truly be placed in the dormitory? Let me ponder this a moment. Xiaoming Xue gently stroked her chin. How about this? I will provide you with an address, have the package delivered there, and you can come as well. All right. After hanging up, I swiftly received the address from Xiaoming Xue, Songjiang District, Magic City's Yuan. Is this a residential complex? Could this be Xiaoming Xue's home? What did the campus bell share with you that has you looking so intrigued? My curious friend inquired. Just an address to a complex. I'm uncertain if it is indeed her residence. Oh, are you planning to go there? Take me along. It's quite dull here. Let me experience the world. You merely wish to meet the campus bell, so spare me the pretense. I can see through your ulterior motives. Today, with no pressing matters at hand, Lin Feng decided to head over shortly, eager to resolve this situation, as he despised procrastination, one of the reasons Wang Tingting had been drawn to him initially. By the way, isn't today the day to pick up the car? I almost forgot. In that case, let us first retrieve the vehicle, and then we can drive to the airport, avoiding the hassle of a taxi. Haha, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I've been so exhausted these past few days that my memory isn't quite sharp. Exhausted? What nonsense. You spend your days immersed in games and chasing after beauties. Is that what you call exhaustion? Ah, you simply do not understand. Gaming requires a considerable amount of energy, and wooing ladies demands both time and effort. Lin Feng scoffed at his friend's words. This guy truly had no shame, constantly pursuing girls and indulging in games, even spending money to win their favor. After some banter, the two quickly hailed a cab and arrived at the 4S dealership. Oh, handsome, you have finally arrived. We've been awaiting your presence to pick up your vehicle. A cheerful saleswoman greeted him with a bright smile, seemingly having forgotten all about yesterday's events. Can I take it today? Of course. The vehicle was fully assembled last night. The saleswoman then led him to the delivery area. I must say, the setup was quite impressive, elegantly arranged with rows of flowers and a pristine red carpet, culminating in a promotional banner. The striking red G-Class was prominently parked in the center, adorned with vibrant flowers. What do you think? Satisfied? The saleswoman's professional smile was indeed charming, though she was slightly shorter in stature. Yes, it's quite nice, well thought out. Next came the congratulatory wishes from the entire staff, as such a luxurious vehicle deserved more than just a solitary sales representative to celebrate its arrival. To mark the occasion, Lin Feng had donned a crisp white shirt, looking exceptionally dashing. Indeed, with a bit of effort in his appearance, he could be quite handsome. Yesterday, that woman, astonishingly, was unfaithful, despite being with such a wealthy and handsome gentleman. Rather, one ought to refer to him as a tall, rich, and handsome man. If only I could encounter such a tycoon, my life would be worth it, she mused inwardly. However, it seems that this dashing young man is currently unattached. Perhaps I might have a chance to approach him. Chapter 36. Forming a team to visit the home of the campus belle. With this thought, she, brimming with confidence and a hint of allure, resolved to give it a try. After all, what if it succeeded? Just yesterday, she had compared herself to Wang Tingting, concluding that in terms of appearance, she might even surpass Wang Tingting in charm and elegance, her figure equally commendable. The only aspect she lacked was the pure and innocent essence typical of a schoolgirl. Hey, Fengzi, your color scheme is quite flamboyant. A big man like you opting for such a vibrant red. Truly ostentatious. Mocked the chubby one. Get lost. I simply adore this color. Isn't it vibrant and lively? Lin Feng shot him a glare. All right, it's your car. You call the shots. In truth, this vehicle had originally been black, but Lin Feng insisted on adorning it with a striking red wrap. This wrap, however, was quite precious, devoid of adhesive. It could be easily removed later without leaving a trace, providing an utterly smooth experience. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on acquiring a magnificent G-Class. A cannon fired simultaneously, bursting forth a shower of colorful confetti over his head, followed by a few photographs. After all the festivities, Lin Feng grasped the gifted items, opened the car door, and settled inside. At last, he possessed a vehicle of his own, a dream car, no less. Let us go, fatty, we're off to make our fortune. Absolutely. Lin Feng navigated the streets in his G-Class, its roar and vibrant hue causing quite a stir, with passers-by eagerly capturing the moment on their phones. The attention he garnered was notable, albeit limited to these less affluent streets. Had he ventured to the bustling Bund, even driving two G-Classes side by side would hardly have raised an eyebrow, as the area was replete with the wealthy. Lamborghinis, McLarens, Ferraris, and even the legendary Bugatti were commonplace. Quite exhilarating, fatty. Isn't it time you upgraded your old clunker? Once we profit from this jade venture, I shall upgrade to a 911. The 4S dealership was not particularly far from the airport Lin Feng intended to visit. He would arrive in a little over half an hour. Upon receipt, Lin Feng meticulously examined the goods, wary of any potential substitutions, for this was a treasure beyond measure. Although superficially wrapped in tape, such trivialities posed no challenge for him. Satisfied with his inspection, he loaded everything into the trunk. With a clap of his hands, he declared, "Let us go, fatty, we're off to riches." Are you certain you're willing to profit from the campus belle? As fortune? To be precise, it isn't her money. It belongs to her family. What reason do I have to hesitate? Besides, I have no significant connection with her. Merely acquaintances for a few days. Why wouldn't I seize the opportunity? Beep beep. Fengzi. It appears we have not arrived at the most opportune moment. During this peak hour, reaching our destination smoothly may take a couple of hours. Just look at the congestion we are facing. Nonetheless, your vehicle possesses an aura that keeps others at bay. It is indeed a delightful sensation. This car is truly remarkable, offering a broad vista. As the two sat within, curious glances from passers-by occasionally drifted their way. Is that a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? My, what a display of wealth. I desire one too. A young lady remarked, "Could I possibly have your WeChat?" Another chimed in, "Yes, indeed. Would you share your contact information? Let us arrange a coffee soon." Lin Feng, while feeling a mixture of exasperation and exhilaration, contemplated the life of the affluent. It was clear that wealth attracted admiration, and it seemed that beautiful women would flock to those with riches. In contrast, those without financial means, like Wang Tingting, would easily stray. Having experienced such events, Lin Feng had matured. He was now a wealthy individual and was mindful of his demeanor. However, he chose to ignore the advances of these women. After all, how enduring could affections bought with money truly be? Who could guarantee that they wouldn't abandon him for an even wealthier suitor, just as Wang Tingting had? The vehicle glided smoothly along Binjiang Avenue. After approximately 1.5 hours, they finally escaped the clutches of traffic. Fengzi, why are you so foolish? With so many beautiful women vying for your contact information, you haven't given a single one? Aren't you in need of companionship? Do you think all women are like you, falling for every handsome face? Besides, they are all materialistic. What use are such women? Lin Feng retorted. True, but you already have a campus beauty. There is no need for more. However, could you spare a thought for me? I'm still single. The chubby friend lamented. Fine. Next time such an opportunity arises, I shall yield it to you. They soon arrived at the entrance of Xiaomengshue's residential community. Wow, the home of the campus beauty is right here? Who would have thought we would have the honor of visiting her abode? This is a dream for countless men. The chubby friend's lewd demeanor was rather off-putting. Mind your manners, would you? I may have no shame, but I still have my dignity, Lin Feng exclaimed. Taking in the luxurious neighborhood, it was evident that Xiaomengshue was indeed affluent. Yet, they were currently unable to enter, as the security guard barred their way. This demonstrated the high level of management within the upscale villa community. Their only option was to call Xiaomengshue and ask her to greet them. Hello, Xiaomengshue. We are at the entrance of the address you provided, but the guard 1T let us in. Could you come out and meet us? Oh, I see. I apologize for forgetting about that. I'll be right out. Please hold on. After hanging up, it wasn't too long before a striking figure emerged from within, making her way towards the exit. Upon seeing Lin Feng and the chubby friend seated in the G-Class, her eyes widened in surprise. Lin Feng did not typically present himself as a scion of wealth. How was it that he drove such an exquisite vehicle? Yet, considering his adeptness at stone gambling, It was plausible that a few stones could indeed lead to immense fortune, making the ownership of a G-class seem entirely reasonable. The campus beauty, do you reside here? Lin Feng gazed at the enchanting Xia Mengxue, feeling an impulsive desire to purchase a house in this neighborhood, envisioning the frequent opportunity to see the campus goddess. Perhaps even dropping by for a visit. Yes, this is a villa where I live. I spend my time in this magical city here. Ah, very well. Let us proceed inside. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Subsequently, with Xia Mengshue's access card, the two successfully entered through the community gate. As they departed, the chubby fellow couldn't help but cast a smug glance at the security guard. Humph, quite impressive, the guard muttered under his breath, though he dared not speak louder. Upon reaching the entrance of Xia Mengshue's villa, Lin Feng exited the car and opened the trunk. Chapter 37. The Jade Unveiling at the Campus Beauty's residence. Would you be so kind as to help me move it to my courtyard? As a lone lady, I fear I cannot manage it alone, she chuckled apologetically. Of course. No problem at all. Chubby, let's get to work. Absolutely. The chubby fellow was eager to assist. After all, it was an honor to serve the campus beauty. Goodness. This is quite heavy. Be careful, the two of you, don't drop it, or it would be a hefty loss. I say, campus beauty, should you be more concerned about us injuring our feet? Is life not more precious than wealth? The chubby fellow huffed, though he had just shaved before coming. Xia Mengxue could not help but giggle at this. Her laughter left the chubby fellow utterly stunned. He swallowed hard, quickly adjusting his demeanor. He must not appear foolish in front of the campus beauty, lest it lead to future embarrassment. At last, all the raw stones were unloaded from the vehicle. Phew! Em utterly exhausted. The chubby fellow, panting, plopped down onto the ground. There are chairs here, you know. Here, have a cold cola. Xia Mengxue retrieved 2 bottles of chilled cola from the refrigerator and handed them to the two. Thank you. Hehe, thanks, campus beauty. Please, refrain from calling me campus beauty. Do I seem so young? Or perhaps rather childish? No, it's merely a phrase. Don't take it to heart. The chubby fellow hastily clarified. Xia Mengxue, these raw stones are of superior quality. Would you mind inspecting them? Lin Feng gestured towards the assorted stones on the ground. Very well, I shall examine them. It's not that I doubt you, but I must ascertain an accurate purchase price. Saying this, she produced a powerful flashlight and began unwrapping the stones, scrutinizing them one by one. As she continued her examination, various expressions played across her face: surprise, confusion, excitement, and joy. Lin Feng, several of these stones appear quite impressive. The quality is remarkable: ice jade and even glass jade. However, a few seem just like ordinary rocks, lacking any discernible value. Ah, that you do not yet understand. Those few are the main attraction. Do you have a jade cutting machine here? Yes, there's one. Are you planning to cut them open directly? She looked puzzled. Indeed. Otherwise, how could you believe there's jade within? Lin Feng replied confidently. The several rough stones he selected were indeed chosen through his extraordinary perspective. Otherwise, they would have been overlooked. Xia Mengxue was eager to witness the accuracy of this handsome gentleman's discerning eye, so she accompanied him to a stone-cutting room on the first floor. Originally a storage room, it had been repurposed for the stone-cutting machine due to a lack of space, thus transforming it into a cutting chamber. Lin Feng casually picked up a piece of raw, or swiftly drew a cutting line, secured the stone, closed the machine cover, and pressed the switch as the cutting machine whirred into action. Is this villa solely yours? Lin Feng inquired to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Oh, I see. Living alone in such a large villa, don't you feel frightened? He continued. Sometimes I do, but for the most part it's all right. I go to bed early, and I've had the feng shui of this house evaluated, so generally there shouldn't be any issues, she replied. Feng shui? Lin Feng pondered thoughtfully. The concept of feng shui indeed exists. It cannot merely be dismissed as superstition. In this modern age, there are many phenomena that science has yet to explain. Another method is to carry a child outdoors and loudly call their name to alleviate mysterious crying. These are occurrences that remain inexplicable, especially the ethereal nature of feng shui. I haven't delved into it, but I do have some interest, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, the portly man listened to their conversation, feeling somewhat like a third wheel, as the stone-cutting machine gradually ceased its operation. Noticing this, Lin Feng promptly opened the machine cover. However, what unfolded next left Xia Mengxue utterly astounded. No way. This is glass type, she exclaimed. It was undeniable that her knowledge was quite extensive. Her understanding of jade was solid enough for her to immediately recognize the glass-type jadeite. Excitedly, she grabbed a flashlight and fervently rubbed it against the cut surface of the stone, her expressions growing increasingly animated. Oh my heavens, this is glass-type seaweed flower. Lin Feng, I never expected this seemingly unremarkable rough stone could yield such exquisite jade. You are truly remarkable. Feeling bashful from her compliments, Lin Feng scratched his head. Hey, Fengzi, your stone gambling skills are indeed impressive. I thought this rough stone looked rather ordinary, yet you managed to uncover it and reveal glass type. I suspect the owner would be utterly shocked upon discovering this. Is it really that exaggerated? Though this piece is quite exceptional. Should we continue cutting? Lin Feng asked, glancing at Xiao Mingxue. What do you think? She retorted. At this point, she had no doubt about Lin Feng's appraisal abilities, making her receptive to his suggestions. I believe we should proceed, she declared. It would be a folly not to cut open this rough stone, as it could surely dazzle her senses. Very well. Let's continue. Lin Feng then marked another cutting line on the raw piece, secured it once more, closed the machine cover, and resumed the passage of time. What followed were various exclamations. Oh my heavens! Ice-type blue jade. Chapter 38. A fortune of millions. Ice-type spring with color. Glass-type with clear base. What is this? Ice-type yellow jade? Even the portly gentleman was dazzled by its brilliance. This piece of ice-type yellow jade was serendipitously discovered by Lin Feng. Otherwise, it would have been a missed opportunity. The hue is unparalleled, an orange reminiscent of jelly. Lin Feng, are you selling all of these to me? Asked Xiao Mingxue, her excitement palpable. Are you certain you want them all? He looked at the exquisite school beauty in disbelief. These were all valuable jades. Could she truly afford them? Yet, considering her background with the Xia family, it seemed trivial. Of course. What? Do you not wish to sell them to me? Or do you doubt my financial capabilities? Xiao Mingxue placed her hands on her hips, exuding a feigned anger. How could that be? If I can convert them into cash, I would certainly be willing. Then you think I cannot afford them? Not exactly. What do you mean? It's nothing. It's just that suddenly becoming wealthy feels a bit surreal. Initially, Lin Feng was concerned about her ability to purchase them, but upon remembering her background, he dismissed the thought, though he could not voice it. All right, I will buy all your jades. I will give you 1.5 times the market price. Is that acceptable? Let us not. Just go with the market price. I'm not greedy. You still find fault when there's profit to be made. The portly man whispered in his ear. Have you lost your senses? Now, let us discuss the prices of these jades, Xiao Mingxue said as she plopped down on the sofa, retrieving a notebook and a pen. Fine, just name your price. Lin Feng replied casually, as if he were indifferent to the money involved. For this ice-type blue jade, how about 2 million? Sure, no problem. For this glass-type seaweed flower jade, 5 million. What do you say? That works. She proceeded to offer prices for the remaining jades, each exceeding market value, to which Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. It was not that he was truly indifferent. Rather, these prices were indeed close to market value plus a premium. Furthermore, with this exceptional school beauty, he began to harbor a peculiar sentiment, reluctant to see her part with such a significant sum. All right, that makes a total of 46 million. Please send me your bank account details, and I shall have the payment transferred shortly, Xiao Mingxue stated generously. The transfer of tens of millions was executed without delay, smoothly and decisively. Very well, if you have calculated correctly, it is acceptable, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, reminiscent of someone who regards money with disdain. This earned him a disdainful glance from the portly gentleman, who thought, this is tens of millions, yet you appear utterly unfazed? Lin Feng, I must say, your ability to appraise treasures is impressive. Rarely do I encounter someone with your talent in the gambling stone domain. You possess an enigmatic quality that is hard to articulate. Can you enlighten me as to how every piece of rough stone seems to yield significant returns? Among those I have encountered, none match your accuracy. Not even the esteemed figures in the jade associations or the titans of the gambling stone world. I am utterly perplexed by the extraordinary ability of your eyes to discern stones with such precision. Following the recent cutting of the raw stone, Xiao Mingxue has already unearthed some revelations. For instance, the cutting lines meticulously drawn by Lin Feng are remarkably accurate, perfectly distinguishing the waste stone from the jade. Such a level of precision is unattainable even with the most sophisticated machinery. Yet, Lin Feng is able to delineate these cutting lines flawlessly. Furthermore, every piece of raw stone here is of superior quality. Although they do not all belong solely to Lin Feng, none of them are devoid of value. Unbeknownst to her, these stones are part of the collection belonging to Biaogu and Fatty, all acquired under Lin Feng's guidance and suggestions, ensuring their quality is beyond reproach. Through these displays of talent, Along with the events that transpired in Relics, Xiaoming Xue has begun to harbor a peculiar sentiment towards Lin Feng, caught between admiration and deeper emotions. However, she remains oblivious to this, feeling an immense gratitude towards Lin Feng for saving her life at the border. Fatty, please hand over your bank card as well. I'll transfer everything to you together. All right, I will do that right away. Upon hearing the school beauty address him, Fatty's heart swelled with excitement. After all, this was a transfer from the school beauty. How could he not be thrilled? Lin Feng, I will directly transfer your friend's payment to you. You can forward it to him later, as I do not have his contact information. Sure, no problem, he replied. In the western part of the bustling metropolis, within a luxurious residential complex that boasts row houses, even such a setting in this thriving city is worth its weight in gold. Uncle Hai, could you assist me with a favor? Lu Hao inquired, his expression somber. What does the young master require assistance with? Asked a man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, seated opposite Lu Hao. I need you to investigate someone. Oh, who is this person? He is a student at Magic City University with an ordinary family background. To my knowledge, he is merely a rural pauper, yet inexplicably, he has recently acquired considerable wealth and transformed into a local tycoon. Please investigate his true identity. Uncle Hai did not hastily acquiesce, but instead fell into deep contemplation. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Hao, understanding Uncle Hai's temperament, refrained from pressing him, recognizing that he had no authority to command him. After a prolonged silence, Uncle Hai finally spoke. Is it merely a preliminary investigation you seek? For now, yes. I will formulate my plans once I acquire his exact information. Very well. I will assist you with the investigation. Await my news. Uncle Hai lifted a ceramic tea cup from the coffee table, sipped the crimson tea, and then rose to depart. As he watched Uncle Hai's retreating figure, Lu Hao's lips curled into a scornful sneer. Just you wait, Lin, for the humiliation I have endured at your hands. I shall ensure you pay a grievous price. With this thought, his hatred intensified, and with a resounding thud, he slammed his fist onto the coffee table, splattering tea across the surface. Cursed be this misfortune. Had I not been in such poor condition these past few days, I would have surely dealt with you. You despicable wretch. His frustration was palpable. Humph, that wretched woman Wang Tingting, though her appearance is merely average, possesses a certain allure, and her figure is indeed commendable. Yet her true worth lies in her abilities. However, this vile creature is nothing short of a gold digger, only seeking to attach herself to you upon discovering your wealth. Consequently, he resolved to seek medical assistance to rectify his shortcomings. Otherwise, how could he ever engage with women again? Chapter 39. The Visionary's Choice of the Extraordinary Token. In a dormitory at Magic City University, the likes of Lin Feng, that despicable scoundrel, and the cad Lu Hao shamelessly discarded me after their fleeting amusement. And to think he is a man of limitations. How laughable that he still dares to toy with me. I shall ensure he pays dearly for this. I will publish his photographs and videos online, bringing about his utter disgrace. Thus, she resolved to ensure that Lin Feng would never find a girlfriend for the rest of his life. Should he ever manage to do so, she would devise ways to tear them apart. It must be said, this woman is truly malevolent. Having strayed herself, it is hardly surprising she was cast aside. Were she to encounter someone more resolute, she might have even received a few slaps. Lin Feng, having considered their past, refrained from being rude, and fortunate for him, her betrayal illuminated her true nature. Very well, I shall not keep you too. Drive safely, said Xiaoming Xue, gracefully waving her delicate hand in farewell to Lin Feng and his companion. Fengzi, the campus belle has invited us to dine at her home. Why did you refuse? You are truly mad. People would kill for such an opportunity, and you dismiss it outright. The chubby friend chastised. You know nothing. If we spent our first time at her house, it would convey an overly ambitious intent. One must understand the art of allure through restraint, my friend. Lin Feng lamented, shaking his head as he pressed the accelerator, steering towards the community's entrance. What? Allure through restraint? Impressive. I never expected you to play such a game. Well done. His friend gave Lin Feng a thumbs up as they drove. I ask you, could it be that you have genuinely taken a liking to Xiaoming Xue? He inquired. How should I know? If I could earn her favor, that would be splendid. She is the renowned belle of Magic City University, deserving of her title. She possesses both beauty and figure, as well as wealth. Most importantly, her character, based on my observations, appears commendable, unlike the typical heiress who looks down from her pedestal. I have not sensed any such arrogance from Xiaoming Xue, so perhaps a relationship with her is not entirely out of reach. Lin Feng stated earnestly. You are quite observant. However, Winning her over will be a long journey. Yet, since you have saved her, I believe the odds may be in your favor, his friend jested. Go away. However, as the vehicle lacked a license plate, they could not complete the registration at the school office, and so they signed a name, allowing the guard to grant them passage. It is imperative to secure a license promptly, otherwise, driving will be quite inconvenient. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and ordered a takeaway of garlic shoots stir-fried with preserved meat, then turned his attention to the matter of license plates. With such an exquisite vehicle, it was imperative to select an impressive number. Nowadays, one could also pre-select license plate numbers via their mobile device. The opportunities were limited. One could not perpetually choose until they found a desirable option, so seizing the moment was essential, albeit tempered by the fickleness of fortune. However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. As he beheld the slowly pulsating license plate numbers before him, Lin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. Could it possibly be? The mere thought intensified his excitement, and he became increasingly convinced that this was undoubtedly the result of his extraordinary perceptive vision. There could be no other explanation for such an occurrence. It was hardly plausible that the selection system had malfunctioned. What a remarkable coincidence. If that were the case, could he not choose any plate he desired? He had to select the finest. Suppressing his fervor, he meticulously examined the displayed license plate numbers. With 5 opportunities to pre-select, he could choose 5 distinct options and ultimately select one. Thus, Lin Feng commenced his selection. The first was Hubi 74520. This one is quite good, and this one too. Finally, before the arrival of his takeaway, he settled on 5 alternative numbers. Hubi 74520, Hubi 66799, Hubi 96896, Hubi 99966, and Hubi 66666. After enjoying his meal, he opened his computer and indulged in an online game, teaming up with his friend, Fatty. The following day, Lin Feng awoke early and queued at the vehicle management office to obtain his license plate. Although the dealership could have facilitated the process, he preferred to handle it himself, hoping to secure a favorable license plate number. For vanity was a vice he could not forsake. Arriving early, he found that the staff had yet to arrive. Yet a considerable number of people were already in line. When those waiting for license plates beheld Lin Feng's Grand G-Class, their expressions turned to envy, even jealousy, though they dared not display it overtly. Wow, this guy drives such an impressive car. What a tycoon. If only I could drive something like that. My life will be complete. Another remarked. Please, with your demeanor, being able to drive a BMW would be an achievement. Someone else scoffed. The youth of today truly possessed wealth. Such a vehicle must have cost a fortune. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Feng chose to feign ignorance and busied himself with his phone. After a wait of over 20 minutes, the vehicle management office's doors finally swung open. At last. Let's go, let's get that license, he exclaimed, having waited all morning. It was time to select a splendid plate number. As soon as the office opened, the crowd surged forward, disregarding the order of arrival, for those who were first to select might snatch away the better numbers, and no one was willing to yield. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only sigh in resignation. After navigating the necessary procedures, aided by his perceptive vision, he was astonished to discover the presence of the 99999. Ultimately, he resolved to choose this one. The result elicited expressions of envy from all present, including the staff. After concluding these affairs, Lin Feng departed in his vehicle. Young master, I have gathered the information you requested. Chapter 40. Conspiracy. Unceremoniously, Uncle Hai plopped down onto the sofa, displaying no decorum whatsoever. Rather, one might say he treated Lu Hao, the affluent young master, with the familiarity of a family member. Lu Hao, however, exhibited no displeasure or objection to this behavior. After all, Uncle Hai had been a constant presence since Lu Hao's birth, steadfastly accompanying his father and remaining by his side, much like a true uncle. Thus, Lu Hao felt no sense of rebellion, but rather a profound respect. Oh, Uncle Hai, have you found it so quickly? Lu Hao inquired, feigning nonchalance. What difficulty could there possibly be in uncovering information about such a trivial character? He scoffed. Indeed, what challenge could possibly perplex you, Uncle Hai? Lu Hao shamelessly complimented. Yet, Uncle Hai was clearly pleased by such flattery. Well, this young man, as you have learned, hails from a small rural area near Magic City. His parents passed away early, and he possesses no formidable background. He has only an older sister working in Magic City to support his university education. Should we speak of connections? He has a relative serving as an assistant director in Huanglong County. Aside from that, he has a chubby university roommate with whom he shares a close bond. As far as I know, this roommate, named Wang Fushan, comes from a respectable family engaged in the jewelry business. Oh, I was unaware he had a wealthy roommate. That explains it. I wondered how this Lin fellow suddenly amassed such wealth to purchase a G-class outright. It turns out that rotund friend is providing support from behind the scenes. Uncle Hai, is there any other information? He continued to inquire. It appears that Lin Feng's sister is not his biological sibling, but rather, what? So this young man is actually, but what relevance does that hold for me? No, I could use this to humiliate him. A nefarious expression began to form on Lu Hao's face. Nothing more than, Uncle Hai, that's all there is to it. A poor wretch. What more information could there be? Very well, thank you, Uncle Hai. Youth, your grandfather has instructed me to inform you to be frugal with your expenditures. The family business is at a critical juncture, and shareholders are expressing various opinions. One misstep could cost your father his position as chairman. He also asked me to advise you to refrain from causing any trouble and to maintain a low profile. Uncle Hai said sternly. Understood, Uncle Hai. I have always been quite composed, Lu Hao replied. After Uncle Hai's departure, he clenched his fists, thinking, so young man, since you lack any exceptional background, do not blame me. I shall make you aware that individuals of my caliber are not to be trifled with by someone of your impoverished status. What significance does your assistant director relative hold? Under the allure of wealth, he amounts to nothing, merely an assistant director in a county. Moreover, regarding your affluent roommate, there is no need for fear. You are merely roommates or friends. When confronted with absolute interests, rationality often dissipates. No one can fathom the schemes lurking in the depths of Lu's heart. At long last, it is my turn. The time has arrived for Lin Feng to attend to the licensing services at the Vehicle Administration Office after waiting all morning. I wonder if there might be a more favorable number available. Lin Feng then activated his keen perception, intently scrutinizing the number selection screen. The numbers, as expected, danced slowly before him. After a series of maneuvers, aided by his enhanced vision, he was astonished to discover the coveted plate number B99999. Ultimately, he resolved to select this one. The outcome elicited envy from all present, including the staff. Once everything was concluded, Lin Feng drove away. You brat. I prefer not to confront you directly. The consequences could be rather troublesome. Even with my connections, it is unnecessary to deal with a penniless wretch like you. Lu Hao bore a malevolent expression. After careful consideration, he resolved to hire someone to handle Lin Feng, allowing him to evade responsibility while achieving his goal and relishing the thrill of revenge. He subsequently posted a message on a clandestine website titled Pay to Eliminate Trouble. Capable ones, please respond. The content was vague, hastily published. One must tread lightly online to avoid detection. He then awaited responses from potential contractors. A sinister smirk crept upon his lips. However, within half an hour, he was contacted. What trouble do you need to eliminate? A student from Magic City University? Indeed. What is your plan of action? To kill him or... No, do not kill him. That would create significant complications. He has not impacted me greatly, so his life is not worth taking. Perhaps just sever his tendons? Or leave him disabled? This individual was rather ruthless, clearly accustomed to such dealings. A sound lesson suffices. There is no need for permanent damage. A warning will do, and should he continue to provoke me, a more severe punishment can follow. Very well. How much are you prepared to spend? 5,000. Are you in? Pay a deposit first, half of the amount, and then provide me with his information. All right, no problem. I will send it to you immediately. Lu Hao promptly transferred half of the deposit and forwarded Lin Feng's details. After completing these tasks, he exhaled in relief. You brat, just wait. If you fail to heed this warning and continue to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to escalate my response. At Magic City University, students approach their teacher. What should we do if we cannot find a suitable company? Yes, teacher, could you assist us in our job search? Get lost. You can do as you please. Graduation is your own affair. I am under no obligation to find you employment. There are plenty of companies at the campus recruitment fair. Submit your resumes and attend the events. The homeroom teacher scolded disdainfully. The class teacher is quite a captivating young woman, despite being in her 30s. Time has yet to diminish her exquisite beauty, which appears to be forever frozen in her 20s. Her full name is Yang Jilo, though she has been affectionately nicknamed Yang Ji Ganlu. In Chapter 41, the topic shifts to a casual conversation in the classroom. You, not focusing on your studies, merely dawdling around with the teacher. Be careful, or I shall inform him. Lin Feng threatened. All right, you got guts. The chubby boy conceded. Nevertheless, the class teacher is indeed as sweet as her name suggests, akin to Yang Ji Ganlu. It remains a mystery who her fortunate husband is. for he must be immensely blessed to wed such a remarkable woman, curvaceous and alluring, truly a fairy of sorts, as the stout boy murmured. Yet Lin Feng paid him no mind. Teacher, is it possible to forego the internship? One student inquired. Indeed, I too would prefer not to partake in the internship. My family operates a business, and I could effortlessly work at our company, another added. Very well, do as you please, she replied. Awesome. Woo! Cheered a group of mischievous boys. Before long, the class concluded. Let us go, Fengzi. Yang Ji Ganlu has left. She rarely graces our class. And though she is a vision of beauty, her temperament seems a bit off, perhaps indicative of an early onset of menopause. Haha, you truly are incorrigible, a veritable rogue. Falling for every pretty face you see, his companion teased. Nonsense. When have I ever fallen for every pretty face? I merely appreciate beauty, you see, Lin Feng retorted, rolling his eyes as he headed toward the school gate. Hey, Fengzi, where are you going? The dormitory is this way. I wish to take a stroll. Oh, then I shall return to my games. Subsequently, Lin Feng made his way to the school entrance. Why not check out the stone gambling? I do have some free time. Lin Feng pondered, ultimately deciding to tempt fate once more. Although in this bustling metropolis, jadeite raw stones often change hands multiple times, fortune may still smile upon him, allowing him to encounter some genuine treasures. This time, he intended to explore solo, as he could not possibly linger with that rotund companion every day, for it would seem excessively affectionate. Lin Feng chose to visit the area around Changshan Road, rumored to host establishments dedicated to stone gambling, though he was uncertain about the quality of the raw stones. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. The place was quite lively, indicating that stone gambling remained a popular pastime in this city. He soon found himself in one such stone gambling shop. I must win. I absolutely must. If I lose again, I shall kneel in durians today, exclaimed a bespectacled man, fervently praying as the shop owner began to unveil a jadeite raw stone that belonged to him. Do you think this stone will yield a profit? It's hard to say. Judging solely by the exterior, it seems likely to yield a glutinous variety to a glutinous ice type, someone speculated. I believe it could even produce an icy type. Another chimed in. Let us wait and see. The outcome will speak for itself. The surrounding gamblers engaged in animated discussions about the bespectacled man's raw stone. Lin Feng, while observing intently, remained silent, for he was not one to indulge in idle gossip. However, he could not resist activating his discerning vision to peer at the raw stone being sliced. After a fleeting glance, he helplessly shook his head. Internally, he cursed, realizing that this rough stone had nothing remarkable beyond its outer layer. Subsequently, Lin Feng ceased his idle observation and began examining the raw stones on the ground. These stones varied in size, with several from different sources. The smallest was merely the size of a duck egg, costing hundreds to thousands per piece. The largest was no bigger than an infant's head. Larger stones were too risky for the proprietor to stock, as they could potentially lead to significant losses for the shop. This small stone appears quite promising, exhibiting a complete green hue and being of ice type. He picked up a stone about the size of half a palm. The other stones did not catch his eye, either unworthy of purchase or likely to result in a loss, offering little profit. He promptly decided to acquire the small stone in his hand. Not far from the stone gambling shop, a woman dressed in a jacket and sporting a black cap observed the establishment, her intentions unclear. Boss, how much for this rough stone? I'll give you 800. All right. I will pay you. Lin Feng then retrieved his phone to make a direct payment. Payment of 800 yuan received. Young man, would you like to unveil the stone here? The proprietor inquired with a smile. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to proceed with the unveiling right there. Please unveil it for me. He nodded, handing the small stone to the proprietor. Boss, just polish it. Cutting in half would be too wasteful. Lin Feng advised. Understood. The proprietor wasted no time and began the unveiling process, polishing off the black outer layer to reveal the jade within. Lin Feng stood quietly by, his mind at ease, keenly observing. Soon, a wisp of white mist began to emanate from within. Lin Feng could not suppress a swallow, sensing that this stone was indeed exquisite. The rough stone's surface was black, concealing jade within. Has this young man taken up this trade? Isn't that quite normal? After all, this industry is notoriously volatile. Indeed, with good fortune, one could live a life free from financial worries. Before long, one side of the rough stone was polished away. The proprietor rinsed it and illuminated it with a flashlight. What lay before them was a crystal-clear surface, resembling ice, with a faint glimpse of green jade within. Is this ice type? No way. Could this young man truly be so fortunate? The onlookers quickly gathered around the proprietor, eager for a closer look at the small stone. Lin Feng was taken aback, his expression shifting. Although he had anticipated the interior's appearance, witnessing the actual result was still surprising. The jade revealed after cutting seemed even more stunning than what he had envisioned, perhaps enhanced by the water's reflection. This is ice type. Ice type. If it is indeed ice type, it could fetch at least 50 to 60,000 yuan. A group of gamblers surrounding the scene suddenly became animated, their eyes wide with astonishment. Who would have thought this young man possessed such remarkable luck? The owner of the establishment managed a wry smile, yet felt a flicker of satisfaction within. After all, this remarkable find was made in his shop, and it would inevitably attract more gamblers eager to try their luck at stone betting. This was indeed a positive development. Young man, how about selling this exceptional piece to the old gentleman over there? I am willing to offer 40,000. Old man, how stingy can you be? You think you could take it away for just 40,000? Handsome lad, I'll offer 50,000. I'll go for 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. In an instant, the price soared higher and higher. The owner, gritting his teeth, boldly declared, I'll bid 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. A hush fell over the crowd as they were struck dumb by the audacious price. The sheer amount was enough to incite madness. After all, the raw stone was only of modest size, having shrunk further once its outer layer was removed. Nevertheless, the owner was taking a significant gamble. If this 100,000 didn't yield a profit, it would be a substantial loss. However, a single remark from Lin Feng caused everyone to pause. Alas, what a pity. Indeed, such a splendid piece of jade. What a shame. The crowd sighed collectively, feeling powerless. They were not adept at stone betting and could only watch in envy at the young man's extraordinary fortune. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to forcibly seize something from him, as gamblers should adhere to a certain code of ethics. With that, Lin Feng took the jade and walked away, the owner providing him with a complimentary tote bag. Yet, not far away, a woman clad in a jacket followed him leisurely. Lost in contemplation about how to handle the jade, he was completely unaware of the shadow trailing behind him. This jade shall become a protective charm for my sister. She has cared for me all along, and now it is my turn to give back. Just then, a gust of wind blew past, and a dark figure, swift as lightning, snatched the bag from Lin Feng's hand. Unbelievable. In broad daylight, such audacity. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took off in pursuit. Stop! Stand still! He shouted as he ran. Yet, the shadow's speed was astonishingly quick. However, thanks to the mysterious energy that had enhanced his meridians through the use of his X-ray vision, Lin Feng was not far behind. Some bystanders took out their phones to capture the moment, thinking it was a scene from a movie. Ultimately, he cornered the figure in a narrow alley, but the man had vanished. Yes, simply disappeared. Just as confusion washed over him, an idea struck. Activating his X-ray vision, the walls around him became transparent, revealing the previously elusive figure once more. Ah, found you. How dare you steal from me? Have you grown weary of life? However, the ensuing scene caused him to hesitate. The woman emerged, pushing a wheelchair that bore a man who appeared to be in his 30s. His face haggard, yet his physique remarkably robust. Brother, I will gather the funds to take you to the finest orthopedic hospital abroad, and they will heal you. The woman reassured him. Foolish girl, cease expending your efforts on me. I am well aware of my own condition. Life is quite satisfactory as it is. Although I now navigate my existence in a wheelchair, I am still capable of self-sufficiency. Attend to your own matters. You are not so young anymore and should seek a suitable partner to marry. With your beauty, finding a man of decent means should not pose much difficulty. Brother, my affairs do not concern you. Furthermore, I currently harbor no interest in romance or marriage. My sole desire is to gather funds quickly to assist you in healing your legs. It turns out this girl had stolen from herself to fund her brother's treatment. But alas, that does not justify her actions. If one is to raise money, it must be through legitimate means, not by unlawfully seizing another's belongings. This cannot stand. I must confront her and demand an explanation, for I am not one to shy away from confrontation. Thus, he strode towards a dilapidated iron door. Knocking firmly, he called out, "Is anyone there?" A woman replied, her voice laced with suspicion. "Xuyan, go see who it is," commanded the man in the wheelchair. Reluctantly, she approached the iron door. The creaking sound was most unpleasant. "Who are you? How did you track me down?" Upon seeing the individual she had wronged, she instinctively attempted to shut the door. Yet at that moment, the man behind her inquired, "Xuyan, who is it?" "Brother, it's nothing, just Before she could finish, Lin Feng forcefully pushed the door open, causing her to stumble and fall. "Who are you?" The man in the wheelchair was evidently incensed by Lin Feng's abrupt intrusion. Who am I? Ask your dear sister. She brazenly robbed me in broad daylight, and I followed her here. Upon hearing this, the man shifted his gaze to his sister, who was struggling to rise. Brother, she stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. The man in the wheelchair, witnessing her discomfort, became increasingly convinced of Lin Feng's assertions. How many times must I tell you not to behave this way? You simply refuse to listen. His mixed feelings of love and frustration towards his sister were palpable, yet it was undeniable that her actions were motivated by concern for him. My apologies, good sir. It is my sister who has erred. Please allow me to extend my sincere apologies on her behalf. As he spoke, he bowed from his wheelchair towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not refuse. It was commendable that he acknowledged the wrongdoing. Very well, just return my belongings, and I shall accept your apology. Xuyan, hurry and return what you took from this young man. Upon hearing her brother's command, the girl had no choice but to concede, retreating inside to retrieve the bag. Here. Lin Feng accepted the bag, confident that nothing was missing or swapped. Since that is settled, I shall take my leave. He turned to exit, but paused at the threshold. By the way, regarding your legs, I fear that even the finest hospitals abroad may not be able to provide a remedy. With that, he departed. However, upon hearing these words, the woman in the room was not about to let him off the hook. Wait, what did you just say? My brother's leg cannot be treated even abroad? Indeed, Lin Feng sighed, aware that he should not have meddled, yet compelled by compassion, he revealed the reason. If I am not mistaken, your brother's leg must have been severely injured by someone, correct? How do you know? Chapter 43. The Gift of the Secret Manual. I mentioned it was merely a guess. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at her. Oh, if you have stated it was a severe injury, then there is hope for treatment. Although it seems the medical expertise domestically is rather lacking. Do you think that going abroad will suffice? Our ancestral traditional Chinese medicine, though waning, surpasses those so-called Western medical practices by a great margin. So, are you implying that you have a solution? The woman regarded Lin Feng with disdain. Even a man in the wheelchair displayed a look of skepticism. I have no solution, but I know someone who can heal. Lin Feng's tone was somewhat aloof. Her eyes brightened, as if she had clutched a lifeline, seizing Lin Feng's arm, fearful that he might flee. Release me. It is improper for a man and woman to be so intimate. Lu Yan. At that moment, the man in the wheelchair spoke up. Young brother, could it be that you can discern something? Hearing Lin Feng's words, he felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Once, he had been radiant and resplendent, but now... I was merely guessing. Do not assume I possess the ability to cure. Yet, how could these two believe him? Since he could identify the problem, they assumed he must have a remedy. Handsome, I implore you, save my brother. If you can restore his legs, I, Lu Ruyin, will dedicate my life to serving you. With that, she attempted to kneel before Lin Feng. Quick-witted, Lin Feng immediately grasped her arms. Lu Yan, as a member of the Lu family, you must maintain your dignity. Witnessing this scene, the man in the wheelchair appeared somewhat displeased. Young brother, let us negotiate. If you can restore my legs, I shall offer you a substantial reward. This statement momentarily stunned Lin Feng. Given that this brother and sister duo were struggling to make ends meet, unable to afford medical care, what could they possibly offer? Intrigued, Lin Feng inquired, "Oh, pray tell, what kind of reward do you propose? I shall then consider whether to reveal the method of treatment." Upon hearing the mention of a treatment method, the two exchanged knowing smiles, realizing they had finally drawn him in. Having a means of healing would make negotiations easier. The man in the wheelchair trembled internally. Claiming to have grown accustomed to his circumstances, yet secretly, he still harbored the hope of one day standing once more. My reward to you would be a martial arts manual, along with a year of my service. A martial arts manual? A year of service? Lin Feng gazed at him with curiosity. Indeed, he nodded emphatically. However, I do not require you to serve me. I have no need for assistance, as I am not financially constrained. Instantly, both of their expressions darkened. Do you realize my brother is? Lu Ruyin began to speak, only to be interrupted by the man in the wheelchair. Dear brother, please do not hastily refuse my offer. When I mentioned assisting you, I did not imply aiding you in financial matters. Are you not at all curious about the skills I possess? The man in the wheelchair began to tease. What skills do you have? The wheelchair-bound individual was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that this person was indeed quite formidable. Cough. How about this? If you can find a way to heal my legs, I shall serve as your bodyguard for a year. Oh, is that what you mean? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Having him as a bodyguard would indeed provide greater security. Given the confidence he exuded, it was evident that he possessed remarkable abilities. Moreover, his robust physique suggested he was likely a practitioner of martial arts. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Lin Feng ultimately agreed. Very well. I can accept your proposition, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to make you stand. Upon hearing this, the two siblings were filled with excitement, and the man in the wheelchair nearly toppled from his chair, only to be steadied by his sister. Is that true? Handsome, if you can heal my brother's legs, I would be willing to be your girlfriend. By the end of her statement, her cheeks had turned a rosy hue. This girl is quite bold. Although she is indeed beautiful, could she not exhibit a tad more restraint? It is not impossible, provided that both of you share genuine feelings for one another. The man in the wheelchair concurred, recognizing Lin Feng's earlier assertion that he was not in need of money. Through their conversation, he sensed that Lin Feng was not a bad person, so there was little to fear. Given my current abilities, completely healing his legs would still be a challenge, and a slight misstep could exacerbate his condition. At that moment, Lin Feng resolved to push forward for the sake of this so-called martial arts manual. He then addressed the man in the wheelchair. I cannot assist you immediately. Please grant me some time to prepare. All right, no problem. My name is Lu Wenyuan, and this is my younger sister, Lu Ruyan. Lin Feng, as he spoke, he extended his hand to shake theirs. It was truly a case of unexpected acquaintance, or rather, a case of pursuit leading to recognition. Hold on. The man in the wheelchair called out to him. Rian, please fetch that manual from beneath the pillow in my room. Yes. Moments later, Lu Ruyan emerged holding a small wooden box. Brother Lin, here is the manual. I am giving it to you now. You may peruse it at your convenience. It contains various martial arts techniques, and I also possess a breathing method, which I will teach you after you've had a chance to study the manual. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. As he spoke, he handed the wooden box to Lin Feng. Have you not yet treated me, and you already entrust this to me? Are you not afraid I might abscond? Lin Feng inquired curiously. It matters not. Take it for now. Besides, if you truly were to flee, that would mean I misjudged your character, and I have faith in my discernment. The man in the wheelchair smiled at him. Very well, I shall accept it. After receiving the box, Lin Feng opened it to find an aged blue-gray book resting quietly inside. The cover still bore the clear inscription of Xing Yi Quan. He subsequently turned to the first page. Astonishing. Within, he discovered illustrations of small figures executing various punches and intricate movements. At this sight, Lin Feng's gaze ignited with fervor. What a treasure. Chapter 44. The Study of Xing Yi Quan. All right, I shall take my leave for now. Once I am prepared, I will return to treat you. Thank you. Brother Lin, Rian, please accompany Brother Lin as he departs. Thereafter, Lu Rian followed Lin Feng out of the door. All right, my dear, refrain from such actions in the future. You were fortunate to encounter me. Had it been someone more ruthless, you might have faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, thank you for your help today. Let us not dwell on unnecessary words. We merely sought mutual benefit. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Feng strode outside. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Rian fell into a brief reverie. This fellow, thankfully, did not report me. Otherwise, my brother would have certainly broken my legs. Brother, your legs are saved. Kneel, she hesitantly uttered. Upon seeing her brother's grim expression, she had no choice but to kneel before him, resembling a wayward child confessing their misdeeds under the watchful eye of an elder. Indeed, this was precisely the case, though it bore a striking resemblance to a certain someone indulging in sausages. Have you forgotten our family teachings? Brother, I was merely eager to save you. I acknowledge my mistake. You. Lu Wenyuan raised his hand to strike her, but ultimately halted midway. Sai, do not let this happen again. Rest assured, brother. There will be no next time. Besides, there already a remedy for your legs. Once your legs are healed, those individuals shall meet their reckoning. At this, a glint of ferocity flickered in Lu Wenyuan's eyes. Those people shall inevitably face my wrath. Unexpectedly, this was a fortunate discovery. The manual appeared to be quite remarkable. It surely was not the sort of counterfeit one finds in the market, merely hastily sketched. After all, counterfeit goods would not warrant such a fine wooden box for storage. A satisfied smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Who would have imagined that such a group truly existed in this world? It seems my horizons have yet to expand sufficiently. I should seek counsel from Brother Lu in the future, for he undoubtedly possesses vast knowledge. With this thought, an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up within him. Since childhood, he had envisioned the day he would become an unparalleled warrior. What man has not harbored dreams of martial prowess? Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Feng ascended to his bed, seated himself cross-legged, and retrieved the weathered manual. He began to peruse its pages, and the further he read, the more astonished he became. To his disbelief, the martial arts depicted were utterly extraordinary. A mere punch could manifest countless forms of attack. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became. Wholly engrossed in the manual, oblivious to the fact that his chubby friend had already fallen asleep, until the clock struck 2:30 in the morning. What a splendid discovery this is. If only I could master the art of martial prowess, complemented by these extraordinary eyes of perception. What fear could possibly remain in this world? In that moment, he was filled with a sense of grand ambition. Subsequently, he dove into his bed, surrendering to slumber. The following day, he found himself with ample time to ponder the treatment for his leg. Through his perceptive vision, Lin Feng discerned two streams of energy within Lu Wenyuan's knee, invisible to the naked eye, which must surely be the legendary qi. Indeed, it was precisely that, an insidious remnant left by his adversary, designed to ensure he would never rise again. To eradicate these two energies, he would need to identify a breakthrough, safely releasing the qi without impacting other meridians. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, after such prolonged exposure to these energies, his meridians were in a state of paralysis, akin to being rendered utterly useless. Such cruelty! This method not only eluded detection by domestic medical practices, but also by some of the most advanced medical equipment abroad, let alone treatment. Thus, Lin Feng concluded that even seeking treatment overseas would be futile. It appeared that acupuncture was the key to liberating those energies, which meant he would need to learn the art of acupuncture. With a sigh of resignation, he contemplated the challenge ahead. This task was indeed formidable, yet the prospect of reward was irresistible. He had no choice but to persevere. He resolved to seek out a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to study acupuncture. With his perception, he would undoubtedly learn at a pace far superior to others. Nearby, there was a traditional medicine clinic. He wondered if the esteemed old practitioner was still there. If so, he could approach him, though he was uncertain if the man would be willing to teach him. If all else failed, he would simply pay a tuition fee. In a bar on the southern outskirts of the city, a burly man, with an expression of malice, was idly playing with two gleaming walnuts while regarding a tattooed man before him. Should Lin Feng be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this tattooed individual as the one who had ambushed them and seized their treasures from the tomb. "Brother, can you discern the origin of these black and white beads?" inquired the tattooed man. The hefty man, addressed as brother, gazed at the beads on the table, shaking his head. "I cannot tell. They do not appear to be jade, and I am uncertain of their material. Shall we take them to Yuelon Pavilion for appraisal?" "There is a skilled treasure appraiser there," suggested the tattooed man. "No, these belong to the underground. We must not take them to such places for testing. A single misstep could lead to disaster," the hefty man advised. "Indeed, you are correct. I had not considered the risks. Let us keep them here for now. I know some individuals in the underground. A couple possess considerable skills. I shall consult with them," he continued, taking a sip of the red wine from the table. "Have you found the entrance to that ancient tomb?" "Brother, to be frank, we have sent people several times afterward, yet we have failed to locate the entrance. I suspect it may lie beneath that lake. However, despite bringing diving equipment, we descended without discovering any trace of the ancient tomb's entrance, not even a mere pit. This is quite perplexing. Find an opportunity to locate those two individuals and have them lead the way. Should they dare to refuse, to sever their fingers." At this, a glint of malice flashed across the Pomjigest's face. Chapter 45, 9 Needles and 12 Origins. "I have a few capable hands at my disposal. Take a few along to search. In this magical city, my network is extensive. Otherwise, how would I have become the foremost figure in the southern suburbs?" "Hee. Thank you, brother." With that, the tattooed man departed from the bar, preparing to seek out Lin Feng and his companion. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic near the school. Upon entering, he observed a female doctor clad in a white coat dispensing medicine to a patient, while the elderly physician was busy administering acupuncture in the treatment room. Lin Feng chose not to disturb them, instead leaning against the doorway, patiently awaiting his turn, pulling from his pocket a pack with only a single cigarette remaining, which he lit and began to puff. After a considerable wait of over half an hour, the clinic finally emptied. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng stepped inside to find the elderly physician. "Sir, what ailment do you wish to discuss?" The female doctor inquired politely. I am here to see Dr. Wang. Could you kindly notify him?" Lin Feng replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Certainly, I will inform him right away," she responded, moving toward the inner room. This female doctor possessed an impressive figure. Even in a white coat, her alluring silhouette was undeniable. It was remarkable that this fellow still had the leisure to notice such beauty at this moment. Before long, the elderly physician emerged, accompanied by the female doctor. "Young man, do you have any perplexing ailments?" he asked with curiosity. Despite his age, his medical skills were exceptional, particularly in acupuncture, which he performed with such fluidity that ailments seemed to vanish, earning him numerous accolades displayed on walls. "Old sir, I am not ill. I wish to learn acupuncture from you," Lin Feng stated. "Oh, no ailment. Learning acupuncture?" The elderly physician raised an eyebrow, taken aback. His surprise was mirrored by the female doctor, as it was common to hear of those studying medicine, but rare to encounter someone solely interested in acupuncture. With that, he plopped down onto a wooden chair. "Old sir, the matter is this. I wish to study acupuncture professionally. I am a student at Magic City University and wonder if you could provide guidance. Rest assured, I shall pay the tuition." The elderly physician pondered for a moment before responding. "I can teach you, but you must agree to a few conditions." "Please, old sir, do tell," Lin Feng exclaimed eagerly. How could he not be excited that the elderly physician was willing to teach him? "First, I must ask you, do you have an affinity for traditional Chinese medicine?" "Of course. This is the craft of our ancestors, far superior to the nonsense of Western medicine." "Ah, well said. Your enthusiasm is commendable. If you had claimed a lack of interest in traditional medicine, I would certainly not have entertained the thought of teaching you. My condition is that you come here daily to assist me, observing closely while I perform acupuncture, learning how to locate the acupoints. For acupuncture hinges on the precise identification of these points." The two engaged in conversation for half an hour, fortunate that no patients were present at that moment. Otherwise, Lin Feng could not have conversed for so long. "Well, let us conclude for today. Starting tomorrow, you shall come here for an hour each day." "Thank you, esteemed elder." After Lin Feng departed, the old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner reflected on his willingness to teach. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have to seek guidance elsewhere. In the Chinese medicine clinic, Old Wang commented, "This young man is quite humble. Indeed," he chuckled, "his disposition is commendable. I hope he learns well." A physician's compassionate heart is vital for perpetuating the rich heritage of Chinese medicine. His willingness to teach Lin Feng acupuncture stemmed from another desire. As he aged, he wished to ensure that his medical skills would not fade away. In his remaining years, he aspired to pass on his knowledge to those eager to learn. The craftsmanship of our ancestors must not be lost. From then on, Lin Feng visited the clinic for an hour each day, eager to master the wondrous art of acupuncture. With any spare time, he delved into a secret manuscript. A fortnight swiftly passed. Possessing the gift of insight, he had already memorized the elder's techniques and the locations of the acupoints after a single observation. He refrained from revealing this to preserve the elder's esteem. Moreover, he had researched acupoints online and was familiar with most of the information. However, practical guidance proved invaluable. As for acupuncture, he had nearly mastered it. Now, with a degree of confidence, he felt ready for practice. Thanks to his insight, he could clearly visualize the structures within the knee. Tomorrow, he would seek out Brother Liu, not only to examine his leg, but also to inquire about the intricacies of Xingyi Quan, for the illustrations in books could never compare to a live demonstration. The following day, Lin Feng arrived at Lu Wenyuan's residence, where Lu Ruyan was also present. "Brother Lin, you've come. Please sit and talk," Lu Wenyuan greeted, a hint of excitement stirring within him. "Brother Lin, are you confident?" "Somewhat, but not entirely. No matter, I'm accustomed to it. Even if it doesn't work, feel free to try. You must heal my brother's leg, or I will persistently pester you," Lu Ruyan threatened. "Ruyan, what are you saying?" Lu Wenyuan glared at her. She merely stuck her tongue out at Lin Feng before stepping aside. "Brother Liu, please roll up your pant leg. Let me take a look." "All right." At that moment, his heartbeat quickened, and he promptly rolled up his pant leg. As Lin Feng activated his insight, the knee joint came into view, revealing a swirling grayish-white energy enveloping the tendon. To dispel this energy, he would need to insert a silver needle and identify the optimal acupoint to draw it out. Subsequently, he retrieved a cloth pouch from his pocket, which contained a set of silver needles purchased online, specifically designed for acupuncture. If only he could employ the legendary technique of using qi to manipulate the needles, it would undoubtedly simplify the process. However, he had yet to reach such a level. For now, he could only seek out an appropriate acupoint to expel some qi and observe any effects. Lin Feng spoke earnestly. "Very well. Once you have completed your task, I shall teach you the method of breath regulation, enabling you to master it more swiftly." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he swiftly extracted a silver needle and aimed it at Brother Liu's knee. executing the action with remarkable speed and precision. He employed the acupuncture technique known as 9 needles 12 origins at the crucial points of Dubi and Shuahai. Additionally, he utilized the needle scraping and continuous puncturing methods taught by the elderly physician. As the silver needle entered his body, Brother Lu immediately felt a wave of warmth. Chapter 46. A glimpse beyond the mundane world. Previously, I had sought out other physicians, yet none had provided me with such sensations. Brother Lin truly possesses extraordinary skills. Lu Wenyuan thought to himself. In contrast, Lin Feng was not at ease. Beads of sweat, resembling small pearls, dotted his forehead. This was due to both anxiety and the immense mental exertion he was experiencing at that moment, which also left his eyes feeling fatigued. He had not anticipated that his first experience with acupuncture would be so draining. Even his visionary abilities were beginning to falter. After 10 minutes, Lin Feng twisted the silver needle counterclockwise before finally extracting it. Just as he removed the first needle, he narrowly avoided injury as it was propelled outward by the force of the qi within. A sharp sensation arose. Brother Lu felt as though a tiny creature was incessantly gnawing within his flesh. Shortly thereafter, the second needle was also withdrawn, propelled out with equal force. As the last needle was extracted, the sensation of pain intensified, yet his legs remained immobile. The mere presence of pain astonished him. Over the years, he had traversed numerous places in search of medical assistance, yet never had he encountered a solution. Now, under Lin Feng's care, he detected a twinge of discomfort. Could this not be astonishing? After completing the left leg, it was time for the right. Having learned from the previous experience, Lin Feng performed the acupuncture with even greater finesse. Observing Lin Feng's skillful technique, Lu Ruyan felt utterly mesmerized. Who would have thought this individual possessed such remarkable abilities? What manner of person was he, blessed with both wealth and talent, and yet remained an admirable man? The thought caused her cheeks to flush, though no one noticed. At last, after half an hour of diligent effort, Lin Feng withdrew the final silver needle. What a laborious endeavor, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow with a deep sigh. Brother Lu, what does your leg feel now? I sense a throbbing pain and a warmth coursing through. Lu Wenyuan replied with excitement. Then it appears there is indeed an effect. Lin Feng responded with a joyful smile. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within, realizing that his thoughts were not misguided. With a few more attempts, he should be able to recover swiftly. Brother Lu, I can only go this far today. I truly lack the energy. Observing Lin Feng's weary expression, Lu Wenyuan understood, especially since the emergence of pain had ignited a flicker of hope in him to stand again. What harm could there be in trying a few more times? Lin Feng, thank you. The usually proud Lu Ruyan approached, her demeanor a blend of gratitude and haughtiness, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat exasperated. Was it truly that difficult for her to express gratitude? It was merely a mutual benefit. Brother Lin, do not say that. Were it not for you, I might have spent my entire life confined to a wheelchair, Lu Wenyuan lamented. Ruyan, why don't you fetch a glass of water for Brother Lin? Lu Wenyuan turned to glare at her, reproaching her lack of consideration. Oh, with that, she swayed her alluring figure and ventured into the dilapidated kitchen to boil water. Brother Lu, I wish to inquire about that secret manual. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I have read this manual several times from cover to cover. It is indeed a rare find. You mentioned earlier a method of breathing that could enhance these techniques for greater power. What sort of breathing method is it? Lin Feng posed his questions with curiosity. Brother Lin, Lu Wenyuan replied, if you don't mind, you may call me Shaolin. Ha, very well. Lu Wenyuan laughed heartily, and their camaraderie blossomed rapidly. In truth, there exists a group of individuals on this earth who have transcended the mundane. They seldom appear in the secular world unless necessary. They are practitioners, striving to enhance themselves through cultivation, becoming ever more formidable. With their ascension in cultivation, their realms also elevate, and with higher realms comes an extended lifespan. What? An increased lifespan? Lin Feng nearly leapt from his seat at this revelation, his shock palpable, as a tempest of emotions surged within him, causing his breath to quicken. Just as the novels depict, cultivation could indeed prolong life, bolster health, and confer immense strength, he mused inwardly. Yes, cultivation truly exists in this world, though it remains unknown to outsiders. Moreover, the state prohibits practitioners from interfering with the secular realm. Most of these individuals live in seclusion or assume new identities, blending into urban life. Otherwise, one might still encounter some boastful young cultivators on the streets. So, Brother Lu, were you once a practitioner too? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I was once a practitioner. However, I fell victim to the schemes of enemies and, alas, ended up in this state. Lu Wenyuan sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. Yet, my insights into cultivation remain. It is merely that I will likely never practice again. Why? Is it not just your legs that are the issue? Shouldn't that be manageable? No, my dantian has also been shattered. His tone carried a hint of both anger and helplessness. What? Your dantian is shattered? Lin Feng gazed in astonishment at his chest, promptly activating his X-ray vision. To his surprise, it was indeed as he suspected. He had never encountered what was referred to as the dantian before. How unfortunate it was to witness it in such a state. Brother Lu, who could be so ruthless as to shatter your dantian? He inquired, his voice tinged with indignation. He lamented the lost potential of Lu Wenyuan. For had he been able to cultivate, he would have become Lin Feng's very first friend in the realm of cultivation, enabling them to navigate through the demon city with great ease. However, he realized he was being overly optimistic, as there would always be individuals more formidable than Lu Wenyuan. Otherwise, how could his dantian have been destroyed? It was at the hands of a rival of mine. They attacked me in unison. Lu Wenyuan's tone turned icy, his aura suddenly surging, leaving Lin Feng momentarily spellbound and deeply shocked. Noticing Lin Feng's expression, Lu Wenyuan recognized his own abruptness and quickly regained his composure. Forgive me, Xiao Lin, for the discomfort, he said. It is of no consequence, Lin Feng replied. Brother Lu, this is truly regrettable. Have you sought methods of restoration? It is futile. A shattered dantian equates to being rendered useless. Such things are inherently ethereal, and ordinary individuals lack the capability to remedy them. Lu Wenyuan lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 47. Guidance in Form and Intent. Brother Lu, there must be a way to restore it. Do not surrender so easily, Lin Feng encouraged. Here, Brother Lin Feng, have some water, Lu Rian said as she presented 2 disposable cups to them. They each took a sip. Brother, allow me to prepare a meal, Lin Feng offered. Very well, do prepare enough for another. Xiao Lin shall join us for dinner, Lu Wenyuan responded. Ah, if you consider me a friend, then stay and share a few drinks with me. Usually, Rian does not allow me to indulge, but for you, I should make an exception, Lu Wenyuan insisted. Very well, I shall remain, Lin Feng conceded, no longer able to decline. Thus, the two resumed their discourse on cultivation. Through Lu Wenyuan, Lin Feng learned a wealth of information. Across all of China, there existed numerous hidden families dedicated to cultivation, alongside solitary practitioners who belonged to no clan and were without kin. In the Demon City alone, there were shadows of cultivators, such as the underground fight boss, Lu Laohai, who was indeed a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Lu Wenyuan divulged that the cultivation realms were categorized as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, unity, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. What realm did you originally belong to, Brother Lu? Lin Feng asked. I was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Lu Wenyuan replied with a bitter smile. What? Foundation establishment? Impressive, my dear brother, Lin Feng exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. My cultivation is respectable within the Demon City, yet on a national scale, it is hardly noteworthy, Lu Wenyuan admitted. Indeed, while foundation establishment holds significance in a certain city, it pales in comparison across the nation, where far more formidable cultivators abound. Once we finish our meal, I shall impart to you the fundamental techniques of cultivation. Mastering these skills will enable you to defend yourself, and given your affluent status, it is likely you have accumulated a few adversaries. Brother Lu, you are quite astute. I indeed have a handful of enemies. Speaking of which, I cannot help but recall that pair of black and white jade beads still in that scoundrel's possession, which fills me with bitter resentment. If they remain with him, I can only hope he does not lose them. Otherwise, you might find yourself on the receiving end of my wrath. He resolved internally to ensure that this individual would pay dearly. Before long, Lu Ruoyan had prepared a sumptuous lunch, bursting with flavor and aroma. Gulme, let us indulge in a few drinks. Lu Wenyuan lifted a small wine cup, ready to toast with Lin Feng, only to be met with Lu Ruoyan's disapproving glare. Brother, could you not refrain from drinking? We have Xiao Lin here, after all. Moreover, your leg has a chance of healing. Shouldn't we celebrate that? I shall only sip a little. All right, just a little. She did not wish to dampen Lu Wenyuan's spirits, especially now that hope for his recovery had emerged. Otherwise, she would have staunchly prevented her brother from drinking. Come, try this. It is Ruoyan's specialty. Brother Lu pointed to the braised eggplant on the table. Lin Feng, unable to refuse the warm invitation, took a generous portion and savored it. Quite delightful, very appetizing. I must say, Your cooking is surprisingly good. What? You underestimate me? Your aunt can cook many dishes. What's so remarkable about making a meal? Ruoyan shot him a glance. Haha. Brother Lu chuckled while sipping his wine, as the three of them enjoyed a harmonious meal together. After finishing, Lu Wenyuan instructed Ruoyan to clear the table, preparing to guide Lin Feng in his boxing practice. Xiao Lin, do you still remember the various punching techniques of Xingyi Quan? Yes, I remember. Very well, then demonstrate them for me, and I shall offer my guidance. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng began to follow the steps illustrated in the manual, warming up first before initiating the starting posture. Xingyi Quan is one of the traditional Chinese martial arts, characterized by a multitude of techniques and styles. The common methods include thrusts, palms, punches, and elbows, each employing different parts of the body as offensive tools. At this moment, Lin Feng executed the Lan Shui style from Xingyi Quan, a notably practical offensive technique. After completing the sequence, Lu Wenyuan, seated in his wheelchair, nodded in approval. I am surprised you managed to memorize these punching trajectories without missing a single one. It must have taken considerable time. Indeed. So what do you think, Brother Lu? Where does my technique falter? Lin Feng was reluctant to elaborate on how he had memorized the techniques. Possessing a unique ability of perception, he found retaining such information effortless. Your technique lacks fluidity, your speed is insufficient, and there is a distinct absence of explosiveness. Your posture is not sharp enough. Brother Lu pointed out his shortcomings without reservation. I see there's so many flaws. Lin Feng scratched his head, having previously believed he performed quite well. Ruoyan likely performs better than you. Ruoyan? She could do it too? Upon hearing his words, Lin Feng was taken aback, astonished that this girl possessed such abilities. This revelation elucidated why he had been unable to catch up to her that day. It turned out she had some skills of her own. Cool me. Observe my punching technique and compare it with yours. With that, Lu Wenyuan demonstrated a preparatory stance and began to practice Xingyi Quan. Despite being seated in a wheelchair, his ability to execute the movements was undiminished. However, he nearly toppled from his seat twice due to excessive force. This scene genuinely impressed Lin Feng. He shifted his center of gravity onto his left leg, extended his right arm forward with his palm facing downward. Simultaneously, as his right fist shot forward, his left hand stretched out, palm facing forward. Be careful, brother, don't hurt yourself, Ru Yin reminded him from the side. It's nothing to worry about. Truly, as a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he could still exude such vigor even while in a wheelchair, stirring Lin Feng's emotions. It was astonishing to realize that there were indeed many aspects of Huaxiao martial arts worthy of learning. As Lu Wenyuan completed a full set of Xingyi Quan, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, what man does not desire strength? Following Lu Wenyuan's method, Lin Feng began a punch. With each strike, Lu offered guidance. Here, raise your stance. Your fist must be firm. Keep your back straight. Your legs need to be steady. Punching emphasizes speed, precision, and power. Chapter 48. The Method of Absorbing the Spirit Qi of Heaven and Earth. All right, Shaolin, do you have any questions? Lin Feng shook his head. I believe I understand how to proceed. With his enhanced vision, he clearly discerned Lu Wenyuan's punching technique and the mechanics of exertion to maximize efficiency and impact. Understood. Brother Lu. On the sidelines, Lu Ruyin began to harbor her own thoughts. This handsome man is quite appealing, and his character seems decent. If you could heal my brother's legs and allow him to stand again, I might consider a relationship with you. With this thought, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. Shaolin, let us conclude our practice of Xingyi Quan for now. I will first impart to you the basic method of breathing and absorption, and we shall see if you can step into the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement. This was indeed a method to gain strength. Merely mastering ordinary Xingyi Quan was akin to the prowess of elite military personnel, merely allowing one to navigate the secular world. However, mastering the method of absorption and entering the realm of cultivation would be transformative, enabling one to extend their lifespan through the elevation of their realm. A truly astonishing prospect. Brother Lu, I appreciate your guidance. It's no trouble. It is what I promised you. With that, he began to elucidate the process of breathing and absorbing the invisible spirit energy of the universe, storing it within the Dantian, and subsequently how to manifest it through the techniques of the martial arts. The Qi refining stage primarily involves absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, transforming the human body into primordial force, with the Dantian serving as the reservoir, potentially extending one's lifespan to a century or more. What? This could lead to a lifespan of a century? Lin Feng gazed at him in astonishment. Indeed, the initial stage of qi refinement is not easily attainable. One must fully cultivate this realm. Of course, this is merely the standard path of cultivation. Some prodigies may reach the pinnacle of qi refinement and potentially attain a lifespan of 200 years. Lin Feng nodded, committing this wisdom to memory. The cultivator slowly inhaled through the nose and mouth, drawing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into their body, and expelled the turbid air through methods such as abdominal or thoracic breathing. Lu Wenyuan meticulously instructed Lin Feng on how to breathe and absorb the celestial spiritual energy. The afternoon passed swiftly, and as dusk descended, Lin Feng concluded his practice. This session proved immensely beneficial under the guidance of a former formidable practitioner. His martial arts had ascended significantly, and he had also learned the art of absorbing the spiritual energies of the world. In the southern suburbs of Magic City, at the new night bar, "Brother, we have tracked down that brat," said the tattooed man Su San to the bald, corpulent man. "Oh, impressive. Your efficiency has notably improved," came the reply. "Hee. That is thanks to your guidance, brother. Actually, it needn't be so complicated. He has a sister who is currently single. If all else fails, we could devise a plan involving her." "Haha. Are you looking to indulge yourself?" "Hee. I've seen a photo of his sister. She is stunning, absolutely breathtaking. I've never encountered such an exquisite woman." Su San had a lewd demeanor, evoking disdain from those around him. "Enough of this. You handle it as you see fit. I only require information regarding the ancient tomb. I am certain it conceals treasures. To this day, the pair of black and white beads you provided me remains unidentified." He shook his head in exasperation. "Brother, couldn't your acquaintances in the underworld identify them either?" "No, not even they could discern their nature. But they're certain these items are precious, and there is no record of them in the annals of Chinese history. That is indeed perplexing. All right, go prepare. Remember, do not overstep, otherwise my connections may not safeguard you. After all, in this magic city, many can rival my influence." "Yes, brother, I will exercise caution." With that, Su San departed the bar. "Humph, kid, consider yourself unfortunate to have crossed paths with me during your tomb robbing escapade. Otherwise, you might be living it up right now. You can only blame yourself for lacking the strength to dabble in grave robbing." Exiting the bar, he wore a lecherous expression, his mind racing with schemes on how to deal with Lin Feng and win over his sister, Lin Xian. "Shaolin, I have a friend who heard about the potential healing of my legs and immediately inquired about the treatment and location. I mentioned you, and he expressed a desire to meet you. I wonder if you might entertain this notion." Lu Wenyuan inquired tentatively. "Oh, Brother Lu's friend? Could he be a cultivator as well?" Lin Feng's thoughts began to swirl. If this were indeed another practitioner, being able to provide healing would mean securing 2 cultivators as allies. No, he is not a cultivator. However, his identity is far from ordinary. He is a young master from the capital, belonging to a prominent red family whose influence is substantial, likely holding considerable sway throughout the entire city. His subsequent words sparked a glimmer of interest in Lin Feng. "Oh, a red family from the capital? This is intriguing. Those who manage to establish themselves in the capital are largely dignitaries or members of red families." Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. "Brother Lu, it seems it is indeed you, possessing such extensive connections and formidable power in the capital." "Haha, not exactly. I came to know this friend by chance. What do you think? Would you like to meet him? He is currently awaiting your response." "Meet? Absolutely. How could I miss such an opportunity to be acquainted with a young master from a red family?" Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. "Haha, splendid. I shall inform him and see when he will arrange a meeting with you. Brother Lu, I won't have to travel to the capital to see him, will I?" Chapter 49. Spiritual Energy. No need to travel that far. He is currently in the Magic City. I heard he has some matters to attend to here. He just called me yesterday, or else I wouldn't have known he was in town. After their agreement, Lin Feng ended the call, pondering what this so-called young master from the capital might want from him. Could it be related to healing? However, his medical skills were rather rudimentary, likely insufficient for any significant matters. He decided to wait and see. Having some free time today, he thought it prudent to continue studying acupuncture, acknowledging that his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine needed further refinement. Thus, Lin Feng devoted the day to delving into the art of acupuncture, taking breaks to review his knowledge of traditional medicine. By evening, he ventured alone to a nearby park to practice his martial arts, which not only strengthened his physique, but also empowered him. Should he encounter danger in the future, he needed to be capable of defending himself. Although safety in China is relatively assured, incidents of robbery and kidnapping still occur. Moreover, with a stunningly beautiful sister to protect, he felt compelled to cultivate his strength. Xingyi Quan, an ancient martial art, has persisted through the ages, with many still practicing it today. Its longevity speaks volumes about its potency. With each punch, Lin Feng struck with vigor, the air swirling in response to his blows. After a vigorous round, he was drenched in sweat, feeling immensely invigorated. Having only scratched the surface of this discipline, he imagined the possibilities if he were to master it. Could he not then disregard bullets and explosives, sweeping across the world with ease? The cinematic portrayals of such feats ignited a fervor within him. Moreover, according to Brother Liu, reaching a certain level of mastery indeed allows one to evade bullets effortlessly. However, avoiding rocket launchers and cannons was another matter entirely. Given the advancements in technology, their formidable power, coupled with high-precision targeting systems, would be unbearable even for the strongest of individuals. That night, the nights in the bustling metropolis are far from tranquil, unlike the serene stillness of a mountain village. This is the time when certain individuals emerge to engage in their activities. Cultivators delight in drawing the ethereal essence of the heavens and earth into their bodies through various methods, storing it within their dantian to expand its capacity and strengthen their physical forms, thereby enhancing their own prowess. This is a rite of passage every martial artist must undergo. The opportunity for ascension is only attainable through breakthroughs in martial cultivation, transforming one into a true practitioner of the art. To my astonishment, I could perceive a wisp of this ethereal energy in the air. As Lin Feng, in the midst of his breathing exercises, marveled at the revelation that his perceptive vision could directly discern such elusive phenomena, excitement coursed through him. As he practiced the breathing techniques imparted by Lu Wenyuan, the exceedingly sparse spiritual energy in the atmosphere began to converge gradually towards his dantian. At present, the spiritual energy on Earth is exceedingly thin, making it challenging to transcend to higher realms. Lin Feng immersed himself in the absorption of this energy, completely lost in the experience. Early the following morning, Lu Wenyuan's call came through. "Hey, my friend mentioned, do you have time tonight? If so, let's grab a meal and chat." His voice, imbued with the gravitas of experience, was both mature and steady. "Sure, I can come by around 6 or 7, Lin Feng replied. "Great, just come directly to my place." With that, Lu Wenyuan ended the call and hurried to freshen up. It was Friday, and there were no classes at school. Initially planning to practice martial arts alone in the park, Lin Feng was interrupted when his chubby friend suggested a trip to the antique street for some treasure hunting. "Are you really that short on cash? Always looking for bargains?" Lin Feng inquired. "You wouldn't understand. This is my way of laying the groundwork for my future," the chubby one retorted. "Are you planning to spend your post-graduation days rummaging through antique shops?" Lin Feng asked, astonished. "All right, I'll accompany you this time," he conceded, albeit reluctantly. "Don't worry, I'll treat you to lunch." Half an hour later, the two found themselves on a street teeming with antique shops in the metropolis. "Lindsay, could you teach me your treasure appraisal skills?" the chubby friend asked, unable to suppress his envy for Lin Feng's uncanny ability to identify valuable items. "What's this? You want to learn?" Lin Feng replied. "Who wouldn't he want to?" The chubby one pouted. "Okay, but you'll need to pay tuition first. Get lost. Have you forgotten who helped you when you were in a tough spot?" "Ugh, why does this guy always bring up the past?" Chairman Mao once said, "One must not forget the well digger when drinking water." Don T, you understand this principle? All right, you win. "I'll teach you," Lin Feng relented, realizing he had no choice, as the chubby friend had indeed assisted him on numerous occasions. However, the question of how to teach arose. His impressive appraisal skills were largely due to his extraordinary perceptive vision. Without those miraculous eyes, it was uncertain whether he could replicate such prowess. "Never mind. Let us just go through the motions for now. Come on, there's an art shop over here. Let us take a look, and I'll show you how to assess the pieces." "Great." The chubby one eagerly followed Lin Feng into the antique art store. The walls of the shop were adorned with an array of ancient artifacts and calligraphy, featuring landscapes, figures, and even some pure script. Some of the paper was darkened and yellowed with age, evoking a sense of antiquity. "Look here, my friend," Lin Feng said, feigning seriousness as he instructed the rotund fellow on how to appraise the artworks. "First, examine the paper of this landscape painting and note the differences from contemporary paper. Then, touch it and attentively observe its texture and the quality of the pigments." The shopkeeper, overhearing, furrowed his brow at the sight of this seemingly youthful man demonstrating commendable expertise in art appraisal. His knowledge surpassed even the shopkeeper's in certain aspects. After Lin Feng examined 3 or 4 pieces, the rotund fellow listened intently, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brother. You truly are my kin. Yes, dear brother, study diligently. In chapter 50, titled The Red Family of the Capital, the Yin family, the rotund man jested, "Get out of here." He actually climbed up. However, the shopkeeper was displeased, for Lin Feng had declared all 4 pieces to be forgeries, tarnishing his reputation. "Gentlemen, are you here to purchase or not? If not, kindly leave. Do not impede my business." His tone was curt. "What is this, boss? Are you trying to dismiss us?" The rotund fellow bristled at the affront. "Indeed, I'm asking you to leave. If you genuinely wish to buy art from me, you're more than welcome. But what are you doing? Using my items as negative examples?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and his companion felt the tension rise. My apologies, boss. We will take our leave." Lin Feng offered a contrite glance, while the rotund man retorted, "How can you say that? With so many fakes in your shop, who could possibly buy genuine pieces without some expertise? What's this? You, a clueless oaf, dare blame my wares as fakes? Business is a matter of mutual agreement. Did I force you to buy anything?" Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Lin Feng pulled him away, leading him outside the shop as the shopkeeper's disdainful huff echoed behind them. "Why did you pull me away, Fengzi? This old rogue is selling fakes and has the audacity to complain." The rotund fellow exclaimed. "Enough of that. Can you contend with him? Besides, he did not coerce you into purchasing anything. Our actions were indeed a bit underhanded, considering there are other customers in his shop." With a reluctant sigh, he swallowed his indignation. The two then continued their treasure hunt along the antique street. Time flew, and before long, half the day had slipped by. "Fengzi, you've managed to unearth so many items, while I've only found 3. The rotund fellow grumbled, casting an envious glance at Lin Feng. "It's merely luck, pure luck." Lin Feng humbly replied, "I didn't stumble upon anything extraordinary. Otherwise, we could have made a handsome profit. Brother Liu, might I inquire when the esteemed Lin Feng is expected to arrive?" A refined gentleman seated across from Liu Yuan inquired. "Do not rush. Time will tell, and it should be arriving shortly." Meanwhile, Lin Feng finds himself ensnared in traffic. "Brother Yin, how is the health of old Master Yin? Has there been any improvement over the past 2 years?" Liu Yuan inquired while savoring his tea. Do not mention it. My grandfather's health deteriorates with each passing day. Ever since that tea gathering 2 years ago, he has suffered greatly, plagued by nightmares each night. We have consulted various doctors, yet none could discern whether the issue stems from a physical ailment or a psychological one. I even secretly investigated the attendees of that tea gathering, but the results revealed nothing unusual." Yin lamented. "Do not fret. Illness cannot be rushed. As the saying goes, in a state of panic, one may seek remedies that do more harm than good. Old Master Yan's health cannot withstand further turmoil. Liu, I have heard that your leg can be healed. Is it thanks to that brother Lin Feng?" Liu Yuan nodded. "Indeed, Brother Lin possesses unique medical skills, unlike those traditional doctors who merely collect fees without any real expertise. Regardless, I'm willing to agree to any terms to have him examine my grandfather. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy." Chapter 51. The Powerful Yin Family. "Let us wait for Brother Lin to arrive and see what he suggests," Liu Yuan remarked, taking a sip of tea, acknowledging that he could not make decisions in matters beyond his understanding, or else he would not be confined to a wheelchair. Half an hour later, at last, Lin Feng pushed open the door to Liu Yuan's residence. He found Liu seated in a wheelchair, enjoying tea. Across from him sat a refined gentleman, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, appearing a few years older. Upon entering, Lin Feng was greeted with a warm smile from Liu Yuan. "Brother Liu, my younger brother Lin has arrived. Yin, this is Lin Feng. Lin, please have a seat," Liu Yuan introduced them. "Haha, I have heard much about you from Liu. It is said that your medical skills are remarkable. I happen to be in a magic city and thought to meet you," Yin said courteously. "Brother Yin, you flatter me. My medical skills are rather mediocre and hardly noteworthy," Lin Feng replied, addressing him as brother given his apparent seniority and the positive first impression he made, which he found agreeable. Primarily, he trusted Liu Yuan's judgment. "Do not be so modest. To heal legs that were nearly beyond repair is a feat that even the most esteemed doctors in the country might struggle to achieve. Indeed, young Lin, with your assistance, I have regained sensation in my legs over the past few days, and the discomfort is even more pronounced than before." Lin Feng settled onto a rickety chair, displaying no disdain for its condition. "Young Lin, Yin Yu hails from a prominent red family in the capital, wielding considerable influence, though not absolute. It is certainly formidable," Liu Yuan remarked, savoring his tea. To wield such power in the capital? Lin Feng was astounded. The capital is a storied city in the annals of Chinese history, a political epicenter and an international metropolis. To possess such influence in such a place is indeed unimaginable. Brother Liu, it is not as exaggerated as you describe. Especially when my grandfather's health began to decline, our family situation was not particularly favorable. There were always some people scheming behind our backs, Yin said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Sigh, there are at least half of the people in the capital who wish for my grandfather's demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Yin in surprise. If half of the influential figures in the capital desired the old master of the Yin family to pass away, then his enemies must indeed be numerous. Of course, Lin Feng refrained from voicing this thought, as it could easily offend others. It was not merely the number of enemies that mattered. Rather, the very existence of the old master impacted many. Those who wished to take action had to be cautious of the Yin family. A single misstep could lead to a disastrous downfall. Thus, it was understandable that many hoped for his early departure. After all, once the old master was gone, some individuals will be able to act freely. Brother Yin, does the Yin family not still have your father? And your mother, who also wields considerable influence in the capital? Moreover, your accomplishments are well acknowledged by all. How can these people still be so arrogant? Lu Wenyuan expressed his skepticism. He was rather uninformed about the current circumstances in the capital. Brother Lu, you are unaware of the situation, especially regarding the Lu family in the capital. They are not to be trifled with. The Lu family's power is nearly on par with that of my Yin family. Yin replied with a wry smile. The Lu family? Are you referring to the Lu Guofeng family? Lu Wenyuan asked, puzzled. Yes, that old fox Lu Guofeng. His health is considerably better than my grandfather's, Yin stated. Lin Feng quietly listened to their conversation, not feeling overlooked, but rather plunged into contemplation. This Yin family must be the same one often featured on CCTV, the family of the venerable Yin Feng. If that were the case, then this Yin Yu before him was indeed his grandson. The thought sent a chill down his spine. The influence was truly astonishing. He had not expected Brother Liu to have such connections. Cultivators were indeed extraordinary. Brother Yin, I believe Xiao Lin's medical skills are quite commendable. Why not let him give it a try? Yin Yu suggested with a chuckle. That depends on whether Brother Lin is willing, Yin Yu continued. And both he and Lu Wenyuan turned their gazes towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood that this choice could significantly affect his future connections, and he recognized that Lu Wenyuan was facilitating an opportunity for him to associate with such powerful individuals, which would undoubtedly ease his endeavors in the future. Especially since he aspired to become a genuine cultivator, he would inevitably encounter numerous challenges. Brother Yin, I fear I am willing yet incapable. I have only recently ventured into the medical field, and my skills are limited. I am afraid I cannot treat the old master. Lin Feng apologetically clasped his hands. When dealing with someone of such stature, he truly did not dare to act recklessly. A single mistake could bring grave consequences. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Very well, I was too hasty, Yin Yu replied with a bitter smile. Brother Yin, do not fret. There will always be a solution, Lu Wenyuan reassured him. Time, however, waits for no one, Lin Feng thought, a sense of urgency stirring within him, prompting him to turn to Yin Yu. Brother Yin, may I inquire about the nature of the old master's ailment? To be candid, my grandfather's health has been a mystery to numerous doctors, none of whom have been able to ascertain the underlying cause of his ailment. Renowned hospitals in the capital have conducted thorough examinations, yet both traditional and Western medicine have failed to provide clarity. The specific reasons for his frailty and the nightly terrors he experiences remain elusive to us, his descendants, who feel both concerned and powerless. How could such esteemed physicians be unable to diagnose the issue? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. What could the old gentleman possibly dream about to provoke such nightmares? The truth is, we are unaware. We only know that during these episodes, he utters pleas such as, "Please don't come near me." Such a peculiar phenomenon indeed. Lu Wenyuan shared a look of disbelief, admitting he had never encountered such a condition. It was unimaginable that Grandpa Yin could endure such torment. Lu Rian expressed her deep sympathy. Could it be that he was frightened by something? That seems unlikely. After all, who could truly intimidate someone of his stature? What affliction plagues Grandpa Yin to the extent that he suffers from nightmares? Lin Feng pondered thoughtfully. Brother Yin, I must confess, I am unfamiliar with this illness, and fear I may be of little assistance. No matter, we shall leave it to fate. He sighed resignedly. Perhaps departing this world would bring him solace. However, Lin Feng's tone shifted unexpectedly, stirring both Lu and Yin Yu. Chapter 52, A Second Treatment. What is it? I can first assess the old gentleman-esque condition. If I find I can offer treatment, that would be splendid. However, should I discover I am unable to assist, I can only express my sincerest apologies. My dear Lin, rest assured, even if you cannot cure him, you are still my brother. From this day forth, while in the capital, no one shall dare to wrong you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement. This was the reassurance he had long awaited. Although he held little confidence in truly healing Grandpa Yin, it was certainly worth a try, especially considering the invaluable connections this could foster. Witnessing this interaction, Lu Wenyuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, as his intentions to build bridges were coming to fruition. Come, let us toast with tea in lieu of wine. Lu Wenyuan raised his cup of tea towards the two of them. Subsequently, they all drank together. Lu Rian gracefully slipped into the kitchen to prepare a meal. As the three of them sipped tea and conversed, nearly an hour slipped by unnoticed. At that moment, Lu Ruyan emerged from the kitchen, bearing a fragrant braised fish and sautéed lettuce. My dear brothers, I apologize for the modest fare, but please bear with me, Lu Wenyuan said graciously. Brother Lu. This is already quite delightful. Moreover, I dare say Rian's braised fish surpasses anything one might find in restaurants. Additionally, your tea is of an extraordinary quality. I appreciate your generosity. Yin Yu, hailing from a prominent family, could easily discern the exquisite nature of the tea they had just enjoyed, recognizing its rarity by its aroma. Indeed, Brother Lu, to be honest, dining here is far more enjoyable than indulging in a lavish banquet elsewhere. There is no clamor, only warmth. This tranquility is indeed a rarity in this bustling metropolis. Rian, do take a seat and join us, Yin Yu said to Lu Ruyan, who stood to the side. Oh, all right, she replied softly and then fetched a stool, positioning herself between Lin Feng and Lu Wenyuan. It was uncertain whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she discreetly cast a glance at Lin Feng. This fellow, so straightforward. The table of four was filled with joviality, indulging in a delightful feast. I'm not entirely sure, but I estimate it will be within a week. I am here for an inspection. There have been reports of some unsavory behavior among certain individuals in the demonic realm. So my father sent me to oversee the situation. I see. Brother Lin, I want to burden you with excessive gratitude. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, as long as it is within my means and not against my principles. Of course, illegal matters are included as well. Rest assured. I am a good citizen. A good citizen indeed, Lu Rian muttered under her breath. How could Brother Lu, with such a friend, find himself in a situation where he cannot afford medical treatment? Lin Feng suddenly pondered. Could it be that Yin Gu was unwilling to assist him? That seemed unlikely. Their relationship appeared too close for him to refuse such a small favor. As a member of a prominent family, he surely wouldn't lack funds. Little did Lin Feng know that it was not Yin Yu's unwillingness to help. Rather, Lu Wenyuan was reluctant to accept assistance. Previously, Yin Yu had aided him multiple times, providing financial support and even facilitating visits to renowned doctors, all of whom declared that his condition could not be treated. Consequently, Lu Wenyuan eventually surrendered, retreating to this secluded existence. As for Lu Rian's attempts to raise money for his treatment, that was her own obsession. It was said that she had heard of a remarkable healer who could cure all ailments, but the consultation fee amounted to hundreds of thousands. Driven by her unyielding hope, she began devising ways to gather the necessary funds. Due to Lu Wenyuan's prior warning against seeking financial help from Yin Yu, lest it bring harm to him, she deliberated thoroughly and ultimately refrained from turning to Yin Yu. Instead, she secretly sought to raise the money herself. The meal lasted nearly an hour and a half. Brother Lu, let me take another look at your leg, since I am here today. I want to express my gratitude again. You understand. Since you regard me as a brother, there is no need for further words. Yin Yu observed closely, eager to witness Lin Feng's medical prowess that earned Lu Wenyuan's admiration. In his memory, Lu Wenyuan seldom praised others. In an instant, Lin Feng blinked, activating his X-ray vision. The internal structure of Lu Wenyuan's knee was laid bare before his eyes. The cluster of energy had indeed diminished in size. It seemed that complete eradication would coincide with healing. I will require acupuncture to aid in cellular regeneration and restore vitality, allowing his leg to stand and walk normally once more. With the experience from the last treatment, this should proceed much more smoothly. Under the watchful gaze of the three, Lin Feng withdrew a pouch of silver needles from his pocket, rolled up his pant leg, and began to concentrate as he administered the acupuncture. It was indeed acupuncture, so Brother Lin is a master of traditional Chinese medicine, Yin Yu thought to himself in admiration, as the silver needles pierced the acupoints. Lu Wenyuan immediately felt that familiar sensation of soreness and pain wash over him once again. The technique of the 9 needles and 12 originals was once again employed. Although this method may not be considered particularly sophisticated and is not one of the legendary lost techniques, its efficacy is contingent upon the skill of the practitioner. A novice, regardless of the technique's excellence, will achieve little, whereas a skilled practitioner can cure myriad ailments with but a single method. Lin Feng had become increasingly adept at this technique, his needlework flowing seamlessly, leaving the 3 spectators in awe. Ah, Lin, you truly are remarkable. I have seldom encountered acupuncturists who can execute their craft with such speed, precision, and decisiveness. Even seasoned practitioners may struggle to match his level of mastery. His state of mind is not something ordinary individuals can hope to emulate. Yin felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could indeed restore his grandfather's health. The speed at which Lin Feng worked seemed to accelerate, causing Lu Ruyin to indulge in fanciful thoughts. A delightful sensation, mingled with slight discomfort, coursed through his knee. Soon after, an unseen surge of energy erupted forth. Observing this energy, Lin Feng inhaled deeply and continued with his needles. Next, I shall attempt the legendary technique of using qi to guide the needle. Its effects would undoubtedly surpass this method. However, my cultivation is still in its infancy, and I fear my internal energy may be insufficient to sustain it. In the mundane world, the practice of qi-guided acupuncture is nearly unheard of, as it requires a healer to cultivate internal strength. Few practitioners exist in the realm of ancient martial arts, and those who possess both martial and medical skills are exceedingly rare. Even if one were to find such a healer, the cost of their services would be far beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Chapter 53. Extraordinary Talent. The technique of using qi to guide the needle is an advanced form of acupuncture that involves channeling one's internal energy into the needle, thereby enhancing its potency and therapeutic effects. Among the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the secular world, very few can achieve this. When such a practitioner does appear, they become highly sought after, with numerous patients seeking their expertise. After half an hour of diligent effort, Lin Feng finally withdrew all the needles from the right leg. As the last silver needle was extracted, Lu Wenyuan's face lit up with excitement. Lin, I feel as though I possess a hint of strength. What? Brother, are you serious? Lu Ruyin asked eagerly, her words signifying that soon enough, he might be able to walk again, rejuvenating his spirit. Brother Lu, can you genuinely feel the strength? Lin Feng replied, this is wonderful news. With just a couple more treatments, your leg should be healed. With proper care, you will soon be able to walk again. Is this truly the case? The trio gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. Yin was well aware of Lu Wenyuan's condition, and hearing Lin Feng suggest that he might soon stand and walk left him utterly astounded. His thoughts immediately turned to his own grandfather, who might also be saved. Brother Lu, congratulations. Haha, this is all thanks to Lin. Lin Feng, I am deeply grateful to you, Lu Ruyin exclaimed, embracing Lin Feng's arm in excitement. This scene, witnessed by Yin Yu and Lu Wenyuan, carried a certain sentiment. Coughing lightly, Lu Wenyuan cleared his throat. Ruyin immediately released her grip. Moments ago, when she had embraced Lin Feng's arm, it had rested upon the mountain peak, causing Lin Feng's heart to race. This girl truly was something else. Whether Ludiga noticed or not, she was surprisingly soft, indeed possessing some allure. By the way, Lin Laudi, I believe I sensed a faint aura emanating from you. Have you cultivated internal energy? Lu Wenyuan inquired with curiosity as he gazed at Lin Feng. Ludiga, you could discern that too? Lin Feng was astonished by his question. Do not forget, I was once a cultivator myself, so I can certainly perceive the changes within your body. I see. To be honest, my talent for cultivation is somewhat lacking. After a day or two, I have yet to manifest that internal energy. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. What did you say? Lu Wenyuan was suddenly taken aback. What is the matter? Yin Yu and Ru Yin turned to him, eager to understand his agitation. You say you have only been cultivating for a day or two. Lu Wenyuan pressed further. Yes. Is there a problem? Haha, it's a significant issue. Lu Wenyuan chuckled wryly, placing a hand to his forehead. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression turned perplexed. Could it be that my talent is so poor? Is 2 days insufficient to catch your attention? Or perhaps you all cultivated for just one night and achieved remarkable results? No, Lin Laudi, you are gravely mistaken. Do you realize how long it took me to cultivate internal energy? Lin Feng shook his head. It took me nearly an entire month. A month? Lin Feng finally comprehended that this was not a reflection of his lack of talent, but rather an indication of exceptional aptitude. Indeed, it took me nearly a month to cultivate internal energy, which is already considered quite talented. And you, having only cultivated for a day or two, are on the verge of achieving it. Although not fully realized, you have already stepped one foot in the door. Your talent, I dare say, would rank among the elite in the ancient martial arts community of Huaxia. Ah, Lin Laudi, I had no idea that not only were you skilled in medicine, but also a cultivator with such remarkable talent. Truly, even the heavens seem to favor you. Yin Yu exclaimed in admiration. Wow, Lin Feng, who would have thought your aptitude for cultivation was so extraordinary? You are bound to become an exceptionally powerful master in the future. Lu Ruyin gushed, her admiration evident. Really? Is it that remarkable? Lin Feng wore a bewildered expression. Lin Laudi, do not be oblivious to your blessings. You are indulging in a humble brag. With your cultivation talent, it will not be long before you genuinely cultivate internal energy and step into the realm of qi refinement. Furthermore, with your exceptional aptitude, your path in cultivation will stretch far ahead of others, and your speed of progress will be unparalleled. I believe that if you diligently cultivate, reaching the third level of qi refinement within a year should be within your grasp. Lu Yuan remarked enviously. Then, Lu De, how long did it take you to reach the first level of qi refinement? Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, you also turned to him. Over a decade. A decade? Lin Feng was taken aback. At this rate, how long would it take to reach the tribulation stage? The concept of transcending the tribulation realm is one that Lin Feng should not dwell upon. This legendary state has not been achieved by anyone in the past century. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was tumultuous with profound waves of emotion. If this were the case, it seemed likely that he would never reach the pinnacle of cultivation in this lifetime, perhaps living only a few hundred years at most. But if that were true, while he might live long, what of those around him? They were merely ordinary individuals, and reaching a century of life would be a miracle for them. Even so, would he not end up living in solitude? This thought brought a wave of desolation over him. Brother Lu seemed to sense his turmoil. Lin, you need not think so much. The mere ability to cultivate is already a stroke of fortune. Many are unable to cultivate at all, or they remain oblivious to the existence of such pursuits, believing them to be mere fabrications of television. Your capacity to cultivate empowers you to strengthen yourself. Once you grow stronger, you can protect those you cherish. Do not dwell excessively on lofty realms. If you can attain a higher level, then so be it. If not, do not force it. Cultivation requires grounded efforts. It cannot be rushed. Just as one cannot hasten the growth of seedlings if your foundation is not solid. Even if you reach greater heights, instability will inevitably arise. Indeed, hearing such wisdom from you is worth more than years of study, Brother Lu. Your extensive experience will undoubtedly guide me on my cultivation journey. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Yes, how many autumns does one truly experience in life? Cherishing the present is what truly matters. Haha, Lin, you are still naive to the ways of the world. It is perfectly normal not to understand many things. If you ever have questions, please do not hesitate to ask me. I will share all that I know. Haha, Lin, Brother Lu was once a formidable figure. If you could restore his leg and help him stand again, few in the ancient martial world could pose a challenge to you. Yin Yu remarked with admiration. Chapter 54. Lin Xian is captured. Brother Yin, you are quite impressive yourself, with connections in both the political realm and the ancient martial world. Alas, being in my position, we encounter a diverse array of individuals, and those mysterious cultivators like yourselves are among them. Furthermore, there are indeed cultivators within certain prominent families. What? Cultivators exist within those prominent families? Lin Feng was genuinely unaware of such matters, believing that cultivators should predominantly reside within the ancient martial world. Noticing Lin Feng's confusion, Lu Yuan continued. Generally, cultivators are indeed hidden within the ancient martial world, remaining in the shadows and refraining from political involvement, as mandated by the nation's leadership. You see, cultivators possess powers beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, and should they intervene, the state would take action. Those cultivators within prominent families operate discreetly, seeking powerful sects for support, sending their talented descendants for training to ensure a stronger inheritance for the family. This serves to provide them with a formidable backing and a trump card against rival forces or enemies. Of course, some seek power purely for personal ambition. How deep the waters of the ancient martial world are. Lin Feng marveled. Lin, your priority should be to safeguard yourself and those around you, Lu Ruoyan said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Indeed, you are right. Lin, my dear brother, devote yourself to your training. I have faith in you. and I believe you will undoubtedly make a name for yourself in the future. Indeed, Lin, if you grow stronger. I might even seek you out as my pillar of support. Haha, Yin jestingly remarked. The four of them gathered around the table, sipping tea and engaging in lively conversation, shifting from discussions about politics to the realm of ancient martial arts, and then to matters of love and marriage. Before long, the day had swiftly passed. Fatty, I'm stepping out for a moment. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Is that my sister calling? Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. You, cease. TSK, young man, I must say, you are truly fortunate to have such a beautiful sister. I reckon you've had your fair share of visual feasts lately, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could no longer remain composed. Who are you? He asked warily. Who am I? Don't you know? Can't you tell? The voice on the other end dripped with mockery. All right, you might have forgotten. Let me give you a hint. Do you remember that ancient tomb over in Songshan Town? Is it you? With such a clue, it was impossible for him not to deduce the identity of the caller. Indeed, it is I. So, how's your recovery coming along? Why do you have my sister's number? Take a wild guess, the tattooed man chuckled, as if everything were under his control. You bastard, did you kidnap my sister? Haha, I must admit you're somewhat clever. Your sister is indeed in my grasp. And at this very moment, she is kneeling before me, begging for mercy. Would you like to hear her? You scoundrel, you better not lay a finger on her. Or prepare yourself for my wrath. Lin Feng roared. The onlooker, Fatty, noticed Lin Feng's fury and quickly inquired, What's wrong? Is there a problem? However, Lin Feng ignored him, gesturing for silence. Fatty immediately fell quiet, sensing that the situation was dire. Is that so? Just you? You think you can seek revenge on me? By the time you attempt your revenge, your sister may already be mine. At that point, will you not have to address me as brother-in-law? After taking a deep breath, he continued, Now, tell me, what do you intend to do? My demands are quite simple. Hand over everything you acquired from that ancient tomb. I trust you ventured there more than once. Additionally, disclose the location of the tomb. Realizing the man's true motives, Lin Feng understood that he sought the precise location of the tomb. Indeed, it was a place that few could locate, let alone obtain treasures from within. He and Fatty had invested significant effort to find its entrance, only for this man to intercept their hard-won spoils. Lin Feng's anger surged, veins bulging as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. No, his sister was still in his grasp. He had to devise a plan. I will give you 3 minutes to consider. If, after 3 minutes, you do not divulge the specific entrance willingly, you shall hear your sister's joyous cries. You bastard. Lin Feng was enraged. He was truly seething. Do not scold me. It is futile to do so. Consider your actions swiftly. Should you refuse to comply, I shall not hesitate to entertain the notion of additional relatives. Calmness. Yes, I must remain composed. Lin Feng repeatedly reassured himself, striving to quell the rising tide of his anger. A minute had already elapsed. The opposing party urged him. Only 1 minute remained. Just as the other was about to declare that time was up, Lin Feng finally spoke. First, allow me to hear my sister's voice. Otherwise, you shall never learn of the ancient tomb's secrets. Very well. Let us indulge you with that hauntingly beautiful voice, replied Su San, the tattooed man, as he turned to Lin Xian, who knelt before him. Now call out for him. Xiao Feng, don't worry about me. Call the police. You mustn't. Lin Xian cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. The sound tightened Lin Feng's fists, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. However, before she could finish, Su San shoved a cloth in her mouth once more, muffling her cries. Enough. You have heard her voice. May I now speak? Su San pressed. The entrance to the ancient tomb lies beneath a black stone in the water. That is the mechanism. Ultimately, Lin Feng divulged the location. Haha, splendid. You are quite astute. Allow me to dispatch my men to verify this. Should you dare deceive me, prepare to become my relative. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Fengzi? The chubby friend nudged Lin Feng. My sister has been kidnapped by that scoundrel. Chapter 55. Lin Feng's scheme observing Lin Feng's fiery demeanor. The chubby friend grasped the gravity of the situation. Brother, do not fret, since he dared to call you regarding the tomb's entrance. It implies your sister is not yet in dire straits. If he lays a finger on her, I vow to sacrifice my life to ensure he descends into damnation. Lin Feng declared vehemently. Our immediate priority is to locate him. Find him. He has disclosed his whereabouts at any point. How foolish of me to forget to inquire. Wait. Since he seeks information about the tomb, he must inevitably go there. I shall await him at that location. Upon uttering these words, A fierce determination glinted in his eyes, and he silently vowed that this scoundrel would pay a grievous price. I shall accompany you, for he is my enemy as well. I certainly remember how he assaulted me. Very well. We must prepare thoroughly before we embark, lest we become the ones to suffer. Meanwhile, Su San, with his inappropriate touch, caressed Lin Xian's face. At that moment, her mouth remained gagged, rendering her unable to voice her grievances. All her sorrow was swallowed within. Simultaneously, she prayed that Lin Feng would not come to her rescue, for that would spell trouble. She had overheard Su San's conversation with his elder brother, discussing plans to confront Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, fear flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. To her, Lin Feng was her entire world. If he ceased to exist, her own life would lose all meaning. Subsequently, Su San and his companions departed, leaving Lin Xian bound to the chair, tears trickling slowly from her eyes. On the other side, Fengzi, I am fully prepared on my end. How about you? Well, I have little to prepare, only a dagger. If only Brother Liu could be healed now. Perhaps with him here, matters would not be so complicated. However, such thoughts must remain unvoiced. One cannot always seek help when faced with difficulties. There will be times when others are unable to assist. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate one's own strength to resolve issues. Subsequently, the two set forth once more to the ancient tomb concealed beneath the lake. Meanwhile, Su San and his entourage were en route as well, but compared to Lin Feng and his companion, Su San's group was far more formidable. Equipped with 3 SUVs laden with various tomb raiding gear, including Woyang shovels, military shovels, ropes, flashlights, and even diving equipment, ensuring they were thoroughly prepared. In contrast, Lin Feng and the hefty companion possessed merely a single vehicle, lacking extensive equipment, as they had previously visited the tomb and taken all they could find. Moreover, this time their objective was to rescue a person, to be precise, to abduct Su San in order to save Lin Xian. Songsan Town. This marks the geographical location of the ancient tomb, surrounded by mountains like a magnificent barrier. The area boasts exceptional feng shui, having been a burial site for numerous dignitaries in ancient times. However, many tombs are situated atop the mountains, and several were plundered a few years ago, resulting in the apprehension of the thieves by the police. Only one tomb remains unique, resting beneath the lake. It remains a mystery how the ancients managed to inter the tomb's occupant below. After a lengthy journey, Lin Feng and his companion finally arrived near the tomb. As they had set off earlier than Su San, they reached the location first. Fengzi, it seems they have yet to arrive. We should find a place to hide, lest we attract unwanted attention. Yes, let's seek refuge for now and act according to the circumstances. Before long, the sound of motorcycle engines and brakes echoed in the air. They are here. Lin Feng activated his keen eyesight, clearly observing 3 SUVs parked by the lakeside, from which a dozen individuals disembarked. Damn, this fellow brought so many people. How careless of me. Third brother, did that chap say the tomb is beneath the water? One of Su San's subordinates inquired. Yes, don your gear and descend. According to him, there's a black stone at the lake's bottom, which serves as the mechanism for the tomb's entrance. With that, half of the dozen subordinates began to equip themselves, donning diving suits in preparation to enter the water. The remaining individuals stayed on the shore, ready to assist when necessary. Fengzi, they're preparing to dive, the hefty companion observed through binoculars. Yes, let them descend first. There's still many on the shore. We must devise a plan to divert them. Otherwise, it will be difficult to capture that rascal. Then, a spark of brilliance struck Lin Feng's mind. He conceived a clever idea, to call Su San and inform him that there is a coffin within the tomb, requiring at least 10 people to lift the lid. At that moment, it would be his opportunity to act. Although this approach may seem somewhat juvenile, it appears to be the only option available at present. With determination, he gestured for the portly fellow to remain silent, then retrieved his mobile phone to call Lin Xian. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, he had already discerned his sister's phone in the possession of this individual, thus directly dialing her number. On the other end, upon hearing the phone ring in his pocket and recognizing it was Lin Feng calling, he promptly answered. Hello, kid, what is up? Missing your sister? Su San teased with a chuckle. Let me remind you of something. Within the ancient tomb lies a massive stone coffin that requires at least a dozen individuals to lift. The last time we ventured there, we couldn't budget, hence we couldn't retrieve much. Oh, you're actually so considerate to share this with me? Believe it or not, my only aim is to improve your impression of me and ensure my sister's safety. Haha, well, I commend your insight. Since you're willing to divulge this information, I shall treat your sister well. However, I must first explore the tomb myself. I trust you one to deceive me. One cannot help but acknowledge that this fellow is rather gullible, taking his words at face value. Lin Feng's heart momentarily skipped a beat upon realizing that this individual intended to descend as well. If he ventured below, how could Lin Feng capture him? Chapter 56. Hostage situation. Role reversal immediately. Lin Feng reiterated, there are traps below. I hope you don't meet your demise in the tomb. Oh, traps you say? Rest assured, I'll leave such matters to my subordinates. They are quite experienced. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he refrained from going down, Lin Feng would have an opportunity to act. He then ended the call. Are you all prepared? Third brother, we are ready. All of you may descend. I will remain above. No, leave one person with me while the rest go down. That lad mentioned a large stone coffin that requires 10 people to move. You all go see for yourselves and report back to me immediately if anything arises. Ultimately, he succumbed to fear. Initially, he had intended to investigate the tomb himself, but upon hearing Lin Feng mention traps, he promptly retreated. Understood, third brother. Each of the subordinates prepared to dive. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Feng and the portly fellow felt their breaths quicken as the moment to act was imminent. Whether they could avenge past humiliations depended on this very encounter. Before long, Su San's men had all descended, leaving just one subordinate with him on the shore. Portly fellow, let us go, quietly without a sound. Understood. The two stealthily approached Su San's direction, while the two remaining individuals remained blissfully unaware of the impending confrontation. Third brother, do you truly believe they can locate the entrance to the ancient tomb? One of Su San's subordinates inquired. Just wait and see. If they cannot, it means that lad has deceived me, and he will learn the consequences of misleading me. However, at that very moment, two figures flashed past. Bang! The two men collapsed unconscious to the ground. Hey, Fengzi, how was that? I think I performed rather well. The portly fellow grinned at the sight of the fallen individuals. And what of those submerged? Who cares about them? The mastermind is already in our grasp. What need have we for those insignificant minions? Indeed, immediately, the rotund figure drove the vehicle, previously concealed in the woods, towards them. The two then hoisted the unconscious bodies into the car, flooring the accelerator as they sped away from the mountains. Fengzi, where are we headed now? Let us proceed to the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the county town. It is an ideal location where the loudest cries of swine will go unnoticed. Lin Feng smirked malevolently. The distance to the county town was not great, and soon they arrived at their destination. This site had once been a processing factory, but after the proprietor went bankrupt and fled, the building had remained forsaken. After parking the vehicle, Lin Feng and his companion directly lifted the two unconscious individuals from the car and carried them into the derelict factory. With a thud, Lin Feng unceremoniously dropped them onto the floor, stirring up a cloud of dust, which he waved away in disdain. There's so much dust here. It is time to awaken this pig, he declared jovially. Ha, indeed. Ah, my fourth brother. Yet, no matter how loudly he called, his cries were futile. For at that moment, both his hands and feet were bound, and a blindfold covered his eyes. Cough, cough. Who is messing with me? He shouted in fury, his face a mask of terror. Lin Feng tore away the cloth from his eyes, revealing a pair of tear-filled orbs that beheld a youthful, handsome visage. It's you? He turned to see the rotund man beside him and the lackey lying at his side. You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on me? Are you not afraid for your sister's life? He yelled angrily. Now that you are in my clutches, do you still dare to be so arrogant? Are you not afraid for your own life? Lin Feng remarked, striking his face with a moderate force. What do you intend to do? Realization dawned upon him. The roles had reversed, and he had become the prey. What do I intend to do? Lin Feng grinned. You would do well to behave, or my older brother will not spare you. Su San attempted to invoke his superior to compel Lin Feng to relent, but was that even feasible? Oh, you have an older brother, do you? Even if you called upon your grandfather, it would be to no avail. The rotund man laughed from aside. This one is quite disobedient. Let us make him more compliant, Lin Feng commanded. Certainly. The rotund man lifted his leg once more, preparing to deliver another kick to Su San. Having endured such pain, Su San no longer dared to be defiant and quickly adopted a different demeanor. Please, my older brother, I submit. I beg you, spare me. I shall never dare again. I grant you 10 minutes. I want to see my sister return home, or you shall find yourself rendered a eunuch. Lin Feng stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes, I will call right now. Yet, he soon realized his hands were still bound. Observing this, Lin Feng unbound one of his hands, allowing him to make the call. Immediately, he retrieved his phone and began dialing, instructing the person on the other end to release Lin Xian. The recipient assumed they had discovered the entrance to an ancient tomb and were fulfilling their promise to release Lin Xian. There you have it. I have already arranged for your sister's release. Can you let me go now? Su San implored, his impatience palpable. Lin Feng replied leisurely, not just yet. I have yet to see my sister. Moreover, there is another matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Su San's expression fell. He realized that Lin Feng was not a man of his word. What about the items you took from us? Return them. As he spoke, Lin Feng brandished a dagger that he had sheathed at his waist, causing Su San, who lay on the ground, to jump in fright. What do you intend to do? Su San stammered, his face a mask of terror. Return my belongings, or you shall suffer the consequences. Are you referring to the items you lost last time? Lin Feng inquired. What else could it be? I have already given them to my elder brother. Su San's eyes darted away from Lin Feng's gaze, fearing the repercussions. What did you say? Lin Feng's fury ignited upon hearing that the precious black and white jade beads had been gifted away. He was acutely aware of their significance, for they had granted him his extraordinary vision. With dagger in hand, Lin Feng advanced slowly towards him, and Su San instinctively tightened his legs in fear. Don't come any closer. Chapter 57, The Arrival. I give you half an hour to return what is rightfully mine, otherwise I will have you castrated and fed to the dogs. Lin Feng glared at him menacingly. All right, don't be rash. I will call my brother right away and have him bring it. Under Lin Feng's watchful eye, Su San obediently dialed his bald-headed boss. Hello? Yes, an abandoned factory too. Fengzi, this guy ISNT just calling for help. He alerting the authorities. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng acted swiftly, kicking Su San's phone away and then stomping down on his hand. In that moment, the rotund man recalled the last time Su San had assaulted him. Now was his chance for revenge. Rolling up his sleeves, he unleashed a flurry of punches on the fallen Su San. The cries of anguish echoed like a slaughtered pig, but they were far more pronounced than before. Lin Feng, intrigued by the spectacle, joined in the act of retribution. You, stop. Su San pleaded, I understand my mistake. Before long, he resembled a national treasure, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his body adorned with bruises of varying hues. It seems you still do not grasp the severity of your situation, Lin Feng remarked, twirling the dagger in his hand. Stop, I concede. Please, just release your foot, he cried, desperately attempting to pry Lin Feng's foot off him with his now freed hand, only to be met with an even greater force, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Today, if you do not surrender the items, prepare for dire consequences, Lin Feng threatened. Fengzi, I suggest we start by chopping off a finger every 10 minutes. I doubt he will remain obstinate then, the rotund man proposed. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. The two exchanged wicked smiles as they regarded Su San, whose eyes widened in horror, feeling as if a demon had descended upon him. Brother, I will hand it over. I will have my brother bring it now, but I cannot guarantee he will arrive promptly. Su San was genuinely frightened. These two individuals were entirely unlike those he had previously robbed. I don't care if it takes 10 minutes to sever a finger, then so be it. Su San clenched his teeth, suddenly struck by an idea. Directly requesting them to deliver the items seemed implausible. There was a chance these two ruffians might indeed resort to mutilation. Thus, he devised a plan to compel the bald man to bring the items. He would inform him that he had found a professional appraiser capable of identifying the nature of the black and white jade beads. Upon this realization, he quickly picked up the phone from the ground and dialed once more, this time foregoing any tricks, for he was genuinely terrified. Meanwhile, by the lake of the ancient tomb, the henchman who had plunged into the water had emerged on the shore. Yet Su San and his companion were nowhere to be seen. Hey, where's Sanga? And what about Lao Jiao? Could they have gone to relieve themselves? It's possible. Let us wait here a bit. However, their wait stretched into half an hour. Indeed, it shouldn't take this long to relieve oneself. They exchanged glances. Realizing something was amiss, they then took out their phones to call Su San, only to be met with a busy signal. Cannot get through. In the abandoned factory, Su San had successfully deceived the bald man, who had promised to deliver the black and white jade beads within 2 hours. Brothers, the items will arrive shortly. Could you please untie my hands first? I need to use the restroom. Use the restroom? Why are you so troublesome? Just relieve yourself in your pants. The portly man replied impatiently. I see you're just trying to make an escape. Let me tell you, that's not happening. You'll remain here until the items are in hand. If you need to relieve yourself, do so right here. This thwarted Su San's thoughts of fleeing entirely. It appeared these two were quite vigilant. He silently vowed that once he managed to escape, he would ensure they paid double for this humiliation. Deep within, He swore that Lin Feng and his companion would regret crossing him. In the bustling metropolis, he had the bald man as protection. Why fear two university students? His current predicament was a result of overconfidence, and he could not fathom how he had ended up in such a situation. An hour passed, yet the items had still not arrived, and the two were beginning to grow impatient. Kid, are you trying to deceive me? Stalling for time? Lin Feng brandished his knife as he approached Su San. I'm not deceiving you. Perhaps they are just on their way, Su San replied. Oof. It should only take about an hour to get from the metropolis to here. I'll give you another half hour. If the items do not arrive by then, I will show you no mercy. That will be the moment your fingers meet the ground. Was the item finally to be returned to its rightful owner? The thought of soon seeing the black and white beads quickened Lin Feng's heartbeat. Time trickled by slowly, and the portly man had grumbled countless times. Fengzi, I sense something is off about this guy. What do you mean? Think about it. Under normal circumstances, one would feel fear when faced with danger. Wouldn't they? We have all frightened him so much. Yet look at this fellow. He feigns terror on the surface, but in reality, he is not as afraid as he pretends. I understand what you mean. Rest assured, this chap is now in our grasp and dares not act recklessly. However, I hope I am merely overthinking. Half an hour has passed. Enough, lad. There is no need to wait any longer. Prepare yourself, for I will make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. With that, Lin Feng raised his knife, ready to sever one of his fingers. No, please spare me. I beg you, just wait a moment longer. I cannot wait any longer. I've already been patient for an hour and a half, and the item has yet to arrive. My patience has run thin. Lin Feng lifted the blade, poised to strike. At that moment, an abrupt voice rang out. Stop! The three men turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. And there stood a man with a buzz cut, clad in a black shirt, his waist bulging, perhaps concealing some weapon. Brother Hu, please save me. Susan cried out desperately. Fatty, keep an eye on this fellow. My friend, I have brought the item. Will you release him? Lin Feng regarded the man with a sudden sense of pressure, as he emanated a faint yet formidable aura that made it difficult to breathe. This individual is rather dangerous. He seems to be a formidable character. I must tread carefully. How dare you? I knew you had ill intentions. Fatty lifted his leg and kicked Su San in the side, causing him to scream in agony. This scene only fueled the man's anger further. My friend, I have brought the item. What more do you desire? Chapter 58. The Secret of the Black and White Jade Pearls. He then gently opened the stone box. Lin Feng activated his vision and glanced at the stone box in the man's hand. He could tell at a glance that the item was intact. It was still the pair of black and white jade pearls. Seeing this, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Fatty, come here. Keep an eye on this scoundrel while I make the exchange. All right. Lin Feng then approached the man step by step, his body already poised for battle. The man, noticing this, clenched his fists. At last, they halted mere half a meter apart. One hand for the item, the other for the release. Agreed. Fatty, bring him over. Got it. Fatty replied. He then kicked Su San on the ground, urging him to rise. At that moment, another henchman lying on the floor, hearing the commotion, sprang up even faster than Su San, leaving Lin Feng and Fatty in shock. Oh no, this rascal was merely feigning death. Following this, Fatty brought both men before Lin Feng, ready for the exchange. Very well, let us proceed with the transfer. The man knew that only by handing over the item to Lin Feng could he save Su San. However, at that moment, another thought crossed his mind, and a barely perceptible smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly interjected, Wait, I can only hand over one person to you. I must retain the other for now. I will release him after we have safely departed. Upon hearing this, the man immediately flew into a rage. No way. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of ease, for in the depths of the man's eyes, he discerned a flicker of trepidation. After a moment of hesitation, the man ultimately chose to acquiesce. Enough of the nonsense. Expedite the delivery, he urged. Subsequently, the man handed over the stone box to Lin Feng, who swiftly tucked it into his pocket. Observing this, the hefty individual kicked Su San towards the opposite side. Damn it, you fat bastard. Are you addicted to kicking? Su San glared furiously. How dare you defy me? The hefty man retorted with a mocking gaze. Once they had exchanged positions, the man promptly untied Su San. You little punk, just wait. I swear I won't rest until you're dead. Su San declared vehemently. Perhaps I should not have released you, Lin Feng mused, wiping the blade in his hand, resembling a street thug. What now? The roles have reversed, haven't they? Enough. Silence. The man barked at Su San, causing him to lose his bravado. Friend, we have acquired the item. Release him at once. Brother, are we just going to let them leave like this? If you have the ability, chase after them. Useless fool. You brought all these men only to be ambushed. The man hurled insults at Su-san. Prior to their arrival, the bald man had cautioned him to exercise utmost caution. He had sensed something amiss, yet dismissed it, believing that bringing along a dozen brothers would ensure their safety, thus dispatching this capable individual. Little did he expect such a scenario to unfold. Outside, Lin Feng and the hefty man had already entered their vehicle. "Fatty, toss him out. Get lost." Another kick landed, and it seemed the hefty man had indeed developed a penchant for kicking. Su-san and his companion finally exhaled in relief. The three of them then settled into the car and departed from the abandoned factory. "Fengzi, we must remain vigilant for retaliation from these scoundrels. When the water rises, we shall use earth to cover it. When soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms. In this city of magic, I refuse to believe they would dare act so recklessly." The hefty man was at the wheel, with Lin Feng seated in the passenger seat. He then retrieved the stone box from his pocket. As he gazed at the box, his heart raced, for the secret of the X-ray vision lay within it. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the box, revealing a pair of black and white jade beads the size of lychees, adorned with obscure patterns that eluded comprehension. These beads appeared remarkably unique, as if they were crafted by nature itself. Following this, he inexplicably activated his X-ray vision, and at that moment, a black and a white beam of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, shot forth from his eyes towards the jade beads in his hand. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a profound emptiness envelop him. His consciousness detached from his mind, transported by these beams of light to a wondrous realm. "Where am I?" he wondered, surveying his surroundings, yet perceiving no sign of life. One side was bathed in white, while the other was shrouded in black, an extraordinary dichotomy. Suddenly, several lines of text materialized within the void before him. Upon absorbing this information, Lin Feng could only ponder if he had dozed off in the car. Lost in a dream. "Fengzi? Fengzi? What troubles you? Hey, what's wrong?" Lin Feng wore a puzzled expression. "What could be wrong? Your absent-minded demeanor led me to believe you had lost your spirit. I was just deep in thought." The plump companion resumed driving, seemingly unfazed. "How strange. Where was I just now?" It felt as if I had glimpsed a world of black and white. Chapter 59. The Eye of Yin and Yang Reincarnation. Reflecting on this, he promptly activated his perception once more, gazing at the white jade orb in his hand. This time, his consciousness did not return to that monochromatic realm. Yet a beam of white light pierced his forehead, followed by a deluge of information inundating his mind. The Sacred Canon of Medicine, chronicling the profound medical arts of illustrious healers such as Geguzi, Hua Tua, and Bien Quebec. What? This is actually medical knowledge. He was astounded, recalling the similarity to what he had witnessed in that black and white world. It was indeed real. A tempest of emotions surged within him. This information shattered his previous worldview entirely. My heavens, this is the legendary 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate, a long-lost secret technique. And this, the divine needle for cleansing the marrow, the 9-yang poison needle. He rummaged through the sudden influx of medical knowledge in his mind, reveling in euphoria. Furthermore, there were techniques for manipulating needles with qi. He could scarcely contain his exhilaration. This was a genuine windfall, a priceless treasure. With great effort, he composed himself, sifting through the vast array of information in his mind. It took nearly half an hour to gradually accept it all. The portion of information that remained murky was likely related to the so-called alchemy techniques, though it appeared he could not access that at the moment. Who would have thought such practices as alchemy truly existed? No wonder emperors of ancient times sought immortality. It was not merely a fanciful notion. According to the hints from the black and white world, the Yang Eye contained records of medical arts and alchemists, while the Yin Eye documented methods of cultivation. With this realization, he turned his attention to the black jade orb. As expected, a beam of black light shot toward his forehead, and once again, streams of information rushed into his mind. Instantly, he felt as though his head might explode. In such a brief moment, his mind had absorbed an overwhelming volume of information. Enduring the pain, he allowed this knowledge to imprint itself in his consciousness. After a considerable duration, the sensation of pain finally dissipated. Phew, it's finally over. Lin Feng began to organize the vast amounts of information from the Yin Eye. The first piece of information read, the Chaos Sutra, a fundamental cultivation method for daily practice, designed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wow, this is a cultivation technique. The mere mention of chaos already exuded an air of magnificence. It must be an advanced method, otherwise it would not be sealed within this Yin Eye. However, when he sought to explore further information, he found only a haze of obscurity, rendering it inaccessible. In other words, he lacked the qualifications? Indeed, it appears that the level of my clairvoyance is still rather insufficient. According to the information recorded, it seems that my ability merely grazes the threshold of the third tier. To unlock further insights, I must absorb more energy. No, I should now refer to it as spiritual energy. It has come to my attention that these peculiar energies are termed spiritual energy. Upon learning this, Lin Feng finally gained a rudimentary understanding of certain aspects of the cultivation world, while also lamenting the existence of such enigmatic phenomena in this realm. Although a significant portion of information remains sealed within my mind and is currently inaccessible, I do not feel disheartened. On the contrary, the very fact that this information is sealed indicates its immense power and mystery, suggesting that I am not yet worthy of such knowledge. Indeed, knowing less is often advantageous. There exists a saying, the more you know, the more perilous it becomes, and that holds true here. Furthermore, the information I have managed to unlock is already astonishing enough to grant me dominance in this world. Without delving into other matters, even the medical knowledge at my disposal could render the entirety of contemporary medicine inadequate in comparison. There are numerous medical techniques I have never even heard of, which are beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. For instance, by merely drawing a line on a blank sheet of paper, one could reconnect a severed meridian. If such a method were introduced into modern medicine, it would be deemed miraculous. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng endeavored to quell the shock surging within him. I must utilize this knowledge wisely and keep it secret. A man, innocent in nature, may suffer for possessing something valuable. Moreover, certain aspects of this knowledge pertain to cultivation and necessitate utmost confidentiality. Henceforth, my life is bound to undergo a transformation. With the acquisition of this chaotic scripture, I should embark on an exploration of the legendary path of cultivation. If it enables me to grow stronger, no one shall be able to bully me, my sister, or those around us. The cultivation methods taught by Brother Lu pale in comparison to this, and it seems his approach diverges from this entirely. Lost in contemplation, the vehicle had already merged onto the third ring road of the magical metropolis. Fengzi, where are we headed now? The plump driver inquired as he navigated. Absolutely. This trip has indeed exhausted me. Let's indulge in a sumptuous feast. The engine roared to life, and they sped away. At this moment, in the southern suburbs of the magical metropolis at the Shinya bar, Brother Wu, you must help me avenge my wrongs. Susan cried, clinging to the thigh of the bald man, shaking with desperation. Useless wretch, what good are you to me? The bald man scoffed. Brother, I never anticipated that this would be that scoundrel's scheme. Who could have foreseen that they lurked in the shadows, knocking us unconscious and threatening me? The bald man, filled with disappointment, kicked him aside. Second, keep a close watch on that Lin fellow, and don't forget to monitor the plump one by his side. Report any developments to me immediately. He commanded a slightly overweight man clad in a black short-sleeve shirt. Brother Bao, are we merely observing without taking action? Yes, for now. We shall refrain from action. I need to contemplate how to deal with these two little rascals without drawing the police's attention to us. Understood. Subsequently, the second-in-command exited. This bald man is the leader of these individuals, known as Brother Leopard, whose full name is Sun Hu Bao. The one who went to rescue Susan earlier is the third, named Wang Shantu, while the second, Yang Zijiang, usually keeps a low profile. The fourth, you have greatly disappointed me. Do you realize that those pearls are rare treasures? How could you so readily relinquish them, just based on your capabilities? Remain here obediently and await my instructions. Yes, Brother Leopard. Susan was quite pleased that he did not have to take matters into his own hands, and soon departed the bar. You little brat, just wait. I will ensure you kneel before me, begging for mercy. No, that would be too lenient. I want you to become my dog. A hint of darkness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 60. The Sealed Heart of a Warrior. I must hasten to strengthen myself in anticipation of any potential retaliation from my enemies. Susan's allies will surely take action, and the mere presence of that so-called brother tiger is enough to instill fear. His elder brother must also be formidable. Thus, I must grow stronger in the shortest time possible, and the only path is through cultivation. Regarding the Chaos Sutra, it is a profound method for breathing cultivation, far superior to ordinary foundational practices. The term chaos is not to be taken lightly. I also need to find time to study medicine, so I can swiftly heal Brother Lu's legs, restoring his strength. This would provide me with an additional card to play, as safety is always enhanced with more allies. 2 hands cannot contend against 4 fists. A cultivator skilled in medicine holds significantly more weight than an ordinary practitioner. Thus, for the past 2 days, he devoted himself to studying the medical knowledge recorded within the Yang Eye. Time passed swiftly, and after 2 full days, Lin Feng was deeply immersed in this vast medical wisdom. I believe my medical skills are now sufficient to heal Brother Lu's legs. I shall go and treat him tomorrow. The following day, Lin Feng drove to Lu Wenyuan's residence, parked his car, and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Yin, someone is knocking. Go see who it is. Lu Wenyuan was seated in the courtyard, sipping tea. Lu Ruyan immediately ran to open the door. Creak. Oh, Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng, her heart surged with joy, nearly written across her face, before she swiftly composed herself. Please come in. After Lin Feng entered, Lu Ruyan closed the door and peered outside, uncertain whether to check if he had brought anyone or if there were any suspicious individuals nearby. Ha! My dear brother Lin, you have arrived? Coolme. Sit down and taste my tea. Lu Wenyuan warmly invited him. Brother Lu, Lin Feng said, plopping down onto the stool beside Lu Wenyuan, casually taking the cup of tea he had poured and taking a sip. This tea is quite delightful. Seeing him drink it down in one go, Ruyan wore a look of distaste, while Lu Wenyuan burst into hearty laughter. Lin Feng, you truly do not understand the art of tea appreciation. You are quite the brute. Ah, Lin, my dear brother Lin is simply straightforward and decisive. Such a temperament is quite admirable. This is indeed the exceptional Longjing tea gifted to you by your friend. What seems to be the matter? Is this tea particularly expensive? Lin Feng wore a look of skepticism. It is not overly costly. For you, it is akin to drinking tap water. Brother, this tea is worth a fortune. A mere ounce can fetch tens of thousands. This cup alone is worth several thousand, and yet you gulp it down without batting an eye. Observing Ru Yin's puffed cheeks, Lu Wenyuan offered a resigned smile. No worries, Lin, my young friend. Come, let me pour you another cup. Lu Wenyuan filled his cup once more. This time, Lin Feng refrained from downing it in one go. Instead, he lifted the cup to his lips, taking a delicate sip, savoring the distinctive essence of the tea. Ah, it possesses a refreshing aroma and soothes the throat. Indeed, a fine tea. Watching Lin Feng's demeanor, Ru Yin felt an urge to slap him, huffing in disdain. How hypocritical. Lin, you've come this time to assist me with my leg, correct? Haha, brother Lu. To be honest, I am now quite confident in facilitating your recovery. Oh, is that truly the case? Haha, well, I, Lu Wenyuan, finally stand tall as a true man once more? He laughed heartily, though his words ignited a mix of embarrassment and anger in Ru Yin. Brother, how can you speak like that, you pervert? Aha! Both men chuckled in unison. Brother Lu, rest assured, I shall ensure you stand straight again, Lin Feng declared with confidence. You little rascal are mocking me, aren't you? Ru Yin, please fetch a clean towel and wash it with hot water to wipe your brother's leg. Lin Feng regarded Ru Yin earnestly. Oh, shortly thereafter, she returned with a blue towel, rolling up Lu Wenyuan's pant leg to clean it. The acupuncture sessions from before had already expelled much of the stagnant energy. What remained, I believe, will be entirely eliminated today. After all, my medical skills have significantly improved over these past few days, especially since I have mastered a few long-lost techniques. After removing all the silver needles, Lin Feng asked Ru Yin to bring another clean towel to wipe Brother Lu's leg. Brother Lu, why not attempt to stand? Upon hearing this, the martial artist within Lu Wenyuan, long dormant, stirred once more. All right. With palpable excitement, he slowly rose with Lin Feng's assistance, tentatively lifting his right foot. Even Ru Yin, standing nearby, wore an expression of tension. As Brother Lu exerted effort to lift his foot, that long immobilized right leg began to shift ever so slightly. Oh! Witnessing this scene brought tears to Ru Yin's eyes. For so many years, she had endured immense suffering, caring for her incapacitated brother while struggling to make ends meet. Yet, the burden of expenses outweighed the income, and the hardships of those years weighed heavily on her heart. At this moment, the pain she had kept bottled inside finally found release. I can truly move, although it is but a small movement. It is a miracle. The corners of Lu Wenyuan's eyes glistened with tears of joy. Earlier, while administering the injection, I have successfully reactivated the dormant cells in your leg, and they have now been rejuvenated. Indeed, I can already sense that vitality. Lin, my dear brother, I sincerely thank you for this. From now on, my life belongs to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out, for I shall never refuse. Lu, my brother, you are being overly generous. Since you regard me as a brother, there is no need for such formalities between us. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng rolled his eyes and retorted with a hint of annoyance. Ha ha, very well, then I shall not hold back. In the future, if you need anything, do not hesitate to come to me or seek out Ru Yin. Though she may seem unassuming, she possesses certain admirable qualities. After all these years of training under my guidance, she has also acquired some skills in Xingyi Quan. While her proficiency may not surpass mine, I would wager she is still better than you. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng responded with surprise, though it was not entirely unexpected. After all, it explained why she had outrun him that day. Chapter 61. Confession to Sister Lin Feng. I have previously stated that if you are able to heal my brother's leg, I shall call you brother in return, Ru Yin said, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Very well, let me hear it. You, brother Lin, Ru Yin shyly exclaimed. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Witnessing this exchange, Lu and Yuan felt a surge of joy. Having such a skilled brother in medicine was more valuable than merely having a strong companion throughout life who has not experienced injury or illness. It is in these moments that one truly appreciates the presence of someone like Lin Feng. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Feng proposed to take his leave. All right, my dear brother Lin, if you have matters to attend to, you may depart. I shall not keep you for lunch. Please visit often to enjoy tea with me. Certainly. I will make it a point to come by. We can practice our martial arts together. Haha, splendid. With no pressing matters at hand, Lin Feng resolved to practice some Xingyi Quan. This ancient martial art of China is far more profound and powerful than the Taekwondo of that small island nation. Its myriad of techniques not only fortify the body, but also strengthen the self. He decided to commence with the Lan Chui stance, a relatively simple and accessible technique. While the others demanded higher levels of skill, without hesitation, he initiated a warm-up with the starting posture. The Lan Chui is a practical offensive maneuver wherein one first shifts their center of gravity onto the left leg, with the fist-oriented palm down. Next, the right fist is swiftly thrust forward while the left hand extends straight ahead, palm facing forward. As the right fist approaches the opponent's face or body, the left hand swiftly cuts inward, simultaneously targeting the opponent's side or arm, or even executing a surprise attack from behind. Any moment of stagnation or sluggish response could lead to an opening for the opponent to strike, a grave misstep with potentially dire consequences. Boom, boom, boom. His training target was the tree before him. Without a target, the practice would prove somewhat challenging, but with one in sight, the execution of strikes would be more precise. As time passed, he had been practicing for 2 hours. Exhale. The art of Xingyi Quan may appear simple at first glance, yet it is remarkably elusive in its transformations. Should one dedicate themselves to its practice, the benefits in the future will undoubtedly be substantial. Henceforth, let us set aside 2 hours each day to refine our skills, for I am eager to enhance my abilities. In a villa situated in the southern outskirts of the metropolis, a conversation unfolds. Father, I have uncovered information about that young scoundrel. Recently, he has incurred the wrath of the Four Tigers gang, which has surely dealt a stinging blow to their pride. I suspect he will not let Lin Feng off so easily. Can we collaborate to bring down that brat? To my surprise, this little rascal has even offended Brother Leopard from the Four Tigers gang. He is still wet behind the ears, and yet he provokes others. Very well, I shall see how he navigates this predicament. Is that old man scolding me? Upon hearing his father's words, Lu Hao's expression darkened. Son, offending us is one thing, but that Brother Leopard is a formidable character. Even I do not dare to provoke him lightly. Prepare for your downfall. Xiao Hao, hold off on any actions for now. Let us observe how Brother Leopard deals with Lin Feng. Given his vengeful nature, I am certain he will act swiftly. Lu Qing Tian, Lu Hao's father, advised solemnly. Rest assured, father, if others take action against him, we need not intervene. We shall sit back and watch the tiger fight. Lu Qing Tian regarded him with satisfaction. Xiao Feng, where did you acquire such a fortune? Pray tell, have you engaged in any dubious enterprises? Lin Xian, the protagonist's sister, inquired with a serious expression. Do not worry, sister. How could I ever stoop to such deeds? I assure you, this money is entirely earned through my own efforts. If you doubt my word, you may inquire with the fat fellow. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Do not deceive me, or I shall not speak to you again, she warned. Fear not, sister. I am truly honest, he chuckled. Observing her playful brother, Lin Xian's irritation dissipated. They had relied on each other for many years, and the depth of their bond was well understood. Then tell me, how did you earn it? Lin Xian pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. It seemed there was no way to conceal the matter any longer. Honesty was the best policy. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng spoke. Sister, you are aware of antiquities, correct? I have profited from discovering valuable pieces. Some artifacts date back thousands of years and hold significant value. By chance, I encountered a few gems in the antique market and purchased them. At the time, no one recognized their authenticity, believing them to be fakes and thinking I had been swindled. However, I alone discerned their true worth. After verification, they were proven genuine and sold for a high price, which is how I amassed this fortune. Is that so? Lin Xian scrutinized Lin Feng, attempting to discern any signs of deceit, but he was adept at concealing his thoughts, leaving her unable to detect any evasion in his gaze. Very well, I shall tentatively trust you. However, you must promise me not to engage in any illegal activities. Should anything happen to you, I lack the means to rescue you. Remember, you are my only family. Sister, once we finish our meal, let us proceed to purchase a vehicle. It would be far more convenient for you to avoid the daily congestion of public transport. There is no need for that. Although you possess considerable wealth now, it is wise to be prudent with your expenditures. Acquiring antiques is not an effortless endeavor, and it is rare to stumble upon significant treasures. Therefore, it is best to save your funds for the future, as marriage and children will undoubtedly require substantial financial resources. The mere thought of Lin Feng eventually marrying and having children brings to mind the words of her father. When you grow up, you shall marry him and care for him for a lifetime. Such sentiments might be perceived as absurd and contrary to nature in other contexts, often inviting ridicule and scorn. However, for Lin Xian, this was irrelevant. She was not Lin Feng's biological sister, but rather a child adopted by his parents, and thus, there was no blood connection between them. Chapter 62, Purchasing a Vehicle for My Sister. From a young age, she had always held Lin Feng in her heart, caring for him throughout the years, leaving no room for anyone else, despite having turned down numerous suitors in the past. Sister, money can always be earned again. We should improve our current living conditions. My future wealth will undoubtedly exceed what we have now. Trust me. All right, sister, I believe in you. Let us head to the dealership shortly to buy a car. Moreover, I wish to acquire a house. I do not want you to continue living in such a place, where the amenities are lacking. Xiaofeng, let us postpone the house purchase for now. We can discuss it later. This is Shanghai, after all, and the housing prices here are beyond our imagination. Even the most remote areas are still beyond our financial reach. Sister, leave this matter to me. Do not worry too much. I will select a few properties for you to choose from in the end. Seeing Lin Feng's resolute expression, Lin Xian reluctantly agreed, unaware that Lin Feng's financial resources extended far beyond what she could imagine. Acquiring a home here would be more than feasible. Furthermore, with his newfound ability to perceive opportunities, accumulating wealth had become as effortless as drinking water. If funds were lacking, one could simply gamble on stones and uncover great fortunes. After their meal, Lin Feng led Lin Xian downstairs, and when she beheld the luxurious vehicle parked below, she was momentarily taken aback. Whose car is that? I recall that the tenants of our building consist solely of one family with a vehicle, and it is merely a modest wooing, Lin Xian remarked enviously. What did you say? This is your car? You must be jesting, she said, bewildered. She recognized the vehicle. Having frequently observed wealthy patrons arriving at the hotel where she worked, each driving an array of opulent cars, thus allowing her to become familiar with many luxury brands. Xiaofeng, that car must be quite expensive, perhaps 2 or 3 million. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped in disbelief. It was indeed extravagant. Xiaofeng, this leaves me a bit stunned. Just yesterday, we were living a modest life, and today you reveal to me that we are wealthy? Indeed, sister. Allow me to take care of you from now on, even if you choose not to work, Lin Feng said, gazing affectionately at his gentle sister. You rascal. How can you not work? Besides, who will support me? I am your sister, and sooner or later, you will have to marry, Lin Xian tentatively remarked, seeking to gauge Lin Feng's attitude. Dear sister, I am earnest about this. In the past, it was you who exerted every effort to raise me. Although the age difference between us is negligible, I have witnessed the hardships you endured. Allow me, as your younger brother, to take care of you from now on. Rest assured, even after I marry, I will never forget you. You will always be my sister, forever. Upon hearing these words, a fleeting shadow of sadness flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. Ultimately, he would have to marry someone else, but she could not voice that sentiment directly. It was not the right time to say, Sister likes you. Let me be your wife. She feared that such a declaration might alter Lin Feng's perception of her. It would be more prudent to wait for an appropriate moment to express her feelings. Soon after, the two drove a G-Class to the dealership. After some discussion, Lin Xian decided on purchasing a Beetle, a compact car that suited her well. Without further ado, they headed straight to the Volkswagen dealership. Upon their arrival, the sales representative rushed out to greet them. Hello, beautiful and handsome. Are you here to purchase a vehicle, or for some other service? The saleswoman, an attractive lady clad in a tailored suit with her hair in a ponytail and a delicate face, welcomed them. We're here to buy a car, Lin Feng replied as they stepped out of the vehicle. Very well, sir and madam, please follow me. May I inquire what type of car you are looking for and your budget? I can provide some options for your consideration. By the way, I am Zhao Jing. Feel free to call me Xiao Zhao. Sister, are you certain about the beetle? Lin Xian nodded slightly, her gaze drifting towards the new cars in the showroom. Xiao Zhao, do you currently have the beetle model available? Lin Feng inquired. Yes, we do. Please follow me. They proceeded to another showroom where various compact cars were displayed, including minis and beetles. Upon spotting a pink beetle parked against the wall, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as she walked over to it. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Xiao Zhao, how many configurations does this beetle have? He asked. Sir, this model comes in 3 configurations, low, medium, and high. What is the price for the highest configuration? Approximately 260,000, all inclusive of insurance and registration, Xiao Zhao replied with a professional smile. Studying Lin Feng with a hint of curiosity, she wondered if the G-Class was genuinely Lin Feng's or merely rented. If it were his, why would he buy such a modest car for his sister? Then let us go for the highest configuration, Lin Feng decided. Xiao Feng, there's really no need to opt for the highest configuration. The lower one will suffice. A car is merely a means of transportation, and should an accident occur, the repair costs could be considerable, Lin Xian interjected. Dear sister, the higher configuration is more comfortable to drive. It's fine. A little extra expense is not a concern. Upon hearing this, the salesperson was momentarily speechless. How could one drive a luxurious G-Class yet only purchase a modest beetle for their sister? Such a display of frugality seemed rather excessive. However, she dared not voice her thoughts, for the prospect of Lin Feng abandoning the purchase would mean forfeiting her commission. A hard-earned opportunity slipping through her fingers, especially as she had not sold a car in a week. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, she replied. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with joy. Was the era of hardship finally drawing to a close? Xiao Feng, I did not misjudge you, and I am grateful for my perseverance. May we, as siblings, always remain together, she mused silently. Subsequently, Lin Feng paid the full amount to complete the formalities. Zhao Jing, on the other hand, felt a twinge of resignation. Had Lin Feng opted for an installment plan, her commission would have been considerably higher. However, with a full payment, the profit margins were diminished. Yet, she could not possibly inform him that full payment was unacceptable. The paperwork was swiftly processed, though certain aspects required time. Nonetheless, the vehicle was ready for immediate departure. Oh, sister, you cannot drive yet? How did I overlook that? Lin Feng chastised himself. Fear not, dear brother. I possess some knowledge, albeit not very proficient. You can teach me, Lin Xian replied. Have you taken lessons? Lin Feng questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Not exactly. But a colleague from the hotel where I work taught me some basics, she explained. It simplifies matters. Very well, I shall instruct you. And we shall never need to endure the bus again. The car soon found its way onto the road. However, Lin Feng chose a less populated route towards the outskirts, where the sparse traffic minimized the risk of accidents during practice. Sister, this is the accelerator, and here's the brake, he said earnestly, detailing every electronic button to ensure she would remember. Half an hour later, Lin Xian found herself in the driver's seat. Familiarizing herself with the steering wheel before starting the vehicle and gently pressing the accelerator, allowing the car to advance slowly. After approximately a kilometer, her skills improved significantly, and the speed increased, requiring less guidance from Lin Feng, who had initially corrected her steering frequently. An hour later, they parked by the roadside. Sister, how was it? Quite satisfactory, she replied. The two sat quietly in the car. Lin Xian's exquisite features, in Lin Feng's eyes, rivaled the beauties of the prestigious Shanghai University, albeit she usually dressed simply and rarely adorned herself. Yet, her stunning visage could not be obscured. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Lin Xian teased. Hee, with a sister as beautiful as you, is it not normal for me to gaze a little longer? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a rush of delight. What woman does not relish hearing compliments about her beauty, especially from a man she admires? Soon after, they drove towards a rental house. That night, Lin Feng spoke. Sister, I currently possess a substantial amount of money. I am planning to purchase a home, and we shall reside in a new house. Do you have any thoughts regarding this matter? Upon hearing his mention of purchasing a property, Lin Xian could not help but feel a surge of excitement within her. Xiao Feng, just how much have you earned to afford such an expensive car and still have money left for a house? Lin Feng responded with a mysterious chuckle. Sister, all you need to know is that I can indeed afford a home. And furthermore, the title will be in your name. Me? In my name? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, yet her heart swelled with gratitude. It brought her immense joy to see Lin Feng make such a thoughtful decision. Yes, sister. Let's go view houses tomorrow. All right then. Lin Xian agreed enthusiastically. Since her brother wished to put her name on the deed, she thought it best to accept. After all, what was his would ultimately be hers, and vice versa, a bond unbroken. The two then proceeded to freshen up, feeling Lin Feng's gaze upon her. Lin Xian smirked slightly before retreating into her room. Observing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, chastising himself for his peculiar thoughts, even regarding Lin Xian. Little did he know that Lin Xian had intentionally dressed to provoke a reaction from him, seeking to gauge her allure. The following morning, the pair rose early. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, his phone rang. It was the fatty. You glutton, if you have something to say, spit it out. I have no time for you right now, Lin Feng urged. Where are you off to that you can't even acknowledge me? Fatty retorted darkly. I'm going to buy a house. What? You just bought a big G and now you're off to buy a house? You're truly a tycoon. Fatty scoffed. What kind of house are you looking for? Perhaps a suitable villa? I prefer them over large flats. They lack privacy, especially since I live with my sister. Lin Feng articulated his thoughts. This idea had been brewing in his mind for some time, and he resolved to pursue a villa, even if it was located slightly off the beaten path. In a city like Shanghai, a less central location might very well evolve into a burgeoning new district in the future. Which real estate market are you heading to? Wait for me. I'll join you. Lin Feng, not pondering too much, considered that Fatty might provide some useful insights. Thus he agreed. Just keep your eyes on the road. Lin Xian felt a thrill of joy at this exchange. Lin Feng's destination was a villa area in the northern part of the city. Having already perused the property listings the previous night, today was the day to inspect the actual conditions. The vehicle soon arrived at the sales office. After parking at the entrance, the two entered the main hall. The receptionist's eyes lit up upon noticing the pair disembarking from the luxurious G-Class. They were undoubtedly affluent, and whether they would purchase a house hung in the balance. Just then, as they exited the vehicle, another car glided to a stop beside the G-Class. A hefty figure emerged. Fengzi, am I on time? Just in time. Good, glad you made it. The sales representative, noticing their familiarity, greeted them warmly. Hello, sir and madam. Are you here to view properties? The receptionist inquired with a professional smile. Isn't that obvious? Who else would come here for fun? Fatty quipped, breaking the ice with humor. Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment? The beautiful receptionist, unfazed by the inquiry, continued to ask. No, Lin Feng replied, pressing further. Are there still villas available in the Shanghai Garden? If so, please show me around. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's excitement was palpable as she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, we have a few villas left, sir. Please follow me. I will first provide you with an overview of our Shanghai Garden and the surrounding amenities. Sir, you may call me Xiao Chui. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. All right, with that, Lin Feng and his companion followed the charming receptionist to the model area in the lobby. The model of the community was exquisitely crafted, a miniature version of Shanghai Garden, entirely composed of independent villas. Sir, this is the outline of our Shanghai Garden, which covers an area of 200,000 square meters. The community includes its own kindergarten and a supermarket, and there are medical facilities nearby, Xiao Chui elaborated, providing a comprehensive overview of the surroundings. These issues seem manageable. What vacant properties do you currently have? Lin Feng inquired, pointing at the model. There are approximately 6 villas available, each varying in layout and size. Please show me the floor plans for these villas. Certainly, please have a seat over here while I retrieve the floor plans for you. After saying this, she led Lin Feng and his companion to a nearby customer reception area, where she also poured them a cup of hot tea. Fatty, what do you think of Shanghai Garden? Lin Feng asked, blowing on the tea in his cup. Based on the model, the layout of these villas appears quite satisfactory, with appropriate spacing and good privacy. Moreover, they come with yards. However, I wonder what the actual properties look like. We must see them in person to know for sure. Sister, what do you think of the villas here? Fatty commented, it doesn't matter how good they seem. Lin Xian must like them since the owner's name will only be written in his name. They must be quite expensive, right? Lin Xian remarked, struggling to fathom the cost. Not too bad. We can afford it. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Sir, here are the floor plans for the remaining villas. Please take a look. Xiao Zhao presented the plans. Lin Feng accepted the plans from her and examined them closely. The layouts depicted various designs, differing in size, all intended to cater to diverse buyer preferences. Some individuals prefer larger homes due to larger families, while others favor smaller units for easier maintenance. There are myriad reasons for each choice. Sir, the smallest unit has an area of approximately 115 square meters, excluding the garden, which spans nearly 50 square meters. It consists of 3 levels, 2 above ground and 1 below, priced at approximately $9.68 million. The largest unit, boasting a build area of 248 square meters and a garden of 150 square meters, is priced around $16.88 million. Xiao Zhao energetically provided details about the properties. Meanwhile, Fatty, with nothing to do, was discreetly stealing glances at her. Are these all fully furnished? Lin Feng raised his gaze toward Xiao Zhao and inquired. Indeed, every detail is exquisitely decorated, utilizing only the finest materials to ensure environmental friendliness and the absence of formaldehyde, thus assuring your safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Could you take me for an on-site visit? Absolutely. Allow me to guide you right away, came the prompt reply. Very well. Let us go at once. With that, Xiao Zhao rose and led the 3 individuals to the entrance. Sir, may I drive you there? Of course. Lin Feng refrained from belittling Xiao Zhao's modest vehicle, choosing instead to refrain from flaunting his luxurious G-Class. After all, before acquiring his newfound abilities, he could not afford even a standard car, let alone a lavish toy meant for the affluent. This humble demeanor left a favorable impression on Xiao Chui. This handsome gentleman does not seem to be one driven by vanity or arrogance. Although he owns a G-Class, he displays no condescension towards me. Such high-caliber men are a rarity in reality. I wonder if he is married. Earlier, she had heard Lin Feng refer to Lin Xian as sister, thus discerning their relationship. In that instant, her mind raced with thoughts. Approximately 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the entrance of Shanghai Garden. This construction appears quite commendable. Indeed, our location is close to the park, which enhances the air quality significantly compared to other areas. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air. Indeed, it does feel fresher. Shall we proceed inside? The 4 then entered the community's gates. Wow, Fengzi, this community is truly impressive, exclaimed the plump friend. Sister, what do you think of this place? Lin Feng inquired, directing his attention toward his sister while dismissing the comment. The community boasted extensive greenery with numerous large trees, likely transplanted from other locations. Stepping through the entrance felt akin to entering an ancient realm, as the villas were designed in traditional Chinese courtyard style rather than contemporary aesthetics, offering a unique charm. Sir, this is courtyard number 3, currently priced around 12 million. Wow, is it really that expensive? The plump friend gasped in astonishment. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback, left momentarily speechless. Shall we venture inside? Visiting without entering would be futile, Lin Feng remarked. No problem. Xiao Zhao replied with a smile, and they proceeded into the traditional courtyard. As Xiao Zhao opened the grand door, a stunning scene reminiscent of Jiangnan's floral beauty unfolded before Lin Feng and his companions. Flowers and trees adorned the landscape, complemented by water features, rockeries, and a pavilion. At the center stood the main building, flanked by pavilions and side rooms, with a small pond featuring lotus flowers and colorful koi fish. This is truly magnificent. Traditional Chinese courtyards possess an aesthetic allure that surpasses modern villas. Lin Feng marveled at the sight. Subsequently, they entered the main building, exploring every corner from the living room to the kitchen, the bedrooms to the bathrooms, and from the basement to the upper floors. Each bedroom was an en-suite, complete with its own private bathroom. The kitchen is quite spacious, accommodating up to 34 individuals simultaneously engaged in culinary endeavors. The master bedroom features an exceptionally large bathroom, which houses a sizable aquarium, ample enough for one to recline comfortably within it. The second-floor balcony is semi-enclosed, complemented by a small terrace, albeit with a solid roof. Xiao Zhao, show me the other options. I shall make my selection, I instructed. Certainly, sir, she replied, leading us through the various residences. Among them, the one boasting the largest area undoubtedly offers the utmost comfort. Besides its expansive built area, the garden is also substantial, providing opportunities for leisure and even the cultivation of vegetables. However, Lin Feng likely wouldn't find himself inclined to garden. With wealth comes the convenience of hiring someone to tend to such matters. What is the price for that largest property? I inquired. That price is rather steep. Approaching 20 million, she responded. Goodness, that's exorbitant, I exclaimed. Indeed, she affirmed, though I currently stand as a millionaire. The thought of spending several tens of millions on this estate seems daunting. Fengzi, Surely the funds in your possession would suffice to purchase this estate outright? The plump fellow's remark left Xiao Zhao astounded. My word, I had no idea he was so affluent. Acquiring in full is hardly an issue. Moreover, he possesses a handsome visage and commendable character, prompting her to entertain thoughts of her own. Are there any discounts available? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Well, regarding discounts, I must consult with the manager. There are certainly options, but I cannot ascertain the extent. If you're paying in cash, I imagine the discount could be quite significant. Please inquire on my behalf and inform me promptly of the outcome. Lin Feng harbored a preference for this property, especially since he noticed Lin Xian also seemed fond of it. Such a prospective acquisition must not slip through his fingers. Securing it would guarantee peace of mind, considering it represents a substantial client. If the deal materializes, her commission could easily cover the down payment for a home of her own. Fengzi, are you truly intent on purchasing the most expensive estate? The plump friend gazed at him in astonishment. What of it? Do you have any objections? Huh? How could I dare object? It is only right that you spend your own money on a home. He chuckled. I must admit, I quite fancy this estate as well. I shall be visiting frequently, so you must reserve a fine room for me. You will need to pay rent for that. I jested. Oh, come now. What kind of relationship is this that necessitates rent? Have you forgotten who supported you when you were in need? The plump fellow began to reminisce about past favors. All right, I was merely teasing you. I will indeed reserve a room for you, but you must ensure it remains tidy. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to evict you. Lin Feng laughed while scolding him. Lin Xian observed their playful banter, choosing not to interject. It is beneficial for her brother to have friends, especially one who appears to be from a wealthy background. Rest assured, I shall keep it immaculately clean, he assured. Manager Wang, I have a client interested in purchasing the largest estate within Shanghai Garden outright. Please inquire about the maximum possible discount. Xiao Zhao promptly consulted the sales department manager. Oh, an outright purchase of the largest estate? Upon hearing this, Manager Wang immediately became invigorated. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a generous client. Cool me. Let me meet him, he declared. Certainly, replied Xiao Zhao, as she led him to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, this is our general manager, she introduced. Manager Wang. These gentlemen are the prospective buyers. Greetings, they exchanged pleasantries, shaking hands. Please, take a seat. Let's discuss, Manager Wang courteously suggested. Gentlemen, are you interested in purchasing the largest estate? He glanced at Lin Feng and then at the portly gentleman. It is not me. It is this wealthy gentleman who intends to buy. The portly man promptly pointed towards Lin Feng. Oh, my apologies. Indeed, I shall purchase it outright. But not the largest estate. I will opt for estate number 6. Its size is quite suitable, neither too large nor too small. Are there any discounts available? Lin Feng cut to the chase, wasting no time. Oh, you wish to acquire estate number 6? Upon hearing that Lin Feng was not opting for the most expensive option, Manager Wang exchanged a glance with Xiao Zhao. For full cash payment, we can extend a discount. I can decisively offer you a 10 reduction. Wow, what a substantial concession. Even Xiao Zhao was taken aback. The total price exceeded 10 million, and a 10 discount equated to over $1 million in savings. That amount could purchase an ordinary apartment, albeit perhaps only in a more remote area of this bustling metropolis. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a significant discount, yet he desired to negotiate for an even greater concession. Is it solely a 10 discount? His inquiry nearly caused Xiao Zhao to roll her eyes in disbelief. This fellow, dissatisfied with a 10 reduction on such an expensive estate, could it be true that the affluent are notoriously stingy? This is already the highest concession available. Those who only pay a down payment receive no discount at all. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. When can I take possession of the property? The house is fully renovated and ready for immediate occupancy. It simply depends on when you complete the payment and the necessary paperwork. All right, let us initiate the process now. Upon hearing this, the manager's face lit up with excitement. This way, please. Sister, let us go. You will handle the paperwork since you are the property owner. Lin Feng's remark momentarily stunned her. She initially thought a jest, but now it was a candid truth. Lin Feng accompanied her to complete the various formalities. This process consumed over half an hour before it was finally concluded. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Do not forget to apply for the property deed afterward, the manager reminded him. I am aware, Lin Feng affirmed. After some cordial exchanges, he and his companion rose to depart. Xiao Zhao, splendid. This should be the largest transaction you've secured since joining us, correct? Indeed, Manager Wang. She restrained her excitement. Excellent. I shall ensure to allocate you a larger bonus this month, Manager Wang said with a smile, patting her shoulder, whether intentionally or not. Noticing this, Xiao Zhao quickly shrugged off his hand. Thank you, Manager Wang. I must return to work now. Upon finishing her words, she departed abruptly, leaving Manager Wang standing in place with a perplexed expression. He raised his hand to his nose, a gesture that evoked a sense of disgust. This individual, who outwardly appeared quite respectable, concealed a rather sordid nature beneath the surface. Manager Wang consistently regarded me with a gaze that, while imperceptible to others, I could decipher. Umph. Vile man, do you truly believe you could ever possess me? Dream on. In comparison to the handsome Lin from earlier, you are unworthy of even carrying my shoes. You are nothing. These thoughts raced through her mind, yet she dared not voice them, for fear that this scoundrel would retaliate by making her life miserable. Sister, what do you think? Is this set acceptable? Xiao Feng, do you truly have that much money? She asked, still struggling to believe it. Lin Feng grasped her hand, giving it a reassuring pat. Sister, why would I deceive you? It's merely a villa. It's nothing significant. All right, I shall trust your judgment. As she felt the warmth of Lin Feng's large hand, her heart fluttered chaotically. Chapter 66. The spring of the plump, one time, swiftly passed. And 2 days had gone by. Lin Xian had grown quite familiar with her new car, while Lin Feng, naturally, sought the assistance of the plump one for his driver's license. He could have asked for help with his own license previously, but he insisted on relying on his own abilities. On this particular day, Lin Feng received his license plate and, being quite handy, installed it himself. Ah, splendid. This license plate number is quite striking, he exclaimed, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he admired his beloved vehicle. With both a house and a car now in his possession, he relished the sensation of wealth. Reflecting on his once meager existence felt like a distant memory. Now, he had truly joined the ranks of the affluent. After purchasing the car and house, his funds were dwindling. I'll venture out this weekend to earn some extra income to support the household. If others were to learn that he, despite his wealth, still sought additional earnings to contribute to the household, they would likely roll their eyes in disbelief. Moreover, earning money for him was as simple as gazing with those extraordinary eyes, revealing substantial wealth. As for his sister's license plate, Lin Feng also resorted to a clever ruse, selecting the number A52020 for her, which held profound meaning, symbolizing I love you. Of course, this was merely Lin Xian's interpretation. At Magic City University, Lin Feng declared, Plump one, assist me with my move today. Otherwise, don't expect me to reserve a room for you. He made this bold statement after rejecting his sister's earlier offer to help with the move. Such laborious tasks were not meant for her to fret over. Well, you truly consider me a mere laborer, don't you? The plump one replied, feigning reluctance. Hey, Fengzi, I have something to tell you, he said, his demeanor shifting. Observing his awkwardness, Lin Feng found it amusing yet intriguing. What is it? A few days ago, we went to view houses, right? Yes, what of it? Are you interested in buying one? Not exactly. I have little interest in that house. Rather, I find that little Zhao quite appealing, he confessed, sheepishly scratching his head. How unexpected. So, after just one meeting, you find yourself intrigued by her? You're certain she is unattached? Hee, I've already inquired, and she's indeed still single. The chubby fellow smiled mysteriously. You've asked her? When did you manage that? On that day, you hardly said a few words. Goodness. Could it be that you secretly obtained her contact information and are clandestinely pursuing her? Lin Feng suddenly realized. You noticed that, didn't you? Truly impressive peak. With your track record, it seems this isn't your first rodeo. So what is your intention now? Lin Feng was perplexed as to why this guy, who seemed to fancy someone, was still confiding in him. Was he lacking the funds for a date? Unlikely, considering he is from a wealthy family. You know, I pursued beautiful women in the past, but none were successful. Hence, I seek your esteemed advice on how to win over this beauty. Ha ha, you're going to make me laugh myself to death. He couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. But wait, weren't you often going out with others before? How would you have failed? Don't try to deceive me. Lin Feng recalled how this guy used to flirt with attractive girls. I merely sought amusement back then. You know, it was all superficial, a mere exchange of physical pleasures. However, upon meeting this little Zhao today, I felt something genuine stirring within me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking for your help. The chubby one pouted. For some reason, seeing him like that made Lin Feng want to laugh. So how do you expect me to assist you? Just tell me how I can win her over. The chubby fellow looked at Lin Feng, somewhat shyly. Over the past few days, I've been probing her, but I sense no interest from her. Pursuing women isn't as straightforward as you think, chubby one. No wonder you only engage in superficial encounters. Lin Feng chided him with a laugh. Of course, You've only known each other for a few days. You can't just declare your feelings right away. She would perceive you as overly eager and might block you. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the chubby fellow's eyes lit up. Brother, you're like a true sibling to me. If I manage to win her heart, I shall reward you with a grand kiss. Get lost. I have no desire for your filthy lips. How about I treat you to the most extravagant dinner in the city? Eventually, after half an hour of seeking wisdom, the chubby one left Lin Feng's company, elated like a child who has just received candy. In the afternoon, with a new house, comes the necessity for additional furniture and appliances. Although it's stylishly renovated and most essentials are provided, everyone has different living habits and needs. Once everything was organized, Lin Feng drove his luxurious vehicle, speeding towards the Shanghai garden. Is that Lin Feng? While strolling through the school park, Xiaoming Xue was perusing her phone when she stumbled upon a post that took her by surprise. Simultaneously, many students at Magic City University also encountered this intriguing post. Lin Feng borrowed money from a hefty individual to indulge in fishing, specifically to deceive female students emotionally, only to discard them once he grew weary. The narrative was rather unflattering, accompanied by several photographs depicting Lin Feng with a woman, her face obscured by a mosaic. It alleged that he feigned being a wealthy heir, manipulating emotions at his whim, followed by several comments. User, Watermelon Loving Rabbit. Is this for real? Are there such people in our school? Chapter 67. Extra. Explosive news. User, Sugar Bean. You're just realizing this? Such individuals are plentiful, you know? User, you are my burden, but this is Magic City University. Which talented individual doesn't study here? User, Ivy League, so what? People can change, and wealth can still secure a place in a good university. User, Spring of the Black Widow. Ladies beware. Don't let this man deceive you. User, Awakening Dreamer. Haha. I've never even seen him. I wouldn't recognize him even if I did. User, Trained to the Tang Dynasty. Those gold diggers, you finally have a target. This handsome, wealthy young man is ripe for the picking. Go for it. The comments varied, undoubtedly from students of Magic City University. This circle thrived on knowledge of significant events or scandals within the university, making them widely known. However, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation. Lin Feng, your reputation is utterly tarnished. You rejected me and insulted me. This is your consequence. Wang Tingting, who was applying makeup in her dormitory, uttered these words while beautifying herself. If you regret it now, it's not too late. I could delete this post, and you can have me back. It all depends on your next move. Wang Tingting was undeniably malevolent. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. For the sake of money, she would stoop to anything. And Lu Hao, you scoundrel, wait for it. Even though you're not a student of Magic City University, I still have ways to ruin your reputation. A man like you, impotent and of no use, I wouldn't have turned to you if not for your wealth. Perhaps I'm the only one who doesn't find you repugnant. Any other woman would hardly endure such loneliness. You didn't even get to the point, and you failed me. Wang Tingting cursed inwardly. Fengzi, I have some astonishing news for you. Do you wish to know? It concerns you. The hefty individual in the passenger seat happened to stumble upon this post. What news? Lin Feng glanced at him. Let me warn you first, don't go berserk after you learn this. If you crash this luxury vehicle, I will be heartbroken. The hefty individual preemptively cautioned. Just spit it out and don't keep me in suspense. Someone posted your photo online, claiming you're pretending to be a wealthy heir, specifically deceiving women emotionally, among other things. What? Lin Feng suddenly slammed the brakes, nearly causing the hefty individual to collide with the armrest in front of him. Damn! I told you not to go berserk. His sudden rash action immediately provoked an outburst of curses from the hefty man. Lin Feng then realized that he had been overly agitated just moments ago. Fortunately, there were no cars behind him. Otherwise, that abrupt brake could have easily led to a traffic accident. He subsequently pressed down on the accelerator and drove forward. What is this about? Who posted it? His face darkened with displeasure. I don't know, but there's a photo attached, and the person in it is unmistakably you, although the woman's face is blurred. Her silhouette and figure bear a striking resemblance to Wang Tingting. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng snatched the phone from him. Damn it, which scoundrel dares to defame me like this? He then tossed the phone back to the hefty man. Could it possibly be Wang Tingting who posted it? That seems unlikely, right? What benefit would she gain from it? Lin Feng was uncertain. Didn't you see? Her face is obscured. No one knows it's her. So it wouldn't affect her at all. Oh, right, but why would she do such a thing? I think it's because the last time you bought a car, you encountered her, didn't you? You humiliated her in front of so many people, and she is now consumed by jealousy and hatred, seeking revenge on you. The hefty man analyzed carefully. Nonsense. I rejected her. It was she who was unfaithful first. Lin Feng was fuming. But the audience wouldn't see it that way. They don't know she was the one who strayed, right? To be fair, the hefty man's deduction was quite astute. He spoke with conviction. Uft. Could you really bear to take action against her? The hefty man wore a teasing expression. Before long, the vehicle entered the Shanghai garden community. Gazing at his newly acquired mansion, Lin Feng's anger subsided significantly. After parking the car in the garage, he moved all the items from the trunk into the house. Once he had finished all of this, he finally had the leisure to pull out his phone and look at the post. At this moment, the post already had hundreds of comments and thousands of views. Well, Wang Tingting, I never expected you to be this kind of person, destroying what you cannot possess. Had I known you were such a person, I would never have been with you. Not even in death, even if you didn't T-post this. It must be related to you. This photo could only have come from us. No one else could possibly have it. So it must be your handiwork. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth in fury, his fists cracking ominously. His fleeting moment of good cheer evaporated. He had thought he could find joy in his new mansion, only to discover that this vile woman was so malicious, leaving him in a foul mood. Lin Feng chose not to comment below to clarify. In the eyes of others, such explanations might seem like cover-ups, only making things worse. Thus, he resolved to confront the woman directly and demand she clear his name. However, just then a ringtone pierced the air. Why is she calling me now? Could it be that she has seen the post and is seeking me out? With a sense of suspicion, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Lin Feng? What are you up to right now? A familiar, sweet voice resonated from across the way. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Feng felt a slight uplift in his spirits. Perhaps due to its sugary tone. I just moved, she said. What's the matter? Moved? Did you buy a house? He inquired. You've already figured it out. Not bad. It seems you've recently come into quite a fortune. Where's your new abode? She asked. Why was she inquiring about this? Does she wish to come and see? It's in the northern part of the city. Having bought a new house, aren't you planning to celebrate? The woman across from him smiled. Indeed, he had such intentions. Would you like to join in the celebration? Lin Feng asked almost instinctively. Sure. I'll wait for your invitation. However, I do have something I wish to ask you. At this point, her tone took on an unusual quality. Chapter 68, The School Bell's Attitude. I know what you want to ask about, the post circulating in school, right? Lin Feng replied with a hint of resignation. It seems you possess some self-awareness, Xiao Mengxue chuckled lightly. Aside from that matter, what else could there be? I've sold the jade to you, and now I have no goods left. Are you not going to clarify the truth of this matter? What kind of person do you think I am? Lin Feng countered. Though our time together has been brief, I can sense your kindness. So far, I am quite satisfied with your character. As for the claim in the post that you're masquerading as a wealthy heir to woo beautiful women, I cannot concur. Your skills in jade betting suggest that making money is rather easy for you. Thus, there is no need to borrow money to pursue women. Regarding the notion that you spend money for fishing to double your pleasures, I cannot ascertain that, but I believe you're not that type of person. Xiao Mengxue articulated, her reasoning sound. Indeed, your assumptions are entirely correct. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. So, you're being falsely accused? Xiao Mengxue expressed her surprise. Yes, it is indeed a false accusation. Subsequently, in an effort to leave a commendable impression on Xiao Mengxue, Lin Feng decided to disclose the entirety of the incident. For there was nothing shameful about it. It was not his fault after all. I didn't expect you to have such an experience. I sympathize with you. I detest such women as well. If they cannot attain something, they seek to destroy it. This is a common flaw among many women. Don't you know? Women are fickle and possess a strong sense of jealousy. There is nothing they wouldn't do. I'm quite unfortunate. My first girlfriend turned out to be such a gem. Lin Feng lamented. So you must be single now, right? Should I introduce you to some lovely ladies? She inquired tentatively. Are you as beautiful as them? Lin Feng asked almost whimsically. What? Am I beautiful? You're not just beautiful. At this, any trace of her previous pride dissipated. You are exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, how could you be the top belle of the school? This remark brought a bloom of delight to her face, revealing a charming smile. Can you not speak in circles? What? Do you wish to find a girlfriend as beautiful as me? If I could find one, that would be splendid. I shall henceforth use you as my benchmark for finding a girlfriend. Lin Feng was uncertain whether this was intentional or merely coincidental, but he had indeed set her as a standard. But what if I cannot find one? No way that could happen. To have such an exquisite campus beauty as a girlfriend would be worth a lifetime. The only question remains, what sort of prowess is required to realize such a dream? Enough of this chit-chat. I'm calling to inquire about the matter regarding the post. It concerns your integrity, and as friends, it is not excessive for me to take an interest, is it? Of course, it's no trouble at all. I must thank you for your concern. The bond between them intensified rapidly during this phone call. After hanging up, Lin Feng pondered deeply and ultimately decided to call the woman who had wronged him. Although they had parted ways, her number still lingered on his phone, not out of intent to keep it, but simply because he had yet to delete it and had not thought to remove her contact. Beep beep. The line rang persistently, and after half a minute, no one answered. Just as Lin Feng was about to end the call and redial, a mocking voice emerged from the other end. Oh, the ex-boyfriend? What is this? Still have my number? Wang Tingting's voice, once cherished, now sounded utterly repugnant to him. You must be the one behind that post circulating in the school, right? Upon hearing her voice, which he had once yearned for, it now grated on his nerves. Oh, you mean the post? Yes, I admit it was I who posted it. What's wrong? Are you upset? Wang Tingting chuckled inwardly. Her delight surged as she sensed Lin Feng's rising fury. His anger was her satisfaction. For he had chosen to discard her. I demand you delete it immediately and issue a statement to clear my name. Lin Feng nearly shouted, his voice brimming with indignation. By what right? Wang Tingting showed no sign of fear in response to his tone. On the contrary, she felt a thrill. For witnessing his ire had already fulfilled her first objective. When did I masquerade as a wealthy individual to deceive others? How have I wronged you? Let us be clear. You were the one who strayed first. His tone intensified as he struggled to contain his wrath. Yes, I was at fault initially, but I've already apologized and begged for reconciliation. Yet you refused. If I were to accept your apology and your plea for reconciliation, what would that make me? I am not the kind of person without standards. Can you stomach what others have already consumed? Wang Tingting retorted, her anger flaring. Let's not dwell on that. I have but one demand. Issue an immediate public apology and remove that post, or prepare for my vengeance. With that, Lin Feng abruptly ended the call, disregarding any further words she might have had. Huff! This deranged woman dares to slander me. Let us see how I shall deal with you. Yet, despite his words, would he truly act upon them? After all, this woman was once the object of his affection. Could he truly bring himself to act against her? He pondered this question, realizing that he could not, even if she had inflicted such pain upon him. The words he had spoken earlier were merely the result of momentary anger, mere rhetoric. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to show her a glimpse of his displeasure. At that moment, his rotund companion emerged, exclaiming, Fengzi, you should simply go to the school and fetch her. Then, take her to a hotel and teach her a lesson. Make her apologize and beg for your mercy. What do you think? Get lost. I have no interest in what others have already experienced. If you desire her, go for it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in response. Well, I could reluctantly consider her. After all, her physique and beauty are still quite appealing, not entirely lacking. A night of passion followed by her dismissal would surely impart a lesson. As he spoke, he made an off-putting gesture, appearing exceedingly lewd. Chapter 69. Kneel and lick my shoes, soul, forget it. Let's assess the situation before proceeding. That night, the vibrancy of the city of magic surpassed even the daylight hours. Those occupied with work during the day emerged to unwind in the evening, perhaps strolling along the riverbank to enjoy the gentle breeze and captivating nightscape, or indulging in exorbitantly priced barbecues. Others sought solace and excitement in various nightlife establishments. Indeed, Lin Feng and his friend ventured out in their flamboyant crimson vehicle. Say, Fengzi, that summer campus belle is truly exceptional. Are you not considering pursuing her? His companion remarked. Look at her. She possesses both a prestigious background and an alluring figure, not to mention unparalleled beauty. Her suitors are likely numerous enough to encircle the city. Since you're in close proximity, why not give it a shot? As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. His friend was fervently playing matchmaker. I admit to feeling a slight attraction towards her, but it is merely a flicker. You know her family is anything but ordinary. Did you not hear her mention the current strife within her family? Pursuing her now would only drag me into the fray. A leap into the fire. Lin Feng shot him a disapproving glance. You are mistaken in your thinking. If you genuinely wish to pursue her, standing by her side during this tumultuous time will only foster her reliance on you and earn her acknowledgement. His friend exclaimed, incredulous at Lin Feng's hesitation. Are you truly waiting for her to navigate her crisis before you make your move? By then, even if you succeed, who knows what other affluent suitors may vie for her attention? Should someone else seize the opportunity first, you will be left to sulk in despair. His friend's expression was one of exasperation, leaving Lin Feng feeling utterly helpless. Indeed, Xiaoming Xue was not only beautiful, but also wealthy, making her an object of desire for many. Even within the confines of Magic City University, numerous individuals harbored fantasies about her, let alone the prominent families connected to the Xia family. In reality, some individuals, bound by traditional values, chose to enter into unions for the sake of personal gain. However, Lin Feng recognized that his feelings for her were only a fleeting attraction, devoid of any deep obsession. He had come to understand a fundamental truth: that which is easily obtained often lacks true quality. The same could be said for women, as exemplified by Wang Tingting. As Lin Feng leisurely sipped his drink and savored his Orlin-style chicken wings, his mind wandered in myriad directions. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, lurked a shifty-eyed man clad in a black leather jacket, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Leading the group was a slightly plump man with braided hair, flanked by three taller, leaner companions, all donning black caps. "Brother Yong, is that kid our target?" one of the men inquired. "Indeed, based on a photo comparison. The one on the left is our objective. As for the hefty fellow on the right, he is of no concern. Do not engage with him," the leader, known as Brother Yong, declared. It was evident that he was the ringleader of this motley crew, and his demeanor suggested a man of dubious intent. "Be careful when you strike. Do not kill him. Inflict merely enough damage to incapacitate him. Remember, if we inadvertently end his life, not only will we fail to claim our reward, but we may also face legal repercussions," Brother Yong admonished sternly. "Understood, Brother Yong. Rest assured, we know our limits," the men replied with a chuckle. "But if that hefty man intervenes, should we still engage? Are you fools? Simply restrain him to prevent interference. With 4 of us against 2, we should manage just fine. If we can't, how will we survive in this line of work?" Brother Yong retorted, exasperated by their ineptitude. Brother Yong, that hefty man looks quite strong. I fear one of us might not be able to handle him." "Idiot! Why can't you 2 tackle him together?" "I'll take on the target with Liuzi." Brother Yong snapped, frustrated by the barrage of questions from his subordinates. "Once they finish their meal, they'll surely pass by us. This area is secluded and dimly lit. Even if there are cameras, they won't capture our faces clearly. We must leave immediately after the deed is done," he instructed. "Yes, Brother Yong. Understood, boss." At that moment, Lin Feng and his companion had nearly finished their meal. "Hey, you should eat less. Look at your figure. If you keep this up, you won't even recognize your own brothers." Lin Feng jested. "My brothers are at least bigger than you. Haven't you heard? Brotherhood is determined by size." The hefty man retorted, slightly irked by Lin Feng's comment, yet unable to contest it, as there was truth in the jest. Ever since he had invested in double happiness, he had not encountered any materialistic women, despite offering double the money. Thus, he had to rely on his own means. "Brother Yong, they're about to leave," came the call. "All right, we prepare to act," Brother Yong replied. As Lin Feng and his companion walked toward the car parked nearby, several figures suddenly emerged beside the vehicle, brandishing baseball bats and even short knives. "What do you want?" Lin Feng inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight of them. "Kid, you're in luck today. Brother Yong has invited you to dinner," one of the men sneered. "Hey, handsome, we don't wish to cause trouble. But you've crossed paths with the wrong people, and we must follow orders," another added. "Enough chatter, brothers. Let us go. Remember, don't kill him. The boss wants him alive." Lin Feng was taken aback. Was there truly a reckless individual bold enough to act here? However, he felt no fear, for in his eyes, these few were hardly a match for him. Though he had not cultivated for long, his physical strength far surpassed that of the average person, rendering him unafraid. "All right, boss. Rest assured, I will definitely survive," the burly man promised, brandishing a baseball bat as he charged at Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the overweight man, witnessing this scene, did not flinch. He was no stranger to such encounters. Lin Feng wasted no words and directly confronted the burly man, engaging him in fierce combat. "You are quite arrogant, but today, you shall kneel and lick my shoe," the burly man bellowed, swinging the bat repeatedly at Lin Feng's body. Yet, he could not even graze Lin Feng's clothes. His strength was utterly insufficient to harm him. With a series of resounding thuds, each of the burly man's strikes missed its mark. Lin Feng, in complete control, retaliated with a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. "Were you not eager to lick the soles of my shoes? Allow me to fulfill your wish." Lin Feng loomed over him, a cold smile gracing his lips. The burly man was instantly paralyzed with fear, scrambling to escape. Thinking of fleeing? Too late, Lin Feng declared, delivering a punch that shattered the man's leg. "Ah!" The burly man shrieked, clutching his leg and writhing on the ground. Lin Feng then disregarded him and turned his attention to the others. "My goodness, this is too ruthless. The overweight man exclaimed, utterly stunned by the scene before him. It was shockingly brutal. The relentless beating was entirely Lin Feng's doing, a result that none of them had anticipated. At that moment, a man in black seized the opportunity and struck the overweight man's shoulder with a bat, nearly knocking him unconscious. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on your esteemed master?" The overweight man shouted furiously, raising his fist to retaliate, but without a weapon, he was ultimately outmatched. Noticing this, Lin Feng swiftly dispatched his opponent, then kicked at the man with the bat. A dull thud echoed as the assailant fell to the ground, spitting out a broken tooth. Clearly injured, before losing consciousness, Lin Feng approached the downed man and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, rendering him unconscious. "You dare to strike a member of the Tiger and Leopard Gang? You are doomed." The leader roared in anger. "Brothers, charge and kill this brat." Upon hearing this, a wicked smile crept across Lin Feng's face. "You think you can kill me? Dream on." With that, Lin Feng lunged forward, swiftly reaching the leader, grasping his collar, and hoisting him up before violently hurling him against the wall. A heavy thud resounded as the leader crashed down, dazed and overwhelmed by a surge of pain coursing through his body. "What do you intend to do?" The leader, witnessing Lin Feng's fierce demeanor, was instantly struck with panic. Lin Feng let out a cold snort before delivering a fierce slap, causing Yong-gu to spew blood. "Did you not want me to kneel and lick your shoe soles? If that is the case, I shall oblige." With that, Lin Feng seized Yong-gu by the hair and forcefully slammed his head against the ground, mercilessly striking him, before placing a foot upon his mouth. "No, please, spare me. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." Yong-gu cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. The sound of slapping echoed through the empty street, the dim light providing some solace from prying eyes. Lin Feng regarded Yong-gu with a cold smile before gripping his arm tightly, exerting relentless pressure. "Ah, please, I was wrong." Yong-ji's shrill screams filled the air, his agonized expression eliciting sympathy from onlookers, for he was their leader. "Please stop." Lin Feng continued his relentless assault without pause. "I won't dare again. Spare me." With a resounding thud, Yong-ji's face became grotesquely deformed, his pitiful pleas resonating throughout the street. Seeing that he had thoroughly debased Yong-gu, Lin Feng finally released him. He then raised his right leg and delivered a brutal kick to Yong-ji's groin. The sharp crack of breaking glass echoed as Lin Feng shattered Yong-ji's trousers. After thoroughly beating him, Lin Feng called out, "Fatty, let's go. Humph, little brat. Next time keep your eyes peeled. If you dare offend us again, your so-called Tiger Leopard Gang will be eradicated from this city." The fatty warned vehemently. The two then turned and departed. Once they left, the burly man whom Lin Feng had laid low slowly stood up, clutching his groin, his eyes flashing with hatred. "You little wretch, I will not rest until I repay this debt." "Boss, what shall we do now?" the others inquired upon witnessing Yong-ji's disheveled state. "What can we do? Hurry and take me to the hospital. Damn it hurts." Yong-gu yelled in agony, his hands tightly covering his groin, a mysterious liquid trickling down. Upon returning to the school dormitory, Lin Feng immediately retreated to the bathroom for a shower, his body drenched in sweat from the earlier altercation, unable to sleep without cleansing himself. Moreover, through his interrogation, he had discovered that these men had been hired by someone to deal with him, which piqued his curiosity. Whom had he offended? If one were to consider enemies, it might be those involved in the kidnapping of Xiao Mengxue from Relics. However, those individuals had already been apprehended, and it was unlikely they would be released so swiftly. Furthermore, it was clear they were aware of his presence here, thus eliminating that possibility. This meant there were still those he had angered in this city. Upon reflection, he realized he had not wronged anyone. His nature was typically honest, and he would not instigate trouble. Could it be that scoundrel? At that moment, he suddenly recalled a person he had offended a few days prior. To be precise, it should be said that this individual had offended him. Indeed, this person was Lu Hao, who had branded him with the proverbial green hat, a symbol of infamy. Only he could be deemed an adversary, and he possessed the means to hire others to confront him. The likelihood of this possibility grew increasingly apparent. How infuriating! Regardless of whether it was indeed him, a good thrashing would surely elicit some answers. Although society frowns upon violence, if others brazenly sought to harm him for a price, could he not retaliate in kind? Thus, he resolved to find this scoundrel and demand some answers. Having a hidden danger lurking behind one was an exceedingly perilous affair. Moreover, through recent encounters, he discovered that his eyes possessed an extraordinary ability to slow down time, a truly remarkable gift. He stifled his excitement while bathing. Chapter 71. the extraordinary reemerges. You know, my ample physique does come in handy at crucial moments, the chubby friend chuckled. Did you really think I gained weight for nothing? He boasted. Oof. You were just puffing up because of your size. Get some rest, my hefty friend. We have classes tomorrow, and I'd rather not see you struggle to rise. Seeing this, Lin Feng ceased his attempts to persuade him. This fellow had made gaming an integral part of his life, so he left him to it, climbing into bed to embrace slumber. The following day, Lin Feng was astonished to find that the chubby one awoke without needing to be called, a remarkable feat that earned him newfound respect. Well done, my friend. Progress indeed. Don't underestimate me. You think I gained admission to this prestigious university through mere copying? It's my talent. He raised his large fist triumphantly. His excursions to the antique street were not solely for profit. Should he encounter rare treasures, he could add them to his collection. Since he wasn't particularly short on funds at the moment, there was no need to buy and sell indiscriminately. Generally, true antiques appreciate with time, so he intended to keep any good finds in his newly acquired villa. Besides treasure hunting, there was another more audacious approach: gambling. He could always return another day. In addition to the antique market in Yuzhou, the metropolis boasted several others. But today, Lin Feng was headed to the Zongbao Tower, conveniently located near the treasure pavilion. If time permitted, he might even stop by for a quick look. They say Zongbao Tower is one of the most popular spots in the antique market, likely due to the concentration of antique shops nearby. The area known as Old Street has existed for quite some time, often selling vintage artifacts. And with a stroke of luck, one might stumble upon genuine treasures. Lindsay, what do you think of this piece? Is it authentic? The chubby friend held up a dusty antique pot adorned with turquoise. At first glance, it certainly appeared to be an antique. Lin Feng blinked, instantly discerning the truth about the pot. This item is not worth much. Not worth much. Are you certain? Lin Feng remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. However, none of this could escape the keen eyes of the stall owner. My young friend, you seem to be unaware that this is an artifact from the Ming and Qing dynasties. In today's world, it is exceedingly rare to find something preserved in such excellent condition. How could it not be valuable? The proprietor, a rather slender old man adorned with a black hat and vintage spectacles, attempted to engage Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng paid him no heed. Did he not possess an inkling of the truth? Ming and Qing dynasties, indeed, what utter nonsense. This piece was merely from the previous week. Through his discerning gaze, the layer of grayish-black dust was polished away, revealing a silvery, new trinket beneath. Did this old man think he was dealing with a naive child, easily deceived? He promptly pulled his companion away. What is the matter, Fengzi? I observed that the old items here seem quite authentic. They appear to be of good quality. The chubby fellow remarked, a look of confusion on his face. Authentic? Under my keen scrutiny, these are nothing but cleverly aged fakes, meant to dupe you, an unwitting novice. The only genuine article he possesses is the antiquated pair of spectacles perched upon his nose, and that dates back to the Qing dynasty. What? Are you certain? His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. This old man had truly concealed his one authentic piece well, wearing it himself. However, the forgery techniques displayed were remarkably sophisticated. Do you think so? In pursuit of profit, people today can create anything. This is merely a trap for the unsuspecting. With that, the two wandered towards the next stall. Each booth offered distinctly categorized antiques, some specialized in porcelain, others in ancient calligraphy and paintings, while yet others dealt in antiquated coins, including some from Europe and America. It remained uncertain whether any of these were genuine. After meandering for quite some time without encountering any captivating artifacts, Lin Feng's companion voiced his frustration. Fengzi, have we perhaps come to the wrong place? What on earth is this? Just an assortment of mundane items, many dated decades back, like old dollars, currency bills, and an array of useless trinkets. To call this vintage is preposterous. He nearly spat out his disdain. Patience. The true treasures lie ahead. Not every stall in this antique market holds something of value. If that were the case, would you have the fortune to stumble upon a gem? As Lin Feng continued his exploration, he too had yet to encounter anything remarkable, even with his piercing vision. Just then, however, a small stall on the right caught his attention. Bang, bang, bang. His heart began to race with excitement. Could this be the sensation he had been waiting for? He fought to suppress his exhilaration as he approached the stall. What is going on? Have you discovered something worthwhile? The chubby friend, noticing Lin Feng's demeanor, perked up with curiosity. Before them lay a jade pendant, albeit grimy and coated in dust, its identity as a jade piece still discernible. It remained unclear whether this was the result of the proprietor's own handiwork or if it had always appeared thus. However, this pendant was unlike the usual jadeite pieces. It was divided into black and white halves. Indeed, it was precisely so. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that these are two jade pendants, one white and one black, forming a harmonious pair, reminiscent of the Yin-Yang symbol. Delicate carvings adorn their surfaces, yet obscured by dust. The specific details remain elusive. Nevertheless, could this possibly elude Lin Feng? The answer is a resounding no. What could these artifacts be? Why do my eyes experience such an intense sensation? It exceeds any prior encounter of this nature. In a moment of urgency, he activates his X-ray vision, and to his astonishment, he discovers that the carvings depict the very essence of the yin-yang fish, rendered in striking detail, one black and one white. Hey, Fengzi? Fengzi? The chubby companion, observing Lin Feng's entranced gaze fixed on the peculiar jade pendant, calls out to him. However, Lin Feng appears oblivious, still transfixed by the object before him. What is the matter? Lin Feng, coming back to his senses, looks bewildered. What were you staring at just now? You appeared completely entranced. Is it that exaggerated? I was merely examining an item. His gaze then shifts to the vendor. The proprietor, seemingly under 50 years of age, sports a thick beard and leisurely holds a folding fan while reclining on a chaise lounge, eyes closed in contemplation. On his left thumb, he wears a green jade ring, intricately etched with peculiar patterns that captivate Lin Feng's attention. Good heavens, the designs are strikingly similar to those we encountered in the tomb we explored earlier. What a remarkable coincidence. A tempest of excitement stirs within him, connecting the dots with the black and white jade pendants before him. He becomes almost certain that this old fellow has indeed ventured into that ancient tomb and successfully retrieved some artifacts. It is highly plausible that these items originated from there. At the very least, Lin Feng is convinced that the black and white jade pendants and the jade ring on the vendor's finger are relics of that ancient site. Furthermore, he recalls that his X-ray vision is a gift derived from the black and white beads within that stone box. Thus, he surmises that these jade pendants must possess extraordinary significance, prompting his decision to acquire them. How much were these jade pendants? Lin Feng inquires, pointing toward the pair. 20,000. No bargaining. The vendor, without even opening his eyes, bluntly states his price. Goodness, this old fellow is speaking nonsense. No, rather, he is fabricating lies with his eyes closed. The chubby companion mutters. What did you say? The vendor's keen hearing picks up on the remark. Nothing. I merely meant it's too expensive. The chubby one hastily waves his hands in embarrassment. Dear vendor, I sincerely wish to purchase it. Could you possibly offer a discount? Lin Feng implores once more. Impossible. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, get lost. The vendor's tone turns icy, likely incited by the earlier comment from the chubby companion. Yet, this does not deter Lin Feng from his determination to possess the item. Very well, 20,000 it is. I shall buy it. Given that this is a relic from that ancient tomb, 20,000 is undoubtedly a worthy investment. Through the lens of perception, the authenticity had been verified. It was indeed a genuine article, or else he would not have chosen to purchase it. Is that so? Fengzi, are you truly willing to spend 20,000 on such a filthy jade pendant? Moreover, is there even a jade pendant of this color? It certainly does not appear to be real. The chubby man leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, cautious of the proprietor overhearing. Indeed, this is a jade pendant. However, the hue is rather rare, and it is genuinely authentic. Very well, you may proceed as you see fit. I trust your judgment. Subsequently, Lin Feng retrieved his mobile phone and scanned the payment code displayed on the stall. A notification chimed. 20,000 yuan received. Here, take it. The old man unceremoniously seized the pair of jade pendants, offering no packaging, and thrust them into Lin Feng's hands. Let us go, chubby. Damn, this old man has such a poor attitude, and you still intend to buy from him? I do not wish to either, but he possesses something I desire. Are you referring to that filthy trinket in your hand? The chubby man's face was one of disbelief. Yes, just this item? It appears rather unremarkable. Of course I remember. I would never forget it. I have yet to exact my revenge. At the mention of this incident, both men felt a pang of resentment. Didn't I bring out a stone box? Inside were two beads, one black and one white. And then, suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Could it be that the jade pendant you hold was also unearthed from that ancient tomb? Lin Feng nodded slightly. Goodness, what a coincidence. Does this mean we shall strike it rich again? At this juncture, Lin Feng hurriedly covered the chubby man's mouth, signaling him to lower his voice. The jade ring the old man wore on his left hand also originated from that ancient tomb. How do you know? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. The carvings on that jade ring are nearly identical to the patterns found within the tomb. So, Does that imply that this old man has also visited that ancient tomb? Not necessarily. I initially thought the same. But now I entertain another possibility. His items may have been sold to him by someone else, perhaps a tomb raider. Upon reflection, this indeed seemed plausible. Nevertheless, it was no longer their concern. All right, let us go. At this moment, the two had arrived at a stall specializing in calligraphy and paintings. Gentlemen, come take a look. The antique calligraphy and paintings I offer are rare treasures, one of a kind. The proprietor enthusiastically shouted. Fine, let's step inside. Perhaps we might discover an authentic piece by a great artist, and that would truly be a windfall. Lin Feng stepped forward into the shop. The walls were adorned with an array of calligraphy and paintings, predominantly ancient works, with few pieces from contemporary artists. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. As his gaze fell upon a dusty artwork in the corner, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He approached and gently brushed away the dust from the painting. This is a landscape painting, where the peaks rise majestically, shrouded in mist, while the river flows crystal clear and unceasing. The entire scene evokes a sense of serene tranquility. However, when Lin Feng gazed upon this artwork, he felt no such peace within his heart. He scrutinized the painting closely and discerned numerous discrepancies. For instance, the colors of the mountains and the river appeared peculiar and unnatural. Moreover, the hues of the sky were overly vibrant, as if excessively enhanced. These inconsistencies led Lin Feng to believe that the painting was undoubtedly a forgery. Boss, is this painting fake? Lin Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, the owner's expression shifted dramatically. Clearly, he was reluctant for anyone to uncover the truth about the painting, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, responding, "How could that be? This is a rare treasure of my shop, one that took years to procure." "Oh, is that so? Then how do you explain the issues I've observed?" Lin Feng pointed to the flaws within the artwork. The owner hesitated, appearing somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha ha, it seems I misjudged you. This young gentleman possesses quite the discerning eye. Indeed, this painting is a counterfeit." Lin Feng smiled subtly, pondering the owner's peculiar demeanor, realizing he must tread carefully. He was fully aware that the painting in his hands was a forgery, and his true intention lay with another piece he had just discovered. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a hidden painting within a painting. What remarkable fortune! The concealed artwork beneath was crafted on paper that was undoubtedly not modern. Thus it must be an antique, a landscape painting, perhaps by Tang Bohu. Goodness, is this truly an authentic piece by Tang Bohu? His breath quickened, struggling to contain his excitement. This was a genuine artifact, its value unimaginable. If possible, it could be classified as a national treasure. The surface painting was also authentic, though it belonged to a later artist, one who came many years after Tang Bohu. Nevertheless, it remained a precious item of considerable worth, compelling Lin Feng to make a decision. He must acquire it. "Boss, how much for this painting?" he asked. The owner raised a hand, signaling a price. Lin Feng cautiously ventured, 50,000? "You're dreaming. It's 500,000. "What? 500,000? Boss, are you joking?" Lin Feng was taken aback by the exorbitant price. "Indeed, this is an authentic work by Zhu De from the Qing dynasty. Pay close attention." The owner pointed to a prominent red seal in the lower right corner of the scroll, somewhat blurred yet still recognizable as Zhu Da's inscription. "Boss, 500,000 is too steep. If it's a forgery, I would incur a significant loss, and if it's genuine, it may not be worth that much." Lin Feng began to negotiate. "Then how much are you willing to offer?" "This amount." Lin Feng imitated him, extending 2 fingers. 200,000? The owner gazed at him incredulously. "Yes, 200,000. If you're willing to sell, I shall pay immediately. If not, you may let it gather dust." 200,000 is far too low. Let it be 300. I have already conceded 20,000, and I cannot lower it any further. The owner clenched his teeth. 25,000. Lin Feng retorted, unwilling to back down in the negotiation. All right. I must admit, you youngsters are quite something." The owner scoffed. Young brat, 25,000. Though I couldn't sell it for 50, 25 is still decent. I have had 2 friends authenticate this painting. Both declare it a forgery, albeit a high-quality replica. Ordinary folks wouldn't discern the difference. Nonetheless, even as a replica, it will yield me over 20,000, a good few years' worth of sustenance. He chuckled inwardly as he wrapped the artwork for Lin Feng. "Peek, such an expensive painting. Are you certain you wish to purchase it? What if it's a forgery?" The rotund friend cast a wary glance at the painting in the owner's hands, then at Lin Feng, only to observe a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Regardless of its authenticity, I appreciate it, The artistry is commendable, even if it is a fake. It matters not. He then produced his bank card, opting for card payment since mobile transactions have daily limits. The owner subsequently provided an invoice, concluding the transaction. Upon exiting the antiquities shop, the two did not depart from the treasure pavilion, but continued to explore. However, after visiting several stores without encountering anything worthwhile, Lin Feng sighed. Let us go. We should check outside for any stone gambling establishments. The excitement of gambling with stones yields quicker returns. He gestured and headed toward the entrance. Numerous antique markets surrounded the treasure pavilion, and within such markets, stone gambling is an essential presence. With his ability to see through objects, it would be a waste not to partake. Walk by, don't miss out. Come, take a look. Premium mutton fat jade, golden silk jade, being offered at a bargain. The shouts of vendors echoed along the antique street, undeniably drawing a crowd, especially to the stone gambling stalls. Moreover, live stone gambling was in full swing, where patrons could purchase raw stones and receive free assistance in stone unveiling. Oh no, I've gambled away everything again. One lamented. I advise you to stop. You've already squandered 3 stones today. If you continue, your wife will be next. Indeed, heed my words, cease gambling. Another echoed. I suspect that the raw stones here are all worthless. None seem likely to yield profit. I suspect he is merely peddling worthless stones to deceive. That is indeed a possibility, but the exterior of these raw stones does exhibit characteristics of jade, one countered. Are you not aware that raw stones can be fake nowadays? Lin Feng observed this scene with a helpless shake of his head. These individuals were undoubtedly unfortunate, but one could only attribute it to their ill luck in selecting worthless stones. While it is true that some raw stones are indeed fakes, there are also genuine ones, containing jade. As he surveyed the scene, he activated his ability to see through objects, conducting a careful examination. He then crouched down, picking up a stone the size of a palm and examining it closely. This particular material, known as Muna, truly lives up to its reputation for miracles. Although it is not of the glass variety, it still qualifies as glutinous ice, with some areas exhibiting true ice qualities. Boss, what is the price for this piece? Lin Feng inquired, holding a stone of moderate size. The proprietor appeared to be a young man, likely around 30 years of age. Isn't this quite exorbitant? For such a small piece, you're asking for 10,000, and frankly, it doesn't seem worth that price. I fail to see the potential for even 10,000. Lin Feng's haggling skills were quite impressive, prompting the nearby, portly man to consider emulating him. At this rate, crafting a bracelet is certainly feasible, and with the remainder, one could create several egg-shaped pieces, rings, and even earrings. This could easily be valued at 100,000. Chapter 74, The Unexpected Class Reunion. It sounds almost believable. 5,000. Are you willing to sell? Handsome, you're making it difficult for me. I do have to cut the price in half. How about 8,000? 6,000. No more. Lin Feng gestured towards the other customers. Look at them. They've all lost their fortunes. Haha, that is merely bad luck on their part. It's not my fault. The proprietor chuckled. Such an adeptness at shirking responsibility. Despite his own involvement with inferior stones and deception, he dared to blame others for their misfortune. Let us not prolong this. 6,000 is the final offer. Take it or leave it. Lin Feng asserted firmly. All right, you've got yourself a deal. The proprietor, faced with the presence of those unfortunate customers, had no choice but to acquiesce. Shall we proceed with the cutting now? Yes, cut it now, but according to my specifications. With that, Lin Feng seized a marker from beside the cutting machine and drew several lines on the stone he held. Cut along the lines I've drawn. Do not deviate, or you shall face dire consequences. Understood. The proprietor took the stone and secured it in the machine, commencing the cutting process as instructed by Lin Feng. The machine roared to life, its cacophony echoing, yet no one found it bothersome, for when the noise ceased, it signified the line between heaven and hell. Indeed, one cut could lead to fortune, while another could spell disaster. Do you think this handsome fellow will succeed in his gamble? I believe he'll end up losing. I concur. This young man has little experience. He is likely just here for the thrill, hoping to strike it rich overnight, but such things are rarely that simple. The onlookers exchanged hushed whispers. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed, allowing them to speculate, eagerly awaiting the moment he could silence them with the results, something he relished deeply. In under 5 minutes, the first face of the stone was revealed. The proprietor, trembling, peeled back the stone, exclaiming, "Oh my, it has appreciated in value." His voice instantly captured the attention of those around him. Is that true? It really has appreciated? Let me see. The proprietor turned to Lin Feng. Handsome. Should we continue cutting? It's already appreciated. But if we cut further and it depreciates, that would be unfortunate. Continue, cut along the lines I've drawn, every last bit. Lin Feng retorted, what a joke. Do you think this is a game? Such disrespect for the extraordinary. Seeing this determination, the proprietor ceased his objections and continued the cutting process. Young brother, why not refrain from cutting? I shall purchase this raw stone for 100,000. What say you? Apologies, but let us speak of this after the cutting is complete. Lin Feng firmly declined. How dare he utter such a sum? 100,000. He refrained from cursing. A moderately attractive, wealthy woman interjected, I offer 200,000. Please sell it to me. Regrettably, those wishing to buy must wait until I have finished cutting. Many had witnessed the quality of jade within the previously cut piece, characterized by its glutinous, icy texture, with hints of snowflake cotton in certain areas. This material is already quite remarkable, prompting many to eagerly vie for possession. Half an hour later, my goodness, how did this fellow manage to gamble on just one piece and come out ahead? His luck is truly extraordinary. Haha, do not compete with me. I shall have it. You think you have the funds? I desire it as well. The most astonished of all was the owner. He knew better than anyone the quality of his own goods. 6 out of 10 were counterfeit. The remainder consisted of ordinary raw stones, with even some being mere fillers. Now, a piece of glutinous ice approaching true ice had emerged. How could he not be taken aback? Well, Lin Feng hesitated momentarily. Yet this indecision merely served to signal the owner that he sought a higher price. Otherwise, he would sell to another. Owner, 500,000 seems rather low, does it not? I offer 550,000. A portly man disdainfully interjected. After a heated bidding war, the piece was ultimately sold for 620,000, netting Lin Feng a profit exceeding 600,000. Following this event, those who had previously complained about the owner peddling worthless stones began to fervently purchase raw stones. Do not rush. There are plenty of raw stones available. He grinned broadly. Fengzi, when will you teach me your skills in stone gambling? The portly fellow approached him. Certainly. Just observe and purchase more, and you shall understand. This remark was met with a roll of the eyes. What does buy more mean? If one were to gamble poorly, would they not incur significant losses? In truth, Lin Feng had little to impart regarding stone gambling, as he primarily relied on his X-ray vision to acquire wealth, a remarkable ability not possessed by many. However, had that day resulted in the portly man's blood splattering upon those black and white beads, perhaps it would have been he who gained the power of X-ray vision. Well then, let us conclude the day here. The haul has been satisfactory, sufficient for a hearty meal. Lin Feng smiled contentedly. You call that merely a meal? It is more than enough. Each outing yields substantial profits. You are undoubtedly the most envied individual in the world. The portly man scoffed at his words. You, my friend, have an uncanny ability to acquire wealth. Subsequently, the two made their way to the Bund, though this evening's dining was not a barbecue, but rather a seafood buffet, each costing over 1,000. One cannot deny the high expenses here. Who among the ordinary populace would willingly spend 1,000 on a single meal? It amounts to a week's wages. Seated in a corner by the window, the two indulged in their feast when suddenly, Lin Feng's phone on the table chimed. A WeChat message. A class reunion? He picked up his phone and discovered a message from his high school classmate, Yin-Yang. A class reunion? The stout fellow perked up at the mention. It's from my high school classmate. I thought it was from our class. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng ultimately acquiesced to Hu-Yang's invitation. Hu-Yang had been the closest companion during their high school days, and their homes were in proximity, which solidified their bond. On the other hand, Lu Qianqian, the class monitor, also shared a decent rapport with Lin Feng. In fact, she harbored a secret affection for him, but the school had prohibited students from dating, so she concealed her feelings, missing the opportunity to confess even after the college entrance examinations. Subsequently, they lost contact for reasons unknown. After their meal, night had fallen. This is delightful, truly worthy of a 1,000 yuan buffet. The seafood is incredibly fresh. The king crab is simply divine. The stout fellow appeared thoroughly satisfied. Once or twice is enough. Any more would be beyond my means, yet the ingredients are indeed exquisite, some of which I've never even seen before. Chapter 75. The changes within Lin Feng in Lu Hao's villa. What? This group of inept individuals, unable to handle a single university student, is utterly disgraceful. Lu Hao furiously smashed the wine glass in his hand, shattering it into countless shards. Hearing the sound of breaking glass, Uncle Hai promptly entered, looking curiously at Lu Hao seated on the sofa. What's the matter? Uncle Hai, they failed. Failed? 4 of them couldn't manage one university student? This news genuinely astonished him. Yes, and they were even beaten by that Lin Feng. At this point, he pounded his fist on the coffee table, fortunate enough that his strength was insufficient to break it, or else it would have shattered as well. Witnessing this scene, Uncle Hai furrowed his brow. In that case, I suggest you let it go. Do not provoke him further, or you may find yourself at a disadvantage. If something unfortunate were to occur, how would I explain it to your grandfather? Uncle Hai, I cannot swallow this humiliation. You must swallow it, or else you should seek a peaceful resolution with him. Peaceful resolution? That is impossible. Those who have offended me never meet a favorable end. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai shook his head. Sigh, with this attitude, how can your grandfather entrust the family business to you? Reflecting on this matter, Lu Hao's anger diminished somewhat. Indeed, he still needed to inherit the family company and could not allow the higher-ups to grasp any weaknesses. Otherwise, he would lack sufficient credibility. Kid, for now, I shall let you revel in your antics, but I will ensure that you understand the consequences of crossing me. He silently vowed. Uncle Hai, I understand. I will be cautious. Rest assured, I will refrain from confronting him for the time being. Uncle is right. After exchanging a few casual words, Uncle Hai departed, leaving Lu Hao with a somber expression, seated on the sofa, sipping his drink while lost in thought. Old fool, who do you think you are? You are merely a dog of our family. What right do you have to dictate to me? Had it not been for my father's reputation, I would have sought someone to directly confront you. Upon returning to his university dormitory, Lin Feng was engrossed in planning for tomorrow's reunion. Rather than a mere gathering of classmates, it seemed more like a competition amongst high school peers, assessing their prospects and careers. He wondered what she had become over the years. As he reminisced, Lin Feng's emotions became tinged with nostalgia. Yet enough time had passed. It was time to let go. At tomorrow's gathering, he resolved not to be overly ostentatious. A more subdued demeanor would be prudent. Nevertheless, to avert unforeseen circumstances, he decided to drive. Huangyang County was where Lin Feng completed his high school education. His family hails from the countryside, and due to modest means, he could only pursue his studies in the county, where the town boasted a single middle school, culminating at the junior high level. The county, however, was home to two high schools: the prestigious County No. 1 High School, renowned for its exceptional graduation rates, and the No. 2 High School, which primarily focused on the arts as a pathway to university. Students with less stellar academic records could still excel through sports, visual arts, music, and dance. Lin Feng attended the esteemed No. 1 High School, having consistently excelled academically since childhood. He was the top student in elementary school and maintained either first or second place in junior high, ultimately graduating as the top student to enter County No. 1 High School. He brought great honor to his family, and even now, villagers often praised him, frequently citing him as a model for others, urging them to emulate Lin Feng, the perennial first in his class. Though he had become quite affluent, his parents had long since passed, leaving him to enjoy his success alone. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. In that moment, two radiant orbs of light, one black and one white, began to swirl within his closed eyelids, their speed intensifying. Eventually, they coalesced into the image of a yin-yang symbol, embodying a state of equilibrium. Remarkably, these two streams of light began to flow towards his limbs, enhancing the resilience and width of his blood vessels, while mending old injuries and fortifying his muscles. This extraordinary black and white light bestowed a revitalizing baptism upon his entire being, though Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware in his deep sleep. In this tranquil slumber, he felt an unparalleled sense of peace and comfort. The chaos scripture within him instinctively activated, continuously absorbing the vital energies of the universe. One must ponder, is there any other cultivation method on this earth as potent and miraculous? One that operates autonomously, facilitating passive cultivation? As the sun ascended high in the sky, the vibrant metropolis of Magic City, located on the eastern coastal region of China, basked in the early light, rising before many inland locales. Before long, the fiery orb of the sun hung majestically in the sky. With no classes scheduled for the day, Lin Feng indulged in a leisurely morning before taking his car to the local farmer's market. Driven by determination, he arrived at the bustling agricultural market, the largest in the vicinity, renowned for its extensive array of fresh produce, seafood, and other goods. Ah, the king crab looks splendid, still alive. Perhaps I shall purchase 2, no, 3. One for each of us, and the remaining one shall be gifted to that elderly lady. Boss, please prepare 3 of these king crabs for me, Lin Feng declared generously. What? Are you certain you want 3? The shopkeeper's wife gazed at him incredulously. Typically, customers would buy no more than 2. After all, this was king crab, substantial enough to satiate an appetite entirely. Moreover, they are quite pricey, each costing between 1 and 2,000. 3 would amount to 6 or 7,000. In ordinary circumstances, who would indulge so extravagantly? Even the wealthy usually dine at fine restaurants where such delicacies are readily available. Indeed, I am sure. Please pack them up swiftly. Chapter 76. The Surprising Powers of X-Ray Vision. Was the shopkeeper's wife actually disapproving of my generous purchase? He shook his head in bemusement. With his affirmation, she eagerly and cautiously grasped one of the hefty king crabs, beginning her preparations. Shall I prepare them all? Yes, please cut them all for me. Nowadays, purchasing groceries is a different experience. One is often assisted with preparation, a testament to the advancements in service industries. Gone are the days when buying a chicken meant acquiring a live one still covered in feathers. After settling the bill, Lin Feng carried the meticulously prepared king crabs and continued his shopping spree, also selecting a few E-star groupers and some sea urchins. His hands soon brimmed with an assortment of bags until he could carry no more. That was quite an expenditure, perhaps around 10 to 20,000, he murmured, subsequently placing all his items in the trunk. Next, he drove to the tea market, procuring several tins of authentic Dahong Pao and Westlake Longjing tea. Uncle Chong enjoys tea. I shall gift him these Dahong Pao and green tea. The powerful engine of his vehicle roared on the highway, its deafening sound causing Lin Feng to squint in irritation. The soundproofing of this car is truly abysmal. Knowing the engine is formidable, why not invest in proper insulation? After 2 hours of high-speed driving, he finally arrived in Huangyang County. The development here seems promising, with numerous high-rise buildings replacing the former rows of modest bungalows. Reflecting on this small county where he spent 3 years in high school, Lin Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. All right, sister. Lin Feng's hometown, Linjia Village, is not far from the county, allowing him to arrive at the village entrance before lunchtime. After several years of development, Linjia Village has transformed from its dilapidated state. Every household has built new homes as part of rural revitalization efforts, with the government mandating the demolition of old houses. He approached a modest, single-story dwelling, constructed with the government's assistance. At the entrance, an elderly lady tended to a patch of chives. Observing her, Lin Feng felt a pang of sadness. Though she was not his biological grandmother, she reminded him of one. This grandmother, before reaching the age of 50, lost her beloved partner and, at 60, faced the heart-wrenching loss of her only daughter. Throughout her life, she had but one daughter, and due to certain circumstances, she was unable to bear more children. Thus, her sole offspring departed this world before her. In her youth, this grandmother treated Lin Feng with immense kindness, caring for him as if he were her own grandson, always ensuring he was included in any delightful morsels she had to share. Every little gesture of affection was etched indelibly in Lin Feng's memory. Upon hearing his voice, the grandmother lifted her gaze to observe him and the figure of Lin Xian behind him. Initially taken aback, she soon recognized them. Is that you? Xiao Feng and Xiao Xian? Though her years had rendered her somewhat frail, her hearing remained sharp, and her eyesight was still keen enough to identify Lin Feng and his companion instantly. She hastily set aside her tasks and rose, grasping the arms of both Lin Feng and Lin Xian. Grandmother, I brought you some gifts, Lin Feng announced as he placed the king crab and various other ingredients and supplements on the table within. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly bringing him to tears. Grandmother, please have a seat, he urged, gently assisting her to sit down. He then activated his X-ray vision, conducting a thorough scan of her body, carefully avoiding areas that were inappropriate to examine, primarily to assess her health, for at her age, she was bound to have some lingering ailments. To his surprise, he detected several hidden injuries within her body, evidently recent in origin. Under the scrutiny of his X-ray vision, he observed that her knee exhibited signs of internal trauma, with bruising within the muscle and indications of muscular atrophy. Perhaps it would be wise to procure some medicated wine for her to alleviate these injuries? Just as this thought crossed his mind, beams of light, unseen by the naked eye, emanated from his own eyes, focusing on his grandmother's knee. What is this? Lin Feng stared in bewilderment at the unfolding spectacle. In the next moment, the previously injured muscle began to mend at an astonishingly visible pace, quickly returning to its original state. Incredible! What is this phenomenon? How could my eyes possess such a capability? He was genuinely astonished. No, those two beams of light, one black and one white, must indeed be a product of my X-ray vision. Could it be that they are a manifestation of the extraordinary energy it absorbed capable of direct healing? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. However, his excitement did not go unnoticed by his grandmother. Xiaofeng, what is the matter? Why do you appear so distressed? If something troubles you, please attend to it. I am quite capable of managing my own affairs, she remarked. Hearing her words, Lin Feng confirmed that what he had witnessed moments ago was undoubtedly real. Moreover, his curiosity about his remarkable X-ray vision intensified. What other astonishing abilities might it possess? Grandmother, it's nothing. I was merely lost in thought. What happened to your leg? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing. A few days ago, I accidentally slipped while fetching water. It doesn't hurt anymore. Quite strange. Isn't it? She replied. Well, as long as it doesn't hurt, that is good. Please be cautious, he advised. After engaging in conversation with his grandmother for a while, they took their leave and proceeded to the two households below. After a half-hour visit, they finally departed from their home. Ultimately, they arrived at the hill behind their own house, where his parents lay buried. The two knelt before the grave, calling out softly. One of them then produced a bottle of wine, uncapping it and pouring it at the grave's foot. They sat before the resting place, recounting their various experiences. The son expressed that he was now capable of earning substantial money, enough to support his sister, who he vowed to care for in the future. Father, mother, can you hear me? Xiaofeng has finally begun to earn big. However, just as he prepared to enter the house, an abrupt voice rang out. Hey, whose car is that? It's so ostentatious. Lin Feng turned towards the sound, only to find it was that fellow. Chapter 77. Judging by appearances? As the man approached, he finally discerned the car's model. What on earth? Is this a Mercedes G-Class? Who is this person, so wealthy as to drive such a luxury vehicle? He surveyed the surroundings, eventually directing his gaze toward Lin Feng's home. Could it possibly belong to that kid Lin Feng? Yet, Lin Feng happened to be in his blind spot and went unnoticed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it, declaring, impossible, absolutely impossible. I know his family situation too well. He could never afford such a luxury car. Not to mention, even a standard model from Mercedes. He would struggle to buy a car worth 100,000. If he could truly afford such a vehicle, he might as well eat dirt. If it were indeed his, it must be rented. Having transformed into a wealthy individual, Lin Feng was spoken of in a manner so dismissive. He then made his way toward Lin Feng's home and fortuitously encountered Lin Feng and Lin Xian. Oh, Lin Feng, is that truly you? I wondered why there was a car parked at your doorstep. Upon seeing his demeanor, Lin Xian was disinclined to engage with him. So is this your car? Chong probed tentatively. Yes, why? Lin Feng replied. Really yours? Chong's expression was one of astonishment, swiftly concluding that it must undoubtedly be a rental. Well, Lin Feng, it appears you're doing quite well for yourself. Where did you rent this car? I want to rent one too. This fellow, true to his profession at the jewelry store, spoke in euphemisms. His words darkened Lin Feng's expression, and just as Lin Xian was about to speak, he was silenced. You scoundrel, Chong, you've always had a penchant for opposing me since childhood. It seems you have not changed your ways. What have I done to provoke you? Did I sleep with your wife? Lin Feng was seething with anger, yet he refrained from voicing these thoughts, not wishing to escalate matters with this individual just yet. Lin Feng, could I borrow your car to take a few photos for show? Lin Feng chose not to respond, thinking, do as you wish. After he finished taking pictures, the man left, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and before departing, he called back, Lin Feng, don't forget about the class reunion. Make sure you're not late. After all, you're a wealthy man now, emphasizing the last words with a hint of sarcasm. Xiaofeng, that Chong is becoming increasingly unbearable, Lin Xian remarked, rolling her eyes. Sigh. He's grown up, but he remains the same. If it weren't for his parents' decent character, I wouldn't even want to glance his way. That night, on a tranquil night, with the moon shining brightly amidst a scattering of stars, Lin Feng parked his car at the Forest Hotel and ascended the stairs. Initially, he had intended to invite Lin Xian to join him, but she declined, wishing instead to spend more time with her grandmother. The agenda for the gathering was straightforward. They would dine first, followed by a visit to a KTV for some singing, and afterward, the boys were considering indulging in a foot massage to savor life's pleasures. Ah, do you think the number of attendees tonight will exceed 10? Aren't there about a dozen confirmed to come? You must be joking. In reality, some who assured their attendance may ultimately find various excuses not to show up. By the way, I heard that Lu Qianqian will also be here tonight. Oh, Lu Qianqian, the belle of our class back in the day. Haha. Inside a large private room at the Forest Hotel, the boys gathered around, engrossed in a dice game, while the girls huddled together gossiping. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a stylishly dressed young woman in a revealing short skirt. Ah, isn't that Huan Huan? Welcome, welcome. However, this beauty seemed slightly disdainful as she surveyed the crowd, finding a spot for herself and taking out a tissue to wipe down the sofa. Before long, another young lady arrived. Compared to the previous one, this newcomer exuded a more poised and demure aura. Qian, you finally made it. After a brief acknowledgement, she scanned the room, seemingly searching for someone. Not spotting her desired company, she sat down with a hint of disappointment. Do you think Lu Qian still harbors feelings for Lin Feng? Who knows? Perhaps they have already become an item. Why not suggest they're already married with children? The surrounding gossip intensified, yet Lu Qian remained unfazed, her concern solely resting on whether that certain man would appear. It seemed she sensed something, her gaze drifting towards the entrance. At that moment, the door opened once more, and a handsome young man stepped in. It was the tardy Lin Feng. Ah, Lin Feng has arrived. The academic prodigy is here. Make room. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, the group feigned enthusiasm, their cordiality masking a different sentiment. However, Lin Feng's eyes were immediately drawn to Lu Qian, their gazes locking for a fleeting moment, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and complexity. Lin Feng, come, take a seat. Let us play some dice. Don't let them lead you astray. The scholar must focus on his studies. Oh, it's just for fun. It won't hurt. Don't you find it exhausting to immerse yourself in studies all day long? Unable to resist their invitations, Lin Feng acquiesced and joined the dice-playing group. All right, everyone is here. Let us order. We have hot pot and stir-fried dishes, so let us vote on what to eat. I'll go first. I choose hot pot. I choose hot pot too. I'll opt for stir-fried dishes. After a fervent round of voting, hot pot ultimately garnered the majority's preference. His good friend Lu Hua approached Lin Feng, inquiring, how's it going? Is university life at Magic City University treating you well? It's going all right, Lin Feng replied. How about dating? He cast a glance at Lu Qian not far away when he posed his question. They had been together, yet they had parted ways. Could it be true? What would Qian do? Do you still have feelings for her? As for me, eventually, Lin Feng encountered the cunning Wang Tingting. She stood before him now, and their relationship was precarious. Neither dared to break the silence, leaving Lin Feng uncertain on how to address her. Moreover, he seemed to harbor an inexplicable sentiment towards the campus belle, Xiao Mengxue, unsure if it could be classified as affection. Chapter 78. Why should I prove anything to you? Brother, if you like her, pursue her. If not, do not give her false hope. Qian is a wonderful girl. If she hadn't always been so accommodating, I would have considered trying my luck. Lu Hua chuckled. Soon, the ordered dishes arrived, and everyone began to eagerly partake in the feast. Hey, Lin Feng, I heard from Chong that you rented a G-Wagon. Is that true? Su Sun suddenly inquired. I did not rent it. Where would I get the money to do so? Don't be modest. Renting a G-Wagon is quite impressive. It costs several thousand a day, which is not affordable for just anyone. If you need a rental, why didn't you tell me? I'm in the same line of work. If you come to my shop, I assure you a low price. Su Sun replied with a somewhat sardonic tone. Ha ha ha, Su Sun. I didn't realize you were so capable. By the way, Suzy, what is your monthly income? Less than 50,000, I suppose. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed among the group. Goodness, secretly building a career, making a fortune in silence? Indeed, your earnings are remarkably high. A girl looked at him with envy, her eyes sparkling. Take us along. Our company is unbearably exploitative. We don't even receive overtime pay and only have one day off. Same here. Hearing their compliments, Su Sun felt quite pleased. Sure, if you're interested, we can chat after the meal. Su Sun, do you have a girlfriend? A gold-digging classmate asked, infatuated. In Lin Feng's eyes, she had always been a materialistic girl, revealing such demeanor whenever she encountered wealth, shamelessly pursuing a life of luxury. Even if it meant sacrificing everything, including her own body. Not yet, but I'm looking. It was unclear whether he said this intentionally to please her. For Lin Feng, however, it was akin to listening to a monk reciting scriptures, successfully diverting him from the rental car topic. Lin Feng, do you think Su Sun is being truthful? Lu Hua leaned closer and whispered, do you believe him? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I've never trusted his words. Then why ask such a pointless question? Lin Feng interrupted him, not wishing to linger on that topic, especially in such a setting. There was no need for candor. He preferred to avoid ostentation. After nearly 2 hours, they finished their meal. Let us go. We've eaten. Let us head to the KTV next door. Su Sun seemed to have become the centerpiece of this gathering. It was undeniable. His wealth commanded attention, though it was merely a facade. Lin Feng, let us go. Lu Hua called out, pulling him along. Behind them, Lu Qian quietly observed Lin Feng's retreating figure, lost in her thoughts. As Lin Feng followed the group out of the restaurant and into the adjacent KTV, a more upscale entertainment venue adorned with opulent decor and attentive service. Lu Qianqian discreetly watched him, pondering his current state. Despite her lingering affection for him, she suspected he must have found a girlfriend by now. After all, so many years had passed. Even if he once held feelings for her, they must have faded. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. Perhaps she would feign a trip to the restroom and slip away unnoticed. No one would suspect her intention to leave quietly. And all of this was merely for Lin Feng's sake. Her motivation for attending the gathering was simply to catch another glimpse of him. As the night deepened, the revelry continued until 1 in the morning. Weren't you just singing your heart out? Whereas Qianqian, one of the girls inquired. Right? Where did she go? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng glanced around and realized she was indeed missing. He had been engrossed in conversation and drinks with Lu Hua, barely paying attention to Lu Qianqian, who had been chatting with 2 other girls moments prior. Perhaps she left early? He mused. That could be the case. If she needed to go, so be it. He reasoned it might have been due to an urgent matter. But if it was urgent, she should have at least said something to us, Lin Feng reflected, scanning the area and confirming she was not in the restroom either. Well, if she has gone, he sighed. What about you? He replied to Lu Hua, while casually putting away his cigarette without lighting it. No need. I drove here, Lu Hua remarked, now skeptical. He genuinely wished to avoid further interactions with Su's son. Ignore him. That Su is always like this, Hua Zi whispered. Lin Feng then made his way to the roadside, prompting the group to assume he was hailing a cab. However, when he pressed the key fob for his car, a striking red G-Class illuminated in the distance, leaving everyone in awe. No way. Is that really a G-Class? They exclaimed. Didn't Su say he rented a car? True, but being able to rent it shows he has some means. Don't forget, he is an academic achiever. He must have earned his fair share of scholarships. Seeing this, Huazi hurried to Lin Feng's vehicle, exclaiming, You, my friend, are becoming increasingly enigmatic. Lin Feng understood the implication and replied helplessly, What is the matter? Didn't I tell you I drove here? So did you buy it or? Of course I bought it outright. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. When did you become such a nouveau riche? In Hua Zi's memory, Lin Feng was not from a privileged background. Merely owning an ordinary car was considered affluent. Yet now, he was driving a G-Class. How could that not astonish him? Brother, without further ado, just trust me. My current abilities suffice, and there is no need for me to prove to others whether I can afford a luxury vehicle. Lu Huan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I should congratulate you on acquiring a splendid car. Thank you. If you have the time, come to number 6, Shanghai Garden in the Magic City to find me. In the future, should you require my assistance, feel free to call me directly. What do you all think? Is Lin Feng's car rented? I suspect it is. Back in high school, he even applied for financial aid. If he were truly wealthy, such an application would be unnecessary. But can a person be rich now? This group continues to discuss Lin Feng's car situation, which is quite exasperating. The next day, at a certain airport in the Magic City, Lu Qianqian pulled her suitcase and boarded a flight to Y Country. She gazed out the window, lost in thought. Bidding farewell to Lin Feng. I hope you find fulfillment here. Should there be a next life, I will surely be with you before graduation. Tears slowly streamed down her beautiful eyes. Her destination was Y Country, and she had departed early last night merely to avoid the sorrow of parting. The Xia family's villa serves as their stronghold in the Sujiang region. An elderly gentleman with graying hair sat on a stone bench in the center of a courtyard. This man is the patriarch of the Xia family and the grandfather of Xia Mengxue. Grandfather, could I possibly deceive you? Xia Mengxue pouted. Grandfather. These materials were indeed personally acquired by the young lady. I can attest to that. Mingxu supported her claim from the side. Haha, splendid. As expected of my granddaughter. Your appraising skills are nearly on par with mine. The old man chuckled heartily. Grandfather, I know a young man who is also a student at our school. He possesses remarkable skills in stone gambling, perhaps even surpassing yours. What? Surpassing me? Xiao Mengxu nodded. How rare. My dear girl, I have never before heard you praise anyone. This is unprecedented. Haha. Grandfather, she huffed in mock annoyance. Haha. Child, you're not harboring any romantic feelings, are you? Grandfather, you yist. I merely admire his talent in appraising treasures. As she spoke, a flicker of something unusual passed through her eyes, and her voice lowered slightly. From your demeanor, it seems you harbor some affection. Well, if you are indeed considering a relationship, you must allow me to oversee it. The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Grandfather, if the opportunity arises, I shall bring him to meet you. It would indeed be a fortuitous encounter for him. Very well, I shall await his arrival. Just as he prepared to enter, his phone rang, revealing a call from the portly fellow. What is the matter, fatty? Lin Feng's interest was piqued at this. However, in such places, particularly in northern Myanmar, one finds an abundance of fine jade. After all, much of the jade in our country originates from Myanmar, given their advantageous geography, which is abundant in these precious stones. So what do you think? Would you like to go? The voice of the corpulent man carried a hint of excitement. When is it taking place? This Friday, spanning 3 days. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All right, go ahead and book my flight. You expect me to book your flight? The corpulent man cursed vehemently. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, for he had a task that required Lin Feng's assistance. Fengzi, could you help me select some quality materials? I'll cover the expenses. You just focus on selection. I also wish to purchase a new car. Haha. I can assist with the selection, but I cannot guarantee that the stones I choose will yield profits. If they flop, do not blame me. Lin Feng issued a precautionary warning to prevent any future grievances. But could there truly be a failure with his own involvement? To mask the uncertainty, one must fabricate possibilities. Otherwise, suspicion may arise. After finalizing their plans, the two ended the call. He wondered if he would encounter that elusive jade again, and whether his X-ray vision could continue to absorb and evolve. The thought of his X-ray vision enhancing, unlocking even more extraordinary abilities, set his heart racing. Recalling northern Myanmar, he remembered the last time he rescued Xiao Mengshiwe at the border. Without his X-ray vision, he might have been powerless, at most able to call for help. One must admit, Xiao Mengshiwe's fortune was indeed extraordinary, having met him. What's the matter, Xiaofeng? Are you going away again? Although the call was not on speaker, she could intuit some details. Sister, I have no choice. For the sake of survival, I must venture out, he sighed resignedly. However, this scene only filled Lin Xian with compassion. She longed to embrace her brother, who was her only companion. Xiaofeng, always remember that your sister is here for you. No matter where you go, keep in mind your home. I will always be waiting for you. Sister, I will. At this, Lin Feng nearly shed tears, hastily turning his head away and pressing the accelerator towards their home. Yes, indeed, go ahead, but do take care. I've heard that place is not very peaceful. How about this? I'll ask Uncle Ming and Xiao Lu to accompany you. Whatever Grandpa arranges is fine. Reflecting on northern Myanmar, she recalled an earlier incident that still filled her with trepidation, stirring up some thoughts about Lin Feng. However, she chose not to share this with her family, wishing to spare them from worry. Chapter 80. Aboard the flight, encountering peril. I hope this journey proceeds smoothly. However, I absolutely cannot act alone again, no matter the circumstances. Uncle Ming and the others must be by my side. If Lin Feng were to join, it would be perfect. His stone gambling skills are exceptional. Surely he could uncover exquisite jade. Why do I keep thinking about him? She mused, her cheeks flushing. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was Friday. You lazy bum. Get up now. Do you even realize what time it is? Lin Feng shouted into the phone. All right, I'm getting up right away. After packing his luggage, Lin Feng bid farewell to his sister and hailed a taxi to the airport. Upon arriving, he found no sign of his friend, the portly fellow, who was likely dawdling. Lin Feng picked up his phone to call, but the line was busy. Damn it, fatso. If you miss this flight, I'll go alone and won't bother with you. He muttered in frustration. With only 20 minutes left before the boarding procedures ceased, it was imperative that his friend reached the check-in desk within that time frame. As the seconds ticked away, 10 minutes had already elapsed. He attempted to call again, but still could not get through. With just 5 minutes remaining, Lin Feng paced anxiously in the waiting area. 3 minutes left. At last, the hefty figure of his friend appeared before the check-in desk, just in time. Exhausted to death. I barely made it. Otherwise, I would have truly missed the flight. He gasped as he processed his boarding pass. Sir, please take your boarding pass, the attendant said. Grasping the boarding pass, his friend grabbed his 20-inch suitcase and made his way to the waiting area. Upon spotting Lin Feng's scowling expression, he sensed trouble. Ha, Fengzi Eye. You actually made it? Lin Feng replied, a hint of a peculiar glint in his eye. Brother, I made it. It nearly killed me, though. Did you go off to have fun? You really had the gall to engage in extracurricular activities when you were supposed to catch a flight. Get lost. I was stuck in traffic, and when time slipped away, I jumped on a shared scooter. How else do you think I got here? I sped all the way, thankfully with green lights. Otherwise, I truly would have missed it. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression softened slightly. In a bustling city like Shanghai, traffic jams were indeed commonplace, and even cyclists could get caught in them. Before long, the two boarded the plane. They had purchased first-class tickets. Now that they had the means, it was only fitting to indulge. For what use was money if not to enjoy life? It would be utterly frustrating to pass away with unspent funds. Reclining in his seat, Lin Feng gazed out the window and slowly closed his eyes, ready to recharge. The flight proceeded smoothly. with many passengers falling into a state of repose. However, suddenly, the aircraft began to jolt violently, and the turbulence intensified. Why is it so bumpy? It shouldn't be like this, even on a train. Am I going to die? What on earth is happening? Is the plane going to crash? This is my first flight. I should have taken the high-speed train. Some anxious passengers, particularly those flying for the first time, displayed expressions of terror. Yet, at such an altitude, any serious incident would yield unimaginable consequences. Stop with the nonsense. Do you really doubt the captain's abilities? Although Lin Feng verbally expressed his thoughts, a flicker of concern lingered within him. After all, incidents involving aircraft mishaps are not unheard of, and should calamity strike, the likelihood of casualties would be nearly absolute. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from unfastening your seatbelts. Remain seated and avoid unnecessary movement to prevent any potential injuries. The flight attendant's melodious voice resonated through the cabin. At that moment, the aircraft encountered turbulence, causing significant jolting due to unstable air currents. Rest assured, our captain is highly skilled and will ensure our safe arrival. The flight attendant reassured the passengers. However, just then, a violent coughing erupted from the economy class. Cough, cough, ugh. An elderly gentleman clutched his chest, coughing ferociously. Perhaps the old man has caught a cold? One might speculate, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. Look, he is grasping his throat. Could something be lodged in there? Noticing the commotion, a flight attendant swiftly approached. Sir, what seems to be the matter? She inquired gently, but the elderly man appeared too preoccupied to respond. Instead, he pointed to his throat with his right hand. Is your throat bothering you, sir? The astute flight attendant recognized the issue at hand and gently leaned closer. What's wrong, sir? Yet, the elderly gentleman remained unable to articulate his discomfort. Observing this, concern began to wash over her. She possessed no medical expertise and was uncertain of the man's ailment, but it was clear it was certainly not a mere cold. Ladies and gentlemen, is there a medical professional on board? We have an elderly gentleman in distress. Please assist us. Thank you. The plea echoed throughout the cabin, reaching the ears of two individuals in business class. Fengzi, how unfortunate for that old man. One remarked. Everyone has their misfortunes, Lin Feng replied, steadfastly holding his position. The flight attendant's voice continued to resonate as the elderly man's breathing became increasingly labored, prompting the flight attendant to near tears in her urgency. Fengzi, why not take a look? It appears the old man might have a denture lodged in his throat, came the jest. Your conjecture may indeed hold merit. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, hesitated briefly before rising to his feet and making his way towards the flight attendant. Excuse me, miss, may I take a look? Sir, are you a medical professional? She asked, cautious to ensure due diligence, as complications could arise otherwise. I am not, but do you have a more effective solution at hand? Chapter 81, A Life Saved. Upon hearing this, the flight attendant surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, no one had stepped forward to assist, so she reluctantly decided to take a chance. Very well, please proceed. At that moment, Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision, and the revelation left him astounded. Goodness, does that hefty fellow possess prophetic abilities? He guessed correctly. Miss, the old gentleman has a denture lodged in his throat. We must extricate it swiftly, or he may suffocate. His expression turned grave. Huh? A denture? Oh, please assist urgently. Are you proficient in first aid? Lin Feng nodded, promptly lifting the elderly gentleman and applying his fist to the man's abdomen, followed by firm compressions. This technique, known as the Heimlich maneuver, was within his skill set. Otherwise, the old man might have met his end. After 3 rounds of resuscitation, a 2-finger-sized denture dislodged from the gentleman's throat with a sudden plop. Coughing persistently, the elder's condition gradually improved. Witnessing this, the flight attendants erupted into applause, joined by the surrounding passengers. Sir, we are immensely grateful. Had anything gone awry, we would have been at a loss for what to do. It's nothing. The old gentleman should be fine now, Lin Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. The turbulence of the flight had lessened, suggesting they were nearing the end of the rough patch. One of the flight attendants had already cleaned the fallen denture. Sir, here is your denture, freshly cleaned. Thank you. Young man, I owe you my gratitude. Without your intervention, I might not have made it through today. No need for formalities, sir, Lin Feng responded. With that, he turned to leave, but the old man grasped his arm. Young man, here's my contact information. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. The elder produced a green card and handed it to him. It bore several golden characters, though Lin Feng did not scrutinize it closely. Really, it's just a small effort. Please, keep it. Don't be modest. Accept it, the elder insisted, pressing it into Lin Feng's hand, who ultimately acquiesced. So what happened? The plump companion inquired, intrigued. Everything is fine now. Are you endowed with prophetic abilities? What? When did I predict anything? I don't possess such talents, he scoffed. The old man truly had his denture lodged in his throat, just as you stated. Upon hearing this, the plump man was momentarily struck dumb. What? Are you serious? Why would I jest? Goodness, Lin Feng, does that mean I indirectly save his life? At this, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Your reasoning is quite alarming. You didn't rescue him. I merely informed you that his denture was stuck. The plump man pouted. The two ceased their banter and continued to rest. Thankfully, the turbulence had been more alarming than harmful. Otherwise, it would have added another vivid chapter to the narrative of Chinese aviation. Nevertheless, the aircraft landed punctually at the airport in Rueli. As soon as he disembarked, the plump man inhaled deeply. Indeed, we're in northern Myanmar. The air carries a hint of jade. Best to behave yourself here. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a precarious situation, Lin Feng cautioned. My skin is thick. Who could possibly take me? I've never stepped beyond my country's borders. The exotic charm here is indeed palpable. Observing the locals, Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on his life spent in the shadow of Shanghai, never having crossed a national boundary. It is said that this place abounds with jade, including exquisite specimens. I wonder if I might encounter one imbued with mystical energy. If such an encounter were to occur, regardless of the price, I would procure it without hesitation. If all else fails, I would absorb its essence in secrecy. Furthermore, these stones conceal astonishing information, such as the fabled art of alchemy, among other mysteries. Fengzi, I have prepared a sum of 2 million for this venture, hoping to secure a profitable return. Whether we attain great wealth hinges upon your expertise. Do not place all your hopes upon me. I cannot guarantee a reversal of fortune, for I too rely on chance. Did you not claim to have diligently studied jade knowledge? Have you gleaned nothing from your efforts? The stout fellow raised his eyebrows in surprise. Even the most skilled individuals require a modicum of luck, do they not? Even the masters have their moments of error. This location is the bustling city of Myitkyina, the nearest urban center in Myanmar to China's Yunnan province. While its expanse may not rival the larger cities of China, it is certainly respectable. And jade is plentiful here, with several mining areas in the vicinity. The two hailed a taxi and made their way to a nearby trading market. This marketplace consisted of a typical street, flanked by an array of jade stones. Some vendors offered scraps, remnants from cutting processes, though their quality was lacking. At least in Lin Feng's discerning eyes, they were unremarkable. The finest among them could only be classified as glutinous ice jade, while glass varieties were unlikely to be sold as scraps, as a bit of processing could easily double their value. There were also semi-gambling materials with open windows, but their sizes were modest, the largest no more than the span of 2 hands. Some were cut in half, though such slices were rare. Hey boss, I have some fine goods here. In Burmese. The boss is taking in stock. In Burmese. As they strolled down the street, vendors called out loudly. However, Lin Feng paid them no mind. He relied on his own keen eyesight to determine quality. I am not in dire need of money at the moment. These ordinary jades hold little value for me. As long as I have enough funds, my primary goal is to seek out imperial-grade jade, to find those imbued with energy to enhance my X-ray vision. All else can be set aside. Oh, this piece, fatty, you might want to consider it. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a rather decent open window stone, the exposed section displaying a lake blue hue, having reached the ice variety, though it bore 2 visible cracks that would undoubtedly affect its price. Are you referring to this one? Those cracks are far too conspicuous. They likely penetrate the entire stone. Forget it. It probably won't yield a bracelet, and others will surely pass it by. Chapter 82. The bargain mode is activated. Fatty, if you trust my judgment, then purchase it. If not, then let it be. While this stone has 2 irreparable cracks on the surface, in truth, they do not extend deeply. Lin Feng whispered into his ear. Many here can understand Chinese, given the proximity to China and the considerable presence of Chinese nationals. Over time, they have learned to comprehend and even converse in the language. Are you certain? Then I shall inquire about the price. Boss, how much for this piece? 50 million. In Burmese. What the hell? The price elicited a vehement outburst from the stout man. How utterly outrageous. Lin Feng chimed in, lamenting that the conversion to RMB would amount to over 160,000. For such a diminutive piece of rough stone, the cost was exorbitantly high. Nonetheless, should the quality be exceptional, it might be justifiable. Yet 5 million? Absolutely not. The proprietor, a dark-skinned man appearing to be under 30, proposed 8 million. Upon hearing this, the stout man quickly shook his head. He was uncertain whether the price could rise. And spending such a fortune on a flawed piece of material was too great a gamble. 700 million. It cannot be any less. After a vigorous verbal duel, the stout man ultimately acquiesced, paying 700 million shot, which translates to a little over 20,000 RMB. Hey, Fengzi, not bad, right? I suspect this owner believes the stone is riddled with flaws. Otherwise, he would never offer such a low price. Hey, Fengzi, you my brother. I owe you one. This fellow immediately adopted a rather dubious demeanor. However, throughout the expedition, Lin Feng himself had not encountered a single satisfactory piece of material, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to the location being a mere street or simply bad luck. The stout man managed to stumble upon 2 reasonably good pieces, while most of the others were merely scraps or bifurcated stones of mediocre quality, predominantly of the bean and glutinous types, with the ice variety being alarmingly scarce. If present at all, they were small enough only to serve as pendants. Such materials are typically sought after by carvers, who purchase them to craft finished products. For someone like Lin Feng, whose sole intent was to gamble on stones for profit, inspection was unnecessary. What a disappointment. After wandering for hours, I have yet to see a single good piece. Lin Feng sighed, beginning to doubt whether this place truly deserved the title of the capital of jade. Perhaps the finest stones were monopolized, or perhaps they could only be seen in more prestigious, regulated marketplaces. As there were no stone-cutting machines on the street, the 2 pieces the stout man procured had to be carried on their person. Thankfully, he had a suitcase. Otherwise, those 2 stones would have exhausted him. With a long face, the stout man muttered, "You should count your blessings. You've already made a small profit just by arriving. What more do you desire? Stop dreaming of encountering the likes of imperial green jade. Even if it existed, it would not be for you." As he spoke these words, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even if there were imperial-grade jade, it would hardly fall into the hands of the stout man, who foolishly hoped to enhance his insight with it. Purple, in ancient times, symbolized supreme authority and nobility, embodying the essence of emperors. Thus, imperial purple jade is even more precious than standard imperial green jade, being exceedingly rare. Of course, this is contingent upon market trends and the preferences of collectors. Some argue that imperial green is the ultimate choice. If his guesses were accurate, glass-type imperial purple jade would undoubtedly harbor superior and more concentrated energy, provided it contained such energy. Lin Feng pondered carefully. After a leisurely lunch at a random spot, the 2 hailed a cab and arrived at the hotel they had reserved. In this age, many tasks can be accomplished online, making life significantly more convenient. With the advancement of technology, one can procure desired items without stepping outside. Chubby, let us explore a more reputable trading market this afternoon. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, Lin Feng suggested with a chuckle. Indeed, those shabby stones on the street will never satisfy one's hunger, he added, playfully chiding his companion. Once settled in the hotel, they flagged down a vehicle and made their way to the largest jade trading market in the vicinity. Upon entering the expansive pavilion, Lin Feng's face brightened with satisfaction. Now this is what I call a jade trading market, spacious and brimming with stones of every hue, white, black, yellow, and more, he remarked. Indeed, we have arrived at the right place. The quality of stones here appears far superior, he continued, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Of course, this is a legitimate trading market, controlled by a prominent family in northern Myanmar. Let us commence our treasure hunt. Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision, beginning his scan from the nearest stall. The raw stones at this stall were impressively large, predominantly high-stakes betting materials. Should luck be on their side, their value could multiply several times over. The quality here surpasses what we saw on the street this morning, Lin Feng murmured to himself, as his keen vision revealed several exquisite pieces of blue-bottomed icy jade, including one of pure ice variety. However, he had yet to glimpse any glass-grade stones. Meanwhile, Chubby meandered off to inspect stones on his own, and Lin Feng found no reason to intervene. 2 grown men crowded together would seem rather odd. Fortune smiles upon me. I have stumbled upon a piece of red jade. This could be quite lucrative. As he passed the 4th stall, Lin Feng's X-ray vision revealed a sizable piece of fully red jade, unmarred by cracks, with quality surpassing icy jade and even featuring an edge of pure ice. How much for this raw stone? Lin Feng inquired. 100 million, responded the vendor, a slender man donning a baseball cap. 100 million? Lin Feng was taken aback by the asking price, which referred to chats, not yuan. 100 million chats equated to approximately 37 million yuan. This price seemed reasonable, suggesting the vendor might be unaware of the potential value of the red jade. 50 million. Lin Feng countered with a bold offer. Impossible. You cannot acquire such a fine raw stone at that price. The vendor protested, shaking his head vigorously. 8 million. The vendor countered. 60 million. Lin Feng continued to negotiate. That price is unattainable. The vendor replied with a wry smile, his broken Mandarin clear enough for Lin Feng to comprehend. 65 million then. Any more, and I shall walk away. After this declaration, Lin Feng stood up as if to leave, successfully inducing a sense of urgency in the vendor. Okay. 65 million it is. After the transaction was completed, Lin Feng cradled the raw stone and resumed his exploration. Encountering a piece of red jade filled him with an exuberant joy. At that moment, a hurried voice broke through. Fengzi, come quickly, help me assess this stone. He jogged over, pulling Lin Feng to the stall he had just vacated. Pointing at a grayish-black rough stone before them, with a faint hint of green, he exclaimed, I have a strong feeling this could yield imperial green. Come on, could you lend your discerning eye to it, Master Lin? This fellow even resorted to addressing him with such a grand title. Are you that confident? Instead of using his vision to look through the stone, Lin Feng first illuminated it with his flashlight, revealing a rather impressive glimmer. That captivating hint of green was indeed exhilarating. There is probably a 70 to 80% chance. But do you think this rough stone is worth purchasing? Thankfully, the chubby man refrained from impulsively buying it, or he would have found himself unable to afford even a pair of small trousers. Lin Feng then pulled him aside, speaking softly. The rough stone you fancy cannot produce imperial green. In fact, it is a counterfeit created by the owner. The hint of green is merely a chemical coating, polished multiple times to resemble authentic jade. So you've been misled. Lin Feng's words struck a heavy blow to his spirit. What? A fake? You mean to say this rough stone is a fabrication by the vendor? His face was painted with shock, soon morphing into fury. No way, I must confront him. Just as he began to turn toward the owner to argue, Lin Feng restrained him, saying, Don't rush to confront anyone. First, consider where we are. This is their territory. Your words hold no weight here, and besides, you haven't even purchased it yet, so you've incurred no loss. While his reasoning was sound, the fact remained that deceit had occurred. Just pretend you're not interested, and it will be as if nothing happened. This stubborn fellow was indeed single-minded. However, since Lin Feng had spoken, he preferred to avoid further trouble. After all, he did not wish to provoke someone who might retaliate against him. With Lin Feng's advice in mind, he became exceedingly cautious, ensuring that any rough stone he fancied was assessed by Lin Feng first, treating him as his personal appraiser. Suddenly, a powerful yearning surged in Lin Feng's eyes. That feeling again. Has another energy-rich jade appeared? He suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, following the direction of that desire until he arrived at a stall in the third row. There lay a rough stone, encased in a beige shell, quietly resting on the ground, roughly the size of a soccer ball. Eagerly, he activated his X-ray vision and gasped. Imperial purple. The structure within this rough stone sent shivers down his spine. Under the scrutiny of his vision, a rich purple mist swirled slowly. Could this be what they call purple energy arriving from the east? Although such a thought might seem exaggerated, the allure of that purple mist ignited an insatiable craving within his vision. This was undoubtedly a treasure, and the intensity of this desire surpassed even that which he had felt upon encountering the imperial green before. Fortunately, this raw gemstone is a complete gamble, which undoubtedly presents him with an opportunity to covertly absorb its latent energies. Without hesitation, he feigned a meticulous examination of the stone, his right hand gliding over the surface of the imperial stone. Almost instantaneously, a mystical allure emerged, drawing forth the purple mist from within the gem, which began to flow gently toward his palm. Curiously, despite being a solid rock, this stone allowed the mist to move with such fluidity. The moment his skin made contact with the purple vapor, Lin Feng felt as though he had inhaled ethereal essence. In a word, sublime. To put it succinctly, it was sheer bliss. Yet, he knew he must not outwardly display his ecstasy. Otherwise, onlookers might misconstrue his delight as indulging in some euphoric substance. In less than 5 minutes, he had thoroughly absorbed the purple mist, and once again, a familiar scene unfolded. The inner structure began to fracture, resembling a spider's web. Yet the cracks halted just shy of the outer shell, as if fearful of discovery. Subsequently, Lin Feng gently placed the now worthless stone back in its original position. After absorbing that energy, he felt a momentary disorientation. His vision momentarily blurred, but it was merely fleeting. Wait, has my eyesight actually improved? Following this absorption, Lin Feng's vision Once limited to 100 meters, astonishingly doubled to 200 meters, perhaps even further. He could discern objects with crystal clarity from 200 meters away. Moreover, his penetrating vision had significantly enhanced. Previously, he could see only a meter's depth, yet now he could peer through to 10 meters underground. Truly astonishing. He hadn't anticipated that the energy contained within the imperial purple jade could be so potent, yielding such a remarkable enhancement after just one absorption. A stark contrast to his prior abilities. Having recalibrated his mindset, Lin Feng resumed his quest for exquisite jade. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he was unwilling to settle for less. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon yet another imperial-grade raw stone. In the ensuing moments, he continuously discovered premium jade, some even from the same stall, leaving him utterly astounded. He chuckled in delight, realizing he had struck gold. He never expected such fortuitous luck to encounter so many imperial jades, each imbued with that enigmatic energy. If he were to absorb them all, would he not gain the ability to see for miles? Suppressing his excitement, he began to surreptitiously absorb the energies, pondering why he should pay when he could receive such gifts freely. That would be sheer folly. He had no intention of squandering his finances. Given their energy-rich nature, he deemed it wise to absorb them first. Bliss! Lin Feng diligently restrained the overwhelming pleasure, fervently drawing in the imperial essence. The subsequent stones he encountered were all imperial green, with none being imperial purple, further emphasizing the rarity of the latter. Nearby, a rotund man caught sight of Lin Feng's ecstatic expression, piquing his curiosity. What had this fellow encountered? That expression. Surely he wasn't daydreaming about the vendor's alluring daughter? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. This is the boss lady entering her menopausal phase. Your tastes have certainly grown more extravagant, haven't they? I must admit, this fellow's imagination is quite vivid. Chapter 84. The Stone Gambling Festival commences. He slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Maniac, what are you pondering? You seem rather elated. Goodness. When did you arrive? You startled me, Lin Feng exclaimed, shooting him a glare, momentarily fearing he had been caught in some misdeed. Yet, he did not relinquish the raw stone in his hand, remaining in a state of absorption, eager to swiftly extract the energy from these stones. Otherwise, he would face trouble if they were purchased by someone else. What? Have you set your sights on another stone? Lin Feng inquired. The two stones he fancied were exorbitantly priced, one being quoted at 5 billion shots. This fellow has lost his mind. It's not even sizable, and yet the price is so steep. I can't take that gamble. He won't sell for less than 1 billion. Please assist me, help me appraise it. Or select a couple of stones that you deem worthwhile. The plump man grinned widely. Do you think I'm truly a gem appraiser? He retorted jokingly. Nevertheless, having promised to help before arriving, he felt obliged to assist in choosing some stones. He couldn't let the trip be in vain. All right, let us go. I will help you select, he decided, seeking to save time and absorb more of that energy. All right, haha, brother, you are my true brother, the plump man responded, his demeanor lighthearted. There are still 2 imperial greenstones I haven't absorbed. I will do that first. Lin Feng thought to himself. After about half an hour of discreetly absorbing energy, he finally depleted the energy from the last 2 imperial greens. Feeling the expansion in his eyes, a smile of satisfaction spread across Lin Feng's face. This stone is quite good. You might want to consider it, he suggested, pointing to a palm-sized piece of moss agate before him. This one? The plump man asked skeptically. You dare to doubt my ability in selecting stones? Lin Feng retorted. Haha, no, whatever you say goes. The plump man, fearing further protest, immediately picked up the moss agate to examine it closely. It was a window material, featuring a small opening, yet revealing a glimpse of blue beneath, suggestive of a glutinous ice type. Upon inquiry, he learned it would cost 52 million. Plumpman continued to haggle. Offer 10 million. Ultimately, the owner acquiesced, likely swayed by the stone's modest size. Haha, maniac, you truly have a knack for this. If this stone yields good jade, its value will undoubtedly soar, he exclaimed. As time passed, Lin Feng continued appraising for the plump man, while also selecting several exquisite jade pieces for himself. High ice-type emerald green, 2 yellow jades, blue jades, and 2 pieces of glassy seaweed flowers and floating flowers. Fengzi, do you think we'll be robbed staying here in the hotel? Surely, there are cameras in this hotel? If even guest belongings are at risk, then there is little reason for this hotel to continue operating. The following day, the jade exhibition and sale commenced as scheduled. Fengzi, I still have over 1 million left. Purchasing 1 or 2 stones will be more than sufficient. How much are you planning to spend on stones? Me? A purchase of several million should suffice. His primary objective is to acquire imperial-grade raw stones, disregarding other qualities unless they are particularly exceptional. You possess wealth. How impressive. After the two enjoyed the breakfast provided by the hotel, they promptly hailed a vehicle to their destination, the tribute trading market. Uncle Ming, Uncle Lu, we entrust the safety of this public auction to you. Xiaoming Xue expressed her gratitude towards the two. It is our duty, miss. You need not be so formal. They replied, indeed, miss. It is a privilege to accompany you to this exotic locale and experience its unique charm, little Lu added with a smile. Typically, he worked closely with the elder Xia, focusing on security tasks and rarely venturing out. This assignment provided a welcome change from the familiar surroundings of the Xia family, where he had long grown numb to the environment. The three of them proceeded towards the trading venue. This thought inadvertently led her to reminisce about Lin Feng. I wonder how that fellow is faring lately. Before long, Lin Feng and his companion arrived at their destination, as it was not particularly far. They disembarked and made their way directly to the trading market. In preparation for the exhibition, the organizers had meticulously arranged the venue. Alas, while the quality of raw stones here may be somewhat superior and the prices lower, everything else pales in comparison to domestic exhibitions. Just look at those back home. The ambience is far more pleasant, complete with seating and refreshments. What do we have here? The hefty man remarked disdainfully. You ought to be grateful. We are here to purchase raw stones, not for leisure or enjoyment, Lin Feng retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. The host was a local man from northern Myanmar, yet he spoke Chinese quite well, avoiding any awkwardness. As the host made his announcements, everyone began to select raw stones, meticulously examining them with flashlights. This was an opportunity for sudden wealth. No one would let it slip by, including Lin Feng and his companion. Fengzi, you head over there. I'll stay here. Let's split up and get started. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. In the realm of stone gambling, it is customary to wager individually, as joint investments complicate matters, especially when it comes to sharing losses. Lin Feng walked toward the other side. The sheer abundance of raw stones here was overwhelming, and it was prudent not to activate his X-ray vision unless absolutely necessary. After all, its usage was limited, and a malfunction could lead to complications. This also served as a test of his acquired knowledge. If he could discern jadeite without relying on his X-ray vision, it would signify a growth in his expertise. Chapter 85. A Small World, Exceptional Emeralds. The current phase was the observation period for blind bidding, where participants began to document and scrutinize the raw stones on the table. When the time for bidding arrived, they would inscribe their desired prices and submit them into a concealed box. Following this was the open auction, where the highest bidder would claim the lot. The raw stones in blind bidding had no reserve price. The highest offer would win, though no one would be aware of the bids made. These rough stones are rather ordinary. They include a variety of types, such as the common bean type and the glutinous type, which is prevalent and abundant. In contrast, the glass type and high ice type are rare treasures. Lin Feng did not linger long over the already unwrapped stones. Instead, he focused on the whole gamble stones. For such stones present a challenge and are the most likely to yield high-quality jade. This time, he meticulously examined the rough stones before him with a flashlight, not revealing any of his hidden cards. The skin of the stone appeared ancient, with fine grains, suggesting a promising quality. Based on the lighting effect, it seemed to range from glutinous ice to true ice type. He was currently observing a basketball-sized, gray-black rough stone from the Moenji source, which had a fair chance of being entirely green. Should it reveal an imperial green, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout northern Myanmar and even Yunnan province. After careful observation, he concluded that this stone was between glutinous ice and true ice, with an apple green color and no cracks. However, upon activating his X-ray vision, he was astounded to discover a significant piece of black moss within, rendering the stone incapable of producing even a bracelet. Lin Feng chuckled bitterly upon realizing the outcome. This internal black moss is often undetectable from the outside and is the most detrimental factor affecting its value. Such stones are regrettable to discard, yet tasteless to consume. Thus, Lin Feng swiftly bypassed it. A palm-sized moxisha stone appeared promising, with delicate granules. The light penetrated half of the stone, indicating the presence of ice type. Upon activating his X-ray vision, he confirmed his initial assessment. It was indeed ice-type jade. He quietly noted down the quality and identification number of the stones he had examined in a notepad. After surveying the area, he found no glass-type jade, indicating its dwindling availability. Having completed his exploration of the first row of stones without encountering anything that captivated him, He noted a few that could potentially see a significant increase in value, but their size was insufficient to truly entice him. It felt frustratingly as though his funds were insufficient. He spotted several stones that seemed promising, yet others would certainly have their eyes on them as well. Could he expect a low bidding price? Meanwhile, a woman clad in a short-sleeved white shirt and a yellow pleated skirt was also meticulously inspecting the rough stones, accompanied by two men. They were moving in Lin Feng's direction, illuminating the stones with their flashlights. This batch of rough stones appeared inferior to the last. Many remained unprocessed, and a few were excessively fibrous. She sighed and murmured to herself. The rough stones here did not originate from a single source, but came from various mines, featuring both new and old materials. This exhibition also showcased 3 enormous rough stones, 2 of which weighed several hundred pounds, while the last one tipped the scales at 2 tons, truly colossal, though it remained uncertain whether any jade lay within. Lin Feng shifted his attention to the right, not once lifting his gaze. Such a small rough stone. In his hand, he held a stone the size of an egg, grayish-black in hue, shaped like a triangle and somewhat flattened. Yet, upon closer inspection of its exterior, it exhibited remarkable qualities, embodying all the characteristics one would expect of jadeite. The lighting was favorable, suggesting a rich green hue, albeit regrettably not suitable for crafting a bracelet. Otherwise, its value would undoubtedly soar. He sighed and activated his X-ray vision. It seemed his appraisal skills were indeed commendable, as he had accurately identified yet another gem. Beneath the gaze of his enhanced sight, he beheld a verdant interior, icy in texture and devoid of impurities. If this material were of a larger size, its worth would be astronomical. He made a mental note to check later if the hefty buyer was interested. However, as he lifted his gaze and turned to the right, he found himself locking eyes with a pair of sparkling orbs. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted to something enchanting. Both seemed to forget to breathe, entranced in the gaze shared between them. They stood merely 20 centimeters apart, the sound of their breath mingling with a captivating fragrance that wafted toward Lin Feng's nostrils. "I'm here to gamble on stones," he stated candidly, feeling no need to disguise his intentions. After all, who wasn't he here for the same purpose? Gazing closely at the school belle's exquisite visage, he felt his heart flutter. There was not a single flaw to be found on her face. It was utterly perfect. Neither had anticipated encountering the other here, as if fate were weaving their destinies together. "You can go ahead and continue your work," Lin Feng remarked, stepping aside. A faint sense of melancholy washed over him, though he could not pinpoint the cause. What was happening to me? Why do I feel this way? Puzzled, he resumed his perusal of the stones. With half an hour remaining before the bidding commenced, Lin Feng swiftly examined the remaining raw stones. During this time, he encountered the hefty buyer, who had filled his notebook with numerous numbers. It was unclear whether he intended to purchase them all or for some other reason. Oddly, he had yet to come across a single imperial jade. The quality of this public auction was truly disappointing. However, just as he prepared to leave this row, an intense longing surged within him once more, stronger than before, compelling him to move toward a certain corner. Driven by this inexplicable desire, his gaze settled upon a black stone. This he gulped involuntarily. Goodness, such a size! What is this? Emerald? Through his X-ray vision, he discerned a fist-sized, vibrant green jadeite, quietly nestled within that black exterior, its clarity reminiscent of pure green glass. This was a stroke of fortune. He had to possess this raw stone. He fought against his impulse, resisting the urge to absorb the energy contained within it immediately. Emerald is a superior type of jadeite, more refined and considerably rarer than imperial jade. Furthermore, this emerald was enveloped in a layer of imperial jade. How could such a phenomenon occur? This raw stone was undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium find. Chapter 86, Upgrade of X-ray Vision. The bidding begins. The value of emerald is exceedingly high, especially considering this is the pinnacle of its kind. The outer layer remains a vibrant imperial green, devoid of any impurities or cracks, undoubtedly deserving the title of the crown jewel at this auction. At this moment, he is contemplating whether to directly absorb the mysterious energy contained within it, while acquiring it for the purpose of stone cutting and selling could potentially yield profits in excess of 100 million. Such rare jadeite of the highest quality possesses an energy that is irresistibly alluring. He simply cannot bear to part with it. Having reached a conclusion, he placed his large hand upon the black rough stone, slightly larger than a basketball. Instantly, a pull emanated from within him, specifically from the power of his eyes. In that fleeting moment, the green mist contained within the outer layer of imperial green began to converge along his right hand, flowing towards his eyes. Subsequently, the intensity of this pulling force intensified, causing Lin Feng's eyes to feel a throbbing discomfort. Despite this sensation, he did not cease absorbing the enigmatic energy. The pleasure derived from this absorption was exquisite. The throbbing in his eyes suggested he was nearing saturation. Could an upgrade be imminent? With this thought, his heart began to race. The upgrade of his X-ray vision was crucial, as it would significantly impact his future development. Soon, the energy belonging to the Imperial Green was entirely absorbed, and the throbbing sensation in his eyes became increasingly pronounced. To encapsulate Lin Feng's experience in a single phrase, he was in pain, yet relishing it. Ultimately, that powerful pull extended towards the fist-sized emerald. Upon contact with the energy from the emerald, Lin Feng felt a tremor within his soul, as if a wave of exhilaration coursed through him. However, at that moment, his eyes were struck by a sudden sharp pain, followed by an explosive surge in the pulling force. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had completely absorbed the emerald. Instantly, the black rough stone was reduced to mere waste. Fortunately, the absorption of this energy did not result in fragmentation. Otherwise, he would have faced a considerable loss. He silently expressed his gratitude. After completing this process, he discreetly slipped away. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding is now open for 15 minutes. Please place your bids for the rough stones you desire into the adjacent box, the host announced loudly. Fengzi, could you help me assess these rough stones? I need your expertise, the plump man inquired quietly. Sure, let's go take a look, Lin Feng replied. Subsequently, the plump man led Lin Feng to evaluate the stones he had his eye on. Among them, 2 particularly caught Lin Feng's attention, including the smaller rough stone. Hold off on bidding for now. Wait until the final minutes to place your bid. This approach will enhance your chances of winning. While waiting, Lin Feng's gaze shifted towards Xiao, not far away. However, the next scene left him astounded. No way. Is that Xiao Bai? Upon witnessing this, his mind went blank, and he thought, oh no, I'm going to embarrass myself again. He hurriedly covered his nose and discreetly retreated to a corner, pulling out a crumpled tissue to wipe it. Could it be that he has leveled up? After much deliberation, he became convinced that his X-ray vision had indeed been upgraded. To his surprise, the campus beauty possessed remarkable qualities. Regardless, he decided to place his bids. Come on, let us go bid, he urged his companion. I've been waiting for you to say that. For this piece, write down 120,000, and for this one, 150,000. With his enhanced vision, Lin Feng scrutinized the bids concealed within the dark box, offering his friend a reference point. The bids varied by only a few hundred or a few thousand, with some merely exceeding the previous bid by 100. If they continued to bid in such small increments, it would surely raise suspicions, leading to an uncomfortable situation. Moreover, Lin Feng placed several bids on raw stones, all of which had the potential for significant appreciation. After all, it would be foolish to forego profit. As for Xiao, he refrained from advising her further. They were not related, and she was from a prominent family, capable of sustaining losses. Soon, the bidding period concluded. The dark bidding has come to an end. We will now proceed to the open auction. Please make your way to the front square. The open auction provided seating, and Lin Feng and his companion, confident in their swiftness, claimed 2 seats. Lin Feng, are you sure you're not going to reserve a seat for the campus beauty? His friend leered at him. Don't give me that look. It's repugnant, Lin Feng retorted. Fine, I'll save her seat. As he waved at Xiao approaching from a distance, she made her way over. Meanwhile, Uncle Ming and Xiao Lu exchanged glances. Xiao Lu, that gentleman is the one who saved the young lady last time. Oh, so he is the one who rescued her? He doesn't seem all that impressive. Xiao Lu remarked dismissively after a fleeting glance at Lin Feng. He did save the young lady, so I suggest you temper your ambitions. She is not suited for you, Uncle Ming advised in a hushed tone. He was well aware of Xiao Lu's intentions. Nothing could escape the keen eyes of this old fox. I'm not. Xiao Lu shot back, his gaze towards Lin Feng revealing a hint of malice. All right, let us head over, Uncle Ming said. Young man, you'd best not attempt to pursue the young lady, or you shall come to regret it. The woman I desire shall not be approached by anyone other than myself. Xiao Mingxue plopped down beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng, did you place any bids in the dark auction? Her sweet voice reminded him of their earlier encounter, making him hesitant to meet her gaze, fearful that his ungracious eyes might betray him again. I placed a few bids, but I'm not very confident. What about you? I also bid on a few pieces, though I'm uncertain if I will win. Lin Feng inquired curiously, did you bid on those massive stones? No, I didn't dare to take the plunge. The probability of them appreciating significantly is quite low, and I prefer to avoid risks. Lin Feng silently agreed. Indeed, bidding on stones of such caliber required a hefty investment, and should they fail, it could lead to ruin. Ladies and gentlemen, the open auction will now commence. Presenting the first raw stone, sourced from Owanjis, weighing 32 kilograms, fully speculative material, starting bid at 500,000. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. Chapter 87. An expected conclusion. On the screen behind the host, a high-definition image of the raw stone was displayed, allowing the audience to appreciate its details. This particular stone had been unraveled, showcasing a vibrant green hue with a glutinous texture. Although it did not reach the icy quality, its substantial size promised the potential for approximately 100 bangles. I bid 60 million in Myanmar currency. I bid 62 million in Myanmar currency. 63 million in Myanmar currency. 64 million in Myanmar currency. Before long, the price soared to around 2 billion in Myanmar currency. 3 billion in Myanmar currency. 3 billion once in Myanmar currency. Twice, thrice, sold. The second raw stone, sourced from the Mogaung region, commenced bidding at 30 million in Myanmar currency. Lin Feng, as far as I know, all the items in this public auction are already unraveled materials, with no fully speculative pieces, Xiao Mengxue whispered. Oh, unraveled? Indeed. Behind Xiao Mengxue, Xiao Lu watched the two converse, a surge of anger igniting within him. Did this fellow disregard our presence? How dare he speak so closely to my lady? I find myself envious. I have never had such an opportunity. You better hope we do not meet alone, otherwise I shall make you aware of the disparity between us. As time passed, the auction swiftly progressed, with 30 raw stones sold. Xiao Mengxue successfully acquired 2 pieces, while Lin Feng and the plump man did not participate in any bids. The raw stones they were interested in had either been driven to exorbitant prices, as they merely sought stones to profit from the price difference, lacking a jade carving studio of their own. Thus, it was unnecessary for them to acquire costly raw stones, as the profit margin was minimal. By the end of the public auction, neither had secured a single stone, while Xiao Mengxue managed to acquire 4, all of commendable quality. Next, let us unveil the champion of this secret auction. The highest bid for the first secret auction was 6 million in Myanmar currency, and the winner was XXX. Ha! I won! The victor exclaimed excitedly. For the second raw stone, the highest bid reached 12 million in Myanmar currency, with the winner being the Su group. Yay, Mr. Su! We also won. Let us continue watching. For the third raw stone, the highest bid was 96 million, with Mr. Lin Feng as the winner. Wow, Fengzi! You're impressive. You just won. Congratulations, Lin Feng, on acquiring a piece of jade. Xiao Mengxue cast him a congratulatory glance. It's just a raw stone. Subsequently, as each secret auction result was revealed, everything unfolded as Lin Feng had anticipated. He and the plump man's bids consistently surpassed the previous bids by a slight margin. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengxue only won 7 out of the 21 bids she placed. I never expected such a low success rate. Miss, winning 7 is quite respectable. Her companions Ming Shu and Xiao Lu reassured her. As for the 3 colossal raw stones, they were sold for 30 billion, 42 billion, and 36.5 billion, respectively, with these figures reflecting Myanmar currency, not renminbi. Fengzi, the chubby man exclaimed, do you think those 3 colossal jade stones could appreciate in value? If they do, it would truly suffice for several lifetimes. Rest assured, such large raw stones rarely yield exceptional quality. At most, they might be of a glutinous to icy variety. And even that would only apply to a specific section, was the reply, derived from his ability to see through the stones. If there were a chance for a significant appreciation, he might even consider participating in the bidding himself. Thus, the public auction came to an end. Had I not discovered the raw stone containing emerald, it would likely have become the top bid, far surpassing the value of those 3 gigantic stones. Lin Feng felt fortunate to possess his X-ray vision. Otherwise, he would not have acquired such a treasure, though he merely absorbed the energy within, transforming the jade into waste. The real gain was the enhancement of his vision. Lin Feng, if those raw stones you bid on yield exceptional quality, remember to call me. I will offer you a fair price for them. Xiao Mengxue said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Absolutely, I promise to sell them to you, he replied, and soon the two parted ways. Chubby, let us prepare and head back to the hotel, he said, as they were in the bustling metropolis. A week had passed, and he promptly took out his phone to make a call. Sigh, don't mention it. I'm still in the metropolis. Plans have changed, and it will take some time. Yin-Yu responded, his voice heavy with concern. What happened? Have you encountered difficulties? Not exactly. My father unexpectedly assigned me extra work. How? Why? Are you free now? How could that be? Rest assured, I will definitely inform you before I leave. All right then, remember that. After ending the call, Lin Feng made his way to the courtyard. Sis, are you watering the flowers? Isn't that a redundant question? How did it go? Was your trip successful? Lin Xian asked gently. Her kindness towards him had always been unwavering. He felt as though he had saved an entire galaxy to deserve such a wonderful sister. It went smoothly. Nothing unexpected occurred. Sis, if all goes well, I expect to make a considerable profit this time. Xiaofeng, I think you should consider finding a proper job instead of always betting on stones. This industry is quite treacherous. I asked my friend, and she said that gambling on stones is a gamble of riches and ruin, all dependent on luck. Many times, even with the skill of discerning treasures, one can still suffer devastating losses, Lin Xian advised earnestly. Sis, you need not worry. Perhaps that is true for others. But for me, it is guaranteed profit. Lin Feng could only make promises with his words, unable to disclose his X-ray vision to her. If I were to slip out, it could lead to dire consequences, potentially causing a stir. Yet, there was a greater chance of being deemed a lunatic by others. Still, one could not dismiss the possibility of some individuals taking a keen interest. Seeing Lin Feng's demeanor, she could only shake her head in resignation. Well, if this is what my brother wishes to pursue, I ought to support him wholeheartedly. Since he enjoys it, let him be. After all, our family's circumstances have improved significantly, and there is little else to desire. Even if Lin Feng were to lose in his stone gambling in the future, that would simply be fate. Chapter 88. Arriving in the capital, looking down upon? Yin-Yu's call had not come. For the past 2 days, Lin Feng had been sequestered at home, diligently honing his skills and striving to enhance his strength. In the interim, he had also visited Lu Wenyuan's residence. 2 days later at last, Lin Feng made his way to the airport in the bustling metropolis, only to discover that the rotund individual was with Yin-Yu. Fatty, what are you up to? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. What do you think? You're heading to the capital without inviting me. What kind of morals do you have? Fatty retorted, launching into a barrage of complaints. Why should my trip to the capital concern you? I have matters to attend to, not just leisure, Lin Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. Well, if you have business, why not bring me along? Am I in your way? Fatty's words left him speechless and resigned. Fine, if you wish to go, then go. Your feet are your own. Yin-Yu, observing the antics of these two characters, could only chuckle in resignation. It was, after all, Fatty who had learned of Lin Feng's journey to the capital. Soon, the plane took off, and the trio embarked on their journey to the capital city. The capital, an ancient city of China, serves as the political heart of the nation and the focal point for various countries. Seizing this opportunity to broaden their horizons was indeed worthwhile. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without any unusual incidents, and they safely arrived in the capital. As the three emerged from the airport, Yin-Yu pointed to a black Hongqi sedan waiting at the curb. Lin, that car is the designated vehicle arranged by my family. Let us go. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit standing beside the car, his beard neatly trimmed. Uncle Mu, these are my friends, Lin and Wang, Yin-Yu introduced. Greetings, Uncle Mu. Lin Feng and Wang responded after exchanging pleasantries before entering the vehicle. Wow, this car is impressive, Fatty exclaimed. As a domestic luxury vehicle, it certainly exudes grandeur. Indeed, our homegrown automobiles are not necessarily inferior to foreign brands. It's all about the sentiment behind them. Yin-Yu remarked as they engaged in conversation about notable figures and events in the capital. Before long, they arrived at the Yin family's grand estate. This was an old-style Sihiyuan, quite spacious. Although the structure appeared somewhat antiquated, one should not underestimate its value. Such a Sihiyuan in the capital could be highly coveted, with some wealthy heirs striving to obtain it. Wealth alone was insufficient. One must also possess power. These traditional courtyards were not modern constructions, but remnants from the late Qing dynasty, built from precious materials such as nanmu and other rare woods, of which few remain in the capital, many having been destroyed during the war. My goodness, Brother Yin-Yu, what exactly does your family do? Are you truly just a red family? This Sihiyuan resembles the residence of ancient nobility, Fatty marveled, his eyes wide with envy as he took in his surroundings. This courtyard is, in fact, a reward bestowed by the state due to my grandfather's remarkable contributions and illustrious achievements. Thus, we were fortunate enough to acquire such a legendary compound. Yin-Yu absent-mindedly touched his nose, pondering the significance of receiving such an esteemed estate. indicating that his grandfather must have been a person of great stature in the past. Come, let us enter. I shall introduce you to my grandfather. With that, they proceeded toward a room at the back. Upon reaching the entrance, a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air, suggesting that the old gentleman had been consuming a considerable amount of herbal remedies. However, without these potions sustaining his life, he might have succumbed long ago. Upon entering, they beheld an elderly man with a pallid complexion sipping a bowl of dark herbal concoction, attended by an elderly traditional Chinese physician clad in white. "Old sir, I am astonished you have endured this illness for so long," the doctor remarked with a sense of wonder. "Well, if it weren't for your bitter herbal brews sustaining my frail existence, you would have no one to bicker with in the future. Indeed, you must recover, so we may engage in our friendly disputes for a few more years." They exchanged smiles, reminiscent of old friends. In truth, the old physician and the patriarch of the Yin family had known each other since their Middle Ages and had become close companions who could not resist their playful banter. Grandfather Yin greeted them, and the two elderly gentlemen nodded gently in acknowledgement. Yin continued, "Grandfather, these two are my friends. This is Lin Feng, and this is Wang Fushan. Lin, Wang, this is my grandfather, and beside him is Grandfather Guan, who has been diligently caring for his health. He is a renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine." "Greetings, Grandfather Yin. Greetings, Grandfather Guan." The two elders nodded slightly in response. "By the way, Grandfather, I have found a miraculous physician who may be able to treat your unusual ailment." At this revelation, the elder Yan's curiosity was piqued, and even Grandfather Guan could not help but glance up inquisitively. "It is my younger friend, Lin. Let us give him a chance. Perhaps he can cure your illness." Upon hearing this, Grandfather Guan's expression darkened, not because Yin had sought another doctor, but rather due to the fact that he had brought such a youthful lad to treat the elder's affliction. "Shall you? Are you certain you are not jesting?" Grandfather Guan glared at Yin with indignation. "Grandfather Guan, I am not joking. Lin's medical skills are rather unique, unlike anything I have encountered before. So I thought I would bring him to the capital to see if he could potentially heal grandfather's ailment." "Nonsense. Am I not aware of the nature of your grandfather's condition? In the entire capital, I am the only one who can barely prolong his life. I cannot cure him, and you expect this inexperienced youth to succeed?" He scoffed. Initially, he had been somewhat satisfied upon meeting Lin Feng and his companion, but now only disdain remained. Lin Feng, hearing such disparagement, felt a surge of indignation. What did he mean by inexperienced? "My youth does not diminish my capabilities. I assure you, my skills surpass your presumptions," he retorted, inwardly frustrated at the elder's dismissive remarks. Upon hearing the words of the old man Guan, the stout fellow immediately felt displeased. "Just because you cannot cure him, old man, does not imply that my brother cannot. Although it is true that the longer one practices medicine, the more skilled one becomes, there are always exceptions. My brother, despite having only practiced for a mere month, possesses remarkable medical skills that astonish all." "What did you say? How long have you been practicing?" The incredulous old man Guan stared at the stout fellow, asking once more. "Less than a month," the stout fellow replied proudly. Yet this was met with an even darker expression on old man Guan's face. "Young lad, if you're here merely as a guest in this capital city, I welcome you. However, if your purpose is to treat this old man, I advise you to abandon that thought. Do you even know who this old man is? Less than a month of practice. Are you jesting with me? If something were to happen to him, even with 9 lives, you could not bear the consequences." Old man Guan glared furiously at the two. "Just because you cannot, does not mean others cannot. Please refrain from looking down on people," Lin Feng nearly retorted, nearly calling him narrow-minded. But considering the old man's legendary status as a traditional Chinese medicine master, he opted for a more tempered expression. Young lad, I have practiced medicine for decades. Even I hesitate to claim a cure for this old man's ailments. And you, with less than a month of practice, what can you possibly do? Perhaps you can manage to brew some medicine, but treating him? That is quite another matter," old man Guan said, half amused and half irritated. Ganpagvan. How can we know without trying?" The stout fellow replied. "I have personally witnessed my brother treating others." Yin, sensing that if he did not intervene soon, the three would likely start arguing, knew it was imperative to step in, particularly to avoid the potential departure of Lin Feng, this unknown miraculous doctor. At that moment, old man Yin spoke up. "Little Yu, is this lad truly a doctor?" He cast a discerning glance at Yin. He did not entirely agree with old man Guan's perspective, yet neither did he oppose it. After all, as the pillar of the Yin family, if he were to pass away, their standing in the capital would undoubtedly plummet. With increasing pressure from rival families and the old man declining health. They were already facing covert attacks. Had the old man already departed, the situation would have been even more dire. He then recounted how Lin Feng had miraculously restored the legs of Lu Wenyuan and Modu, realizing that without such proof, his words would lack persuasion. Are you certain? Little you, did you witness this with your own eyes? Old man Guan's eyes widened in astonishment. A man who had been crippled for decades could stand again? If this were to be shared, it would likely not create a sensation, but rather be regarded as a mere joke. Of course, that would depend on who was sharing the news. If a reputable doctor were to announce it, the outcome would be quite different, likely resulting in a sensation. Grandpa Guan, this is what I have witnessed with my own eyes, Yin Yu affirmed firmly. Young man, are you insulting me? Do you not realize that had it not been for my traditional medicine, this old man would have long since embarked on his journey to the afterlife? Old man, I did not speak of you. The stout fellow sheepishly scratched his head, awkwardly glancing at the others. Old man, some ailments cannot be cured merely by medication, Lin Feng asserted. So tell me, do you practice Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine? Of course, I practice traditional Chinese medicine. Western medicine is nothing but a deceptive ruse. Upon hearing this, the expression on the old man's face softened slightly. Very well, young brother, my body has reached its limits, and I have lived long enough. If you're confident, do give a try. Old man Guan, since you cannot cure him, let him have a go, sighed old Master Yin. Deep down, old Master Yin had resigned himself to his condition, waiting to see how long he could endure. However, he would gladly welcome a few more days of sustenance, as he still had some unfinished business. All right, I shall dare to give it a shot, the young man decided, glancing at Yin Yu and then at old Master Yin, both exchanging a knowing look. Rest assured, even if you fail to cure me, it matters not. My old bones have held on long enough. And should you inadvertently send me to the afterlife, the Yin family will not hold it against you. You shall remain our friend, old Master Yin assured him. With your words, I feel more at ease to proceed with the treatment. Fatty, old man Guan, you two step outside for a moment. What? Am I to leave as well? Old man Guan queried suspiciously. Yes, I need silence to treat him. And what of this young lad? He shall stay. He may assist me shortly. Am I, an experienced physician, not capable of helping you? Old man Guan huffed in indignation at Lin Feng's remark. Indeed, but I fear I might startle you. As Lin Feng spoke, he activated his clairvoyance, witnessing a scene that sent chills down his spine. I hope you can cure this old codger. Otherwise, I shall certainly teach you a lesson today. He stormed off, fuming. Brother Yin, should you encounter anything unusual, please refrain from screaming or speaking. Understood. Though he did not grasp the reason behind Lin Feng's directive, he had no choice but to comply, hoping for a glimmer of hope. To his astonishment, the old gentleman bore a remarkably beautiful insect upon him. This was utterly bizarre, and Lin Feng's heart raced in disbelief. Now he understood why the old man suffered from nightly nightmares. It was indeed due to this exquisite insect. It appeared the old man had been cursed. Though the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, who would dare target someone of the Yin family stature? Lin Feng speculated it could be a rival of the Yin family. But without evidence, he could not provide an answer. For now, he needed to eradicate the insect residing in the old man's mind to facilitate his recovery. Who would have thought I would encounter the legendary cursed insect? Let me see just how formidable you truly are. He then produced the silver needles he had brought and deftly inserted them into several crucial acupuncture points on the old man's body. Subsequently, he placed his right hand on the old man's neck, channeling the scant energy from his dantian into his hand, transferring it into the old man's mind. Within that space, a small, vibrantly colored insect lay nestled, seemingly relishing its feast as it voraciously consumed the old man's essence. Chapter 90. Slaying the Illusory Heartworm, Backlash. Suddenly, the old man let out a muffled groan and opened his eyes. A piercing pain throbbed in his head, as if a steel needle had penetrated his skull, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Brother Yin, hold the old man down. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu promptly restrained his head. As the worm made contact with the spiritual energy that Lin Feng had infused, it reacted as if cotton were meeting fire, frantically fleeing like a mouse confronted by a cat. However, Lin Feng would not grant it the luxury of escape. He had long since embedded silver needles into several critical acupoints to prevent its flight, while simultaneously enveloping the exquisite worm with his spiritual energy using his left hand. Narrowing his eyes, he summoned a powerful true energy that swiftly coalesced into a vortex, driving the worm toward the old man's nostrils. The worm writhed desperately, attempting to break free from Lin Feng's control. Damn it, such a peculiar worm, it dares to resist. I refuse to believe I cannot handle a mere insect. Yin Yu observed Lin Feng's grave expression, puzzled and unsure of his thoughts, yet he dared not inquire for fear of disturbing him. Subsequently, the spiritual energy Lin Feng had gathered transformed into two spinning projectiles, advancing toward the worm. A faint sound emerged from its mouthparts. At that moment, the worm suddenly thrashed, and under the pressure of the terrifying spiritual energy, it managed to escape from the old man's nostril. It then attempted to flee at an astonishing speed. Yin Yu was startled as he witnessed such a beautiful worm darting from his grandfather's nostril. Lin Feng, seeing this, hastily released his hands, sending an invisible wave of spiritual energy to envelop the worm. Bound by the spiritual energy, the worm struggled in vain to free itself. Brother Yin, do you have a lighter? Yes. Lin Feng then seized the lighter and ignited the worm, which emitted a wisp of blue smoke. Hiss! Finally resolved. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng was astonished by the potency of his spiritual power. Yin Yu stood in shock, utterly astonished by the scene. He had truly seen it all in his long life. Brother Lin, what is this creature? How did it end up in grandfather's head? He looked at Lin Feng, still trembling with trepidation. If I am not mistaken, this is a goo worm, and quite a formidable one at that. It is the reason why Elder Yin has been plagued by nightmares and his health has deteriorated. Is it truly because of this worm? Yin Yu's face was a canvas of questions. But where did this worm originate? I suspect it may have been orchestrated by your family's adversaries, aiming to eliminate your grandfather, the cornerstone of your family. This would result in the Yin family losing its influence and status, ultimately benefiting them. Lin Feng whispered conspiratorially in his ear. Brother Lin, I'm deeply grateful to you, were it not for your intervention. Before he could finish, Lin Feng interjected, enough with the superfluous words. I am simply pleased to have saved this esteemed national figure. Let us now allow him to recuperate properly. Remember, for the next few days, he should adhere to a light diet, and after a week, we can begin to enrich his nourishment. With that, Lin Feng exited the room. Upon witnessing the door swing open, the rotund companions outside immediately gathered around. How is it, Fengzi? Has the old master been cured? Of course. With my intervention, how could there be any chance of failure? Oomph. Look at your smugness. Young man, did you truly heal him? Old Guan, with an incredulous expression, cast a glance at Lin Feng before rushing into the room without waiting for a reply. Shortly thereafter, both Yin Yu and Old Guan emerged. Young man, how did you accomplish this? That is my secret. Humph. You may keep your silence, but the fact that you have cured the old codger's ailment is indeed fortuitous. From this day forth, you shall have the formidable backing of the Yin family. Old Guan, my intention in treating the elder Yin was not for such rewards. I merely honored a promise made to Brother Yin. Enough. At my age, I have seen all manner of people. Hearing this, Lin Feng chose to disregard him. Meanwhile, in another lavish villa in the capital, a middle-aged man clad in a gray, form-fitting outfit could not suppress a mouthful of old blood, instantly feeling drained. Cough, cough. Who is it? Who dares to destroy the illusory heart goo that I painstakingly nurtured? He bellowed, his face contorting with rage, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. Who could it be? Wretch, do not let me discover your identity. I shall ensure you become fodder for my goo. At that moment, his furious shout reverberated through the room, causing the space within to tremble. It was precisely because Lin Feng had forced the goo out of the elder Yan's mind and eliminated it that he was now experiencing backlash. This colorful goo was the first of its kind he had cultivated. Never before had such a creature existed in the annals of goo history in Huaxia. This peculiar variant emerged due to a mutation during his cultivation process. Initially believing it to be a failure, he discovered that this colorful goo could indeed exert control over others, inducing nightmares at specific times, as if the host were ensnared by malevolent spirits, leading to exhaustion, frailty, and ultimately a demise of unnatural causes. He aptly named this colorful goo the illusory heart goo. The elder of the Yin family was the first subject of his experiment with the illusory heart goo, yet he had not anticipated that the old man would perish today. It seemed that the old codger had found a miraculous healer. Otherwise, a typical physician would never have fathomed that he had fallen victim to his illusory heart goo. This matter must be reported to the Liu family. With this thought, the middle-aged man's gaze turned cold as he picked up the phone and dialed Liu's number. Brother Liu, I owe you my deepest gratitude. If it weren't for you, my grandfather might not have lasted much longer. Yin Yu bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Do not mention it. Brother Yin, to save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. How could I stand idly by in the face of death? Moreover, the old master is a crucial figure in our nation, compelling me to exert my utmost in his treatment. In summary, dear Lin, our Yin family owes you an immense favor, a kindness that we shall never forget. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to voice your needs. If you encounter any troubles, provided they do not contravene the law or involve violence, I shall undoubtedly offer my utmost support. Brother Yin, you are too courteous. We are friends, and there is no need for formality. If I find myself in need, I shall not hesitate to ask. Chapter 91. Discoveries at Panjiayuan. Indeed, Lin Feng did not decline. Forming a bond with the Yin family would provide him with a reliable ally in the future, perhaps even facilitating certain endeavors through personal channels. It was only 11 in the morning, and Yin planned to take Lin Feng and the others on a tour of the capital, allowing them to experience the grandeur of this ancient metropolis. Brother Yin, are you not busy today? I've taken a day off. I shall return to work in a couple of days, as I have some matters to attend to. Subsequently, Lin Feng and the portly companion followed him in a sleek Hongqi sedan. This capital truly lives up to its reputation as a historic city. The Forbidden City is indeed magnificent. The portly friend gazed up at the towering walls of the palace. In truth, the real Forbidden City lies beyond. That is the authentic imperial residence of ancient emperors. However, it is currently sealed off to the public, being a national treasure. The risk of damage from unscrupulous individuals would be too great. And you explained, "Oh, so this is not the true Forbidden City?" Lin Feng and his companion looked at Yin in surprise. "Come, try this roasted duck. It is the authentic Peking duck. Delightful." "Indeed, Brother Yin. You locals are fortunate to have such a variety of delicious cuisine available. Should you ever crave roasted duck, simply let me know, and I will see to it that you are well satisfied." After a sumptuous lunch, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon, and the trio continued their exploration of the magnificent capital. "Brother Yin, I have heard that Panjiayuan is the pinnacle of antique streets in the capital. Do you know where it is?" Lin Feng suddenly recalled the famous Panjiayuan and could not help but inquire. Indeed, Lin, Panjiayuan is a renowned antique street, quite expansive and frequented by many, which contributes to its fame. If you wish to visit, I can take you there. Well, I would be grateful for your guidance." Brother Yin, there is no need for such formality between us. We are like family. You have healed my grandfather's ailment, and our entire family is indebted to you. This is but a small matter. Even if you were to desire an entire courtyard in this city, we would procure it for you. There is no need for that. My base of operations is in the Magic City, and I have no necessity for a courtyard here. Should I require your assistance in the future, I will certainly reach out. Brother Yin, Fengzi does not want a courtyard. I do. Please give me one. The portly friend shamelessly interjected. "Get lost, you glutton. Do you still have any shame?" The three exchanged jovial banter as they made their way towards Panjiayuan. Currently, Panjiayuan stands as the most popular antique market in the country, attracting an average daily footfall of 30 to 40,000, with numbers soaring to 50 or 60,000 on weekends. Here gathers merchants and collectors from around the globe. Some are here to discover hidden treasures, while others seek to sell their cherished antiquities. The variety of antiques is particularly extensive, encompassing nearly every genre from ancient to contemporary, both domestic and foreign. One can find exquisite calligraphy and paintings, ancient ceramics, gemstones, jade artifacts, intricate carvings, as well as some rare objects. Naturally, with genuine items, there are also forgeries, and the prevalence of high-quality replicas is astonishing. Some are so expertly crafted that even seasoned collectors may struggle to discern their authenticity. As the largest antique market, the stone gambling is an inevitable attraction. This is indeed the preferred avenue for many hoping to strike it rich overnight. "Fengzi, you aren't thinking of hunting for bargains again, are you?" The plump man inquired with great interest. Lin Feng could easily discern his intentions. "You're not thinking of having me examine your finds again, are you?" With your discerning eyes, my chances of finding a bargain increase significantly. "I truly admire your appraisal skills," he replied. Upon hearing this, Yin became intrigued. "What is this, Brother Lin? From your words, it seems you're quite the antique connoisseur." "Not quite a connoisseur, merely fortunate," Lin Feng modestly replied, having no intention of revealing his abilities. Then let us wander about. If we find something we fancy, we shall purchase it." Yin understood his modesty and chose not to elaborate further. The truth would reveal itself in due course. However, he was indeed surprised to learn that Lin Feng was adept at discovering treasures, in addition to his medical skills. The architecture in Panjiayuan is largely traditional, with stalls lining both sides of the road, leading to shops further back. "Fengzi, what do you think of that blue and white porcelain? Is it genuine?" The plump man pointed towards a blue and white vase at a nearby stall. It doesn't appear to be authentic, likely a modern imitation. Lin Feng replied after a brief glance, shaking his head. He did not rely on his enhanced vision for a thorough examination. The color of the vase revealed its modernity. If it were truly an antique, it would not exhibit such a hue, and the base's color was distinctly different. All right, since you've said so, it must indeed be a fake. The antiquities at Panjiayuan are truly remarkable, with an overwhelming array of antiques dazzling the eyes. Brother Lin, I know of an antique shop where the items are quite impressive. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting? Yin Yu suddenly recalled a time years ago when a friend had taken him there to purchase an antique. Although it was somewhat pricey, its authenticity was beyond doubt, and he was astonished to learn that the shop never sold forgeries. Oh, let's go take a look. The shop was merely a 2 or 3 minute walk away. Treasure Pavilion, such was the name of the antique shop. Upon entering, they found no one to greet them, save for an elderly man in his 50s or 60s reclining on a chair by the entrance. If you wish to purchase something, feel free to inquire. If you're not interested, please refrain from touching anything, as damages will incur compensation. Fengzi, this old fellow is something else. With that attitude, who would still buy? All right, he does have a point. If you're not buying, don't touch. Within this antique shop, the variety is indeed abundant. There are calligraphies and paintings, ceramics, as well as jade and precious stones, and even a few weapons. However, all these artifacts unmistakably bear the mark of antiquity, each one a testament to a bygone era rather than a product of modernity. The treasure trove boasts an impressive collection of genuine items. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, and to his astonishment, he observed nothing but authentic pieces. Although he did not stumble upon anything of exorbitant value, each item he encountered was worth at least several thousand, which left him quite amazed, as such shops are rare to find in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Lin, if you fancy anything, feel free to voice it. I shall cover the expense, his companion offered. No, I have my own funds, Lin Feng replied. Is this a bloodstone from the Han Dynasty? My word, is this truly a genuine work of Qi Baishe? Chapter 92, The Lucky Find of the Alchemy Furnace. And this, a gunmal from the Qing Dynasty. As Lin Feng reached the end of the shop, his gaze was drawn to a tripod cauldron, roughly the size of a wash basin. Upon it, he could faintly discern 3 rusted characters. Although they were not modern Chinese characters, the last one was unmistakably Ding, and upon closer inspection, he detected a subtle aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Could this be the fabled alchemy furnace? The mere thought ignited a spark of excitement within Lin Feng. If it were indeed such an artifact, he simply had to procure it. With his mind sealed with the knowledge of alchemy, he would undoubtedly pursue the art of pill making in the future. Without an alchemy furnace, he would be relegated to using a frying pan, which would cause the efficacy of the medicine to dissipate and diminish the success rate of pill creation. Moreover, through Lin Feng's penetrating gaze, he witnessed a remarkable scene within the furnace. A long-haired man clad in a Taoist robe was tossing in various herbs, infusing the mixture with his vital energy, generating intense heat, and ultimately refining 6 pills the size of longan seeds. What splendid fortune! Regardless, I shall acquire this furnace, Lin Feng resolved firmly, recognizing that such a treasure is rarely found. Boss, how much for this cauldron? He inquired. The elderly proprietor, upon hearing the question, opened his eyes and replied, 68,000. No negotiations. Wow, that's rather steep. The hefty fellow nearly exclaimed in outrage, taken aback that such a mere furnace could command such a price. All right, I'll take it. Lin Feng agreed readily. This sum was trivial to him, and the furnace was a different matter entirely, as it would enable him to concoct the legendary pills. He promptly retrieved his phone to make the payment. In this modern age, such convenient payment methods are indeed a boon, simplifying what once was a cumbersome process. After completing the transaction, Lin Feng perused the shop once more, yet he did not encounter any further items of interest, despite all being genuine. After the hefty fellow helped load the cauldron into the vehicle, the trio continued their excursion. They wandered through several more shops, where the hefty fellow expressed a desire to purchase everything he laid eyes on, certifying them as authentic. However, Lin Feng discerned that out of 10 items, 8 were forgeries or at best, high-quality replicas. One particular item almost deceived Lin Feng, as it was a high-quality imitation from ancient times. Nonetheless, it was ultimately a mere reproduction. Brother Yin, where can we find the gambling stones? How about we indulge in a little stone betting? Lin Feng was eager not to miss out on this lucrative opportunity. With such a remarkable tool for cheating, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Earning a bit of money to improve our meals would be splendid. Lin, Are you quite interested in gambling stones? Yin Yu inquired curiously, unaware that Lin Feng had experience in this realm. Indeed, I have dabbled a bit in this field before and made a modest profit. I have tasted the sweetness of success, Lin Feng replied. Goodness. Fengzi, you called it a modest profit? That's a windfall. The chubby friend rolled his eyes upon hearing Lin Feng's modesty. Old Yin, you have no idea. This guy, in one gambling session, made several tens of millions. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu gasped in astonishment. You, my friend, casually making tens of millions, that's ruthless. This is far superior to those in business. Indeed, many will spend their entire lives without earning a million, let alone tens of millions. Ha, Brother Yin, it's merely luck. I am not that extraordinary. Considered akin to winning the lottery, Lin Feng humbly chuckled. The chubby friend looked at him, itching to give him a good punch. Why had fortune favored him and not me? Luck is also a form of skill, Yin Yu remarked, patting his shoulder. In truth, Lin Feng pondered that it could indeed be regarded as luck. Encountering valuable jadeite would lead to substantial profits, while failing to find any would yield nothing, purely a matter of chance. As the trio conversed, they soon arrived at a designated area for stone gambling. As the largest antique market, this exhilarating pursuit was indispensable. The stone gambling section was outdoors rather than indoors, and with the recent streak of sunny weather, the natural light was ideal for examining the jade stones, thus attracting passersby and boosting the crowd's enthusiasm. At that moment, a buyer was in the process of unveiling a stone the size of a papaya, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Fengzi, it seems this place is quite popular, remarked one of the friends. Yes, but I wonder about the quality of these raw stones and whether they will appreciate in value, he replied. Let us move closer for a better look, they decided, squeezing into a spot. The chubby friend's large frame prompted a slender man to glare at him. But upon realizing the chubby friend's robust stature, he lost his resolve and allowed him to push through. Damn it, I've purchased 4 raw stones in a row, and not a single one has appreciated. They've all plummeted. Haha, with that fierce wife of yours, you're just asking for trouble. Hey, brother, I'm not saying you shouldn't dabble in this, but those with families ought to tread lightly. One misstep, and you could lose everything. Your wife wouldn't be too pleased. Indeed, if I had a wife, I wouldn't gamble. Wouldn't it be better to spend quality time resting together? Exactly. Engaging in physical activities is far more enjoyable than gambling stones. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as they squeezed in. Soon, the stone being unveiled was cut open. Alas, brother, luck does not favor you today. The stone cutter sighed. Upon hearing this, the buyer was instantly filled with disappointment. Master, there is no need to cut the other pieces. This stone should be cleaved in half, and both surfaces are of little worth, as they are merely of the bean variety. The young buyer's face was a portrait of disappointment. Very well, then. Here you go. The stone cutter handed him the 2 severed pieces. Just then, an abrupt voice interrupted. Wait a moment, sir. Do you still want this stone? If not, would you consider selling it to me? Well, if you're interested, make me an offer. Lin Feng smiled at the thoroughly disheartened buyer. All right, if you desire it. Take it. I purchased this rough stone for 800. Just sell it to me at cost. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. Really, Feng? He has already revealed it. It's just a piece of waste stone. Why would you still buy it? The stout man rushed to stop him. Chapter 93. Is this it? A gem emerges from the pile of refuse. Rest assured, when have I ever conducted a loss-making business? Even Yin Yu, standing nearby, wore a puzzled expression. Amidst the peculiar gazes surrounding him, Lin Feng proceeded to purchase half of the severed waste stone. Can this young man truly not discern that this rough stone has lost all its value? How could he spend such a sum on it? Ah, the folly of youth. Sighed the stone cutter. Master, please continue to reveal it. Cut here, and then here. Lin Feng gestured simply with his finger. Very well. The stone cutter did not refuse his request, eager to see if a stone nearly deemed worthless could still yield a miracle. If it did, this stall would surely create a sensation in the area. After securing the half stone, the cutter pressed the switch, and a hissing sound ensued. What do you think? Is this lad out of his mind, or simply affluent enough to waste money? I believe he must be a rich second generation, merely seeking amusement. Indeed, that seems likely. Despite the murmurs about him, Lin Feng paid them no mind. Laugh all you want. Soon enough, you won't be able to contain your astonishment. Just wait until I dazzle your eyes. As time ticked by, finally, after 7 or 8 minutes, the stone-cutting machine ceased its operations. The master opened the machine cover, yet what unfolded next left him utterly astounded. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. He struggled to accept this reality, seeing the master's expression. The surrounding spectators grew curious. Could it be that it has turned green? That cannot possibly be. It was merely a piece of waste stone. How could it turn green? Yet, judging by his reaction, it seems it has gained value. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the master trembled as he cradled the revealed waste stone in his hands. Before their eyes, an enchanting hue of green emerged from the once worthless stone. How can this be? A piece of waste has revealed green? My goodness, am I witnessing a miracle? No, this is impossible. I purchased this rough stone, and it was just waste moments ago. Yet now it has dramatically increased in value. The most exaggerated reaction came from the original buyer of the stone, a young man of modest height with a stubbled face. Impressive, my dear Feng. You managed to uncover a gem amidst the refuse. Truly, you are a master of stone gambling. The stout man praised, giving a thumbs up. Now, he finally understands that Lin Feng cannot be viewed through the lens of an ordinary person. This young man is indeed an enigma, a true anomaly. Even someone as seasoned as Yin-Yu, who has witnessed much in life, finds this outcome particularly astonishing. He possesses a certain knowledge of gambling stones. Yet it is rare to encounter a treasure emerging from what is deemed waste, as is the case with Lin Feng. The hint of green and the clarity of this jadeite could certainly be classified as ice-type imperial green, a grade of considerable value. Once these individuals grasped the situation, bids began to emerge rapidly. After all, ice-type jadeite is exceedingly rare, and each piece is one less in existence. This handsome gentleman, I offer 500,000. Sell it to me. I bid 550,000. Huh, I shall join the fray as well. I bid 600,000. Young man, this raw stone was sold to you by me. Would you consider selling it back? I offer 650,000, exclaimed a middle-aged man with palpable excitement. Let us see who can offer the highest price. The highest bidder wins. Lin Feng declared. 670,000. 680,000. 690,000. 700,000. Soon enough, the price soared to 1,000,000. Witnessing this frenzied bidding, Yin-Yu himself began to feel exhilarated. Ah, old Yin, did you see that? For Fengzi, making money is as effortless as drinking water. Indeed, I have come to witness it. The ability to unearth treasures from mere waste is truly formidable. Ultimately, this piece of ice-type jadeite was sold for an astounding 130,000 to a middle-aged man, though not to the initial buyer, but rather to another. Fengzi, is there any other stone here that is likely to appreciate significantly? Please help me select one, the stout man implored, his mouth watering at the sight of Lin Feng's effortless earnings. Are you lacking funds? Lin Feng shot him a glance. How could I not? My money comes from my elder. Now I wish to earn for myself. Reluctantly, Lin Feng acquiesced and selected a smaller raw stone for him, one that could yield a profit of several thousand. Most of the other stones were devoid of value, rendering them unworthy of investment. Acquiring them would only lead to losses. As expected, upon being cut, yet another bidding war ensued, netting the stout man a profit of 48,000. Ha! Fengzi, you're my brother, my true brother. Get lost. Don't be so twisted. I'm not into that. Lin Feng pushed the stout man away, eliciting a wry smile from Yin-Yu. Who are these three young men? How do they possess such remarkable skills in gambling stones? I do not know, but their luck is indeed extraordinary, especially that young man in white. He seems to find treasures even among waste. His fortune is truly astonishing. Is it merely luck? Without some skill, who could discern potential from mere waste? You are right. This young man is not to be underestimated. The trio soon departed from the stall, as there was no longer any reason to linger. It held no further value for them. However, their remarkable performance attracted an influx of new customers to the stall, drawing in more gamblers. This raw stone contains such a large piece of jadeite. Haha, this fortune is meant to be mine. At that moment, Lin Feng stood transfixed before a gray raw stone the size of a rice bowl. Regrettably, this jadeite lacks the ethereal quality it once possessed. Fortunately, the raw stone was not overly expensive, costing less than 10,000. As Lin Feng acquired another piece of fully intact material, both he and the plump companion exchanged glances, wondering if this individual had stumbled upon another high-quality jade. However, cutting it here would likely cause quite a stir. Witnessing Lin Feng effortlessly amass over 10 million, Yin-Yu found himself a loss for words, ultimately concluding that he was not of this world. Chapter 94. The purchase of acupuncture instruments causes a stir. The plump companion was somewhat more accustomed to such sights, having experienced it before. Moreover, with Lin Feng's assistance, he had earned a respectable 2 to 3 million. Initially, Lin Feng had inquired whether Yin Yu wished to try his luck, but Yin Yu declined outright, as his status was rather distinguished. Engaging in stone gambling at such a venue could lead to significant troubles if noticed by the wrong individuals. Brother Yin, do you know where I might procure acupuncture silver needles? I seek to acquire several sets of the finest silver or gold needles for future medical use. Lin Feng suddenly recalled his intention to master the art of using qi to manipulate needles, realizing that ordinary needles would not suffice. It would be prudent to possess a high-quality set. Furthermore, he harbored a bold idea regarding the use of qi in conjunction with acupuncture techniques, particularly in the face of danger, as it could serve as a formidable means of defense. Such items fall under the category of medical instruments, and they should be available at specialized medical equipment stores. While they indeed pertained to medical instruments, he was uncertain whether they would carry the specific acupuncture tools he required. Very well. As night descended, the capital's evening was surprisingly tranquil, devoid of the anticipated clamor, though the outdoor temperature had turned slightly chilly. In the Yin family courtyard, Yin Yu raised a glass towards Lin Feng, saying, "Brother Lin, I toast to you in gratitude for saving our esteemed elder's life. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality." "Ha! Young Lin, I am Yin Fu Xiong, Xiao Yu's father. You may call me Uncle Yin or Yin Bo. We owe you a great debt, for without your intervention, our family would have faced considerable difficulties." Yin Fu Xiong rose to bow deeply, but Lin Feng, quick to act, promptly prevented him. "Uncle Yin, please, I cannot accept such gestures." "Ah, young Lin, I am Lin Xian, Xiao Yu's mother. If you do not mind, you may call me Aunt Lin." A warm smile graced her face. "All right, Aunt Lin," Lin Feng replied, eliciting a beaming smile from her. "Brother, is this the handsome gentleman who cured grandfather's ailment?" Yin Xiao Qian inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Ru Qian, mind your manners," Yin Yu's father admonished gently. "Xiao Qian, this is your elder brother Lin Feng. He is older than you, so you may address him as Brother Lin," Lin's mother added with a smile. "Oh." Upon receiving her father's reprimand, she responded somewhat petulantly. "Young Lin, that is just her nature. Please do not take offense. Nevertheless, this girl possesses a kind heart, and I hope you both can engage with each other more in the future. Indeed, Uncle Yin, Aunt Lin, it is no trouble at all." During the meal, Lin Feng introduced the corpulent fellow to the others, facilitating their acquaintance. By the time the dinner concluded, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Meanwhile, in another part of the capital, at the Zhang family estate, the patriarch received word from his informants that the venerable elder of the Yin family had been cured by a young man named Lin Feng. Who would have thought that this old man possessed such resilience, surviving even this ordeal? Who exactly is Lin Feng? It is said that he is merely a young student, yet to graduate from a university in a magical city. Oh, a university student cured the ailment of a Yin elder? How can that be? What method did he employ? Zhang Guofeng, the head of the Zhang family, wore a perplexed expression. "This remains unclear. Dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate this Lin Feng." "Understood." Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, "Father, the elder of the Yin family has been healed. It seems we must revise our plans." Lu Zhengxiong glared at his son in anger, demanding, "Who performed the healing?" "The rumor is that it was a student from the Magical City University." Anyone who dares to thwart the Lu family's endeavors must face our wrath. Send someone to teach this boy a lesson, but spare his life." "Very well, father." Lu Tao then turned to depart. Young man, blame yourself. If the Lu family desires your demise, then you shall meet it. As long as you live, we shall remain in our current state. And it is merely unfortunate luck that has brought this upon you." A sinister smile crept upon his face. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, by healing the Yin elder, he had inadvertently attracted the ire of such formidable adversaries. "Brother Lin, I have news regarding the gold and silver needles you requested." "Oh, so soon?" Lin Feng replied. Considering the immense influence of the Yin family in the capital, acquiring high-quality gold and silver needles should pose no challenge. "I happen to have a friend whose family is engaged in the medical equipment business, and it is said that he possesses excellent silver and gold needles. I have already arranged for him to deliver them, likely arriving tonight." "Thank you, Brother Yin," Lin Feng expressed gratefully. "Is there a need for such formalities? From now on, consider the Yin family as your own while you are in the capital." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt deeply moved, sensing Yin Yu's sincerity. "And what of me? Are you all conspiring to isolate me?" The corpulent fellow complained from the side. "Haha, certainly not. We will include you." As evening fell, none of the group ventured out. Lin Feng remained with the elder Yin, playing chess, while the corpulent fellow fed the fish in the courtyard, and Yin-Yu leisurely brewed tea while observing the game. TSK, young Lin, your chess skills are quite impressive. I cannot even anticipate your next move, the elder Yin praised. How amusing. Chess is my forte, Lin Feng replied. However, in the several games played, he intentionally lost 2 out of 3, for respecting one's elders is a cherished virtue. Consistently allowing the elder to win might lead others to perceive him as lacking in propriety. Elder Yin, your strategies are indeed superior. Look, you've almost checkmated me again. Upon hearing those words, the venerable Yin felt a twinge of displeasure. You young lad, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. On the surface, it appears you possess greater prowess, yet in reality, your strategies are far superior. Alas, age brings with it a decline in capability. Deep down, however, the old man harbored a profound gratitude towards Lin Feng, admiring his character. He recognized that Lin Feng had been subtly yielding to him, which caused the smile on his face to deepen beyond its usual warmth. In contrast, Yin-Yu, who lacked knowledge of the game, perceived Lin Feng's skills as inferior. Chapter 95, Wang Shui, there is a traitor among us. Little Lin, henceforth refrain from calling me old man. If you don't mind, do address me as Grandfather Yin instead. It feels more affectionate. The elder suggested. All right, Grandfather Yin, Lin Feng responded without a moment's hesitation. Having never known his own grandparents, he felt a touch of unfamiliarity in suddenly calling someone else grandfather, yet it also instilled a sense of belonging, making him feel as though he had finally found a warm and respectable home, albeit one without his sister. As night descended, the vibrant nightlife of the capital began. Around 8:30 in the evening, a visitor arrived at the Yin family compound. He was the friend Yin-Yu had mentioned, engaged in the medical equipment business. Brother Wang, it has been a while. How have you been? Yin-Yu inquired courteously. Haha, Indigo, are you not aware of my life? I am perpetually preoccupied with business matters, leaving no time for leisure, unlike you, who scarcely works a handful of days each week. The man, a handsome individual in his 30s, replied. Am I truly that idle? Yin-Yu retorted before shifting topics. Enough of that. Let me introduce you to a couple of friends. With that, he led his companion to where Lin Feng stood. Lin, allow me to present to you Brother Wang and Wang Fushan, both hailing from the Wang family in the capital. He is the next candidate for the family heir. Yin-Yu enthusiastically introduced the two parties. Hello, handsome. Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Ha ha. Wang Shui immediately burst into laughter, showing no discomfort at the moniker. On the contrary, he relished it, as it brought him joy to be called handsome daily. The stout fellow stifled a chuckle, for it was undeniable that Wang was indeed quite dashing. My dear friends, should you require my assistance in the capital, do not hesitate to ask. I shall lend a hand without reservation. However, let me clarify that this is not merely in consideration of Indigo. It is a genuine offer. I am not one to act based on others' reputations, but rather on fate and personal affinity. Even if one were a rogue, if I took a liking to them, I would still offer my help, he declared with a generous spirit. Haha, do not be surprised by his demeanor. He truly is such a character, often referred to as strange brother, Yin-Yu explained with a chuckle. After a brief conversation, Wang Shui produced a suitcase from his possession and opened it, revealing exquisitely packaged acupuncture instruments. Wow, those needles appear remarkably sharp, the stout fellow said, leaning in for a closer look. Indeed, they are crafted from a special alloy, exhibiting exceptional toughness, making them resistant to breakage and wear, Wang Shui elaborated. Gazing at the acupuncture needles within the box, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was a superior set of needles, far surpassing those silver ones he had purchased elsewhere. Hearing from Brother Yin that Lin was a physician of remarkable skill, Wang Shui curiously inquired, Pray tell, Brother Lin, have you dedicated yourself to the study of traditional Chinese medicine, mastering the art of acupuncture? Ah, I see. However, I hold the practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine in the highest regard. Those Western doctors simply do not measure up. Therefore, I focus solely on the medical instruments required for traditional Chinese practice, leaving the Western machinery to my brother, Lin Feng replied. Subsequently, Yin-Yu led a few individuals to a pavilion, where they sipped tea and engaged in light-hearted conversation. The following day, at the Liu residence. Yes, master. With that, he strode toward the door. Wait, also investigate the current condition of that old man from the Yin family and report back to me. Keep a close watch, commanded the master. Understood, master. No matter who they are, anyone who dares to thwart the grand plans of the Liu family shall not meet a favorable end, remarked an elder from the Gu tribe, his brow furrowing. Master Liu, Since the poison cannot handle that old man, I believe you must seek alternative methods, suggested Mr. Meow. Ah, but aren't you curious about the individual capable of breaking your illusion heart goo? Lu Jingxiong smirked, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Well, I must admit, I am indeed eager to know. This illusion heart goo is a mutated insect, and I'm not entirely confident in my ability to unravel it, Meow conceded. At the Yin residence, Yin Yu remarked, Grandfather, father, it appears someone desires her downfall. His expression turned icy. Alas, it may be more complex than that. I suspect we have a traitor within our ranks. Yin Yu's second uncle, Yin Chunguang, pondered aloud. What? A traitor? Yin Yu's father, Yin Fuxiong, was taken aback. This was no trivial matter. If there truly was a traitor, then every move the Yin family made would be under constant scrutiny. After all, who else could have placed a curse upon the old master? According to Shaolin, such a curse could only be cast while one slept. Otherwise, it must be done face to face. This suggested that someone had taken advantage of the old master's slumber. Upon reflection, this suspicion seemed indeed plausible. But who could it be? Furthermore, that individual must have tampered with the food to ensure the old master slept soundly or was rendered unconscious. Otherwise, he would have certainly sensed such a large insect entering his body. Yin Chunguang speculated about the sequence of events. Nevertheless, it must be said that Lin Feng is truly an extraordinary individual. He was able to detect and eliminate such a creature. Remembering the day Lin Feng vanquished the illusion heart goo, Yin Yu couldn't help but be astonished, simultaneously admiring Lin Feng's prowess. Father, uncle, Lin Feng is a friend I made in the Magic City. It was due to witnessing him heal a martial artist's crippled leg that I invited him to take a look. Who would have thought that fortune would still favor us? Xiao Yu, we owe you a great debt. Had you not invited Brother Lin Feng, we cannot fathom what our fate would have been, Yin Fuxiong graciously acknowledged. Indeed, father, Yin Yu replied. Having gathered some clues, it was time for me to arrange for a few individuals to conduct an investigation. With that, Yin Fuxiong departed. Chapter 96. Conspiracy, captured in a dark room. Come on, your sister is not a child. Surely she knows how to cook. Have you forgotten who kidnapped her last time? At that moment, a golden van came to a halt before the two men, and two men stepped out of the vehicle. Hey, come with us, one of them commanded. Who are you? By what authority do you demand we accompany you? The heavier-set man retorted, his expression dripping with disdain. That is not for you to decide. Take him down first. The two men immediately launched an attack. Whoa! Lin Feng and his companion were not about to remain passive. They quickly retaliated. However, a dramatic scene unfolded as Lin Feng's punch struck the taller man squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Goodness, am I really that strong? Lin Feng stared in astonishment at his own handiwork. Even the heavier-set man managed to bring down his opponent. Suddenly, a suspicious-looking man lurking by the roadside pulled out his phone and began making a call. Before long, a police car arrived and several armed officers disembarked. Freeze! Hands on your heads and squat down, bellowed the lead officer. The others brandished their firearms and shields, encircling the group. Wow, they really called in the cavalry. The heavier-set man spat, visibly discontented. The shady man approached the police, saying, Officer, I witnessed these two unprovokedly assault those two gentlemen. Such unruly behavior must be met with severe punishment. We cannot allow our capital to be rife with such individuals. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's anger flared. You bastard! Say that again if you dare. Behave yourself, one of the officers shouted, pointing a protective device at Lin Feng. Take them away. Thus, despite their reluctance, the two were escorted into the police vehicle, assured that the truth would reveal them as the victims. The two assaulted men were also taken along. After the police left, the man who reported them smirked. Now you can enjoy the rest of your lives in prison. Who told you to offend the wrong people? He then climbed back into the golden van and drove away. In the Chaoyang District Police substation, Lin Feng and the heavier-set man were separated and led into two interrogation rooms, their hands and feet shackled. Name? Asked an officer seated across from Lin Feng. Pen poised to take notes. Age? 22. Gender? At this point, Lin Feng shot the officer a bewildered glance. Are you blind? Male. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his irritation. Where do you reside? Magic City. Why did you engage in violence? Shouldn't you investigate the surveillance footage first? Lin Feng replied tersely. Apologies. Our team has already looked into it. The cameras in that area were damaged earlier this morning. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately sensed the undercurrents of a conspiracy. I'm asking you a question. It was they who suddenly halted beside us, alighting from their vehicle to demand that we accompany them. Lin Feng explained earnestly. Do you still dare to argue? Bystanders have testified that you assaulted someone without cause. What did you say? 10 years? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng could hardly contain himself, yet his hands and feet were restrained, leaving him powerless. The officer, indifferent to his plight, merely followed the directive he received. Ensure these two remained here for a time of reflection. In another room, a portly man faced a predicament akin to Lin Feng's. Damn it, a band of incompetent officers arbitrarily detaining individuals without discernment, claiming a decade for a sewing machine. How outrageous. At the entrance of the police station, it was suggested, as long as you fulfill this task, a promotion would be well within reach. Thank you in advance, the male officer said, producing a pack of fine cigarettes for the two. With that, they departed, reminded to keep the affair confidential. Alas, this job was rather favorable. A beating could yield 5,000, though the pain was considerable. Who could argue? Here as hoping for more opportunities. In the dim room, Lin Feng seethed with indignation. Who could it be? I seem to have made no enemies in this capital. Arriving here only to be subjected to such experiences, this city has truly opened my eyes. In the Yin family estate, meanwhile, within the Liu family compound, the father remarked, those two have already been detained. Good. Let there be no traces left behind. Let them languish for 10 or 20 years, and by then, that old fool of the Yin family will surely have departed this world. Father. That old fool is quite resilient. Having been drained of so much essence by Master Miao's cursed insects, he must be in poor health. I estimate it won't be long before he meets his end. Lu Tao chuckled wickedly. Very well. I shall have someone keep watch. Oof. How dare they detain my people? A loud crash echoed as glass shattered. Yin Yu glared at the man before him. Have you ascertained the reason for their detention? Young Master Yin, from my investigation, it appears that the two gentlemen assaulted another individual and were reported. Impossible. A man of such girth struggles to act, and Lin is known for his integrity. How could he possibly be the aggressor? There must be foul play afoot. Chapter 97. Interrogation. Young Master Yin personally rescues his comrades. Young Master Yin, I have uncovered another lead. The license plate of that golden van is Jing A45687. Have you identified the owner? Upon hearing the clue, Yin Yu's expression brightened slightly. Not yet. We have only traced it to someone named Husan. Wait, did you say what? Husan? Indeed. It can't be him. Oof. This Husan is a lackey of the Liu family. Very well, Liu family. It seems these cursed insects are indeed your handiwork. Given all this, how could the astute Yin Yu fail to deduce the true orchestrators behind these machinations? Lin Feng rescued the old man, Yin, and vanquished the cursed insects, thus incurring retaliation from the one who unleashed them, none other than the sorcerer himself. The Liu family stands as the most likely culprit, for they are currently embroiled in the fiercest conflict with Yin-S family, while others do not dare to act so brazenly. With the traitor within the family yet to be apprehended, Lin Feng and his companion have already found themselves ensnared. For the moment, the priority lies in securing their release before devising any further plans. Prepare the vehicle. I shall personally visit the 2nd Division. Yes, young Master Yin. Lin Feng pondered the fate of his portly friend, anxious to devise an escape plan, yet he found himself powerless, his phone confiscated. Resigned, he sat in the dim confines of the small room, activating his vision to locate his friend. To his surprise, he discovered that the portly one was not far away. Ah, fatty, perhaps this confinement will serve you well. You might just mature a bit. As his gaze swept through the police station's conference room, he noticed an unfamiliar individual. The aura around this person struck him as oddly familiar. Of course, it's the scent of the cursed insects. This individual is the sorcerer. Within the conference room, a young man and an oddly dressed elder were interrogating the officer questioning Lin Feng. Officer, that person is still here, correct? Haha, young Master Liu. We wouldn't dare release him without your command. Well done. The young man nodded in satisfaction. Master, what are your intentions? The young man, Liu Hao, the heir of the Liu family, was the one orchestrating the plot against Lin Feng and his companion. We shall press him for answers on how he broke my illusory heart curse and ascertain his identity and background. Should he possess formidable connections, I, with my old bones, may not withstand the repercussions. His implication was clear. The Liu family must uphold their end of the bargain, lest he bear the brunt of any ensuing calamity alone. Rest assured, in this capital, he is but a dragon who must be tamed. This is my territory, and no matter his prowess, I will manage him. Lu Tao proclaimed with feigned confidence. Haha, with your assurance, I can rest easy. Yet, internally, Lu Tao mused, humph, wily old fox, should he truly wield immense power. And should you venture for revenge, any demise shall not be my burden. Let us proceed. I wish to meet this young man. Yes, young Master Lu. The male officer then guided them towards Lin Feng's location. How audacious, attempting to deal with me within these walls. At that moment, Lin Feng's countenance darkened. With a creak, the door to the small room swung open, revealing the very individuals he had seen through his enhanced vision. Officer, you may step outside. I wish to speak with him privately. Understood. The elder sorcerer scrutinized Lin Feng, gazing intently for 2 minutes without uttering a single word, seeking answers from his expression. However, he was met with disappointment. Youth, impressive. You remain so composed in my presence. Who are you? Why should I fear you? Why? Haha, indeed, quite commendable. The elder cast a scornful glance at him. Speak, how did you break my illusory heart goo? If you confess honestly, perhaps I could persuade them to grant you some leniency, maybe a slightly brighter little darkroom, for the light here is too dim, and I fear you may struggle to adjust, lest you fall into a state of depression. Enough of that, old man. You need not concern yourself with me. Is that colorful goo worm of yours your creation? Though he had already surmised the answer, he sought confirmation. Indeed, it is my creation, one that I have invested considerable resources and efforts in nurturing, and it is truly one of a kind, as this particular goo worm is a result of mutation, making it impossible for another to exist unless a similar mutation occurs again. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng silently rejoiced, grateful that he had slain the worm. It appeared that the old man referred to it as the illusory heart goo. What sort of goo is that? Old man, what exactly do you intend to achieve by coming here? Surely, you do not merely wish to inquire how I broke your goo? Haha, young lad, you are quite straightforward. And so, I have come here for 2 reasons. To ask how you dispelled my illusory heart goo, and to request your assistance with a matter. Do you truly believe I would divulge how I vanquished your goo? As for your request for help, I suspect you are merely daydreaming. At this moment, Lu Tao beside them began to applaud. Well done, young man. You possess great courage, but here in this capital, your bravery pales in comparison to us. There's a saying. Before he could finish, Lin Feng interjected. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Am I correct? I am glad you understand. I reiterate, if you wish to extract anything from me, you are merely dreaming. And you, old man, daring to place a curse on Lord Yen. You must be tired of living. Upon hearing this, not only did the old man's expression shift, but Lu Tao's demeanor also darkened considerably. Young man, you have no evidence. Your words are meaningless. Evidence? Is it not easy to procure? Lin Feng smirked. Young man, since you refuse to be forthright, prepare to spend your life in this cell. Just then, before they could open the door to exit, a voice sounded from outside. Young Master Yin, what brings you here? My people are confined here. What do you think I am doing? Yin Yu shot him an angry glare. Your friend? Here. Upon hearing this, the male officer suddenly appeared dejected. This young master, Yin, hold a position among the elite in the capital. Who would dare provoke him? We are finished. Yin Yu forcefully kicked open the door to the little dark room, confronting the Gu clan member and the middle-aged man directly. Lu Tao, you possess quite the audacity. Chapter 98. The Insider's Plot. A tripartite standoff. Yin Yu, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Do you not have any awareness? I merely heard that an exceedingly difficult prisoner had been brought to this jail, so Officer Lin requested my assistance in the interrogation. You? Do you have the qualifications to interrogate? Are you a policeman? You. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao was rendered speechless. He then attempted to leave, but Lin Feng's voice resonated from within. Brother Yin, do not let them escape. That old man is the one who placed the curse. The astonishment was not solely his. Even Lin Feng wore a bewildered expression. What a revelation. The concealment was profound enough to have deceived even me. The members of the Gu clan and Lu Tao had once again appeared on a rooftop not far from the police station. They nearly escaped. Master Miao, I advise you to lay low for the next few days. Otherwise, if the Yin family discovers your whereabouts, there will be no escape for you. From Yin Yu's demeanor, it is evident that he shares a significant bond with them, rendering it impossible for you to extract information from him for the time being. I understand. I shall refrain from making any appearances for now. However, I am determined to uncover the secrets that boy possesses. Subsequently, Master Miao departed alone. Observing this, Lu Tao's expression turned icy. Old man, if it weren't for your potential usefulness, I would have eliminated you by now. Officer Lin, is there an issue with my 2 friends leaving? Yin Yu inquired of Officer Lin. The officer hesitated, torn. The Lu family had instructed him to ensure they remained detained for a decade or 2. Allowing this young Master Yin to take them would leave him unable to explain himself later. Yet, upon reflection, Could he afford to offend the Liu family? Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Release them. After all, retaining them could lead to consequences he could not bear. Young Master Yin, no problem. You may take them. You randomly arrest people without cause, colluding with the Liu family. Await your investigation. In the Yin residence, Yin Fuxiong furiously shattered a teacup on the floor. The Liu family truly believes they can act without consequence, do they? They dare to be so despicable. Father, according to Brother Lin's speculation, this poison was indeed instigated by the Liu family. It was precisely because Brother Lin neutralized their poison that they resorted to this scheme. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows how they would have treated those two. Indeed, this time, our Yin family has implicated them. Approaching Lin Feng and his companion, they expressed, Xiao Lin, Xiao Wang, we apologize for the trouble our Yin family has caused you. Uncle Yin, you need not say that, came the response. If you had not aided us in treating the elder, perhaps this incident would not have occurred. It is because you thwarted their poison that the perpetrators sought to eliminate you. Rest assured, the Yin family will ensure your safety. I will assign protection. For now, we must gather evidence to hold the Liu family accountable, Yin Fuxiong declared with indignation. Indeed, had we not allowed him to escape, we might have gleaned something substantial. There is another matter, the informant. Uncle Yin, acquiring evidence would be much simpler if we could apprehend this traitor. I refuse to believe that this informant knows nothing. Lin Feng suggested. That is indeed a sound strategy, but how do we capture this informant? Yin Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. I have a plan for dealing with this informant, but Yin Fu and Yin Yu looked at him with intrigue. While even the portly fellow wore a curious expression, the traitor undoubtedly remains within the Yin household, biding their time for the next opportunity to strike. Therefore, we shall disseminate the information that although the elder Yin has been freed from the venomous curse, his health has sustained damage. If left undisturbed, he may live for at least another 5 years. However, should he be provoked, the outcome could be dire. Brother Lin, is this statement based on reality or merely a facade for external consumption? The authenticity of this matter is of paramount concern to the Yin family. Naturally, it is a fabrication. The elder Yan's health has improved significantly, and he should be able to live for another 8 to 10 years without issue. Is that so? This is splendid news, Brother Lin. We owe you a great debt for this revelation. Now, what precisely is your proposed strategy? My approach is to publicly announce this information and subsequently relax the care and surveillance surrounding the elder. Of course, this will be a mere pretense, designed to give the traitor the illusion of opportunity. Our goal is to compel him to act. Otherwise, capturing him will prove exceedingly difficult. Doesn't that pose an excessive risk? A look of concern crossed Yan's father's face. Risks are inherent, but this is presently the most effective method to unearth the traitor swiftly. As long as he remains at large, the Yin family will find no peace. Upon hearing these words, both Yin and his father steeled themselves and ultimately consented to this course of action. There was no alternative. It was indeed the only feasible solution. However, they needed to consult with other members of the Yin family to gauge their opinions. Although Yin Fuxiong held the reins of power, collective deliberation was prudent. The capital city is an ancient metropolis, having given rise to several prominent families since the establishment of the nation, who wield significant power. Initially, the Yin Feng and Lin families jointly governed, but later the Liu family emerged, their contributions elevating their status to a level comparable to the other families. Now, after the passage of time, these prominent families have cultivated extensive networks across the capital and the nation. However, the current state of affairs is one of a tripartite balance. The Feng and Yin families align with one another, while the Lin and Liu families are allied, leaving the Zhang family to maintain a position of neutrality. Historically, the Yin and Liu families have been embroiled in fierce disputes, ranging from trivial matters to significant territorial conflicts. Yet, the elders have often turned a blind eye. The Feng and Lin families also experience some discord, though not as intensely as the former two. The Zhang family, meanwhile, observes from a distance, refraining from involvement, as their entry could disrupt the delicate equilibrium. This neutrality is also attributed to the influence of the legendary figure known as the Number One. Chapter 99. The Traitor Revealed. With hidden truths? I never anticipated that this fellow would receive the protection of the Yin family and be regarded with such importance. Father, this individual was summoned by Yin Yu, but it seems he possesses only a modicum of medical knowledge. However, he has thwarted our plans, and we cannot allow him to evade consequences. Our Liu family has invested 2 years into this scheme, only for him to dismantle it. I have dispatched someone to uncover his background. Lu Tao picked up 2 sheets of paper, examining them closely. Oh, what have you discovered? That young man hails from the Magic City, a student of the prestigious Magic City University. He is an orphan, with only an elder sister to his name. Previously, he was destitute. Yet inexplicably, he has recently come into considerable wealth. It is rumored that he struck it rich through gambling on stones, and has since purchased luxurious cars and opulent residences in the Magic City. Oh, I had presumed he was a person of high status or a scion of a wealthy family. Since he is merely an inconspicuous individual, he poses little threat. Nonetheless, a measure of punishment is warranted. Otherwise, my resentment shall remain unquenched. Fear not, father. I shall ensure he regrets opposing us. By the way, there is another piece of information regarding him. During his time in the Magic City, he became quite close to a woman from the Xia family. Lu Tao has thoroughly investigated Lin Feng's background. Oh, the Xia family? Which Xia family, one might ask? The Xia family of Sujiang. What? This young man has managed to establish a connection with that esteemed family? He is merely fortunate enough to have garnered the attention of a woman from the Xia family. Currently, their relationship is superficial and warrants little concern. Tower, continue to monitor that young man, and do not let up on the Yin family either. Keep a vigilant watch. And should an opportunity arise, we must act decisively. Our informants should remain undiscovered, allowing us to operate from the shadows. Rest assured, that old fool must perish. The following day, Yin Fuxiong publicly declared, specifically to the family, that the elder Yan's health has deteriorated due to the previous infestation of a parasitic insect. He must avoid any agitation, as he is yet to fully recover and requires tranquility, thus should not be disturbed. This marks the first step of our plan. The next will depend on the actions of the insider. However, half a day passed without any signs of unusual behavior from the servants or family members. Could it be that we have misjudged? Is there truly no insider? Yin Yu, seeing the lack of activity, began to harbor doubts. Patience, let us wait a while longer. Lin Feng reassured him. Once everything is arranged, all must proceed as usual. No one should specifically follow or investigate, as that might inadvertently expose our intentions and alert the enemy. Therefore, all actions must align with public expectations, appearing as authentic as possible. Hey, Fatty, does your family genuinely deal in jewelry? Do you have any other ventures? Lin Feng had always found Fatty's family background somewhat enigmatic, suspecting he had not been entirely forthcoming. What is the matter? Do you not believe me? It's not a matter of disbelief. Rather, your demeanor raises my suspicions. Fatty was taken aback, fearing that this young man might have uncovered something. How could that be? My family primarily engages in the jewelry business, though we focus more on foreign trade. You know how lucrative that can be, he said, forcing a smile to mask his discomfort. Is that so? Lin Feng chose not to press further. Perhaps this fellow had his reasons for reticence, or perhaps there were matters he preferred to keep private. After all, who is without secrets? Just then, a figure clad in white passed through the courtyard, heading towards the kitchen, catching Lin Feng's attention. Is that not one of the individuals close to my second uncle? Suddenly, Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision, scanning the woman before him, deliberately avoiding certain confidential areas that he felt were best left unseen, as to do so would evoke a sense of guilt. However, this brief glance caused his brow to furrow. It seems an insider has emerged. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth as he stood up, feigning a trip to the restroom. The woman, after surveying her surroundings and finding them vacant, boldly made her way to the kitchen, which was currently unoccupied as it was still early for meal preparation. The Yin family's meals were prepared by a dedicated aunt, whose culinary skills were exceptional, although she harbored some fear after the previous incident. Despite the fact that she was not the perpetrator, the multitude of eyes within the Yin household observing her was exceedingly uncomfortable. Once this task was completed, she resolved to find an excuse to leave the Yin residence, collect her payment, and depart from the capital. If necessary, she would flee abroad, where she could finally attain her freedom. Secretly, Xiao Xian devised her plan. Upon entering the kitchen, she promptly closed the door. From her pocket, she extracted a packet of white powder, which, at first glance, appeared innocuous. She swiftly opened the package and poured the contents into a purple clay teapot, the very one used daily by the venerable Mr. Yin for his tea. Lu Xiao, I hope you fulfill your promise. Otherwise, I shall not rest until I drag you down with me. Even in death, she muttered through clenched teeth, preparing to exit the room. However, as she opened the door, she was momentarily taken aback to find 5 individuals standing outside. Lin Feng, the chubby man, Yin Yu, Yin Fu, and Yan's second uncle. What are you all doing here? She stammered, her body trembling with fear. What are we doing? That is a question we should be posing to you. Yin was the first to respond. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak plainly. What benefits has the Liu family offered you to risk remaining in my Yin household as a spy? Yin Fuxiong's expression darkened. I don't know what you're talking about, head of the Yin family. I merely entered the kitchen to find something to eat. I didn't have enough for breakfast, she stammered, her eyes betraying her evasion. Not enough to eat? Is that true? Why, yes, it is. Then what exactly were you seeking in the kitchen? I didn't find anything. I was just intending to. Enough with your excuses. What were you truly doing in the kitchen? At this moment, even a clever person could deduce your intentions. If you confess, leniency may be granted, but if you resist, you should understand the consequences that await you, the second uncle interjected. Upon hearing this, she felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. Head of the Yin family. I was coerced. I beg you to let me go. She finally burst out, her voice quivering with desperation. Coerced? The Liu family forced you? Why would they do such a thing? Do you possess any leverage that they hold against you? Yin Fuxiong pressed, while the others stood silently, observing the unfolding drama. That Liu family's young master threatened that if I did not comply with his demands, he would ruin me. She began to sob. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than they had initially perceived. Please articulate your thoughts clearly and thoroughly. If you truly have your reasons, we may consider leniency. Additionally, disclose your connections with the Liu family. Very well. Since we have reached this point and your actions have been uncovered, it is prudent to be forthright. Perhaps it may spare you from a dire fate. However, if you persist in concealing the truth, you may face the most severe legal consequences. The patriarch of the Yin family is a prominent figure in the nation. How could you not be aware that drugging and plotting against him is a capital offense? Moreover, it could implicate your entire lineage, affecting every generation to come. Subsequently, Xiao Xian candidly recounted her entanglements with the young master of the Liu family, revealing some of the family's secrets as well. Given her inability to extricate herself from this predicament, she decided to drag the Liu family down with her. How despicable the Liu family is! Yin Fuxiong exclaimed in anger. Indeed, the Liu family cannot be spared. Father, this evidence is sufficient to warrant a raid on the Liu family. Yin Yu's face darkened. Eldest brother. Yin Yu's second uncle hesitated to speak. Fear not. This matter does not concern you. She was merely acting under orders, and I trust you. Yin father assured his brother with a reassuring glance, aware of his concerns. Through Xiao Xian's narrative, the group learned that her actions against the patriarch were indeed driven by desperation. Furthermore, her employment at the Yin household was also coerced. It was said that she was once a celebrated star, later pursued by the young master of the Liu family, who lured her out for a meal and drinks. Ultimately, she was intoxicated, and he took advantage of her, leaving behind videos and photographs to blackmail her. Her original name was not Xiao Xian, but Mu Linxian. Upon hearing this name, the group recalled a stunning beauty who once captivated the music industry years ago, renowned not only for her melodious voice, but also for her exceptional dancing. However, she gradually faded from the spotlight. Who could have imagined that the Xiao Xian before them was the same Mu Linxian from years past? Yet, how had she come to this state? As a former celebrity, it seemed inconceivable that she would become a servant. No, it appeared that the Liu family had forced her into this situation. Yet her current appearance differed significantly from her former self. While she still possessed a certain charm, a scar marred her once flawless visage. Had it not been for that scar, she would indeed resemble the Mu Linxian of yore. You could have chosen to report this, though it might have led you into an irretrievable abyss. But who can you blame? Your personal life has been chaotic. Your desire for wealth has led you to consort with such scoundrels as those in the Liu family. Even so, you should not harm others for your own sake. Yin Fuxiong scolded her harshly. Do you comprehend the nature of the patriarch of the Yin family? How dare you associate with such filth? Mu Linxian knelt on the ground, weeping, yet not a soul approached to comfort her or show her sympathy, for she was deemed unworthy of it, despite being a victim in her own right. Brother, enough. The truth has been revealed, and now it is time to take action against the Liu family. My second uncle cannot bear to see her continue weeping here. If this matter can be resolved entirely, it would not only restore peace to the Yin family, but also alleviate the threat to Mu Linxuan's safety. However, she will still face the consequences she deserves, for conspiring against a high-ranking official is a grave offense. Even if she was coerced into it, that does not absolve her of responsibility. Her initial approach was flawed. Meanwhile, Yin, Lin Feng, and the others remained present, while Yan's father and third uncle departed to prepare for confronting the Liu family. What shall we do with this woman? Fengzi mused, surprisingly feeling a twinge of sympathy. Get lost. I refuse to be involved. Who knows how I might meet my end one day. Brother Yin, this is now in your hands, Lin Feng said, passing the burden onto him, as there was no way he could shoulder it alone. Yin Yu sighed in resignation and approached Mu Linxian. Come, we must resolve this matter. Your tears will not change anything. If we can bring this to a conclusion, you will no longer face threats from the Liu family. Ultimately, the punishment you face remains uncertain. However, if you cooperate, it may only result in imprisonment. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully, she replied, only to dissolve into tears once more. With Mu Linxian as a witness, dismantling the Liu family would become considerably easier. Concurrently, the Yin family had dispatched individuals to investigate other undisclosed secrets of the Liu family, ensuring their downfall was inevitable. 2 days had passed since Mu Linxuan's testimony, a period of profound tranquility for her. Lin Feng and the others enjoyed themselves, occasionally venturing out to explore the ancient capital's charm. On the 3rd day at last, results emerged. According to the evidence gathered by the Yin family, the Liu family's leader, Liu Zhengxiong, was summoned for investigation, along with Liu Tao. Not only them, but the entire Liu family would be subjected to scrutiny. This event sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the capital, as it was no trivial matter. Furthermore, the Liu family's clandestine dealings were brought to light, stirring a considerable uproar in the city. Who would have imagined the Liu family would audaciously overstep their bounds? Indeed, they had previously engaged in minor schemes. Now they dared to commit grander misdeeds. The downfall of the Liu family would elevate the Yin and Feng families to the status of the most powerful clans in the capital. Speculations regarding the Zhang family's stance abounded within the city, with a cacophony of opinions swirling. In the Yin household, voices of anger echoed. The Liu family deserves this. They have brought this upon themselves. From the moment they began their ascent, I suspected their ambitions were nefarious. Now, they have been revealed for their heinous acts. Particularly Liu Tao, who bears the weight of numerous murders, all of them linked to the powerful. Such a person should not be allowed to live. It would be an affront to justice. The guests in the Yin family's living room expressed their indignation. Chapter 101. Searching for leads and confronting the elder of the Gu clan. Indeed, it is fortunate that we have resolved this matter. Indeed, we owe much to Xiaolin. Had it not been for him, our father would still be tormented by that wretch, and the existence of this traitor might have remained concealed. Henceforth, we shall publicly declare that Lin Feng is an eternal ally of the Yin family. Anyone who dares to bully him shall face the wrath of the Yin clan. At last, this matter has been resolved. The Liu family has faced retribution, and Mu Linxian has also been punished, liberating herself from the Liu family's threats. However, it was unexpected that this incident would unveil her background. Remarkably, Mu Linxian is the granddaughter of that person. With him in the picture, her punishment has been considerably mitigated. Lin Feng and Yin Yu were engaged in casual conversation within the courtyard. Is it already time to leave? Can't you stay a few more days? No. I shall return when time permits. I believe I will come back to the capital. Very well. I shall arrange your tickets. Yin Yu replied with a hint of resignation. Haha, you must be the one to book them. The portly man insisted, justifying it as the host. Wait, I've suddenly recalled that there's still an unresolved matter. Lin Feng exclaimed, remembering the old man who practiced witchcraft. Have they captured that old sorcerer? It seems not yet. The police have stated they are still tracking his whereabouts. Yin Yu responded with a wry smile. This is troublesome. I cannot leave just yet. If that old wretch remains at large, it could lead to endless consequences. The repercussions would not only affect the Yin family, but also himself. Back in that dark room, that old man had sought him out specifically to extract information, but had failed. Thus, Lin Feng must remain vigilant. Allowing him to escape would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Such individuals are exceedingly perilous and must be dealt with promptly. In a dim corner of the capital, an elderly man clad in coarse cloth was preparing to flee. Despite possessing remarkable skills, he had thus far evaded capture. Most of the Liu family had been apprehended. This man would certainly not escape unless his status as a practitioner allowed him to elude the authorities. His stronghold lay in the Xiangxi region, a place unfamiliar to him in the capital. It was precisely this individual that Lin Feng had recalled, prompting him to postpone his departure by a day or two to assist the Yin family in capturing this sorcerer. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. How do you plan to find that old man? The portly man inquired. Naturally, I have my methods, Lin Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Furthermore, the Yin family had mobilized the entire police force of the capital, and news would soon emerge. At that point, I shall take action. Conventional force would surely be inadequate to confront that old man, Thus it may require someone like Lin Feng to step in when necessary. Another half-day passed. Yin hastily called Lin Feng, informing him that there was a lead on the old man. Without delay, Lin Feng rushed to the location, an old alleyway, somewhat dilapidated, yet an excellent hideout. At this moment, Yin was waiting nearby for Lin Feng, accompanied by a dozen armed police officers. Lin Feng disregarded the police and approached Yin directly. This old wretch certainly knows how to choose his hiding places. Lin Feng gazed upon the dilapidated courtyard before him. According to the information provided by the authorities, that old scoundrel was hiding within this very enclosure. To avoid alarming him, we dared not approach. As he spoke, Lin Feng activated his clairvoyance, scrutinizing every detail within the courtyard. Before long, he indeed spotted the elderly man who had once confronted him about how to break the curse of the insect plague, lurking in the innermost room. "Ha, old rascal. This time you shall not escape," he scoffed to himself. "Brother Yin, you and your team keep watch here. I will go in and apprehend him." "Be careful," came a cautious reply. The other officers refrained from voicing further opinions. Prior to their arrival, they had been instructed to follow young Master Yan's lead. With that, Lin Feng ventured in unarmed, as he possessed no weaponry aside from a few acupuncture needles, which would suffice. He leaped over the wall, which was only 2 meters high, making every effort to remain silent lest he disturb the old man. Yet, just as Lin Feng stealthily approached the room, the elder suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Who goes there?" He promptly burst out of the door. "Ah, you discovered me. My apologies. Perhaps I made too much noise," Lin Feng said with an embarrassed expression. "It's you? How dare you come here? How did you find this place?" The elder glared furiously. "What does it matter how I found it? Why should I fear coming here? Is there some dark secret you wish to hide?" Lin Feng retorted, disdain evident in his tone. Silver-tongued brat. You got lucky last time, but this time I shall see how you fare. I offer you 2 choices. Either you confess how you broke my heart insect curse, or I will place a curse upon you, controlling you as my puppet, and perhaps I may spare you. "Ha, old man, do you truly believe it is possible?" Lin Feng replied, anger fueling his laughter. "Then let me show you my insects. I hope you still possess your confidence when the time comes." With a flourish of his sleeve, the elder summoned several enormous wasps that soared forth. "What the hell? How does this old man carry these creatures with him?" Lin Feng was taken aback by the sudden emergence of the wasps. However, recalling the energy residing within him, which seemed to be the natural enemy of such insects, he felt no fear. He deftly dodged their attacks while seizing opportunities to stun several wasps, subsequently crushing them underfoot. "Ah, you little brat. How dare you treat my insects in such a manner? I shall kill you." The elder's fury escalated as he witnessed his insects being systematically annihilated. It must be said, though the old man appeared aged, his agility was remarkable, defying the expectations of an elderly individual. Bang! Crack! Take this, old man. Chapter 102, The Life Insect. Defeating the elder of the insect clan. This old fellow is remarkably powerful. He has certainly cultivated his skills far longer than I have. Such strength is nothing like what one would expect from an elder. It is truly terrifying. If it weren't for the advanced nature of my cultivation method, I might not have been able to withstand it. Lin Feng was taken aback, constantly searching for weaknesses amidst the elder's onslaught. I see it now. My clairvoyance allows me to clearly perceive the movements of others, does it not? With this thought, he promptly activated his clairvoyance. Instantly, the movements of the Gu clan elder appeared as though captured in slow motion, enabling him to discern each frame and the trajectory of the attacks. With his clairvoyance engaged, Lin Feng navigated the elder's strikes with the grace of a fish in water, astonishing the elder with his agility. How has this little brat suddenly become so fast? I can't even graze him now. Has he been hiding his true strength all along? From the moment Lin Feng dispelled his goo poison, the elder suspected that Lin Feng was anything but ordinary. He had never regarded him as a typical opponent. This cannot continue. I must eliminate this brat swiftly, or there will be complications. Thus, he concentrated all his internal energy into his hands, waiting for the opportune moment to thrust towards Lin Feng's right arm. Observing this, Lin Feng hurriedly evaded the attack. "You little brat, prepare to meet your end." The elder fumed, nearly hopping in rage. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he pressed his palms against his abdomen and began to push upward. What trick is this old scoundrel up to now? Suddenly, a peculiar insect crawled out from his mouth, flapping its wings before darting at Lin Feng with alarming speed. Goodness, I knew this old fellow had no good intentions. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. If that is the case, then do not blame me. Let me show you how I will eliminate your insect. While maintaining his clairvoyance, he retrieved a needle he had brought along, pinching its tail between his fingers. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, he hurled the silver needle at the approaching insect. Due to the needle's slenderness, there was no sound of it piercing flesh. However, it was imbued with Lin Feng's unique spiritual energy. A faint, high-pitched scream emanated from the insect, followed by a resounding explosion. Instantly, the elder coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You little brat," he exclaimed, but Lin Feng was swift, transforming his palm into a blade and striking the elder's neck, rendering him unconscious. "Ah, old fellow, consider yourself unfortunate." Observing the ruptured insect still wriggling on the ground, Lin Feng raised his right foot and, with all his strength, stomped down. Finally, the goo insect perished. This peculiar goo insect was the elder's life essence. Without a couple of years, he would find it difficult to recover. This insect had been nurtured with his very essence, forging an inexplicable bond between them. Having completed all this, Lin Feng summoned Yin Yu and the others waiting outside. "Brother Lin, have you killed him?" Yin Yu gasped upon seeing the motionless elder on the ground. "No, he merely fainted." "Well, that's a relief. If you had killed him outright, I fear it would attract unwanted attention." "Understood, young Master Yin." Indeed, who would have thought that a trip to the capital would be so exhilarating? Lin Feng exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. "Ha ha ha, you harbor resentment. How dare you?" Many members of the Liu family are currently under investigation, uncovering a plethora of secrets. And those aligned with them, the Lin family, are experiencing a palpable pressure. In the capital, the Lin family is in a precarious situation. "Father, the Yin family has fallen. Our circumstances are rather dire." Lin Xiaodian, the eldest son of the Lin family patriarch, wore a grave expression. "We must sever all ties with the Liu family immediately. We cannot allow any incriminating evidence against the Lin family to surface, or else our lineage shall face ruin." Lin Yi commanded with a somber countenance. "Yes, father, but I wonder if the Liu family has betrayed us. If so, we must prepare accordingly." "How dare they? The Liu family is nothing." When the Lin family was at its zenith, the Liu family had yet to be born. In terms of heritage, they cannot compare. In strength, they are equally inferior. In power, they fall short as well. Were it not for the mysterious figure backing them, the Liu family would have no standing in the capital. "Go forth and make the necessary arrangements. We must swiftly eliminate any lingering ties and find scapegoats for others to bear the blame. We must endure, for we are not the most powerful in the capital and cannot afford to disregard everything. Indeed, this city is not dominated solely by them. The neutral Zhang family wields even greater influence. It is said that the Zhang family has some connection to that enigmatic figure, though the truth remains uncertain, which is a significant reason many hesitate to target the Zhang family. At the Yin family estate. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. I will book your flights shortly." "Excellent. Ha ha, Brother Yin, do visit the magical city often. When you come, I shall treat you to the finest delicacies it has to offer," the fat man cheerfully remarked. "Ha ha, I shall remember your words." Suddenly, a striking figure entered the room. "Brother," she said, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. "Ling Go, are you free this afternoon? I would like to take you to the old summer palace." She hesitated, glancing at Lin Feng as she posed the question. "Yes, I am free." "Then let us go for a stroll. This legendary old summer palace has not been seen by my eyes since its devastation at the hands of foreign invaders. It will be good to witness it now. I want to go too," the fat man exclaimed hastily, fearing he would be left behind to nap at home. Upon hearing the fat man's desire to join, a subtle glimmer appeared in Yin Xiaoqin's eyes. In truth, she wished to have a moment alone with Lin Feng. But since the fat man insisted on accompanying them, she reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 103, Discoveries at the Ruins, A Return. Autumn in the capital is breathtaking. A tapestry of golden yellow and crimson hues, a sight to behold. The ruins of the old summer palace, ravaged by foreign coalition forces, lay in disarray, with collapsed walls and scattered debris, each telling the tale of the horrors experienced in those times. The trio, 2 men and a woman, strolled through the remnants of the garden, moving slowly. "Damn it, witnessing this scene infuriates me. I cannot fathom the suffering endured back then," the fat man lamented. "If only you had been born a few years earlier, you might have enlisted and given those foreign devils a taste of their own medicine. Perhaps the old summer palace would have been spared," Lin Feng jested from the side. The laughter of Xiaoqian nearby brought an indescribable sense of comfort and sweetness. Alas, this place was merely a relic. The 3 wandered, pausing intermittently until they unknowingly arrived at the site where the 12 bronze heads once stood. They chose a spot on the floor to sit. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze inadvertently fell upon an object, a half-buried stone brick, somewhat regular in shape. yet adorned with the distinct features of jadeite. Could it be? Was the goddess of fortune truly by my side? Lin Feng hastily activated his X-ray vision, and instantly, he penetrated the stone brick's facade. How could jade be here? Where did this raw stone originate? Was it possible that certain areas of the old summer palace were constructed with jade? Just moments ago, he had glimpsed within the brick, revealing a piece of imperial green jade the size of an egg. Indeed, it was imperial green. Should I absorb it? Lin Feng hesitated internally. But this was a relic. Would it be inappropriate to absorb it directly? At that moment, the two plump friends noticed Lin Feng's shifting expressions. Fengzi, do you have a stomachache? Are you a worm in my belly? Lin Feng shot him an exasperated glance. With a chuckle, Xiaoqian couldn't suppress her laughter. Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Just pondering what the scenery of this garden must have looked like in its prime. It must have been breathtaking, he replied. Of course. Have you not seen the restored photographs? They are truly stunning. No wonder it is called the finest garden, Xiaoqian remarked with nostalgia. Lin Feng wrestled with his thoughts, but ultimately decided to absorb the imperial green he had seen. Leaving it behind would mean it would be neglected, exposed to the elements. While he could utilize it, perhaps it would be a chance to do good deeds in the future. Resolute, he knelt before the stone brick, placing his palm upon it. A sudden surge of attraction emerged, drawing forth the ethereal energy from the imperial green, which coalesced in his dantian and then flowed into his eyes. Is Fengzi really interested in that stone? The plump friend observed as Lin Feng seemed to caress the brick. Do you have a girlfriend? Xiaoqian inquired. Well, not yet. Why? Miss Yin, are you interested in me? He laughed shamelessly. How conceited. He only answered a simple question about having a girlfriend, yet he assumed someone is interested in him. Are all men like this? Lin Feng, still absorbed in his task, was unfazed. What were you doing just now? Mind your own business. Who is minding you? After a while, the trio continued their exploration elsewhere. The afternoon passed swiftly. That evening, Shaolin, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Yin Fuxiong expressed his gratitude. Uncle Yin, if it truly comes to that, I shall not hold back my words, Lin Feng replied with a laugh. Shaolin, I have nothing of great value to offer you, but I do possess an item that may pique your interest. With that, Old Master Yin produced a yellowed tome from his pocket, an artifact that seemed reminiscent of a bygone era. Grandfather Yin, what is this? Lin Feng inquired, his face reflecting astonishment as he caught sight of the inscriptions upon the cover. I acquired this from an old friend. I have heard from Xiao Yu that you possess remarkable skills, likely a practitioner of the martial arts. Thus, I present this manual to you, so you may learn a few more techniques for self-defense. Grandfather Yin, this is too precious. I cannot accept such a gift, Lin Feng hastily protested. Indeed, Shaolin, you should graciously receive the gift from the old master, Lin's elder brother urged. Go on, accept it, others chimed in. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you. Grandfather Yin, do not mention it. The stout companion gazed enviously as Lin Feng received the manual, though he himself had no interest in martial arts, rendering his envy futile. After the meal, Lin Feng sat in the pavilion of the courtyard, perusing the pages of the manual. Fengzi, is this manual valuable? All you think about is money. Can such a thing be compared to wealth? He chuckled, continuing to examine the tome. Not far away, Xiaoqian noticed him alone in the pavilion and quietly approached, clapping her hands on Lin Feng's shoulders. Xiaoqian, why are you still awake? Lin Feng was not startled by her sudden gesture. Seeing this interaction, she felt a tinge of disappointment. As if sensing her feelings, Lin Feng smiled and remarked, What is the matter? You seem unhappy that I didn't react to your surprise. Yes, you are utterly lacking in humor. All right, let's not dwell on that. Will you return here in the future? Yes, if the opportunity arises. What do you mean by if the opportunity? Xiaoqian expressed her confusion, yearning only for a definitive answer. I will come when I have the time. And if you do not have time, if time is scarce, then I shall postpone my visit. Their conversation flowed easily, suggesting a close bond, yet they were not a couple. An observant, I could discern her burgeoning interest in Lin Feng. The following day, Lin Feng and his companion rose promptly, boarding the Yin family's red flag car en route to the airport. After bidding farewell to several individuals, they soon found themselves on the plane. Chapter 104. Sister's arrival at the airport, unraveling alchemical insights. In the bustling metropolis, brother, this is something you obtained at great expense. Are you certain you wish to gift it to Brother Lin? Lu Ruqian gazed incredulously at her brother, Lu Wenyuan. At this moment, Lu Wenyuan had regained his ability to walk normally, even run, and was filled with immense excitement. He had changed his mind about the earlier agreement with Lin Feng. He resolved to abandon the notion of merely protecting him for a year and instead vowed to be a brother, safeguarding him for life. What is there to hesitate over? It is merely a dagger, And besides, your brother Lin has embarked on a perilous path. This dragon-scale dagger shall serve as protection for him, as he likely lacks any weapon. Very well, as long as you are willing. By the way, brother, to what extent has your strength returned? Yet to restore to his former glory. The journey towards recovery will demand considerable time, and the damage to his dantian remains unhealed. After all, his medical prowess has yet to reach such heights. Nevertheless, as long as there is hope, Lu Wenyuan shall not yield. The dragon-scale dagger, a revered creation of the ancient master craftsman Yezi, hails from the illustrious spring and autumn and warring states periods, measuring approximately 28 centimeters in total length. With a handle of 10 centimeters and a blade of 18 centimeters, its width spans about 2 fingers. Legend has it that the dragon-scale dagger was forged from a divine metal leftover from Uyezi's crafting of the magnificent K-sword. This dagger is exceedingly sharp, primarily used for the execution of wrongdoers sentenced to death by Ling Qi, earning its place among China's 4 great daggers as the most brutal execution blade. Unmatched in sharpness, it can cut through iron as though it were mere mud. A cultivator wielding it would significantly enhance their strength. At noon, Lin Feng and his companion arrived punctually at the airport in Demon City. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a mouth-watering sight, a figure standing beside a pink beetle. "Ha! Sister Lin, it seems I am in for a treat," the chubby one grinned. Indeed, a delightful surprise, Lin Xian shot him a glance. Nowadays, Lin Xian has mastered the art of driving, her skills surpassing those of many erratically driving female motorists. "Sister, your driving is quite impressive, akin to that of a seasoned driver." "You cheeky lad, are you implying something?" Lin Xian, adorned in a yellow battle road dress, had purchased it recently, inspired by the prevailing fashion trends online, and today marked its inaugural wear. She intended to showcase it to her brother, but it inadvertently caught the attention of the chubby companion, who was secretly admiring her. During their days in the capital, Lin Feng had taken a leave of absence, along with his friend. In university, requesting leave is rather simple. One merely needs to inform the homeroom teacher and sign a leave form. "Sister, your cooking is simply delectable," Lin Feng remarked, gnawing on a roasted duck neck at the dining table. "If you enjoy it, feel free to indulge," she replied. "Haha, Sister Lin's culinary skills far surpass those of so-called 5-star chefs." Hearing their praise, she smiled warmly. Lin Feng relished her cooking, which brought Lin Xian great joy, while the chubby one was fervently engrossed in his bowl, devouring his meal. Observing their ravenous consumption, Lin Xian chuckled softly, shaking her head before joining in with her chopsticks. Jiangxi is a region enveloped by mountains, infused with an air of mystery. Deep within a great mountain lies an ancient village, resembling a hidden paradise. Rarely in contact with the outside world, there is no electricity, only oil lamps for illumination, and the absence of automobiles or motorcycles means that only horses traverse the terrain. This village, home to several dozen families, is hauntingly surrounded by numerous insects. It is the secluded abode of the Gu tribe, also known as Miao Village, where all the inhabitants share the surname Miao. Within a certain earthen building, a middle-aged man engages in conversation with an elder tribe leader. News has arrived from Elder Miao Qingtian. It is said he has been imprisoned. The reason is, it is said that colluding with the Lu family in the capital, a malevolent plot was devised against the venerable elder of the Yin family, which was thwarted by a young man. The evidence against the Lu family now lies in the hands of others, leading to their downfall. While the elder Miao Qingtian has also succumbed to this young man and has since been taken into custody by the police. This middle-aged man recounted the events in the capital in detail. How outrageous! The audacity of Miao Qingtian is astonishing. The elder of the Yin family is a prominent official, and yet he dared to take such action. Upon hearing this news, the elder patriarch was immediately incensed. "Patriarch, shall we contact someone to rescue him? He is reaping what he has sown. Why would he assist in such nefarious deeds? What benefits did the Lu family offer him, do you know?" "Well, that was not disclosed, but it is presumed that there must have been some incentive. Otherwise, why would he take such a risk? What foolishness! At his age, he should know better than to be swayed by such temptations." The elder patriarch scolded in frustration. "After all, he is an elder of our Gu clan. Even if he has erred, it is for me, as the patriarch, to determine his punishment. Moreover, if he meets with misfortune, our Gu clan may be exposed." Ultimately, the elder patriarch found himself siding with Miao Qingtian. "What directives do you have, patriarch?" "Yes, patriarch. Also, investigate that young man. I want to know all his information. To be able to dispel that young man's illusion heart Gu is no trivial feat. He must harbor some secrets." "Understood." Subsequently, The middle-aged man departed to carry out his tasks. How many have forgotten about our Gu clan in this world? Our clan has remained hidden for so long that our might is nearly forgotten. The elder patriarch murmured to himself while reclining in his chair. That night, in Shanghai Garden, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed. The spiritual energy from the imperial green of the Yuan Mingyuan unexpectedly enhanced his X-ray vision, and to his surprise, it even unlocked some information regarding alchemy. Lin Feng excitedly perused the newly accessible sections on alchemy. Alchemy has been pursued by ancient sages since time immemorial, seeking to concoct elixirs for immortality. Chapter 105, Breaking Through the Third Layer, Visiting Lu Wenyuan. Qin Shi Huang was indeed a seeker of eternal life. It is said that alchemists of that era produced certain elixirs, though their efficacy remains uncertain. In contemporary society, there are individuals who have lived remarkably long lives, with some reaching the age of 150, prompting others to study these individuals in hopes of drawing conclusions on longevity. To his astonishment, alchemy is indeed real. If it can truly be practiced, the potential transformations are unimaginable. However, such knowledge, if revealed to ordinary people, may be dismissed as madness or deceit. Yet within the realm of cultivation, it holds a different significance. This knowledge is something I must never disclose, not even to my sister. It is not a matter of distrust, but rather that the less she knows, the safer she will be. In the ancient martial world of Huaxia, many are aware of alchemy, yet very few can practice it, with scarcely anyone capable of producing complete elixirs. Alchemy, as Lin Feng currently understands it, is categorized into 12 grades. The proficiency of an alchemist typically correlates with the grade of elixirs they can concoct. Naturally, the higher the grade of the elixir, the more challenging its creation becomes. However, the effects are also significantly more potent, and the materials required are increasingly rare. At present, Lin Feng has only unlocked alchemical skills from the 1st to the 6th grade, with grades beyond 6 still sealed from his view. Nevertheless, this is sufficient for his needs, especially since he lacks the strength to produce even the lowest grade elixir. Although a first-grade elixir is the most rudimentary, it poses considerable difficulty for him at this moment. The materials specified in the recipe demand a substantial sum of money and consist of rather uncommon herbs. Acquiring these ingredients will simplify the enhancement of his capabilities. Yet he cannot solely rely on elixirs for growth. Strength gained through elixirs often proves to be as fragile as a paper tiger. In the time that follows, Lin Feng dedicates himself either to cultivation or to exploring antique markets in search of rare treasures, hoping to discover imperial jade that might contain valuable energy. After all, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere is exceedingly sparse, and only by absorbing the essence within jade can he hasten his cultivation. Of course, he must also solidify his foundational skills. Aside from occasional visits to school, he spends his days practicing boxing in the courtyard, ensuring that his Xingyi remains sharp. By night, he engages in meditation and deep contemplation day after day. Finally, after a week, a resounding boom reverberates within his dantian, shattering his constraints, and he ascends to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Lin Feng is filled with exhilaration. He decides to visit Brother Lu to check on his recent recovery. Incessant training is not always beneficial. He then drives his G-class to Lu Wenyuan's residence. Upon hearing Lin Feng's announcement of his breakthrough, Lu hastily sets down his teacup and senses the power emanating from Lin Feng. Wow, you truly are extraordinary. In such a short span, you've already reached the 3rd level? He exclaims in astonishment. Is reaching the 3rd level really that challenging? Lin Feng retorts playfully. In truth, he wishes to share that his recent fortuitous encounters with Imperial Jade have allowed him to absorb a significant amount of spiritual energy, facilitating his rapid advancement. However, such matters are best kept secret. You speak with such ease, as if it were simple. Do you realize that on this earth, cultivating has become a mythical endeavor? The spiritual energy in the world is exceedingly thin. Achieving the 1st level is akin to scaling the heavens. You've only just begun your cultivation journey, yet you've already attained the 3rd level. What more do you desire? Even in the realm of cultivation, you would be considered a prodigy. Moreover, you are so young, with ample time to develop your skills. Lu Wenyuan remarks enviously, suppressing the urge to punch Lin Feng playfully. Is it truly as difficult as you say? Lin Feng responds, seemingly unfazed. By the way, Brother Lu, how is your health recovering? He swiftly redirects the conversation. I can now live normally, and my physical condition has improved significantly. I'm almost back to full health. However, my strength has yet to return, primarily due to the damage sustained in my dantian. He sighs with a hint of resignation. Brother Lu, rest assured, I shall take care of the matter concerning your dantian. Once I have strengthened my abilities, I will find a way to assist you in its restoration. Lin Feng assured, patting his chest. Really? You can truly repair it? Indeed. Haha, splendid. Brother Lin, encountering you has truly been a stroke of good fortune for me. I ought to express my gratitude to Ru Qian for seizing your belongings. Otherwise, who knows when our paths would have crossed? He chuckled playfully. Haha, if we put it that way, it could indeed be fate. At that moment, Lu Ruqian was not at home and her whereabouts were unknown, so the two began their practice in the confined courtyard. Brother Lin, feel free to unleash your full strength. Do not hold back. With your current prowess, it should not pose a risk to me. All right. A lean camel is larger than a horse. Although Lu Wenyuan's dantian remains unhealed, his foundational skills are solid, and he is quite adept at the techniques of Yin-Yang. With a loud crash, they exchanged blows with swift movements resembling lightning. However, Lin Feng refrained from activating his X-ray vision, as this was his training partner, a free sparring companion who could enhance his skills, and not an adversary. Why would he need to resort to such abilities? Haha, Brother Lin, your Yin-Yang has improved significantly since before, yet it is still lacking. While you possess the form, your strength is insufficient. You must integrate your internal energy into your strikes. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Lu Wenyuan firmly grounded himself in a horse stance, his right hand forming a fist as he infused his internal energy into it. He struck forcefully against the wall, producing a resounding crack. Though his fist did not make contact with the wall, an imprint remained. Wow, impressive, Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. Following this, Lu Wenyuan demonstrated several more techniques. At this point, Lin Feng, having learned wisely, activated his X-ray vision to observe the flow of his power closely. So that's how it works. Through persistent practice, Lin Feng discovered he, too, could replicate this, albeit with considerably less force due to his limited cultivation. Brother Lin, I have a gift for you. Oh, what do you have for me, Brother Lu? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. Here, this is a dagger I acquired previously, named Dragon Scale. It was forged by the master Oyezi during the spring and autumn period. I now present it to you. Lin Feng accepted it, opening the box to reveal a finely crafted dagger, about a foot in length, resting quietly within. Brother Lu, you are giving this to me. What about you? I believe you need it more than I do. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with dangers, and one cannot avoid conflict with others. Without a weapon, one may easily find themselves at a disadvantage. There must be a story behind this. Lin Feng refrained from probing further, knowing that Lu Wenyuan would share what he wished to reveal. Very well. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lin Feng did not decline, as he was in need of a capable weapon, and the dragon scale dagger seemed quite fitting in his grasp. Be cautious while practicing. The dragon scale dagger is exceedingly sharp. Do not injure yourself, Lu Wenyuan advised earnestly. Rest assured, I will be careful. Suddenly, the creaking of the main door echoed as it swung open. Lu Ruqian entered from outside. Ruqian, how have you been lately? Lin Feng inquired. I'm quite well. You entrusted me with the protection of your sister, and I believe I have fulfilled that duty admirably. Prior to his journey to the capital, Lin Feng had indeed asked these two siblings to keep an eye on his home, especially after experiencing a kidnapping. Yes, you have done remarkably well. Now tell me, what reward do you desire? Lin Feng was in high spirits today, having not only broken through his cultivation, but also received a dragon scale dagger as a gift from Lu Dagong. As for that, I cannot think of anything at the moment. A car? A house? Such things are rather mundane and unnecessary for me. Let us keep it low-key for now. Consider it a debt for the time being. When I think of something later, you can repay me then. Very well, as you wish. At noon, Lin Feng called his sister Lin Xian and decided to stay for lunch. He could not resist Lu Ruqian's persistent coaxing, which nearly led him to surrender. Indeed, one must ponder whether this is fate or mere coincidence. Could it be that they conspired together? Lin Feng mused as he examined the secret manual in his hands. The manual, gifted by the patriarch of the Yin family, happened to be a sword manual, and Lu Wenyuan had coincidentally gifted him a dagger. How fortuitous! With this in mind, he resolved to practice using the dragon scale dagger alongside the sword manual, aspiring to enhance his strength for unforeseen circumstances. The manual was titled The Art of Effortless Maneuver, its origins unknown, yet the techniques within exuded a formidable prowess, each move being lethal, encompassing both offense and defense. With the dragon scale dagger in hand, Lin Feng practiced diligently, executing each lethal technique with precision. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was exhilarating. Upon cleaving a stone, Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement, marveling at how remarkably sharp the dragon-scale dagger was. It emerged unscathed, a testament to its extraordinary hardness. Truly, it was a weapon forged by the master craftsman Oyezi. "Sis, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" he asked. "What would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine, as long as you make it," he replied tenderly, gazing at his sister. "Is that so? What else could it be?" Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction at his response. "Sis, you actually bought hairy crabs? And Boston lobsters?" "Yes, you adore hairy crabs, don't you?" "In the past. We couldn't afford them, but now that you are earning, it's time to indulge." "Indeed, with wealth comes the opportunity to feast. But remember, don't just focus on what I like, buy what you enjoy as well. If funds run low, you can always ask me. We have plenty now." "All right, after dinner, will you accompany me for a stroll?" Lin Xian wished to purchase a few new outfits. Her current wardrobe consisted of pieces acquired long ago. Save for the trending yellow battle robe she had recently purchased to surprise her brother Lin Feng. Remembering the gleam in his eyes upon seeing her in the yellow robe brought her joy. She was satisfied to have elicited such admiration from the man she cherished. "Very well, after we finish dinner, we shall go shopping." Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. He had not spent quality time with his sister in quite a while. Now that he was enjoying a rare moment of happiness and had the luxury of time, he resolved to cherish these moments with her. After all, once she found a boyfriend, he might not have the chance to accompany her anymore. "Sister, let me help you with that blue crab. It has sharp spines. I would want you to prick your hand," Lin Feng offered as he took the bag of crabs to clean them. Noticing his intent, Lin Xian chose not to protest. "All right, you take care of that while I wash the vegetables." Witnessing this warm scene, Lin Xian felt a deep sense of contentment. If only life could continue in this manner, how wonderful it would be. Dinner took an hour to prepare. "Here, taste the blue crab I cooked for you," Lin Xian said, as she served him a piece brimming with crab roe. "And you should try the shrimp meat too." Lin Feng cracked open a large shrimp claw, extracted the meat, and handed it to Lin Xian. The two laughed and ate, savoring a meal that left them both satisfied. It was not until 8 p.m. that they set out for a stroll, driving in Lin Xian's Volkswagen Beetle, as she preferred not to draw too much attention. Lin Feng did not object. Chapter 107. A chance encounter with a cad, forced into a relationship. Tiancheng Commercial Street, a vast shopping area in the bustling metropolis, teemed with people and boasted exorbitantly priced luxury goods. This was where Lin Feng and his sister decided to spend their evening. "Xiao Feng, everything here looks so expensive. Should we consider another place?" Lin Xian suggested. "No need. We're here, so let's south explore this place," he insisted. Eventually, unable to sway Lin Feng, she acquiesced and began to shop and eat. After visiting a couple of stores, Lin Xian, due to certain inconveniences, decided to call her best friend to join them. "Wow, I didn't expect your friend to be such a beauty. With two gorgeous women by my side, I fear I might be overwhelmed by their allure," Lin Feng thought with a resigned smile. Following the two women, they continued shopping, alternating between clothing, cosmetics, and snacks. "Xiao Xian, is this your brother? He is quite handsome. Does he have a girlfriend?" Lin Xian's friend, Yang Lu, whispered curiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a flutter of anxiety. Could it be that her friend had taken a liking to her brother? No, she couldn't allow that. Her brother was hers, and she wouldn't let another woman, not even her friend, take him away. Their essay saying, "Beware of friends and thieves," and it rang true. You need to worry about that. "My brother already has a girlfriend," she fibbed. "Oh, that's all right then. If it comes to it, I can always wait for them to break up, or perhaps steal him away," Yang Lu joked. Lin Xian's expression darkened, though she couldn't express her displeasure openly. "Haha, I'm just teasing you. Look at you. The man your sister desires has always been within her reach," she added playfully. Meanwhile, Lin Feng trailed behind, his hands laden with shopping bags. The fruits of an hour's outing with the two women. "Wow, this lad seems quite fortunate, flanked by two stunning beauties. How extraordinary that such beauty could share a single man. Umph, little rascal, playing the field. He'll surely drown in his own deceit. Oh, that handsome guy is truly striking. What a shame he already has a girlfriend, and apparently two at that." Surrounded by curious glances and murmurs, Lin Feng and his companions paid little heed, indifferent to the chatter. Yet, just as they were about to ascend to the third floor, three men emerged from a KTV near the elevator. At the forefront was a buzz-cut man clad in a floral shirt, adorned with a spider tattoo around his neck and a stud in his right ear, exuding a brazen demeanor. "Hey Lulu, what brings you here?" The buzz-cut man approached Yang Lu, Lin Xian's close friend, upon spotting Lin Feng and his companions. "What, do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" Yang Lu shot him a disdainful glance, her eyes brimming with contempt. Come on, you know that's not what I meant. I happen to have a private room here. How about joining me for some fun? The man glanced at Yang Lu, then turned his gaze to Lin Xian and Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Xian, his eyes gleamed momentarily with a hint of greed, a fleeting expression that did not escape Lin Feng's notice. Lulu, are these two your friends? Care to introduce us? Ha! Lulu, don't you know my feelings for you? I hope you can give me a chance. I assure you, I will satisfy you. Rather than showing anger, the buzz-cut man spoke with a grin. Give you a chance? In your dreams, I wouldn't even give you the opportunity to be a sycophant. Yang Lu shot him a scornful look before linking her arm with Lin Feng's. Taken aback by Yang Lu's gesture, Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Even Lin Xian appeared bewildered. Realizing that the earlier warnings about her friend were indeed true, she had not been vigilant enough. Moreover, let me clarify that I already have a boyfriend, this gentleman here. While he may not possess your wealth, he is the one I truly like. Great. I'm being used as a human shield. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Kid, who do you think you are? The buzz-cut man furrowed his brows, fixing a cold stare on Lin Feng. Boyfriend? Lulu, please don't deceive me. Am I not aware of your relationship status? The man scoffed, then turned his attention to Lin Feng. You? Do you even deserve to be her boyfriend? Are you as handsome as I am? As wealthy? As powerful? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, what a fool. There are idiots like this in the world. Seeing Lin Feng's eye roll, the buzz-cut man's demeanor darkened. He pointed a finger at Lin Feng, angrily exclaiming, How dare you roll your eyes at me? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Ouch. This brat is too arrogant, daring to speak to you like that. He truly deserves a beating. I'll teach him a lesson. Another man beside him erupted in fury. Charging towards Lin Feng, his fist raised to strike. Lin Feng swiftly dodged, causing the man to miss. Watch me bring you down. The man, now even more enraged, swung his fist again at Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng kicked him away, sending him crashing into the door of the KTV at the elevator entrance. Ah! Lin Feng, well done. Teach that scoundrel a lesson. Yang Lu cheered, her excitement palpable. How dare you hit me? Do you even know who I am? The man, nursing the pain inflicted by Lin Feng's kick, rose and glared at him with fury. What? Do you wish to strike again? Go ahead, I fear you not. With that, he charged towards Lin Feng, swinging his fist aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Bang! Just as the man reached Lin Feng, he was forcefully kicked away. A loud cry echoed throughout the entire floor as the man crashed heavily to the ground. You actually dared to strike. Clutching his stomach, he looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, his complexion pale. He could distinctly feel that the force of that kick far surpassed the strength of his earlier blow. What are you all standing there for? Come on, unleash your fury upon this brat. The crew-cut man shouted, prompting his companions to rush at Lin Feng. However, at that moment, a few security guards arrived, not knowing who had reported the incident. Upon witnessing the scene, the guards were instantly alarmed, shouting, Stop. Everyone, cease at once. Who dares to harm young Master Su? Security, please observe closely. It was they who attacked first. Lin Feng protested vehemently.